Lin Che sprawled bonelessly across the sofa, limbs splayed out, his blank gaze fixed on a faint, irregular water stain on the ceiling. The longer he stared, the more it seemed like a perfect reflection of his current life, blurry, dull, and carrying the faint, musty scent of mildew. So damn boring. A long sigh rolled out of his throat with a slight tremor, bounced twice off the walls of the less than 60 square meter rental, then wilted and dissolved into the heavy smell of instant noodles that filled the room. 3 years out of university, 4 jobs, 3 already down the drain, and he had just lost the latest one yesterday. The reason? The boss had said he lacked wolfish ambition, that he worked like a milled donkey for some old landlord, only moving half a step with each lash, completely devoid of that fierce upward clawing drive in his eyes. Lin Che had almost snapped back at the time. Boss, that metaphor's off. A donkey on a mill at least goes in circles, gim at best, splashing around in the sewer of life. No matter how frisky I get, I'll never see the light. But he hadn't dared. He had just silently packed up that mug printed with the logo Strive or Die, personally designed by the boss no less, and slipped away. Lie flat. Yes, that was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't keep up with the rat race, didn't have the means to live wild. If he didn't lie flat, was he supposed to burn himself up as fuel for the capitalists? After being burned out, he would probably still be scolded for having insufficient heat value. His stomach growled loudly, reminding him it was time for dinner. Lin Che lazily fished his phone out from between the sofa cushions, unlocked it, and opened that garishly colored food delivery app. He lingered forever among coupons like 30 off when you spend 30 and braised beef buy 1 get 1 free. Even choosing something cheap was this exhausting. His fingers slid back and forth, the screen's glow washing over his emotionless features. In the end, he picked the cheapest braised chicken rice and paid. All right, now, it was just a matter of waiting for the delivery guy. The knock on the door would be like a savior's rescuing his starving stomach. The wait for takeout was torture, a hollow stretch of empty time. Lin Che's fingers wandered aimlessly over the screen, opening an app only to close it immediately. In his social feed, those abroad were posting blue skies and white clouds. The entrepreneurs flaunted luxury cars and coffee, and even the most forgettable classmate from back then was sharing a 9-grid collage of their kid captioned, "Exhausted, but happy." Happy. Lin Che curled his lip and tossed the phone aside. His version of happiness was probably just getting 2 extra pieces of potato in the braised chicken later. The takeout was taking forever, so he picked his phone back up and opened his usual web novel site, hoping to numb himself with some wish fulfillment story. He had just reached the part where the protagonist's tiger body trembled, and all the underlings dropped to their knees calling him Big Brother, when an ad window suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. The ad was unbelievably crude, like it had been designed 20 years ago by a graphic artist using their feet. The background was a mosaic of pixelated blue sea and sky, with several crooked wannabe artistic characters floating across it. Want to escape your crappy life? Want something different? Click once to receive your private overseas island. Start your legend. Below it, a button flickered like something poisoned. Claim now. Tisk, even sleazy ads have no standards these days. An island, seriously? Why not throw in a rocket while you're at it? Lin Che snorted and instinctively went to tap the little in the upper right corner. He had no idea whether his fingers were too greasy or the ad too clingy, but although he clearly pressed close, the very instant his finger landed, the ad whooshed larger and swallowed the entire screen. The Claim Now button swelled like a giant poisonous mushroom, nearly bursting the edges of the display. What the hell? This trashy rogue app, now it's extorting clicks. Lin Che cursed, hammering the back button to no effect. He hit the home key, still nothing. The phone seemed frozen, that stupid ad plastered over everything. Panicking, he quickly pressed the power and volume buttons together, trying to force a shutdown. The screen went black and Lin Che had just started to relax, when less than a second later it lit up again. Not with his familiar home screen, but with a blue interface he had never seen before, reminiscent of some ancient DOS system. In the center of the screen, a line of white text appeared agonizingly slowly, as if typed by some lagging clerk on the other side. SCA. Ning. 4. Sway. Table. Host. Found. Life. Signs. Rough. Ly. Stable. Just. Bit. Useless. Men. Tell. State. Acceptable. Just. Bit. Depressed. Conditions. 4. Lie flat. Drifting plan. Met. Lin Che's eyes were about to pop out of his head with only one thought spinning through his mind: my phone's totally got a virus, hasn't it? And the virus apparently came with a built-in smart mouth. Before he could react, the text vanished, replaced by a progress bar with the caption, "Installing Deserted Island Paradise Live System." The progress bar shot forward like it was being chased by dogs. 10. 50. 99. Installation complete. Binding host Lin Che. Binding complete. Welcome new host. You have obtained permanent ownership of Star Sand Island at east longitude XXX degrees, north latitude XXX degrees. Initial system mission and newbie gift pack have been issued. Hurry up, get to the island, start your live stream, and try to turn it into a paradise as soon as possible. The lines popped out in rapid succession, so quickly Lin Che barely caught them before they disappeared. The phone finally returned to normal, back to the web novel page, as though everything just now had been an illusion. Except, there was now an extra app icon on his home screen. It was just as ugly as the ad, a rough green silhouette of what looked like a shabby island with the crooked words "Deserted Island Paradise" on it, and a tiny pixel art camera in the lower right corner. Lin Che stared at the icon, dazed for nearly half a minute. Then he suddenly sprang to his feet, fingers trembling as he long pressed the icon, trying to drag it to the trash to uninstall it. Nothing happened. The icon did not budge. He dove into his phone settings, opened the app manager, and tried to force close this rogue software. After scrolling through the app list 3 times, he still couldn't find a trace of Deserted Island Paradise. This is haunted, or what? A cold prickle crept up Lin Che's back. What kind of new virus hid itself this deep? Unwilling to give up, he returned to the home screen and long pressed the ugly icon again. This time options popped up, but there was no uninstall, only remove app info and bizarrely view property certificate. Remove. Worth a shot. Lin Che tapped remove. The icon bounced in place twice as if mocking him and stayed right where it was. Damn it. Lin Che completely lost his temper and almost hurled the phone away. This thing was more stubborn than a bad rash. Breathing hard, he glared at the icon for a long moment. Finally, he steeled himself. Fine, let's see what kind of monster you are. He jabbed his finger down onto it. The app opened instantly. No splash ads, no loading animation, just a starkly simple interface that bordered on perfunctory. The background was deep blue with a single line of white text at the top: Deserted Island Paradise Live System. Below were several options: Personal Center, Quest List, System Shop, My Island, and Live Entrance. The entire app radiated a "use it if you want, can't be bothered to design more" attitude. Frowning, Lin Che tapped Personal Center, Host Lin Che, Constitution 6, Subhealthy, Deadweight, Spirit 7, Chronic Daydreamer, Luck, Wildly Unstable, Skills None, Paradise Points 0, Current Owned Earthly Paradise, Star Sand Island Undeveloped. Lin Che was speechless. So the system came with personal insults built in now. He switched to the quest list. There was only a single mission: main quest departure. Requirement: successfully reach Star Sand Island, start your first live stream and broadcast for at least 4 hours. Reward: deserted island property, legal documents, basic survival supplies pack, initial live stream funds. Status: incomplete. Star Sand Island. Property. Legal documents. The more he read, the more absurd it felt. This prank was impressively thorough. He swiped and tapped on My Island. A new screen popped up with an image that looked like it had been crudely cropped and enlarged from an online map. All blocky pixels and mosaic blur. Beneath it were a few lines: name Star Sand Island. Location: east longitude XXX degrees, north latitude XXX degrees, about a day and a half by boat from where you are now. Area: approximately X square kilometers. Features: undeveloped, many trees, fresh water available, sandy beaches, plenty of fish offshore. Current status: waiting for the host to come save it. At the end, there was even a cutesy emoticon. The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched. Was this system incapable of being serious? He backed out and opened the system shop. It was surprisingly comprehensive, divided into tools, building materials, food, seeds, special services. But most items were grayed out, labeled insufficient reputation or not enough points. The only thing lit up was a multifunctional entrenching shovel at the very bottom of the tools category, priced at 10 paradise points, while his balance was a grand total of 0. So he couldn't buy anything. Lin Che exited the shop, glanced at the live entrance button, and did not tap it. He was in no mood to do any live streaming right now. His head was full of one question: what on earth is this thing? Some new telecom scam? Or a prank app cooked up by a particularly deranged friend? He tried powering off the phone. This time it worked. After waiting over 10 seconds, he turned it back on. The home screen looked normal. As if that hideous Deserted Island Paradise icon still sat in the most prominent spot, almost like it was showing off. You've got to be kidding me. Lin Che felt like this piece of junk software was going to drive him insane. Just then there came a knock at the door, followed by the delivery guy's booming voice: braised chicken rice. Order for you. With food finally here, Lin Che temporarily shoved the system out of his mind and got up to grab the takeout. The hot aroma of braised chicken wafted out as he opened it, and some of that eerie feeling in his chest dispersed. He lifted the plastic lid, snapped apart the disposable chopsticks, ready to vent all his pent-up frustration on the food. He had barely shoveled in 2 bites when his phone chimed again. Not a call or a text, but a notification from the Deserted Island Paradise Live system, itself accompanied by a cheap clanging jingle that sounded like a broken radio. Kind reminder: dear host, dreams wait for no one, and the deserted island is still waiting to be developed. Hurry to Star Sand Island and kick off your legendary life. Starting now, the countdown begins. If you don't set foot on the island within 30 days, the system will unbind and reclaim the island deer. The final sugary deer made Lin Che's skin crawl. A countdown. Reclaiming the island. This system sure loved the drama. He chomped down viciously on a piece of chicken and decided to ignore it. 5 minutes later, after finishing his meal, he tossed the trash, flung the phone aside, and headed for the shower, determined to wash away the bad luck of this miserable day. As hot water cascaded over him, he relaxed, eyes half closed in comfort. Suddenly, ding-dong. You've got a new system message. That haunting notification tone pierced straight through the sound of running water ringing crystal clear in his ears. Lin Che jolted, hurriedly turned off the tap, wiped the water from his face, and scanned the steamy bathroom in a panic. There was no one there but him. A hallucination. He strained his ears, hearing only the faint hum of the pipes. Had this stupid software actually given him a nervous breakdown? He sighed in relief and had just turned the tap back on when, "Dear host, a bath is nice, but don't overdo it. The island's seaside bathing beach is still waiting for you." That playful yet creepy electronic voice struck his eardrums with unnerving precision. What the? This time Lin Che heard it loud and clear. There was no way it was his imagination. The sound hadn't come from the phone outside the door. It was as if it had been broadcast directly inside his skull. He fumbled to shut off the water again, then bolted out dripping wet and snatched his phone from the sofa. The screen was lit, displaying the system interface with a new message. System notice: we support voice broadcast brainwave direct link all to provide more attentive service and to make sure you can't escape. Please get used to it. Staring at the message and recalling the voice that had just resonated in his mind, a cold chill shot from the soles of Lin Che's feet straight up to the crown of his head. This no longer felt like something a simple virus or prank could explain. He collapsed back onto the sofa, water dripping from his hair, not even bothering to dry off. He stared at the ugly app icon on the screen, his thoughts tangled into a mess. A private island. A system. Live streaming. What even was all this? Could it actually be real? Did things like this really exist in the world? Supernatural strokes of dog's hit luck that randomly crashed down on a lie-flat loser like him as some kind of chance encounter. As he sat there dazed, the phone chimed again. Newbie encouragement host, confusion level has exceeded the threshold, so we're advancing you some startup funds already transferred to your bank card ending in 9527 to help you take the first step. Hurry and buy a boat ticket and survival gear. Almost simultaneously, a bank text popped up. Your account ending in 9527 received a transfer of 10000 RMB on XX, current balance 10086. 50 RMB. Lin Che stared at the message, his eyes widening to the size of saucers, his hands beginning to tremble. With a soft thump, the phone slipped from his wet fingers and fell onto the sofa. Outside the window, the city's neon lights still flickered, the noise of traffic drifting faintly in. But Lin Che heard none of it. Only one thought spun in endless circles in his mind. Holy crap. It really might be real. Lin Che stared wide-eyed at the ceiling from the couch, picking at years-old cookie crumbs wedged in the cushions, watching until the sky outside grew pale, without daring to close his eyes once. That so-called deserted island paradise live streaming system had spent half the night chattering inside his head. One moment it nagged, host stop playing Dead Dreams, have to move. The next, it was rambling, Xingsha Island has amazing scenery, perfect for lying flat, no for starting a business. Later, even when he buried his head under the pillow seeking some peace, a line still drifted through his mind. Host, this behavior is not conducive to subsequent missions, not recommended. This was no system at all. It was clearly a clingy, talkative ghost stuck to him, and he could not shake it off. Only when dawn was about to break did that voice finally fade, claiming it was low on energy and going into standby to rest. With dark circles under both eyes, his eye sockets sunken, Lin Che felt as if 100 Tang Sangs had chanted the tightening curse around him for 3 days straight, his head buzzing incessantly. He groped in the crack of the couch for his phone. That ugly app icon was still there, as if welded to the screen. The bank text message remained to the digits of that 10th Sandyuan startup fund, glaringly bright. Damn it. He rubbed his throbbing temples, his thoughts a complete mess. Go to a deserted island. What a joke. He could not even be bothered to go downstairs to the parcel locker in his own complex, and now they wanted him to go to some island he had never heard of to do a live stream. To build a paradise on Earth, no less. He could not even manage the cockroach nest in his rented room. Yet on second thought, that voice that had burrowed straight into his mind, and this money that had appeared out of nowhere. A doorbell chime suddenly rang out. Lin Che jolted, almost sliding off the couch. Who would be knocking at this early hour? The landlord demanding rent. No, it was not time yet. He shuffled to the door, squinted, and pressed his eye to the peephole. Outside stood a courier in an international delivery uniform, cradling a document pouch as thick as a brick. Are you Mr. Lin Che? There's an international delivery for you. I need your signature. The courier's slightly muffled voice came through the door. International delivery. Lin Che was even more bewildered. He was a loner with no friends and no relatives. Where would an international package come from? Could it be some new kind of scam? First, they give you a bit of sweetness to trick you into opening the door. He hesitated, then opened a narrow crack revealing half his face as he stared warily at the courier. You're sure it's for me? I didn't buy anything. The courier lowered his head to check the slip, reading in a halting tone address and name all match Lin Che phone number ending in 7428. Sender: Xingsha Archipelago Property Registration Office. Xingsha. Lin Che's heart gave a violent thud as if it might leap out of his chest. Was that not the very island that damned system had mentioned? He yanked the door open, forgetting all thoughts of precaution, and snatched the heavy document pouch. Its weight was startling, as if a few bricks had been stuffed inside. Startled by his pouncing like a starving tiger, the courier hurriedly held out the delivery slip. Please sign here. Lin Che's hand trembled a little as he scribbled a name across the paper, then he slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving the courier staring blankly in the corridor. Leaning back against the door, he panted heavily, his gaze locked on the mud-yellow document pouch in his arms. The bag was plastered with all kinds of foreign express labels, looking quite convincingly official. Ding dong. Property documents detected. Host, hurry and take a look. The system's voice chimed in right on cue, carrying a hint of self-satisfied pride. Shut up. Lin Che growled. He had no patience to listen to its babbling now. He walked into the living room and tossed the pouch onto the coffee table as if he had thrown down a bomb. He paced around the coffee table twice, drawing several deep breaths before mustering the courage to carefully break the seal. Inside was a thick stack of documents in various languages. On top lay an all-English legal document stamped with several red seals and embossed emblems with a Chinese translation attached beside it. Lin Che picked up the Chinese translation and read word by painstaking word: certificate of property grant, hereby certifies. Lin Che, on XXXXXX through lawful inheritance, has gratuitously obtained permanent, exclusive, and inviolable ownership of Xingsha Island, coordinates east longitude XXX degrees, north latitude XXX degrees, including all land, title, flats, territorial waters, and underground resources of said island. After that came a string of legal clauses. Protected under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, possesses full autonomous administrative rights, not sovereignty, must undertake basic environmental protection obligations. The more he read, the dizzier he felt, his mind thrown into further chaos. He set that aside and picked up the next document. Topographic maps and nautical charts of the island, contour lines and sea boundaries marked with unsettling precision. Flipping further down, he found a stack of historical records explaining how the island had first belonged to some obscure minor noble, then changed hands several times, and finally, through a maze of procedures, was designated to be inherited by Lin Che. Signatures, notary seals, and dates were all in place. The older documents even smelled of mildew and showed deliberate aging marks, their meticulous details leaving no room for doubt. Most outrageous of all, tucked inside was a laminated artistic photo of the island, the high-definition version of the pixelated image from the system app. Azure sea and blue sky, white sands and coconut palms. It actually did look somewhat like paradise. Lin Che plopped down onto the couch, spreading all the documents out until they almost covered the entire coffee table. Like examining counterfeit bills, he picked up each document and held it to the window light to check for watermarks, rubbed the paper between his fingers, desperate to uncover any sign of forgery. In a moment of impulse, he even pulled out his phone, opened a scanning app, and scanned the QR code beside a seal, only to find that it actually worked. It led to what looked like a very official international island property registration website. After he entered the document number, the page clearly displayed the island's name, coordinates, and his own name. Ownership status valid. How is this possible? Lin Che muttered, feeling the worldview he had held for over 20 years cracking apart. Unwilling to accept it, he dialed the contact numbers listed on the documents. One was disconnected, but the other rang a few times and actually connected. A man speaking heavily accented English, after confirming his information, said in a congratulatory tone, "Yes, sir, you are now the owner of Xingsha Island. Congratulations. We hope you will develop it well." After the call ended, Lin Che was completely dazed. All of this was actually real. He was not dreaming, nor was it some elaborate prank. There really was some distant relative, origin unknown, as the document stated, who had left him an island, plus a system he could not shake off, thrown in as a free bonus. Absurd, bizarre, unbelievable. These emotions clogged his chest until he could hardly breathe. He abruptly jumped to his feet and began pacing back and forth in the room. At one moment, he stared at the documents, grinning foolishly. The next, he frowned and sighed. An island. A private island. Just the phrase sounded impressive. How much would that be worth? Could he call himself island owner from now on? At last, he would have something real to brag about. But then another thought hit him. It was a deserted island. No water, no electricity, no Wi-Fi, possibly wild beasts and swarms of insects. And he was supposed to live stream from there. and build a paradise. He could even kill a cactus. It was like suddenly telling a student who lived entirely off food delivery, here's an oil field, go be a petroleum tycoon. There was nothing in his head but disbelief. Ding. Reminder for the host main mission 1, depart. Please complete it promptly. Countdown 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The system's death sentence reminder chimed again. Nag nag nag. You trying to summon my soul? Lin Che raked his hands through his hair in annoyance. Does the island even have Wi-Fi? Without Wi-Fi, what live stream are we talking about? Rest assured, host, the system will provide special network support to guarantee a stable streaming signal, the system replied after a brief stutter, as if it had glitched. What about food? Water? Where will I sleep when I get there? What if I'm carried off by wolves? A basic survival supplies pack from the newbie rewards will be issued once you have streamed for 4 hours after landing. The host must carry forward the spirit of hardship and perseverance and overcome short-term difficulties, the system recited like a memorized script utterly devoid of emotion. Then how do I get there? Swim. The startup funds have already been advanced. You will purchase your own tickets to the nearest port by train and ferry. Recommended route from your current city, take a high-speed train to Haizhou City, then transfer to a once-daily ferry to the waters near Xingsha Island, and finally hire a local fishing boat to go ashore. The system even thoughtfully provided a route map. Lin Che was speechless. He finally understood. This system was the type to order the hit, but not handle the body. It offered him a pie, but he had to figure out how to chew it himself while it stood by, with a little whip urging him to eat. He collapsed back onto the couch, his gaze drifting once more to the pile of documents. Sunlight glinted off the words permanent ownership, making his eyes ache. Go or not go? If he refused, it seemed the system would not let him off, nagging in his head every day until it drove him insane. Besides, to be honest, that damned little bit of curiosity and desire for adventure, no bigger than a sesame seed, had indeed been hooked. After all, it was an island. For a salted fish who lay flat all day and found life dull, the impact was immense. To go, his legs felt weak at the mere thought. This would not be a picnic, but hardcore wilderness survival, and on livestream no less. To make a fool of himself in front of countless viewers. The mere thought was social death. In his mind, two little figures were practically brawling. One shouted, "Are you stupid, Lin Che? It's a deserted island. People can die there. Isn't staying home and ordering takeout better? Sell the documents for cash, and you could live comfortably for 2 months. The other voice was spineless, but it's an island. In the end, the spineless one won out. The main thing was he was sick of his current life, unchanging, predictable at a glance, like a puddle of rotten mud. Unemployed, broke, single, dreamless. How much worse could it really get? What if that damned island actually turned out to be interesting? What if the system really could help him develop it? Maybe he could truly become an island owner one day, marry a rich beauty. Though that was getting ahead of himself. Fine, far ahead. At the very least, he could escape this stifling rented room and go somewhere no one knew him. That did not sound so bad. Damn it. To hell with it. Lin Che slapped his thigh hard, as if to pump himself up, or perhaps like someone smashing a broken jar. It's just deserted island survival, isn't it? Bear Grylls can do it, Ed Stafford can do it, and I, Lin Che. Even if I just lie there, I can at least give the audience something new to watch. Ding. Detecting a faint spark of fighting spirit in the host, though not much, the system is gratified. Please hurry to purchase tickets and supplies. Bon voyage. The system's tone actually carried a trace of gratification. Bon voyage, my ass. Grumbling and swearing, Lin Che fumbled out his phone, yet his fingers obediently opened the ticketing app. He searched for high-speed rail tickets to Haizhou City and information on that ridiculously obscure ferry while silently sobbing in his heart. Other people's cheat systems either made them invincible or let them lie back and earn money. How had his ended up like this? Hardcore wilderness survival live streaming, and he even had to pay his own travel expenses. As he stared at the ferry ticket prices in the app, Lin Che's liver ached with heartache. That 10th Saniyuan windfall had not even warmed his pocket, and half of it was about to evaporate. This is highway robbery. He wailed, fingers feeling as heavy as lead as he tapped confirm payment. When the payment success notification popped up, he could almost hear his wallet crying, and the sound of his own momentary insanity. It was done. He had boarded the pirate ship for real. He set the phone down and let his gaze drift back to the thick stack of property documents, his feelings an indescribable tangle. So, from this moment on, old Lin was a man with an island. He picked up the laminated photo of the island, stared at the sunshine, sand, and coconut trees printed on it, and tried to brainwash himself. Paradise. This is my paradise. After mumbling to himself for a long while, he finally squeezed out one last line. The sand does look pretty white. The 10,000 yuan startup capital in the bank card seemed to have grown legs, and within a few days it had dwindled beyond recognition. I'm not making this up, Lin Che said, staring at the pitiful balance on his mobile banking app, where the last 2 zeros were almost illegible just for that shabby island, and that even shabbier system my small savings are about to run dry. The pain felt like a dagger to his heart, more intense than losing $50 of his red envelope money as a child. The procurement process itself was a human comedy, albeit a tearful one. That day he walked into the outdoor goods store with his phone in one pocket and his wallet in another, feeling as if he were heading to the gallows. As soon as he entered, a young clerk in a blue vest approached him energetically, his face beaming with a smile. "Sir, how can I help you? Are you preparing for a mountain climb or a hike? We have just received new lightweight climbing shoes and carbon fiber trekking poles that are incredibly comfortable." Lin Che was startled by the enthusiasm and instinctively took a step back, his eyes darting around as he mumbled nervously, I want something for survival on a deserted island." "Oh." The clerk's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent, and he reached out to pat Lin Che's arm. "Professional, I see. You've come to the right place. This way, please." He led Lin Che to the back of the shelves. "Here we have entrenching tools, climbing ropes, windproof lighters, water purification tablets, and this emergency sleeping bag that can withstand temperatures as low as -10 degrees. We have everything you need, rest assured." As Lin Che followed him, his eyes never left the price tags, and the more he looked, the more his eyelids twitched. One entrenching tool that looked quite ordinary had a price tag of $198, enough for him to buy 8 meals of yellow braised chicken with tofu skin and vegetables. A titanium alloy water bottle that was as thin as a piece of paper surprisingly cost over $300, leading him to ponder, was this thing mixed with gold or something? Can drinking from it make me a deity? He swallowed hard, trying to struggle for a moment. Is there something cheaper? I mean, an economical and practical option, something that can just get the job done? The clerk's smile instantly faded by half, his enthusiasm cooling by 50%, and he moved his hand away from Lin Che's arm, pointing to a dusty shelf nearby. "Oh, this section has the entry-level products. But sir, I must remind you, you get what you pay for. Going to a deserted island is no joke. If the gear fails, you'll suffer greatly, and that can't be solved with just a few bucks." Lin Che didn't dare respond, his mind fixated on one thought: suffering is better than being broke. In the end, he grit his teeth and purchased the most basic set: a heavy entrenching tool, a multifunctional knife, a basic windproof lighter, a flimsy-looking small tent, a large military water bottle, a big pack of compressed biscuits, a selfie stick, and a fixed mount. What hurt him the most was that small solar charging device, which looked like a black brick with sharp edges, but cost $8.99, comparable to his old phone he had used for 3 years. Does this thing really charge? I hope it doesn't blow up my phone. Lin Che kept examining that brick, growing more distressed. When he scanned to pay and heard the scanner beep, it felt like not just money was being taken away, but his very soul. Carrying a bulging backpack that was nearly bursting at the seams, Lin Che collapsed onto the sofa with a thud, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. The sofa sagged under his weight, and the burden of the backpack almost broke its springs. Host, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. The system's voice echoed at the right moment, sounding as if it were a boss who had never faced hardship, which only made him more furious. "Sharpen my tools. Am left with nothing but these tools. Am so broke. This shovel is so heavy. Am I supposed to dig a hole on the island or bury myself? If I can't carry it, I might as well bury myself on the beach." The multifunctional entrenching tool can dig, chop, and defend, making it the best choice for wilderness survival. It is advised that the host familiarize themselves with its usage to avoid chaos later. The system earnestly explained, completely missing his sarcasm. Familiarize? How do I familiarize myself? Lin Che rolled his eyes, holding the entrenching tool and mimicking its use. "Should I dig a pit in the living room to practice? What if the downstairs neighbors come up to knock on my door thinking I'm digging a tunnel to steal from them?" Despite his complaints, Lin Che resigned himself to study these treasures. He spread the tent out on the living room floor, but the instruction manual looked like ancient scripture with all its small icons. After a long time, he finally figured out which pole fits into which hole. After struggling for nearly half an hour, sweating profusely, the tent still lay in a heap, soft and misshapen, resembling a frostbitten eggplant or a giant failed frog, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Can this lousy thing really block the wind and rain? He squatted beside the tent and poked the fabric, which was as thin as a plastic bag. "I hope it won't rain, or otherwise I'll be taking a shower in here." Next, he picked up the brick entrenching tool and clumsily swung it a couple of times, but he lost control and nearly knocked over a glass on the coffee table, startling him into quickly tossing the weapon back into the backpack, feeling shaken. "Goodness, if I don't hurt a wild animal, I might end up hurting myself first." The most awkward part was practicing his live streaming opening line. Fearing that his roommate next door might overhear, he locked himself in the bathroom, mainly because the bathroom had a big mirror to view his expressions. He raised the selfie stick holding his phone, took a deep breath, and made faces at the mirror, which reflected a disheveled, unkempt version of himself, with hair sticking up in places. Hi, everyone. Hello." His voice sounded as dry as sandpaper rubbing against wood, and his gaze kept drifting sideways, resembling a primary school student forced to recite on stage while forgetting the lines. Welcome to my live stream. Today, the weather is quite nice. Quite cool. Your expression is too stiff, host. Please lift the corners of your mouth by 15 degrees, focus your gaze, and inject a touch of enthusiasm and a sense of humor that defies death. The system's sharp comments rang in his mind, resembling a strict director. A sense of humor. I just want to cry right now. Lin Che grimaced at the mirror, trying to force a more natural smile, but it appeared even worse than crying. I'm off to a deserted island to live like a savage, not to participate in a spring festival comedy contest. And defying death. I feel like I'm going to die. Try using some trending internet phrases for a more relatable touch. For example, come on, everyone follow me. So you won't get lost, the streamer will take you to a villa in the wild. The system continued to offer suggestions, completely ignoring his comfort level. A villa. It's a tent. And it might leak. Lin Che nearly tossed the selfie stick to the ground. These phrases are just too silly. I can't say that. I'd sound like a fool. Or be more straightforward, brothers. Watch closely. The streamer will perform a live action. Don't starve, entirely unscripted. Please send some food rockets. Oh, otherwise I might really starve to death on the island. Lin Che stared at his reflection for 3 seconds in silence before removing the phone from the selfie stick and placing it on the sink. Forget it, I'm giving up. I feel that my future streaming career will end not from hunger or wild beasts, but from embarrassment. Within 5 minutes of starting, all the viewers will leave, leaving me talking to thin air. Host, please don't be discouraged. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. You just practice a few more times, and you'll be fine. Practice. What a load of nonsense. Lin Che opened the bathroom door. Seeing this selfie stick gives me a headache. I need a break, or I might end up breaking it. The night before departure, he sat on the floor and conducted one last equipment review. After stuffing everything into the massive backpack, he tried to lift it. Guess what happened? He took a deep breath and exerted himself, managing to lift the backpack off the ground, but he stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling onto the floor, thankfully catching himself on the nearby sofa leg. Damn. Lin Che panted, feeling as if his shoulders were being squeezed painfully. This thing is ridiculously heavy. Much heavier than I expected. I seriously doubt I can carry it to the train station. It'll be crushed halfway there. Anxiety and regret surged like a tide. He pulled out the crumpled property document from his pocket and unfolded it to look at the beautiful blue sea and sky, but then glanced down at the enormous bag that could crush him, feeling torn inside. Go. Or not go. It's not too late to back out now. I can refund the train ticket, return what I can, and sell the rest on secondhand markets. Even if I lose some money, it's better than going to the island to die. What if there's no water, electricity, or food, and I embarrass myself live streaming? Just thinking about it is terrifying. He even opened the secondhand app, his fingers tapping the screen. Outdoor equipment, urgently needed, island survival, almost hitting publish, but hesitated again. Returning these would lose him nearly 1,000, that's half a month's rent. Ding. Task countdown, 28 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes. Reminder to the host, time is money and efficiency is life. With only 1 day remaining until he sets foot on the island, missing today would increase the task difficulty by 50. The system's deadline alarm rang on time, its cold voice making his scalp tingle. My life is being rushed away by you. Lin Che sighed, tossing his phone onto the sofa like a deflated balloon slumping down beside the backpack. He stared at the ceiling, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. What if there's no food on the island? What if he encounters snakes or wild boars? Would the system punish him if no one watched the live stream? In the end, he thought about how the system might play the countdown TikTok sounds on repeat in his head, and it might even play tension as background music, leading him to compromise. Fine. He'll go. What's the big deal? He shouted at the air, his voice cracking slightly. I'll just pretend it's a little getaway. At worst, if I can't hold on, I'll shout for help. There should be a signal on the island, right? When the time comes, calling 110, they can't just leave me to die. The host has finally made up their mind. This is commendable. Commendable, my foot. I'm being forced by you. Lin Che mumbled, getting up to wash up. When he lay in bed, he tossed and turned for a long time, without sleeping, feeling as if his shoulders still ached, as if he had carried bricks all day. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, and there were hardly any people outside, Lin Che got up. Dressed in the most stain-resistant jeans and a plaid shirt, he walked up to the massive backpack like a martyr about to face execution, taking a deep breath and bending down to throw the straps over his shoulders. Ouch! As soon as he hoisted the backpack, he grimaced in pain, feeling as if 2 thick ropes were constricting his shoulders, nearly losing his balance. The first step outside felt like he wasn't walking, but carrying a small mountain. Each step was heavy. Descending the stairs was even more arduous. The stairwell was dark, and with the heavy bag, he couldn't maintain his balance, swaying after 2 steps. He nearly missed a step once, and his heart raced as he quickly grabbed the handrail. After finally making it downstairs, he was already drenched in sweat, his back completely soaked. On the morning bus, it was packed with sleepy office workers, each one drooping their heads, some even dozing off. As soon as Lin Che got on the bus with his oversized backpack, he instantly became the dominant presence in the compartment. The aisle was narrow, and with the bag, he couldn't turn around, so he could only walk sideways, occasionally bumping into others. "Excuse me coming through. Sorry I bumped into you. Please let me pass. I need to get off at the back." He bowed and apologized repeatedly, saying sorry no less than 20 times, feeling like he was not going on an adventure, but enduring a trial of patience. An ant carrying a vegetable basket was bumped by his backpack and frowned, inching away while eyeing him up and down, saying, "Young man, that bag of yours is too heavy. Heavier than my grandson. Are you moving to a different city?" No, Annie, I'm going. Going outdoors to play." Lin Che awkwardly chuckled, not daring to say he's heading to a deserted island. "Going outdoors with so much stuff. Be careful not to tire yourself out." The ant nagged, hugging her vegetable basket closer, as if afraid of being bumped again. After enduring until they reached the high-speed rail station, Lin Che began to worry, would they allow the entrenching tool and knife on board? Sure enough, his fears were confirmed. The security personnel picked up the entrenching tool from the tray, frowned, and looked at him with a serious expression. "Sir, you can't take this on the train. This is my outdoor tool, not a dangerous item. I need it for the deserted island. Ooh, I can't do without it." According to regulations, entrenching tools and multifunctional knives are classified as controlled items and cannot be carried on the high-speed train. The officer was stern and pointed to a sign nearby. "You can check it in or have a family member bring it back, otherwise you'll have to leave it behind." See, host, if you had just listened and familiarized yourself with the high-speed rail regulations ahead of time, this wouldn't have happened. The system's voice chimed in, making Lin Che want to throw his phone. "Check it in. How do I do that?" Lin Che panicked, his forehead sweating profusely, with only 40 minutes left before the train departed. "Will it take long? You just need to fill out a form over there. If you're quick, it should be fine." The officer pointed to the check-in window, not far away. With no other choice, Lin Che dragged the heavy backpack and hurried to the check-in window. Waiting in line, filling out forms, weighing the bag, and paying an extra fee. Checking in cost him 50 yuan, enough to buy 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. As he rushed to the ticket gate with the check-in receipt in hand, the announcement was already urging passengers for his train to hurry up with ticket validation. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry." He ran while shouting, panting heavily as he reached the ticket gate. The ticket inspector glanced at his ticket and then at his sweaty appearance, saying, "Young man, if you're a minute late, you won't get in. Hurry." "Thank you." Lin Che thanked him repeatedly, dashing onto the platform. Just as he found his carriage, the train doors began to beep, nearly leaving him behind. After finally panting heavily and stuffing his backpack into the overhead compartment, which was already bending under the weight, he collapsed into his seat, feeling like he had just been pulled out of water, utterly exhausted, without even the strength to speak. The middle-aged man sitting next to him handed him a bottle of water. "Young man, what are you running for? It's like you're in a battle." Thank you, sir." Lin Che took the water, twisted the cap, and took a sip to regain some energy. "I was in a hurry. Almost missed it. I see that bag is heavy. Going far?" the uncle asked curiously. "Yeah, going to the beach," Lin Che replied vaguely, not daring to say he's heading to a deserted island. As the high-speed train began to move, the tall buildings outside gradually receded, replaced by patches of farmland and low houses. Lin Che leaned against the back of the seat, watching the scenery roll by, feeling a complex mix of emotions. There was fear of the unknown. What would the island be like? Could he survive? Regret over spending money. Cash was flowing out like water, causing him anxiety, confusion over leaving his comfort zone. He could no longer order takeout or connect to Wi-Fi whenever he wanted, and a faint suppressed yearning for that beautiful blue sea and sky. What if the island really was as stunning as the photos? What if he could actually make it? He pulled out his phone for one last glance at his social media feed, seeing a friend's photo of a hot pot with the caption, "Happy weekend," instantly making his stomach growl. Looking back at the compressed biscuits in his bag, he felt even worse. Taking a deep breath, he turned off his data, switching his phone to airplane mode, saving battery as he would need it for live streaming on the island. Host, this is a wise decision. Saving battery is key for survival on the deserted island. I'm just afraid that if I look too much at social media, I won't be able to resist getting off at the next stop and going home. Lin Che complained internally, his eyes still glued to the window, his mind racing with thoughts. Would there be tigers on the island? Probably not. Where would a coastal island get tigers? What about snakes? There must be. The mere thought of snakes sent goosebumps down his spine. What if it rains? Would that flimsy tent hold up? What if the lighter got damp and wouldn't ignite? Would he have to fumble in the dark at night? After the compressed biscuits were gone, what would he eat? He couldn't possibly eat bugs like Bear Grylls, could he? Would anyone really watch the live stream? Would he be the only viewer the entire time? The more he thought about it, the more anxious and regretful he became, even pondering which city the next stop would be in, or if he got off, could he buy a return ticket? A few hours on the high-speed train quickly passed, and Lin Che had to drag the heavy bag to retrieve the entrenching tool and knife he had checked in before switching to a long-distance bus. The long-distance bus was far less comfortable than the high-speed train. The seats were cramped and hard, the backrests were straight, the air conditioning was either too cold or not functioning, and the ride was bumpy, resembling a tractor. Lin Che sat by the window feeling uneasy in his stomach, probably because he hadn't eaten breakfast and was being tossed around. He reached into his bag for a piece of compressed biscuit, intending to eat a bite to ease his hunger, but the biscuit was too dry. After one bite, he choked and quickly grabbed the military water bottle to take a big sip, finally swallowing it down. "This thing is way too awful," he muttered quietly, putting the biscuit back in the bag, not wanting to touch it again. Outside the window, the scenery gradually changed from farmland to hilly landscapes, the air becoming increasingly humid with a faint salty and fishy scent, probably indicating they were getting closer to the sea. The number of passengers dwindled, leaving only 5 or 6 locals who spoke in dialects he couldn't understand, occasionally glancing at him with curiosity. Finally, in the evening, the long-distance bus shakily arrived at a small coastal town. The bus station was small, just a tin-roofed waiting hall with a few tricycles parked outside. The drivers were gathered together, smoking and chatting, and as soon as they saw someone get off the bus, they rushed over, asking where to. "Need a ride? Cheap." Lin Che stepped off the bus, feeling a wave of strong seafood odor, and humid air hit him, nearly choking him. The little town looked quite old, with most roadside houses being 2-story buildings, their paint peeling. Fishing nets were piled at the doors, and dried seafood hung out on lines. Fishermen wearing rubber shoes and rolled-up pants came and went, speaking in dialects he couldn't understand, occasionally eyeing him curiously as an outsider. He opened his phone's navigation and followed the route to the port. The road was not easy to walk. Some places were still dirt roads, bumpy and uneven. Carrying the heavy bag, he walked with difficulty, occasionally stepping into puddles and getting his shoes wet. After finally locating the small, seemingly aged ticket office at the port, it was just a small tin shack with a faded red ticket sign, the door adorned with an old fan blowing hot air. Inside, a woman was cracking sunflower seeds with her hair in waves, wearing a floral shirt. Seeing Lin Che approach, she paused her activity and asked in heavily accented Mandarin, "Young man, where are you going?" "Auntie, I'm going to Turtleback Port," Lin Che quickly replied, fearing she wouldn't understand. Turtleback Port. The aunt spat out a shell, slowly flipped through a notebook from the drawer. "There's a boat at 7 tomorrow morning, only one run a day. Don't be late, or you'll have to wait until tomorrow." "All right, I'll buy a ticket for tomorrow morning." Lin Che sighed in relief, thankful that there were still tickets available. The aunt took out a thin yellowed boat ticket from the drawer, which had a blurred image of a boat and the words Turtleback Port printed on it, priced at 50 yuan. Lin Che paid for it, took the ticket, and held it in his hand, feeling as if this thin piece of paper carried the weight of his fate for the coming year. After buying the ticket, Lin Che found the cheapest-looking small inn near the port. It was roadside with a peeling sign that read Seaside Inn and a few plastic barrels piled at the entrance. He pushed the door open. An elderly man at the front desk wearing reading glasses was reading a newspaper. "Sir, are there any rooms available?" "The cheapest one, please." "Yes, there's a room at the back on the 2nd floor for 50 yuan a night, no air conditioning, only a fan." "Is that acceptable?" The old man didn't even look up. That's fine, Lin Che nodded quickly, as 50 yuan a night was already very cheap. The old man took a key from the drawer and handed it to Lin Che. "Room 208 on the 2nd floor. Just head up. The hot water is at the end of the 1st floor corridor." "Thank you." Lin Che took the key and trudged upstairs with the heavy bag. The stairs were steep and creaked as if they might collapse at any moment. The room was indeed small, about 7 or 8 square meters, with a single bed, a peeling table, and a creaky fan. The wall paint had peeled away, revealing the cement underneath, and the sheets appeared somewhat dirty, giving off a faint musty smell. But he didn't have time to mind. He unloaded the heavy backpack with a thud, feeling as if he had fallen apart. His shoulders were red and sore from the straps, and his arms and legs felt weak. Sitting on the bed, he opened the window which looked out at the port, where he could see a few fishing boats docked, accompanied by the sounds of waves crashing against the shore and the horns of the fishing boats. The scent of seafood in the air grew stronger, mixed with a hint of diesel. Lin Che leaned against the window, watching the sky gradually darken outside, realizing he had truly distanced himself from his previous life. There were no familiar streets, no favorite food stalls, no friends' laughter. Only a strange environment and an uncertain tomorrow. This was merely the starting point. Tomorrow he would board that ferry heading towards the more distant, true unknown, Xingsha Island. Panic seized him once again. He even began to seriously contemplate whether to sneak away now, buy a ticket back to his original city, and weigh the loss of money against that so-called island ownership. Money can be earned back, but if life is lost, nothing remains. Host, please maintain faith. The other side of your dreams is just ahead. Oh, don't give up easily. The system began to dish out motivational platitudes, causing his ears to almost develop calluses. My dream is to take a hot shower right now, then order takeout and have a hot pot. Lin Che buried his face in the musty pillow, muttering in a muffled voice filled with grievance and regret. That night, in the strange environment, humid air, the buzzing sound of the fan, the crashing waves outside, and the fear of tomorrow, Lin Che slept very uneasily. He dreamt that he was on the deserted island and couldn't find water, nearly fainting from thirst. Then he dreamt that the wind blew his tin away, leaving him shivering in the rain. Another dream had him live streaming, with only 2 viewers, both being robots, with the comments filled with "Streamer, please stop, this is too awkward." Until dawn, he finally dozed off for a bit, only to have a more terrifying nightmare. He found himself on that deserted island, holding the selfie stick, grinning foolishly at an empty live stream room, surrounded by a flock of seabirds that looked like system icons, occasionally pecking at his hair. He wanted to run, but was trapped under the weight of the backpack, helplessly watching the birds steal his compressed biscuits. Oh. He suddenly sat up in bed, drenched in sweat, his heart racing. Outside, it was already bright, the fan still creaking, and the sound of waves continued. He wiped his forehead, took a deep breath, and realized it was just a nightmare. But the nightmare felt too real, leaving him with goosebumps. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Lin Che sighed, getting up from the bed and starting to pack his things. No matter what, he had already come this far, regretting it was useless. He could only grit his teeth and push forward. He slung the heavy backpack over his shoulders, locked the door to his room, returned the key to the old man, and headed towards the port. The morning port was already bustling, with fishermen busy unloading goods, and the ferry was docked at the shore, emitting wisps of black smoke, waiting for passengers to board. Lin Che looked at the old ferry, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, heading toward the vessel that would carry his uncertain fate. His journey of survival on the deserted island was finally about to truly begin. The old ferry, called Sea Conch, was docked at the shore, looking even more dilapidated than yesterday. The rust on the hull was layered with patches where the paint had completely peeled off, revealing the dark brown iron underneath. As the morning light shone upon it, the rust made one's eyes hurt. The engine hadn't even started yet, but it was already puffing black smoke like an old man who had been smoking for decades, gasping for breath. Several crew members, their skin shining darkly, lazily moved things onto the ship, including bamboo baskets filled with vegetables and several bags of unknown goods, moving as slowly as if they were afraid of damaging the boat. The ticket inspector was a burly man with a loud voice. He took Lin Che's ticket, slapped it twice on the surface, then squinted at him from head to toe, especially focusing on the oversized backpack on his back, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of yellow teeth stained by smoke. "Hey there, young lad, are you heading to Turtleback Harbor? Carrying all this stuff? Are you planning to go to some island to strike it rich?" Lin Che's mind was already in chaos, and this question made him even more flustered. He stammered for a long while. Not really to strike it rich. Just going to take a look. Take a look." The uncle laughed, even louder, his voice echoing far away. "What's so interesting about that rundown place? It's just rocks and trees, and in the summer the mosquitoes are bigger than sparrows. You with your delicate skin, be careful not to be carried away by wild boars as a snack." Lin Che: "Thank you, uncle, your words have made my legs feel weak. I was already unsure, and now I really don't want to go." He was actually squeezed onto the boat by a few people. Not exactly a crowd, just a few local residents and cargo vendors slowly making their way. As soon as he entered the cabin, the smell almost made him cough. The strange odor of machine oil mixed with the stench of fish, along with the scent of sweat from people, combined with the sourness of pickled vegetables brought by someone, was even stronger than the smell from the long-distance bus he had taken last time. Just inhaling it made his throat tighten. He quickly found a corner by the window, clutching his backpack tightly to his chest, as if protecting a treasure. After all, it contained all his possessions: his phone, power bank, spare clothes, and that life-saving bag of oranges. He couldn't afford to lose it. In just a few minutes, the diesel engine roared to life, shaking the boat, and then it slowly began to move towards the sea. Lin Che quickly gripped the armrests of his seat, his knuckles turning white. His stomach started churning again, just like the last time he took a long-distance bus, feeling dizzy and anxious. Host: "It is recommended to enjoy the sea view outside the window to divert your attention, which can effectively alleviate anxiety and seasickness symptoms." The system chimed in, sounding as if it hadn't spoken at all. Lin Che forced himself to endure the urge to vomit and glanced out the window. The port gradually receded behind him, the outline of the small county town he had stayed in yesterday becoming smaller and smaller until it shrank into a tiny black. The seawater also changed color. Near the shore it was murky yellow, but as they moved further out it gradually turned into a clear blue, becoming bluer the farther they went, resembling a large sapphire. The sunlight spilled onto the surface of the sea, scattering into a dazzling golden light that almost made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. A few seagulls flew alongside the boat, calling out as they chased the waves, their voices crisp and clear. To be honest, this scenery was indeed quite beautiful. However, this bit of poetry didn't last 3 minutes before it was shattered by the jolting of the sea conch. This boat wasn't sailing, it was practically dancing on the waves. Jumping up one moment, tilting left the next, then leaning right again, it felt like his internal organs were being tossed around. Lin Che hurriedly fished out an orange from his bag, peeled it, and took 2 big bites of its sour sweetness, finally managing to suppress the nausea rising in his throat. Several local aunties on the boat acted as if nothing was wrong, pulling out sunflower seeds from their cloth bags, chatting in dialect, while cracking seeds, their voices loud enough to drown out the sound of the engine, occasionally bursting into laughter, the sound bright enough to penetrate the cabin. They kept glancing over at Lin Che, their eyes sweeping over him and exchanging looks with the people next to them, clearly communicating. Look at that fool from the city, he can't even handle this little jolt. Lin Che pretended not to see, leaning against the window, feeling weak and afraid to move or eat. Outside the window, except for the sea, there were only the occasional small, uninhabited islands drifting by, making him feel both anxious and regretful. Why did I agree to that stupid task? Wouldn't it have been nicer to stay in the city eating instant noodles? Why did I have to come to this rundown place to suffer? After an unknown amount of time, a loud voice from the crew suddenly boomed, "We have arrived at Turtleback Harbor. Prepare to disembark." Lin Che felt as if he had heard a lifeline, quickly shouldering his backpack and stumbling after a few people towards the exit of the boat. His legs were numb from sitting, and he felt dizzy, almost tripping. The so-called Turtleback Harbor was nothing more than a shabby pier, even more dilapidated than the small wharf from yesterday, stretching a short way into the sea. The wooden planks looked somewhat rotten, creaking as he walked on them. Beside it, several small fishing boats were parked, their hulls marked with water stains from the sea. The smell of fish mixed with the salty sea air, stronger than the odors on the boat. Just inhaling it filled his nose with the scent of the sea. He recalled the old boatman's advice and stood at the edge of the dock, peering out. Before long, an old man wearing a tattered straw hat approached, his skin dark and shiny, his face wrinkled like old tree bark, holding an oar in his hand. The old man took a long look at him, then asked in broken Mandarin, "Going to Xingsha Island?" Lin Che quickly nodded, feeling as if he had found a savior. Yes. Yes, you must be Old Chun. Old Chun replied with a grunt, not saying much more, directly extending 3 dark fingers and speaking in a hoarse voice. 300. Are you leaving now? Lin Che followed his hand to the side and saw a fishing boat that was even smaller than the sea conch. The paint was peeling in patches, and the hull had several uneven scratches, looking like an old companion that had battled the wind and waves for decades, ready to fall apart at any moment. He swallowed hard, his heart racing, but couldn't help asking this. This boat can make it safely, right? Old Chin chuckled, revealing 2 rows of beetle nut-stained teeth. Young lad, if you're afraid of dying, don't venture into the sea. This old buddy has been running for 30 years, older than your father, very stable. Although he said that, Lin Che still felt his legs go weak. But having come this far, he couldn't just turn back, could he? He steeled himself and boarded the boat with Old Chun. The cabin of the fishing boat was particularly small, filled with fishing nets and several tools he couldn't name, along with a broken bucket containing some seaweed. As soon as the engine started, the loud put-put-put noise was almost deafening, shaking the boat more violently than the ferry, making it feel like his internal organs were about to be shaken out. This time they were truly heading out into the deep sea. Not far into the journey, looking back, even the shadow of Turtleback Harbor had disappeared. Surrounded by blue water, the sky was blue, and apart from the occasional flying seagull, there was nothing else in sight. The sea breeze grew stronger, blowing Lin Che's hair all over the place, making it almost impossible to keep his eyes open. His clothes were pressed against him by the wind, feeling chilly. Every now and then a wave would hit, causing the small boat to rise suddenly, then drop with a thud, the splashing seawater icy cold, drenching his face and stinging his eyes. Lin Che gripped the boat's railing tightly, his knuckles turning white, his nails almost embedding into the wood. His mind was uncontrollably racing with thoughts. What if the boat sank? What if there were sharks? If an accident happened, who would know? I haven't even told my mom yet. Host, please relax. Scanning shows that the boat's structure is intact. The old boatman is experienced. The weather in the current sea area is good, and the risk factor is below 0.5. At this point, the system surprisingly said something reliable, still maintaining its cold tone. Thanks, system, but right now I feel like that 99.5 safety rate is complete nonsense, Lin Che lamented in his heart. This boat is shaking me apart. If it keeps this up, I might just throw up. Just when he thought he was about to freeze, be scared, and fall apart, Old Chun suddenly shouted, "We're almost there." Lin Che quickly looked up, his eyes wide open. In the place where the sea met the sky, the shadow of an island slowly became clearer, growing larger. It looked somewhat like the pictures he had seen before, yet completely different. While the photos appeared elegant, the real Xingsha Island was particularly massive and imposing, like a giant beast lying quietly in the sea waiting for him. The golden beach wrapped around the island like a soft ribbon, the sand glimmering under the sunlight. Behind the beach was a dense forest with trees growing exceptionally tall, the tallest likely over 10 meters high, their branches reaching towards the sky, the leaves dark green, entwined, with vines forming layers upon layers, looking particularly primitive, with the leaves packed so closely that almost no wind could pass through. On one side of the island were dark rocky outcrops unevenly standing in the sea. When the waves crashed against them, they splashed a mass of white foam, looking particularly vigorous. The sunlight poured down unobstructed, making the sea appear bluer, the beach shinier, and the leaves greener. The colors were so vivid they looked like a painting 100 times more beautiful than the photos on his phone. It was truly beautiful, that kind of untouched primitive beauty, unlike the neatly trimmed parks in the city, leaving a deep impression. Lin Che stared at it for a long time, and the previous fear and complaints seemed to wash away a bit in the face of this scenery. Even his breathing felt lighter. Xingsha Island, welcome home, host. The system's voice seemed to carry a rare touch of seriousness, even a bit solemn. However, this awe didn't last long before it was overshadowed by an indescribable sense of desolation. It was too quiet, disturbingly quiet. Apart from the sound of the waves crashing against the shore and the rustling of the wind through the trees, there were no other sounds. There were no houses, no roads, not even a telephone pole. There was no trace of human habitation. That seemingly beautiful forest now stood like a green wall, quietly watching. Though it didn't speak, it felt as if it were saying, "Don't come any closer," exuding an air of mystery and fear. Lin Che felt uneasy. Could this place really be inhabited? What if he had come to the wrong place? The fishing boat stopped about 100 meters from the beach. Old Chun inserted the oar into the water to stabilize the boat. "This is as far as we go. If we go any further, we'll run aground. You'll have to wade in yourself. The water isn't deep." "What else? Do you want me to carry you across?" Old Chin shot him a look of annoyance, his tone a bit impatient. "Hurry up, I need to get back. If I'm late, I'll miss the tide." With no other options, and having come this far, he couldn't ask Old Chun to take him back, could he? Lin Che gritted his teeth, squatting down to take off his shoes. Just as he untied his shoelaces, Old Chin shouted, "What are you taking off for?" "Keep them on. There are small stones and broken shells in the sand below. Walking barefoot will cut your feet." "Lin Che, didn't they say the beach on Xingsha Island was made of fine white sand? The photos online looked great. Were they all lies?" He had no choice but to retie his shoelaces tightly, trying to roll up his pants. Though the legs were too short, even rolled up to his knees wouldn't help. They would definitely get wet soon. Then he took a deep breath, shouldered the heavy backpack that felt like a small mountain, almost bending his back. Old Chin urged from behind, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? The waves are coming." Lin Che felt like a reluctant duck being forced into the water, slowly climbing down from the boat, extending one foot into the water. The sea was icy cold, instantly flooding into his sneakers, chilling him from his toes to his calves. He couldn't help but shiver and quickly put his other foot in. The sand beneath was soft, but there were indeed small stones and broken shells that hurt his feet. Every step felt like stepping on nails. The water reached his thighs. The heavy backpack weighed him down, making it hard to walk, and every step sank deep, pulling his legs. He had barely taken a few steps when a small wave hit him, causing him to stagger and almost fall in. He splashed some seawater in his mouth, salty and bitter, almost making him gag. He dared not look back at the fishing boat, fearing that a glance would rob him of the courage to move forward, so he could only focus on the increasingly closer beach, inching forward step by step. Like a heavy snail moving slowly and laboriously, the sand in his sneakers rubbed painfully against his feet, and the cold seawater made his legs feel a bit numb. After what felt like ages, he finally felt his feet touch the dry, warm sand. At that moment, Lin Che's legs gave way, nearly collapsing right there. He was utterly exhausted, his shoulders sore from the weight of the backpack, his legs aching and numb, even his fingers felt stiff. The seawater flowed off him in streams, pooling at his feet, his pants clinging wetly to his legs, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. His sneakers were filled with water and sand, making a squish-squish sound with every step. His toes were pruned, and pressing them hurt. He gasped for breath, leaning on his knees to rest for a while before remembering to look back. Old Chin's small fishing boat had already turned back, puffing black smoke, showing no hesitation as it headed back, soon becoming a tiny black, fading into the distance until even the smoke disappeared. When the sound of the engine was finally gone, the surroundings fell into a terrifying silence. Only the sound of the waves repeatedly crashing against the beach and the rustling of the wind through the trees could be heard, occasionally accompanied by the distant calls of seabirds. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Lin Che stood there, suddenly feeling very scared and a bit wronged. He was all alone here with no one to talk to. The sky was vast, the sea was vast, the island was vast, while he felt incredibly small, like the grains of sand on the beach, easily blown away by a gust of wind. He instinctively tightened his grip on the backpack strap, his knuckles turning white. Inside it were all his belongings, his phone, power bank, food, and drink. He felt that only by holding onto it could he maintain a connection to the world he knew, easing his anxiety. He stood there dazed for a good while as the sun moved slightly towards the west before suddenly remembering the main task, live streaming. That damn live streaming mission. He hurriedly took off his backpack and placed it on the dry sand, unzipping it to find that ugly selfie stick and phone. His hands were still trembling, partly from gripping the boat's railing too tightly and partly from nervousness. His palms were sweaty. After searching for a while, he finally fished out his phone and the selfie stick from the pile of clothes. The phone was fine, kept in a waterproof bag, so it didn't get wet. He clumsily clipped the phone onto the selfie stick, adjusting the angle. He had to capture both the beach and the forest behind, or how would others know he was on the island? Then he took a deep breath, trying to muster a relaxed expression. However, when he looked at the screen, he saw that his appearance was more pitiful than crying. His hair was blown all over the place by the sea breeze, sticking in clumps to his face devoid of color, his lips dry and cracked, his clothes wet and clinging to him, still dripping with water, and his eyes filled with panic, yet he had to force himself to act calm. He swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful, making it hard to speak. His fingers trembled as he tapped open the live streaming app, found the familiar icon, and selected Start Live. The screen lit up, showing his current disheveled appearance with a small one flashing in the lower right corner. There was no need to guess. It was certainly just him watching. Perhaps even the system wasn't interested. Lin Che stared at that one, his throat moving, opening his mouth to deliver the opening line he had practiced numerous times, which still felt particularly awkward. Finally, it was blown away by the wind. Hi, everyone. How are you? His voice was especially hoarse and a bit shaky. He could even hear it himself, as if even the wind was mocking his nervousness. Hi, my name is Lin Che. You can see it too. I am currently on an island. He continued speaking, not daring to look at the screen, his gaze fixed on the beach in front of him. After saying this, he didn't know what else to say, standing there like a wooden post, only able to hear his own breathing and the sound of the waves along with his painfully awkward appearance on the screen. Thus his desert island live streaming career officially, awkwardly, and incredibly messily began under such stammering circumstances with an audience that might only consist of himself. The sea was as blue as a piece of transparent glass, the beach glittering with gold, and even the distant trees radiated a vibrant green. But then there was Lin Che holding the camera, his face pale, his lips cracked and dry, his gaze wandering, looking as if he was about to cry, ruining the beauty of the scenery. I plan to do a long-term survival challenge here. Yes, a survival challenge. He tried to raise his voice to sound more confident, but the more he spoke, the more hollow it became, like he was reciting his own confession. As for the time, well, let's set a small goal, first 1 year. After saying this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. 1 year. With his level of incompetence, where he could even burn water while cooking instant noodles, surviving a month on this deserted island seemed impossible, let alone a year. This couldn't be real. Looking at the live stream data, viewers 1, comments 0, likes 0, and not a single gift in sight. Perfect. It was so perfect that it made him want to throw his phone into the sea. Lin Che stood there, hearing only the sound of the waves crashing and his own heartbeat, which grew louder as if it was about to burst out. Host, interact with the live stream. Don't let it go cold. Either introduce the environment or quickly start the first survival project, like setting up a tent. The system urged him in his mind, its voice tinged with urgency, as if fearing he would ruin the live stream. Interact. With whom? With the sea breeze. Besides blowing sand into my mouth, what else can it do? Lin Che frantically complained in his mind, while forcing a smile on his face, which looked worse than crying. As for setting up a tent, how would I know? I only saw the staff demonstrate it once, and I've forgotten most of it. Complaining aside, the system's words weren't without reason. He couldn't just stand there like a wooden post, could he? His face reddened as he struggled to find words, but all that came to mind were childish phrases. Everyone look. This beach is quite white. The sand is fine. He wanted to demonstrate scraping the sand with his foot, but misjudged his strength, sending sand flying onto his wet pant legs, instantly adding several yellow stains to his white pants. Cough, cough. He quickly turned the camera away, turning his back to brush off the sand on his pants, flustered, almost knocking over the selfie stick. Looking at the screen again, the viewer count remained at 1, and the comment section was still empty. Awkward, too awkward. Lin Che felt like his toes were too busy in his shoes. First digging a small hole, now almost creating a miniature model of Star Sand Island. He couldn't stop. If he did, the system would nag him until he got tinnitus. Lin Che took a deep breath, turned the camera back, and moved closer to the screen. Let me show you the trees over here. These trees are really dense. There are, quite a few kinds. He didn't recognize the trees at all, so he just babbled. Look at this one, it's very green. That one is green too. Just looking at it gives off a primitive vibe. After saying this, he felt embarrassed, wondering what he was even saying. It was as if he hadn't said anything at all. Just when he felt like he was about to drown in this awkward atmosphere, the viewer count in the upper right corner of the phone screen suddenly jumped. going from 1 to 2. Someone had entered. Lin Che's heart raced with a thud as if he had been injected with adrenaline, instantly feeling invigorated. Although it was just one more person, it meant he was no longer singing a solo. He became nervous, instinctively straightening his back, his voice rising, filled with a deliberate excitement that sounded particularly false. Wow. Welcome this friend with the ID, drifting with the wind, to the live stream. Welcome, welcome. Especially welcome. After shouting this, he stared at the screen, not daring to blink, hoping for a bullet screen. Anything, even a period or a comma, would do. But after waiting for half a minute, nothing appeared. The ID, drifting with the wind, was like a ghost coming in for a short, while before the viewer count jumped back to 1. The little hope Lin Che had just ignited was instantly extinguished, his shoulders sagging even more, nearly losing his breath. Host, don't lose heart. Keep engaging. Having content is what keeps people around. Engaging. What should I do? Do a somersault on the beach. Lin Che wanted to cry without tears. Forget it, he would just go for it. It's just setting up a tent. At worst, if it collapsed, he could start over. He gritted his teeth, deciding not to just explain to the air anymore, but to do something practical instead. At least it would give him something to do, so he wouldn't stand there like an idiot. All right, I know everyone is tired of looking at the scenery. He deliberately spoke in an overly excited tone, trying to suppress the awkwardness. Next, the host will show you a skill, demonstrating the first essential skill for wilderness survival, setting up a tent that can shield against wind and rain. He inserted the phone holder into the sand, pressing down hard to ensure it stood firm, adjusting the angle for a long time to ensure he could capture himself in the spot where he would set up the tent. Then he took a deep breath and began to unbuckle his backpack. His fingers trembled, partly from gripping the ship's edge too hard earlier, and partly from nervousness, his palms slightly sweating, and after a long time, he finally managed to open the backpack. He carefully took out the new tent. It was neatly folded the way he had specifically asked the staff to fold it before departing. Now in his hands it felt like a treasure, and he gently placed it on a relatively flat patch of sand. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. He encouraged himself in front of the camera, mainly to himself. Look, this tent is the outdoor professional model I carefully selected. Lightweight, waterproof, and wind-resistant. For the next while, it will be my home on Star Sand Island. He tried to recall how the staff demonstrated it. Was it to spread the ground sheet first? Yes, it should be to spread the ground sheet first. Step 1. First spread the ground sheet. Yes, just like this. He pulled out the gray ground sheet, tossed it onto the ground, and then squatted down to smooth out the 4 corners. But the sea breeze seemed to be messing with him. Just as he smoothed one corner, the other corner blew up. He ran back and forth like a child chasing butterflies, grabbing sand to press down on the corners, sweating profusely, and finally managed to secure the ground sheet. Step 2. Take the tent poles. He rummaged through his backpack for a long time before finding the pack of colorful tent poles, those flexible ones that can bend. He connected the short poles one by one, hearing the click sounds that made his heart race, fearing he might accidentally break one. Fortunately, he successfully assembled 2 long poles. Next up was the most difficult step, threading the tent poles through the channels in the tent fabric. This design is so user-friendly. He clumsily shoved the tent pole into the channel while forcing himself to explain, "You see, just thread it through here. Slowly guide it to the other side. Like threading a needle. It just requires a bit of patience and skill." In reality, he had no skill at all. The tent pole was soft and flexible, seeming to have no bones, and refusing to cooperate. The tent fabric twisted against him, always tangling into a ball. His face flushed red, sweat trickling down to his chin. He finally managed to awkwardly thread both poles through, almost tearing the tent fabric. Phew, that's half done. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling quite proud. He hadn't expected to be so capable. At least he hadn't broken the poles. He couldn't help but glance at the phone screen, and his eyes lit up. The viewer count had turned to 3. Although no one was speaking, this number felt like a reassurance, instantly giving him energy. All right, next is the most exciting part. Let's set up the tent. He grabbed one end of a tent pole, took a deep breath, and pulled it up with all his strength. In his imagination, the tent should have popped up, turning into a round dome that looked sturdy. But reality slapped him in the face. The tent did stand up, but its shape was too bizarre. It leaned awkwardly to one side like a drunken mushroom, the fabric wrinkled and uneven, looking as if it would collapse with a gust of wind, completely different from what he expected. Lin Che stared at this pile of abstract art, scratching his head, trying to make excuses. This might be because the sand isn't flat, the foundation is a bit uneven. It's fine. We just need to adjust it. He squatted down, pulling at the tent fabric on one side, pressing the tent pole on the other, and pressed the stakes, securing the tent poles firmly into the sand. Only to make it worse, the tent leaned even more and the fabric gained even more wrinkles, looking even worse. He was struggling with the tent completely drenched in sweat when his eyes accidentally swept over the phone screen. He didn't know when the viewer count had turned into 5. And the most crucial part. A white bullet screen floated across the center of the screen, particularly eye-catching. WN host, you installed the tent pole the wrong way. Lin Che's movements froze instantly. The wind seemed to stop, the sound of the waves faded away, and the surroundings fell eerily silent. All his attention was captured by that bullet screen. Someone was speaking. Not the system, not a robot, but a real person. The ID was WN. Moreover, they said he installed the tent pole the wrong way. Lin Che's face turned beet red from his cheeks all the way to the roots of his ears, as if he had been sunburned, feeling hot all over. Wrong. How could it be wrong? He had clearly followed the staff's instructions. He quickly looked down at the two tent poles. Before, he had been too busy threading them in to notice their curvature, and only now did he realize that the bending directions of the two poles were completely different. He had actually threaded the poles, which should have crossed in parallel. No wonder the tent looked so crooked. A wave of indescribable embarrassment and shame instantly engulfed him. He had fumbled for half a day, exhausted like a dog, while showing off, only to find he had made a mistake from the very first step. And a viewer had pointed it out. This was even more embarrassing than having no one watching. He wished he could dig a hole in the sand and crawl in, or just jump into the sea to cool off. Host, there's audience interaction. It's useful interaction. Quickly respond. This is a good opportunity to keep people around. Respond. How should he respond? Say, thank you for the reminder, I'll fix it right away. That would just blatantly tell others that he was a rookie who couldn't even set up a tent. Though he really couldn't. Lin Che stood there, his face changing colors like a palette, his mouth opening and closing, but not a single word came out. He felt like a thief caught red-handed, completely uncomfortable, not knowing where to put his hands. On the phone screen, that bullet screen slowly drifted away. Just as Lin Che was struggling with whether to pretend he hadn't seen it, another bullet screen floated over still from WN. WN, take out the left pole and switch it to the right channel. The other party's tone was flat, without a hint of mockery, even resembling a teacher guiding a student, but looking at this bullet screen made Lin Che's face even hotter. This person not only pointed out the mistake, but also told him how to fix it, making him feel even more embarrassed. He stared at the screen, torn between two thoughts, maintaining his pride or admitting his mistake and correcting it. In the end, he compromised, partly wanting to set up the tent correctly and partly fearing that if he kept messing around, he would embarrass himself even more. That little bit of pride was trivial compared to being able to set up the tent and not making a fool of himself. He almost awkwardly squatted down, his voice so small it was barely a whisper, not daring to look at the camera, mumbling softly to the sand. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, one friend. I will fix it right away. He began to fumble to take apart the tent poles, too flustered, his fingers several times grazing the edges of the tent fabric, nearly tearing it. While taking it apart, he accidentally dropped a pole into the sand, quickly picked it up and brushed off the sand, his movements clumsy, completely different from his earlier professional commentary. On the phone screen, one didn't send another bullet screen, but Lin Che felt that the other party was still watching him, that invisible gaze making every action of his appear particularly awkward and ridiculous. He secretly glanced at the viewer count. He didn't know when it had turned into 6. Lin Che finally realized that his deserted island live stream was no longer a solo act. Although the start was painfully embarrassing with no one watching and messing up the tent setup, at least there were living people entering and someone was willing to talk to him. The tent was finally set up. Lin Che, following the barrage sent by WN, fumbled for nearly half an hour, first pulling out the left tent pole, then stuffing it into the right passage, and in between he accidentally bent the pole twice, making him hurry back to straighten it out, fearing it might break. When the two tent poles finally crossed and propped up the tent, it was still a bit crooked, one side higher than the other, and the fabric was wrinkled, but at least it was no longer that pile of abstract art that looked like a place that could shelter from the wind and rain. At least that's what he hoped. He let out a long breath and plopped down on the scorching sand, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away, more exhausted than when he ran 800 meters at school. It was not just physical fatigue, but mental exhaustion as well. The whole ordeal of setting up the tent felt akin to being publicly corrected, that sense of shame still burning in his ears. He secretly glanced at his phone screen. The viewer count had risen to 8, and there were a few messages in the barrage, although not many. At least it wasn't empty anymore. Haha, the streamer is so clumsy. Setting up a tent is like fighting. Just came in. Is this a live stream from a deserted island? The tent looks so sad. Finally done. I've been watching for 10 minutes and almost wanted to jump in and help him. The viewer named Juan stopped sending messages, becoming like an invisible person, but Lin Che still felt a bit grateful. If it weren't for their reminder, he might still be struggling with that broken tent. Although the live stream room was still quiet, it was already much better than the lonely one at the beginning. Lin Che even felt that those few messages mocking him were quite friendly. At least they proved someone was watching, and he wasn't just toiling away alone. Just as he caught his breath, the system notification chimed in his mind, still in that cold, indifferent tone, sounding a bit perfunctory. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Departure, land on the island and start the first live stream. Duration 4 hours. Quest rewards: Desert Island Property Document Package already distributed. Basic Survival Supplies Package. Live stream startup funds already advanced have been calculated. Reward distribution method will be delivered by the next shipping trip. Please wait patiently. The beginner task phase has ended. Please work hard to survive, actively stream, earn more paradise points, and unlock a better future. Next shipping trip. Lin Che was taken aback, hurriedly asking in his mind, when is the next shipping trip? Tomorrow or the day after? I need it now. Shipping schedules are affected by weather, sea conditions, and cargo volume, and there is currently no fixed schedule. Please wait patiently. The system's response was robotic, devoid of any warmth. Lin Che almost spat out the breath he had just taken. Wait patiently. For what? He was already parched, his stomach growling in hunger. If he waited any longer, he would starve or die of thirst before the supplies arrived. What exactly is in that basic survival supplies package? A bottle of water or a piece of bread would suffice. Can't this darn system airdrop something life-saving first? Why wait for some shipping boat? A surge of anger erupted from his heart, as if he had been doused in gasoline, making him want to curse. Staring at the endless ocean before him, he really wanted to yell at the sky system, "You are cheating me." But he didn't dare. There were still viewers in the stream. If someone heard him, wouldn't they think he had gone mad? He could only force that anger back down, his face turning crimson, his expression contorted like someone who had been constipated for 3 days, looking particularly comical. The viewers in the live stream noticed his state as well, and the barrage added a few more comments. What's wrong with the streamer? Why does his face look like a pallet? Cramping. Is he crying out of frustration? Ha! I can't help but feel the streamer wants to curse, but doesn't dare to say it. He looks so wrong. Lin Che took a deep breath, rubbed his face with his hand, and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, saying to the camera, "Nothing. Nothing at all. Just now, a little crab pinched my toe. It hurt a bit." Yes, it was a crab. He quickly shifted the topic, fearing that if he kept holding it in, he would really explode. And finding something to do also helped him stop dwelling on that ridiculous system reward. Friends, the tent is set up, but this is just the beginning. He stood up, brushed off the sand from his backside, trying to make his tone sound more professional. Do you know what the most critical thing in wilderness survival is? It's water, food, and fire. All three are indispensable. He patted his belly, which rumbled again. Since leaving home that morning, he had only nibbled on a piece of dry bread, half of which he had spit out, and then suffered from seasickness, waded through water, and set up the tent. He was already starving. He had compressed biscuits in his backpack, but right now he wanted water more. His lips were so dry they were cracking, his tongue felt numb, and swallowing saliva was a struggle. Now the streamer will demonstrate how to obtain fresh water on the island without any tools. In a moment of excitement, he blurted this out. However, as soon as he finished, he regretted it, because he had no idea how to get fresh water. He had only seen something about it in a documentary. Maybe sand could filter seawater. Yes, sand filtering. It sounded plausible and matched the theme of wilderness survival. He suddenly felt invigorated, as if he had found a lifeline, his eyes shining. Everyone look. The ocean is full of water, endless and inexhaustible. He walked to the shore, bent down to scoop up a handful of seawater, raised it to the camera with a serious expression. But seawater cannot be drunk directly. It is full of salt and impurities. Drinking it will only make you thirstier, and it could even lead to dehydration, which is particularly dangerous. So we need to filter it. And nature has already prepared the filtering material for us. This sand. He spoke passionately, almost convincing himself. The viewers in the live stream seemed to be convinced as well, with a few more comments popping up. Wow. Are we starting to learn some techniques? I'm ready to learn. Can sand really filter seawater? Is that for real? I'm skeptical. Go for it, streamer. I want to see if you can produce fresh water. Lin Che got more excited and quickly pulled out the entrenching tool from his backpack. That was something he specifically bought, thinking it would help him dig things and for self-defense, and now it was finally coming in handy. He chose a spot a bit farther from the waves where the sand looked damp and began to dig a pit. First, we need to dig a percolation pit. As he dug, he explained, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, dropping into the sand and disappearing instantly. Using the filtering effect of the sand, we let the seawater slowly seep into the pit. This way, we can obtain clean, fresh water, at least theoretically. He was digging with great effort, his arms sore, and soon he had dug a half-meter deep pit. Sure enough, a bit of water slowly began to seep out at the bottom. Though it looked murky, at least there was water. Look, water is coming out. Lin Che exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up. It looks a bit dirty now, but that's okay. After it settles for a while, it will become clear. He squatted by the pit, staring at the small pool of water, feeling a burning thirst in his throat, wishing he could take a sip right now. As time passed, the water at the bottom of the pit slowly formed a small puddle, but it was still so murky with small grains of sand floating in it, and the amount was particularly small, barely enough to fill half a cup. Lin Che could no longer wait. He was so thirsty he felt like he was about to collapse, his lips nearly cracked, and even speaking felt like letting air leak out. All right, let's try the result. He rubbed his hands together, took out his military water bottle, carefully removed the cap, and dipped it into the bottom of the pit, slowly scooping up a bit of water, just barely covering the bottom of the cap. The water was a muddy yellow with fine sand particles floating in it, looking suspicious. The viewers in the live stream quieted down, seemingly waiting to see the result. Lin Che looked at this cap full of water, feeling anxious. Can this thing really be drunk? But having said that, if he didn't drink it now, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? And what if it just looks dirty, but is actually drinkable? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he closed his eyes, held his breath, and suddenly poured the water from the cap into his mouth, only to immediately spit it out, followed by a violent coughing fit that nearly brought him to tears, his face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. Salty. Extremely salty. Saltier than the seawater he accidentally drank while waiting earlier. And it had a muddy taste along with an indescribable odd flavor, the tiny sand particles scraping his tongue and throat painfully, making him feel as if he had swallowed sand. Utterly disgusting. Filter. What a joke. This percolation pit is merely diluting the seawater a bit, and who knows what dirty things it might have mixed in. He wasn't producing fresh water, he had clearly just gulped down a mouthful of salty mud soup. Tui. Tui, tui, tui. He spat desperately, his tongue numb, the strange taste in his mouth lingered stubbornly, and his stomach began to churn violently, nearly making him vomit the bread he had eaten that morning. The barrage in the live stream exploded with laughter. Ha! The streamer's expression is killing me. I knew it wouldn't work. How can sand filter out salt? The streamer is too naive. Science experiment gone wrong on site. Too tragic, haha. Streamer, this water tastes fantastic, twisted. Quick, give the streamer a bottle of water. I feel sorry just watching. Lin Che coughed for a long time before barely recovering. He slumped onto the sand, staring at the pit. Inside, that murky water seemed to mock him. He felt both despairing and angry at his own foolishness. How could he trust such an unreliable method? Now it was all for nothing. He hadn't gotten any water and felt even worse. At that moment, a new message floated by from a viewer named Meow Xiaotong. Meow Xiaotong, the streamer is so pitiful. He looks like he's about to die of thirst. Is there anyone who can send him some water? I feel heartbroken just watching. This message stood out warmly amidst the laughter. When Lin Che saw it, his nose suddenly felt sour, and he almost cried. Wasn't it true? He was in such a dire situation, thirsty and hungry, being laughed at for setting up the tent, failing at getting fresh water, and the system's rewards were still nowhere in sight. This wasn't wilderness survival, it was clearly just suffering. Thank you. Thank you, Meow Xiaotong. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a bit of a whimper, his eyes turning slightly red. It's okay, I can still hold on. Everyone, don't worry. The more he said this, combined with his pitiful appearance, hair messy like a bird's nest, sand on his face, cracked lips, and red eyes, only made him look more pitiable. The barrage in the live stream quickly changed direction, with many people starting to comfort him. Streamer, hang in there. You will find water. I feel for the streamer, it's too hard for him. Don't be discouraged, streamer, take it slow. A few people even sent small gifts like fish balls and spicy strips. Although not worth much, they looked particularly heartwarming. Perhaps they felt he was too miserable and wanted to give him some consolation. Ding. Received viewer donations, fish balls, x10, spicy strips, x5, automatically converted to paradise points. Please keep it up, host. The system's notification chimed again, still in that cold, emotionless tone. He looked at the paltry amount of points added, a few fish balls worth a few points of paradise points, then thought of the elusive next shipping trip supply package and the sky-high prices of the items in the shop. The cheapest compressed biscuits he saw cost 10 points a pack, and he felt a wave of sadness. System, oh system, you call this a beginner reward? An empty promise. A mirage. At least give me the mirage first. And this shipping is too slow. He gazed at the vast shimmering ocean before him, his heart screaming, it's all water. All water. Yet I am about to die of thirst. What the hell is this human suffering? Thinking of the system's next shipping trip supply package only made him feel more aggrieved. System, oh system, you call this a beginner reward? Drawing a picture to make me feel good, isn't that a mirage? At least give me the mirage first. He stared at the blue ocean before him, his heart screaming, it's all water. Everywhere there is water, but not a drop to drink. What the hell is this human suffering? The sun slowly set in the west, casting orange light on the surface of the sea, stretching his shadow long, solitary on the beach, looking even more tragic. His first day on Star Sand Island passed just like this, setting up the tent and being mocked, waiting in despair for the system rewards, and trying to filter seawater, nearly drowning in salt. This day had no surprises, only fright and grievance. The sunset painted the sky orange and the waves continued to crash against the beach, but Lin Che had no mood to enjoy the scenery. He sat on the sand watching the gradually darkening sky with only one thought in his mind: what should I do tomorrow? Water and food are nearly gone, and who knows when the system's supplies will arrive. I can't really die of thirst or starvation here, can I? The sun finally slipped beneath the horizon, and even the last warm threads of light were swallowed clean by the sea. The daytime heat on the beach vanished as if abruptly cut off, replaced by the cool of night, the sea breeze brushing his skin. Lin Che realized his clothes were still damp, clinging to him, and the chill made him shiver. Goose flesh rose across his arms. Hunger and thirst crawled through him like two small snakes burrowing in his stomach and throat, gnawing at his resolve until it nearly unraveled. He could not bear it any longer and fumbled for a compressed biscuit from his backpack, his last ration. The wrapper read scallion oil flavor. It looked decent, but was so dry it could choke a man. He cautiously unscrewed the military canteen. Only a little fresh water remained, the supply he had filled in the county before coming. Water he had been hoarding. With that small mouthful, he laboriously chewed half a biscuit. Crumbs stuck in his throat, and each swallow stung, but at least the rumbling in his belly quieted. It was some consolation. Water. I have to find drinkable water tomorrow. He told the camera, his voice hoarse like sandpaper, eyes drained of energy. Filtering seawater through sand today was nonsense. Completely useless, nearly salted me to death. Tomorrow I have to head inland, look for a stream or a spring. Viewer numbers in the live stream jumped like a roller coaster, rising and falling, before finally settling into the low dozens. Most people said nothing, simply watching now, and then a comment drifted by. Come on, streamer, or poor guy. Meow Xiaodang kept sending don't lose heart messages at intervals, which felt oddly comforting. WN, who had earlier pointed out that his tent was set up wrong, had long since vanished, appearing and leaving like some mysterious benefactor passing through. The sky grew darker still, the last sliver of light swallowed by an ink-blue night. Around him the darkness was absolute. No lights like in the city, no lit windows. Only the pale glow of phone screens illuminating his tired face. The island at night was frightening in its silence and its blackness. When the wind sighed through the trees, the rustle sounded eerie, no longer the gentle hush of day. Every scuttle of insects from the depths of the woods or the rustle of small creatures through the underbrush made Lin Che flinch. He snatched up his entrenching tool and stared at the tent flap, afraid something might burst in. Bro, guys. This island at night. It's actually kind of lively. He forced a calm into his voice for the camera, but the tremor betrayed him. Listen, this is nature's sound, like a symphony. Someone in the chat immediately mocked him. Are you scared, streamer? Your voice is shaking, lol. This noise is creepy. Oh, I'm scared, even at home. Zip your tent up. There might be snakes on the island. Poor streamer, a dog would be perfect company, joking. At the mention of snake, a cold chill ran down Lin Che's spine. He fumbled frantically and yanked the tent zipper to the top with a loud rip. But looking at that thin canvas, he felt no reassurance. Could that flimsy fabric stop a snake? It probably wouldn't even deter a mouse. Sleepiness crept over him like the tide. After a day of pitching the tent, digging trenches, and staying constantly alert, he was exhausted to the bone. He checked his phone's battery. The solar power bank had soaked up a little sun earlier, less than 20% charged, but if he conserved it might last until morning. Friends, I'm exhausted. The streamer is going off air to sleep tonight. He yawned so big tears formed his voice thin. If I can get up tomorrow, well, continue the stream. Wish me luck. Don't let anything snatch me away in the night. Comments of good night and see you tomorrow fluttered by. He tapped end stream. The screen went black and the world fell silent save for the waves and the wind. The tent was cramped. He curled on his sleeping pad beneath a paper-thin sleeping bag and could distinctly hear his own heart pounding. Every outside sound seemed magnified. The wind whooshing at the tent, waves hissing on the sand, some insects' high-pitched chirr. Each noise kept him tense and prevented deep sleep. He did not know when he drifted off. His sleep was shallow and full of broken dreams, chased by wild boars, parched with a throat like burning, unable to find a drop of water, or haunted by the system singing in his head. In a foggy half-sleep, he was jolted awake by a sudden staccato crash. The noise was dense and loud, like rocks pummeling canvas, striking the tent so hard his ears throbbed. Rain coming down. Not a polite drizzle, but an unannounced deluge. Gouts of rain as big as beans beat against the tent with terrifying force. Lin Che bolted upright, his heart hammering like it would leap from his chest. The wind howled and the tent rocked violently, as if the next gust might lift it and fling it into the sea. Goddamn, how did this rain just start? Fear banished sleep. He reached instinctively for the tent zipper, wanting to stop the water from coming in. Before his hand reached the zipper, a cold drop struck his forehead with a soft pad. One bead of water landed squarely on him. Then a second, a third. Drip, drip, they came faster. Lin Che felt a sickening premonition seize him. He scrambled for his phone and switched on the flashlight, shining it up at the tent roof. It was over. Completely ruined. Seams he hadn't noticed in daylight had become tiny holes, and now droplets gathered and threaded together, forming little streams that ran down the canvas. Leaks weren't confined to one spot. There was one to the left, another to the right, and one directly above his head. Seriously, wasn't this tent supposed to be waterproof and windproof? This damn thing is a bloody sieve. Lin Che cried out in despair, his voice trembling with tears. He frantically searched for something to catch the water, but inside the tent there was nothing beyond his backpack, his sleeping bag, and himself. He tore open the compressed biscuit wrapper, unscrewed the canteen cap, even took off his sneakers and placed them beneath the leaks, anything to catch a little water. Drip, drip, glug. The rainwater sloshed into the shoe with an odd, aggravating sound. In his panic, he knocked the shoe over, and the collected water sloshed out with a splash, dousing the sleeping bag. A large swath of the sleeping bag went sopping wet in an instant, and the cold made him shiver. To make matters worse, the wind strengthened, driving rain against the tent. The flap began to leak, water crept in along the bottom seam, and soon soaked a patch of the sleeping pad. His trousers grew icy against his skin. Outside was a tempest, inside the tent it rained in muted trickles. Lin Che curled in the only relatively dry patch, hugging his knees and trembling. The thin sleeping bag offered no defense. The damp cold seeped into his bones and made his teeth chatter uncontrollably. This damp chill was worse than the daytime hunger or thirst. He felt like a leaf in a storm, fragile, about to be torn away or shredded by the rain. Damn, this lousy island, this rotten weather, and this damn tent. He muttered between shivers, his voice full of grievance. I quit. I want to go home. Back to my rented room. Even instant noodles would do. Grief and fear surged over him like a tide, threatening to drown him. He even considered running out into the storm, but it was too dark to see, and the wind too fierce. He might be blown into the sea or fall into a pit and die faster. Just as despair reached its peak, a ridiculous idea popped into his head. Live stream. Right, go live again. Even if nobody could help, at least people would be watching. Better than waiting alone to die. Maybe he could rack up stream time and earn rewards. Once the thought arrived, it would not be dismissed. Clutching at that final straw, he trembled as he took out his phone and wiped the raindrops from the screen with his damp sleeve. His fingers shook so badly, it took several tries to open the livestream app. The notification lit up. You have started a live stream. The front camera revealed a blurred, rain-splattered image. Lin's water made everything kaleidoscopic, and through the shake he could barely make out his own pale face, hair plastered to his forehead, eyes full of terror and disarray, the background dominated by the roaring rain and howling wind. Help! Someone! He cried to the camera, his voice raw and barely audible, trembling. It's raining. So hard. The tent's leaking. There's water everywhere. I'm freezing. He babbled incoherently, driven by a raw instinct to call for help rather than worry about appearances. It was precisely that chaotic, pitiable, unbearably real live stream that suddenly drew out the night owls among the viewers. Viewer numbers began to spike. From the low dozens they surged into the tens, and then dozens more, while comments flooded the screen. Holy, what's happening? Is it pouring over there? Why is the tent leaking like that? It's like a sieve. This is terrifying. Are you okay, streamer? Don't get blown away. The shaky picture makes me dizzy, but he looks like he's about to cry. This is a real soaking live stream. So pitiful. Hang in there. Don't fall asleep. If you do, you're done. Lin Che had no patience to read the comments. Too cold to bear, he propped the phone against his backpack with the camera on him, curling his body to conserve what little warmth he had. So cold. Why is it so cold? His teeth chattered as he spoke in broken sentences. Water's already reached the sleeping pad. The sleeping bag's wet. Am I going to get hypothermia? His fear and misery were painfully authentic through the blurry feed. Where before viewers had found him amusing or clumsy, now their reactions were only pity and concern. This wasn't an act. He was truly suffering. The chat filled with comfort and practical advice. Move around. Rub your hands and legs. Don't let them stiffen. Take off the wet clothes. Damp fabric pressed to the skin is colder. Any survival experts here? Give him some tips. Watching this makes me ache for him. What a miserable ordeal. Meow Shoutang sent a small virtual gift, warm ginger tea X1. A modest token, but the little effect that flashed on screen warmed him more than its monetary value. Keep going. Daylight is coming. ITLL be better when it's light. Amid the chaotic, anxious messages, the stream was suddenly overlaid by a dazzling special effect. A gigantic, ornate virtual yacht shimmering with golden light and accompanied by rousing music and a platform-wide announcement drifted dramatically across the center of the screen. A system broadcast read: one gifted a luxury yacht to the live stream, Xingsha Island Wilderness Survival. Come and take a look. The chat exploded. What the? A luxury yacht? Did I see that right? Isn't that the platform's most expensive gift? 3,000 yuan. Just sent like that. Big spender. Big spenders here. Won the legend. Is that the same one who pointed out the tent? A hidden patron for sure. Indeed, one was revealed as a hidden benefactor. The luxury yacht worth 3,000 yuan drew a flood of bystanders into the stream. Viewer count rocketed past 100 and the chat scrolled nearly unreadable. Following the golden yacht effect, a concise message with a gilded border floated at the top of the screen. WN hang in there. Almost at the same moment, a system chime in Lin Che's head announced ding. Received viewer one's gift luxury, yacht X1. Automatically converted to paradise points, 3,000 points. Current total 3010. 5 points. Keep going host. 3,000 points. The number hit him like a physical blow, leaving his mind blank. He stared eyes wide and mouth open, momentarily forgetting the cold, transfixed by the lingering gleam of the yacht and the golden comment on the screen. This windfall meant he could buy many urgently needed items in the store, perhaps the multipurpose axe priced at 100 points or enough food to last a long time. Shock and elation flooded him like a warm current, chipping away at some of his despair and numbness. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh. Pain confirmed he was not dreaming. Not a dream. Thank you. Thank you, Juan, for the luxury yacht. He stammered, voice still shaking, now from amazement and gratitude rather than pure cold. I will hold on. They'll definitely hang in there. He straightened a little, as if injected with adrenaline. The tent still leaked and his clothes were wet, but despair seemed less absolute. Someone was watching, and someone had actually spent so much on him. That unexpected kindness was more effective than anything. The rain continued, the wind still howled, but as Lin Che watched encouraging messages and small gifts roll by on the screen, he felt, perhaps for the first time, that this miserable live stream was not all embarrassment and suffering. He nudged the phone closer despite numb fingers, and with great effort typed a reply in the chat. Thank you everyone, I will hold on. Even those few words were the fullest expression of his gratitude in that moment. What had promised to be a long, cold, despairing night suddenly felt less unbearable thanks to Juan's sudden luxury yacht and the audience's comforting messages. Lin Che huddled in the tent, staring at the glow of the phone, silently vowing, tomorrow, I must find water, I must survive. Must not betray this unexpected kindness. In the latter half of the night, Lin Che oscillated between a state of half frozen and half awake. The little rain inside the tent had finally slowed down, not because the rain outside had ceased, but because the tent was so soaked that no more water could seep in, achieving a miserable balance. He curled up in his damp and cold sleeping bag, tightly wrapping himself like a zongzi, with the sounds of the rain pattering outside and the wind howling in his ears, while his mind replayed the image of that golden virtual yacht and Juan's 3 words, hold on. This thing was like a mental opiate. It couldn't truly ward off the cold, but somehow kept him from succumbing to it, helping him endure the tumultuous latter half of the night. He didn't know how long he had endured, but in his dazed state he felt the sound of rain hitting the tent seemed to be softer, and the wind was no longer as fierce, no longer threatening to tear the tent apart. Struggling to open his eyes, he peered through the small gap of the tent flap. It was still pitch black, nothing was visible, but his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, as if filled with lead, and he shivered, slipping back into a hazy slumber. The next time he awoke, it was to the gradually rising temperature inside the tent and the noisy chirping of birds outside. He blinked in confusion, first glancing at the top of the tent, still damp and speckled with mud, but at least it was no longer dripping. A bright, blinding ray of sunlight squeezed in through the gap of the tent zipper, casting a narrow beam of light inside the tent, where small dust particles danced about, making the scene seem quite lively. Had the rain stopped? Had the sky cleared up? Lin Che suddenly felt revived and bolted upright. Hiss! His sudden movement made his stiff limbs feel like they were rusted, causing his muscles to ache, and he winced as he drew in a sharp breath. But what was this little pain worth? He couldn't afford to rub it. He quickly reached for the tent flap zipper, and with a loud whoosh he yanked it open. Whoosh! The bright, glaring sunlight, along with the damp air filled with the scent of earth and grass, and the warm heat, all surged into the tent, enveloping him completely. That refreshing feeling was 100 times more pleasant than the air in the city. Just one breath felt soothing to his lungs. He squinted for a while to adjust before daring to open his eyes. The scene before him was completely different from last night. After the storm, the sky was a brilliant blue, without a single cloud, resembling a freshly cleaned sapphire. The sun hung in the sky, casting golden light on the wet beach, reflecting a myriad of little sparkles that dazzled the eyes. The distant woods glistened with vibrant green, every leaf clean and bright. Even the vines looked much more spirited. The waves had softened, gently lapping against the beach, as if humming a tune, no longer appearing as fierce as last night. That terrifying downpour from last night seemed like a mere nightmare, gone as soon as he awoke. I survived. Lin Che murmured to himself, his voice still a bit hoarse, but he felt a tremendous sense of relief, as if he had escaped from death. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling even the dryness in his throat ease a bit. Although his stomach was still growling, and his throat felt close to smoking, his mood inexplicably lightened. He crawled out of the tent and stretched lazily under the sun, his limbs creaking like old bones. The sunlight warmed his body, his frozen limbs slowly began to thaw, and he felt like a wilted little plant that had come back to life. But just as he was feeling good, he noticed the pitiful state of his tent. The canvas was covered in mud spots, several areas soaked, and dark, sagging like a vagrant's tattered coat. The sandy ground around the tent was also a chaotic mess filled with puddles, and the scattered footprints he had hurriedly left behind last night, looking like a wild boar had trampled through. The livestream phone was still leaning against his backpack, its screen dark. It had automatically shut down due to low battery. Good morning, everyone. He instinctively spoke to the air, only to realize the live stream had ended, feeling like a fool, and couldn't help but chuckle, his smile filled with the relief of surviving. What was the most urgent thing now? Making a fire. He absolutely needed a fire, to dry his wet clothes, warm his frozen body, and most importantly, to boil some hot water. He had gnawed on half a dry compressed biscuit yesterday, and it had nearly set his throat ablaze. Now all he wanted was a sip of something hot. Suddenly he remembered that there was a windproof lighter in his backpack. A casual purchase before setting out, thinking it might not be needed, but now it had become a lifesaver. He quickly squatted down to search through his backpack, fumbling for a while, before finally finding the orange little box. When he opened it, the lighter was still there. He sighed in relief, feeling as if he had found treasure, and cautiously tucked it into his pocket. Then he ran to the edge of the jungle, not daring to venture too deep. The commotion from last night had left him a bit frightened, so he only picked up small twigs and leaves that had been blown down by the wind. Larger pieces of wood were certainly wet and wouldn't catch fire, so he could only collect these smaller ones. As he gathered, he kept an eye on his surroundings, wary of any sudden appearance of small animals, picking up the twigs cautiously, holding a trowel in his hand, as if guarding against thieves. After collecting a small pile, he found a sheltered spot on the beach, right next to where he had pitched the tent, using his feet to clear away the sand and uncover a small patch of flat ground. He imitated Bear Grylls from the television, laying dry leaves at the bottom, stacking the small twigs on top in a pyramid shape. It looked fairly decent. Good morning, everyone. The rain has stopped, the sky is clear, and a new day has begun. As he fiddled with the twigs, he narrated to the air. Used to live streaming, he couldn't help but talk to himself when no one was around. Now the host will demonstrate the core skill of wilderness survival, making a fire. No, wait, it's using the lighter to start a fire. Making fire by friction is too advanced. I can't do that for now. He squatted down, took a deep breath as if about to conduct an intricate experiment, and cautiously took out the lighter, pressing his thumb down. Click. A small cluster of orange flames jumped out, looking particularly friendly. Lin Che felt a surge of joy and quickly brought the flame close to the dry leaves. But the wind seemed to be deliberately opposing him, with a gust blowing through, causing the flame to flicker and die out. Lin Che, staring at the lighter, he was a bit dazed. Why was the wind so well timed? He refused to give up and pressed again. Click. The flame appeared again. He quickly shielded it from the wind, bringing it close to the leaves, but just as he moved, the wind blew again, and the flame went out. Try again. Click. Out. One more time. Click. Still out. After several attempts, the metal tip of the lighter began to heat up, while the pile of dry leaves only had its edges singed a bit. It hadn't even produced smoke, let alone caught fire. Damn. Is this wind out to get me? Is it deliberately opposing me? Lin Che was so angry, he nearly tossed the lighter aside, squatting on the ground, glaring at the pile of leaves like they were his enemies. He glanced around. The wind wasn't even strong, so why did it choose to blow out his flame? Didn't Bear Grylls just have to click a lighter for it to catch? They're all liars. Host, maintain patience. It is advised to find smaller, more flammable tinder such as dry grass or bark and construct a windbreak with stones. The system's voice suddenly chimed in, still in that cold, emotionless tone, making it sound rather annoying. Shut up. Do I need your guidance? I'm trying here. Lin Che roared in his mind, but despite his anger, the system's suggestion seemed to make a bit of sense. Suppressing his irritation, he went to the edge of the jungle to find a pile of even thinner dry grass, the kind that was yellowed and crumbled at a touch, along with a few pieces of bark that had fallen on the ground, looking quite dry. This time he had learned his lesson. He picked up a few fist-sized stones from the sandy ground and arranged them in a semicircle, placing the dry grass and small twigs inside the stone circle. Then he directly lay on the ground, leaning his upper body into the stone circle, using his arms and back to shield against the wind, nearly burying his face in that pile of dry grass. Although this position was a bit awkward, it at least blocked most of the wind. Click. The lighter sparked again, and the orange flame flickered above the dry grass. He held his breath, slowly lowering the flame until it touched the grass. Sizzle. The dry grass began to smoke. Yes. Lin Che's heart tightened, his eyes glued to the puff of smoke, not daring to breathe. The smoke grew thicker, and he could even see a few small red embers flickering within the dry grass. Catch fire. Catch fire. Come on. He whispered as if cheering on the embers, his fingers trembling slightly as he carefully added a few thinner twigs. It seemed as if the embers had heard his words. With a whoosh, the flame leaped up. Although it was only the size of a finger, it was indeed burning. I did it. I did it. Ha ha ha. Lin Che was so excited he nearly jumped up, but feared that any movement might extinguish the flame, so he remained frozen in place, laughing like a fool. He continued to slowly add small twigs to the fire, watching as the flames gradually grew larger, from the size of a finger to that of a fist, eventually forming a small pile of fire, the orange flames dancing and emitting a warm heat, and his excitement grew along with the flames. The sense of achievement at this moment was stronger than when he had set up the tent yesterday. After all, the tent was erected only with others' reminders, but this fire was something he had painstakingly created himself. He hastily took out his military water bottle from his backpack, which only had a little water left, and poured it all into the small metal lunchbox. The lunchbox had been a freebie when he bought supplies earlier, and he never expected it would come in handy now. He found 2 sticks of similar length, propping them across the stone circle with the lunchbox placed in the middle, just the right height. After doing all this, he finally remembered his phone, quickly pulling it out to connect it to the solar charger, watching the screen light up, feeling much more at ease. As soon as the phone had some power, he eagerly opened the streaming app and hit start live. Brothers, I did it. I made a fire. Look at this. As soon as the live stream started, he shouted excitedly at the camera, his voice still a bit hoarse, but filled with excitement. His face was still smeared with the dirt from earlier, with patches on the left and right looking like a little stray cat, both messy and joyful. The morning live stream had few viewers, just a handful of people who had stayed up late to watch him endure the rain last night. Soon comments began to flood in. The host is still alive. That's great. Wow. He really made a fire. Not easy. Why is the host's face so dirty? Looks like he just finished digging coal. Haha. Congratulations to Lin Che for achieving the wilderness fire-making feat. Although he used a lighter, that's still impressive. Lin Che didn't have time to interact with the comments. All his attention was on that little lunchbox. The water inside was starting to bubble, the sizzle sound particularly pleasing. He squatted by the fire, his eyes fixed on the lunchbox like it was a treasure, and his stomach began to growl again, saliva nearly dripping out. Before long, the water was boiling, bubbling up with white foam steam, rising, carrying a hint of water vapor, scent that felt warm just by smelling it. He quickly used a twig to carefully hook the lunchbox down, placing it on the sand to cool. It was too hot, touching it directly could burn his hand. Then he took out the half-eaten compressed biscuit and broke it into small pieces with his hands, tossing them into the lunchbox. The dry, hard biscuit instantly softened upon touching the hot water, slowly expanding while emitting a scent of scallion oil, a flavor he usually thought was average, but now smelled like the best aroma in the world. Lin Che's stomach growled even louder, his mouth watering more profusely, wishing he could eat it immediately. He couldn't wait for the biscuit to fully soak. Using 2 thin twigs as chopsticks, he picked up a piece of mushy biscuit, blew on it several times to ensure it wasn't hot, and quickly shoved it into his mouth. The warm biscuit slid into his mouth, carrying a salty fragrance and a slightly soft texture, gliding down his throat into his stomach, a wave of warmth spreading throughout his body, making his frozen limbs feel as if they were thawing. It was just a biscuit soaked in hot water. How could it taste this good? How could it make him want to cry? As Lin Che ate, his nose suddenly tinged with an ache and his eyes felt a bit wet. He hurriedly lowered his head, pretending to be affected by the steam, burying his head and continuing to eat, mumbling, "It's good. So damn good." The viewers in the live stream watched him like this, and the comments became lively, filled with sympathy and teasing. Look how starving he is. Even a soaked biscuit tastes like a delicacy to him. Although it's just a compressed biscuit, it looks delicious to me. I'm hungry too. Why is the host crying while eating? Ha ha ha, so cute. This is not easy. He finally got something warm to eat. I felt so sorry for him watching him in the rain last night. This live stream is getting real. Not acting, he's genuinely living life. Lindsay, you got this. Let's hope you find something else to eat today. A comment suddenly popped up addressing him as Lindsay. Yacht Gu is amazing. You made such a great fire, surely you can find water next. Another comment addressed him as Che Gu. Seeing these 2 comments warmed Lin Che's heart, and the earlier feelings of grievance and loneliness seemed to fade away. He sniffed, raised his head, and smiled at the camera. His face still smeared with dirt, but his smile was especially sincere. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thanks to the friend who called me Lindsay. I can't accept being called Che Gu with my skills. At best a Lin rookie. He paused, glancing at the nearly finished mush in the lunchbox, then at the flickering fire, and finally at the vast blue sea in the distance, suddenly feeling a surge of ambition. Perhaps it was from being so hungry or the warmth of the fire giving him courage. He picked up his phone, opened the live stream settings, and changed the previous title Star Sand Island Wilderness Survival. Today, one of Island Survival. I've got something warm to eat. After changing the title, he set up the phone again, facing the camera, his voice much louder than before though still a bit hoarse, filled with the exhilaration of surviving from today on. Don't call me the host anymore. He paused for effect, seeing the comments in the stream, saying, what should we call you? An island master, he smiled, and said, please call me Lin Che. From now on, I am the island master of Star Sand Island. Stick with me, and I'll take you to eat well. Of course, for now, let's fill up on this biscuit mush. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly became lively with comments filled with Lin Che and Island Master, and others cheering Island Master go. And Island Master, you got this. Though there were only a few dozen viewers, Lin Che felt as if he had a sense of home. Not the tent, but the people in the live stream made him feel he wasn't alone in struggling on the island. The sunlight warmed his body, the flames danced in the fire pit, he had warm food in his belly, his wet clothes were slowly drying nearby, and the screen of his phone still had people chatting with him. Lin Che sat on the beach gazing at everything before him, suddenly realizing that maybe this island survival wasn't so bad after all. Having had his fill, well, just half a piece of soggy compressed biscuit, and quenched his thirst, there's nothing like hot water, it warms you all over, basking in the warm sun. Lin Che, now to be called Lin Che, felt a bit light-headed, squinting his eyes as he leaned against a rock, relishing the small pleasures of surviving a catastrophe. He even began to think that life on this deserted island might not be so hard after all, sunbathing during the day, stargazing at night, chatting with a dozen family members in the live stream, and who knows, maybe he could even go to the sea and collect some shells and crabs. Life could be quite. Ding dong. Detected that the host has successfully passed the initial adaptation period, and the survival state is stabilizing, though he is still quite inexperienced. Now issuing main task: only by settling down can one work happily. Task requirement: please build a sturdy shelter that can effectively resist wind and rain within 7 days. Task standard: it must have basic structural strength, be able to withstand regular wind and rain, and the internal space must be relatively dry and safe. No more using that shabby tent to fool around. Task reward: basic tool set, including axe, X1 handsaw, X1 hammer, X1 a pack of nails. Logistics will be delivered on the next voyage after the task is completed. Failure penalty: the host will permanently lose the respect of this system. And one randomly retrieved existing resource. Come on, dear, I have faith in you. This series of system prompts mixed with emoticons and sarcastic remarks in parentheses was like a bucket of ice water splashed over Lin Che, extinguishing his momentary sense of comfort. 7 days. To build a shelter that can withstand wind and rain. Lin Che suddenly sprang up from the rock, eyes wide, nearly tossing the wet socks he was drying into the fire. System, come out. Let's talk. How can you call my tent a shabby tent? I spent over $300 on that. Also, axe and saw. You should provide them first. What can I build without tools? Am I supposed to gnaw the wood with my teeth? His complaints bubbled over like a volcano, but he had to maintain a calm facade. He couldn't let the viewers in the live stream know he was talking to the system, could he? As a result, his mouth twitched uncontrollably, resembling someone having a seizure, looking quite comical. The viewers in the live stream had already noticed his abnormal behavior, and the barrage of comments surged with curiosity. What's wrong with Lin Che? He was fine just a moment ago, suddenly acting like he got electrocuted. Dog head. The anchor must have discovered something again. Could it be that a crab pinched his butt again? Che Gu, your expression is too abstract, it looks like an emoji. Lin Che took a deep breath, suppressing his grievances against the system deep down. He couldn't show his hand, he had to smooth things over. He stared at the camera, forcing a smile, but the grin looked worse than a cry. No, it's nothing. Brothers, I just suddenly had a bold idea. He stood up deliberately, putting on a serious expression, which might look solemn to the audience, and walked over to that shabby tent, patting the still damp canvas. With a plop, a few drops of water fell. As you all saw, last night's storm sounded the alarm for us. His tone was grave, as if mourning a dear friend. This tent, it did its best, but it simply couldn't hold up. It leaked like a sieve last night. If it rains this heavily again, we might end up floating in the water. He spread his arms, pointing towards the dense and scary jungle behind him, his voice suddenly rising, filled with a passionate defiance. Therefore, I have decided. We can't rely on this thing all the time. We must be self-reliant. With our own hands, we will build a real home on this island. A sturdy, warm home that can withstand wind and rain. He shouted with such conviction that he nearly convinced himself, almost moved by this surge of heroism. The viewers in the live stream were indeed stirred, and the barrage exploded with excitement. Wow. Are we going to build a house? Lin Che is awesome. Finally getting into infrastructure? Can't wait to see. Is it going to be a wooden house? He'll be the cloud supervisor. Wait, anchor, do you have tools? Are you relying on just that little shovel? The last comment hit Lin Che right in his sore spot. He currently had no tools aside from the military shovel, not even a small knife. His mouth twitched again, pretending he didn't see that comment, and continued to force a smile. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. Our conditions may be tough, and we have few tools. But where there's a will, there's a way. With everyone's suggestions plus my, execution power, we will definitely succeed. He felt guilty after saying that. Execution power. He couldn't even assemble the tent poles correctly. How could his execution power be anything but negative? But the family members in the live stream were much more optimistic than he was. When they heard that he was going to build a house, they got excited and instantly transformed into cloud engineers and cloud architects, pouring various suggestions onto the screen so fast he could hardly keep up. One comment from an ID called Wild Knife Bro popped up first, sounding particularly confident, like a leader speaking. Wild Knife Bro, anchor, listen to me. You must use mortise and tenon joints. Purely wooden construction, not a single nail. This is an ancient skill passed down from our ancestors, sturdy and durable and environmentally friendly. You can tell by my name that I'm a professional. You won't go wrong listening to me. Lin Che stared at the two characters mortise and tenon, feeling a bit dazed. He seemed to have heard this term in a documentary, a rather advanced woodworking technique that required a lot of chiseling. He didn't even know how to saw wood. How could he do mortise and tenon? Wouldn't he just end up chiseling into his own fingers? Before he could digest that, another comment from an ID called Grandpa Wong came through, directly contradicting Wild Knife Bro. Grandpa Wong, young man, don't listen to his nonsense. Mortise and tenon is too complicated. You can't finish it alone without tools. Listen to the old man. Dig half underground. Like a cellar, warm in winter and cool in summer, and it protects against wind. Just put a roof on top. It's simpler and saves materials. Half underground. Lin Che imagined. With his little military shovel, he would be panting and digging a pit, and if he encountered rain like last night, wouldn't the pit fill up with water? By the time the shelter was built, he would have dug himself a luxurious water grave and would drown while sleeping. With two experts giving conflicting opinions, the comments quickly erupted into a debate, like a debate conference. Wild Knife Bro, it's too damp. Half underground. It's prone to mold and bugs. Drainage is also difficult. The above-ground mortise and tenon structure is more reliable. Grandpa Wong, you don't know anything. Isn't it fine if you do the drainage properly? The above-ground structure is heavily affected by the wind, and it will collapse with a gust. Young man, you haven't even grown all your hair. Don't boss everyone around. Wild Knife Bro, I've been in the outdoors for 10 years. You think you know better than me. Mortise and tenon structures are much more earthquake and wind-resistant than your shabby cellar. Grandpa Wong, I've farmed my whole life. Oh, I've built more sheds than you've walked roads. You don't understand. Other viewers began to pick sides, the comments rushing by rapidly. Support Wild Knife Bro. Mortise and tenon is awesome. I want to see traditional craftsmanship. Support Grandpa Wong. Half underground is practical. The anchor has no tools. Doing mortise and tenon isn't realistic. You guys stop arguing. Let the anchor choose for himself. Anchor, who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Lin Che looked at the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen, feeling overwhelmed. He originally had no idea, and now he was even more confused with so many people arguing. He felt like he wasn't about to build a house. He was here to host a construction competition, and he was the only slacker in the competition, completely clueless. At that moment, a comment from an ID called Lubon Reborn floated by, sounding quite calm, unlike Wild Knife Bro and Grandpa Wong, who were so worked up. Lubon Reborn, both of you stop arguing. The anchor currently has no major tools. Handling wood is tough, and half underground projects require too much work, with drainage also being tricky. Why not find a middle ground? Use an above-ground structure with compacted foundations and triangular supports. It's low difficulty, yet ensures stability, suitable for beginners. This suggestion sounded a bit more feasible. But what's triangular support? Is it like the triangle in math? His math has always been poor, and he couldn't understand this either. Before he could figure that out, even more ridiculous suggestions popped up. How about a treehouse? Building it in a tree, safe and thrilling. How about finding a cave? There must be caves on the island, so you wouldn't have to build one yourself. Use mud to plaster the walls. I saw Bear Grylls do it. It's simple and warm. Vines. Use vines to bind the wood. Primitive, eco-friendly, and good-looking. Anchor, why not buy insurance first? It feels like building a house could lead to accidents. Lin Che squatted on the ground, holding his head, feeling like his brain was about to burst from being stuffed with these suggestions, buzzing loudly. He couldn't even figure out the simplest task of putting up a shelter, let alone a treehouse or mud walls. Stop. Hold on. All you big brothers, uncles, and experts. He bowed respectfully to the camera, almost kneeling down. You all make sense. But could you maybe say something I can understand? With my level, I can only fold a paper airplane. Oh, I really can't handle anything complicated. He had a mournful face, pointing at the military shovel at his feet, then at the pile of thin branches next to him that looked as delicate as chopsticks. I need to go take a woodworking class to learn mortise and tenon. With just this shovel, I wouldn't finish digging until next year, and triangular supports. It knows me, but I don't know it. The viewers in the live stream watched his pitiful and comical expression, and the barrage turned from debate to laughter. The anchor is so miserable. He's driven mad by a bunch of cloud commanders. Che, I just want to build a nest, not construct the forbidden city. Suddenly feeling the terror of being surrounded by academic elites, it's too real. Keep it simple. Use simpler language. Don't get complicated. I suggest the anchor learn basic woodworking first before talking about building a house dog head. Ding. Detected that the host is suffering from decision fatigue. This system warmly suggests whether it's mortise and tenon or half underground tools are required, dear. Please strive to complete the task to obtain the axe and saw first. The axe in the shop is priced at 100 points and the handsaw is priced at 80 points, but completing the task comes with a free set, which is more cost-effective. Current countdown 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. By the way, what Luban Reborn said has some merit and can be considered. The system's warm suggestion chimed in at the right moment, while also giving him a nudge revealing a bit of information about the shop. Lin Che, glancing at his 3010, 5 huge sum he sighed. Even with some points, he couldn't buy things that would arrive immediately. He slowly stood up, brushed off the sand from his pants, his face full of despair. What else could he do? He couldn't truly let the system take away his supplies, could he? He had only this little bit of belongings. If one was taken away, he would have even less. All right, brothers, I've noted all your suggestions. He said weakly to the camera. I think I'll go see if there are any suitable woods in the jungle. Starting from the simplest step by step. He bent down to pick up the military shovel, slinging it over his shoulder. That shovel didn't look big, but he felt it was heavier than 1,000 pounds pressing down on his shoulder. He staggered towards the edge of the jungle, his silhouette exuding a sense of tragic grandeur, a bit lost, resembling a soldier heading to the battlefield. But the barrage in the live stream had not stopped, still bustling. Some were still discussing the pros and cons of mortise and tenon versus half underground. Others began giving Lin Che suggestions on which wood to choose, and even Wild Knife Bro and Grandpa Wong were engaging in friendly academic exchanges over whether or not to use stones for the foundation. Lin Che's wilderness mansion construction plan thus began amidst a chaotic backdrop of cloud commands, the system's relentless countdown, and his own bewilderment in a difficult, humorous, and uncertain manner to unfold. He didn't even know if he could build a decent shelter within 7 days, let alone a sturdy shelter. But there was no choice. The arrow was on the bowstring, and it had to be released, so he could only brace himself and go for it. After being misled by the group of cloud engineers in the live stream, one moment talking about building a mortise and tenon palace, the next about digging an underground bunker, Lin Che, also known as Lindsay, finally recognized reality. Relying on these onlookers for reliable suggestions was less likely than hoping that the broken system would suddenly develop a conscience and airdrop a construction team. Host, this system values fair trading. Rewards must be earned by yourself. Airdropping a construction team requires many heavenly points, and your current balance is only 3010. 5 points mainly from the yacht provided by Juan and fishballs thrown by others. Want to see the price list? No way. Lin Che retorted in his mind, filled with frustration. Over 3,000 points seems like a lot, but the logistics are as slow as a turtle. Who knows when the next voyage will be? These points are now like a bank's fixed deposit, visible, but untouchable, utterly useless. Axes are only 100 points in the shop, saws 80 points. I can afford them, but they can't be delivered. I still have to rely on myself to mess around. He shook his head, casting aside those unrealistic thoughts, his gaze landing on the jungle before him and the only big guy in his hand, the engineer shovel. This thing was specially chosen by him before departure, claimed to be multifunctional. Now it seems whether it can save his life depends entirely on luck. Brothers, he took a deep breath, assuming a battlefield expression for the camera, filled with tragic grandeur. After careful consideration and everyone's valuable suggestions, I have decided. Let's go for the simplest, most basic plan suitable for my clumsy skills. Build in a frame shelter. He gestured with his hands like a child who has just learned to draw. Just find a few long logs to form a triangular frame, cover it with branches and leaves for rain protection, block the sides, and as long as I can crawl in to sleep, that's enough. Simple and crude, but effective. The reactions in the comments were varied, smart. Finally, not aiming too high. What? I thought we were building a seaside villa. What a letdown. Che has finally realized his limitations. Not easy, ha ha ha. Support. Better to have a shelter than a leaking tent. Wilderness knife, brother size streamer, you're wasting good materials. Heartbroken old Wong, fine, better to have a place to shield from the wind and rain, can always improve later. Lin Che ignored knife brother's lament and old Wong's reluctant approval, hoisting the engineer shovel, marching boldly to the edge of the jungle, only to stop in front of a small tree no thicker than his wrist. You're the one. You look weak, easy to bully. He selected this tree, poised himself, lifted the engineer shovel with both hands, and swung down hard at the trunk. Clang. A crisp sound like striking a gong. The edge of the engineer's shovel indeed bit into the trunk a little, but the recoil was terrifying, numbing his hands and making his arms feel weak, nearly causing him to throw the shovel away. Damn, so hard. He shook his numbed hand, gritting his teeth in pain. Looking at the small tree, it had only shed a bit of bark, swaying its branches as if mocking him, showing no signs of falling over. The engineer's shovel is primarily for digging. While it can chop a bit, it's inefficient and laborious. It's suggested to use a saw, axe, and chopping together. Of course you don't have a saw or axe, but they're waiting for you in the shop, dear. Keep it up. Shut up. I know I have no tools. I can afford them, but they can't be delivered. Lin Che shouted angrily in his mind, while forcing a calm expression for the camera. Cough, cough. Everyone can see the trees on this island are just sturdy. No wonder they are native species. This requires us to be more patient and more skillful. Skills. What skills does he have? It's all just guesswork. He could only lift the engineer's shovel again, not expecting to chop it off in one go, but instead pecking at it like a woodpecker, chiseling, chopping, and hacking one stroke at a time. Clang, clang, clang. The sound echoed by the sea like beating a drum, audible from far away. After a dozen chops, the trunk had only sunken a little. He was drenched in sweat, his t-shirt soaked, and clinging to his back, panting, as if he had run 1,000 meters, feeling more exhausted than when he waded through water yesterday. The comments began to flood in again. All spectators. Is the streamer just scratching the tree? After chopping for so long, it's only lost some bark. Hearing this sound makes my hands hurt. Che, good, you've worked hard. Engineer shovel. I was terrified at the time, afraid of being thrown away by the streamer. Lindsay, keep it up. You can do it. Why not switch to a thinner one? This one looks tough. Lin Che gritted his teeth and chose a thinner sapling, just a bit thicker than his thumb. This time it went a bit smoother. After clang, clang, clang for a long while with his hands almost numb, that sapling finally went crack and fell down reluctantly. Got it. The first piece of building material is in hand. Lin Che excitedly raised that pitifully thin beam, flaunting it before the camera, his hands still trembling, but his face was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After all, it was cut down by himself. Next came the second third. The process was both tedious and tiring, shockingly inefficient. The trees he chopped down were getting thinner and thinner, not that he didn't want to chop thicker ones, but he simply had no strength left. Thicker trees didn't budge after dozens of chops, while thinner ones at least showed some hope. The collected wood was crooked and gnarled, some even had forks looking unreliable, raising doubts about whether they could support a doghouse. Having barely finished chopping, it was time to transport the wood. These logs didn't look thick, but they were incredibly heavy, especially the forked ones constantly snagging on the grass. Lin Che hoisted the wood onto his shoulder, trudging back and forth between the beach and the edge of the jungle, exhausted like a dead dog. Several times he slipped and nearly tripped over the wood, almost falling flat on his face. After a great effort, he dragged a few main building materials to the chosen campsite, right next to the tent, and the next step was to dig a hole to bury the posts. This time the engineer's shovel could finally play its proper role. He raised the shovel and began to dig. The sandy ground was relatively soft, making it much easier than chopping trees. He huffed and puffed, digging 4 shallow holes in the ground, looking quite decent. All right, now let's stand up the posts and secure them, he said breathlessly to the camera, like directing a construction team, when in fact it was just him. He picked up the thickest log relative to the others and stood it in the first hole, then filled the hole with sand using the shovel, stepping hard to compact it, making the sand very firm. Next came the second third. He was busy, drenched in sweat, his face covered in sand, looking like a mud person. Just as he was about to raise the fourth post, focusing only on the wood in his hands, he didn't notice his feet. Ow, damn. He suddenly tripped over a vine hidden in the sand, losing his balance in an instant, flailing wildly as he lurched forward. Just as he was about to fall face first into the ground, he instinctively tried to throw the wood in his arms, but his hand slipped, and the wood didn't go far, instead crashing down. Bang! The end of the wood struck exactly on the first post he had just erected. That post, which wasn't buried very deep to begin with, swayed unsteadily, and then slowly toppled over. It also knocked the second post beside it askew, and with a loud crash both posts fell into the sand, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Che himself also fell down hard, landing on his backside. Ow, he exclaimed, pain causing stars to dance before his eyes, tears almost spilling out. Rubbing his rear, gritting his teeth, he got up and looked up. Of the 4 posts he had worked so hard to erect, 2 had fallen, 1 was leaning, leaving only 1 standing there, lonely, swaying in the wind, as if mocking him. The scene was a mess, as if a husky had ransacked the place. The wood was scattered everywhere, and 2 of the holes had collapsed. Lin Che stared at the dismal scene, frozen, like he had been hit with paralysis, unable to react for a long time. The comments in the live stream exploded with laughter, moving faster than before. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This show is amazing. Che Gu, I'm killing myself. I've personally destroyed my own home. Work-related injury. This definitely counts as a work-related injury. Suggestions for the streamer to apply for work injury compensation. Engineer Shovel, I'm not taking the blame, it's your own clumsiness. Congratulations to the streamer for achieving the self-destroyed home achievement. Reward a sore backside. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Let me send some fish balls to comfort the streamer. Lin Che slumped on the sand looking at the fallen posts, then at his hands that were raw and even slightly scraped, and then at the pitiful pile of building materials. A wave of helplessness and grievance surged, making his nose feel a bit sour. After toiling for half a day chopping trees, digging holes, and moving wood, was this the result? Just this, eh? The over 3,000 heavenly points in his account now felt like a cold joke, utterly useless. Buying tools that couldn't be delivered, what's the point? He faced the camera, no longer caring about his image, directly throwing in the towel, weakly complaining, brothers. I've finally seen through it. You internet users. All talk big. Mortise and tenon, semi-underground triangular supports. But when it comes to actually working, I'm still here grunting and toiling alone. He took a breath, pointing at the mess on the ground, his tone full of grievance. You just have to talk, it's not you who's getting tired. So I'm just supposed to be the donkey of a production team. And that logistics. What a joke. Buying tools that can't be delivered, it's just like not buying at all. This complaint, filled with exhaustion and grievance, paired with his miserable appearance, hair a mess like a bird's nest, face covered in sand, and his backside still hurting, made him appear particularly genuine and comedic. Sure enough, the comments were once again filled with ha ha ha, mixed with a few feeling sorry for the streamer for a second, and some people sent small gifts like consolation prize and spicy strips. The system notification chimed again. Ding. Received audience tips, consolation prize X3, you made me laugh to death X5. Although the host is inefficient and keeps having accidents, the live broadcast effect is top-notch. Oh, please continue to maintain it. Lin Che. Thank you for your consolation prize. I feel so comforted. He resignedly got up, rubbed his still painful backside, and dejectedly began to clean up the mess, lifting the fallen posts, digging the holes a bit deeper, and packing the sand tighter, fearing they might fall again. The sun was getting hotter, baking the beach to scorching temperatures, stretching Lin Che's shadow long. He was busy alone, sometimes using the engineer shovel to chop trees, sometimes to dig holes, and sometimes to pry stones to support the posts, occasionally using it to knock off the sand from himself. The engineer shovel in his hand had been played into 100 uses, but unfortunately none were truly handy. The progress was terrifyingly slow, and problems kept arising. Either he chopped trees halfway and had no strength left, or he fell while moving wood, or the hole collapsed while burying the posts. There were plenty of laughs, but not a single shadow of the shelter was yet to be seen. His grand dream of building a sturdy shelter had been repeatedly crushed into the ground on the first day by himself and the abysmal logistics. Lin Che thought, while wiping sweat, in these 7 days I'm afraid I won't even be able to set up a frame structure. Time passed slowly, tortuously. 2 days had gone by, and Lin Che felt like a laborer chopping trees and digging pits every day, struggling against his disobedient hands and the ever-opposing force of gravity. Progress. It's so slow it could drive one mad. His luxurious hut had only a few crooked main pillars erected, looking as if it were afflicted by rickets, swaying with every gust of wind, as if it might collapse at any moment. Just these few pillars had toppled over more than 5 times. First, they weren't buried deep enough, so they fell. The second time they were deep, but not compacted, and a little rain softened the soil, causing them to fall again. The third time, after finally standing firm, he inadvertently knocked them askew while moving wood. He was about to throw up from all the rework. What made it even more troublesome was putting on the rafters. He had to sharpen one end of the thin branches to rest them on the main frame. He painstakingly used a spade to whittle them down, his hands trembling, and several times he nearly sliced off his own fingers, causing him to jerk back in fear, cold sweat pouring down. The wood he shaped was either too crooked to fit or too sharp that it broke with the slightest pressure, making him so furious he nearly threw the spade away. The cloud engineers in the live stream showed up promptly every day, even more enthusiastic than at a regular job, bombarding him with various guidance like raindrops while Blade Bro Lin. How many times do I have to tell you? The angles of that tripod need to be reduced. Don't make it look like it's blossoming if the angle is too wide and unstable. Less than 60 degrees. Do you understand 60 degrees? Old Wong, the soil at the edge of that pit needs to be compacted. Don't mess around. Otherwise, after a little rain, it'll all turn to mud, and those pillars will topple right before your eyes. I've been farming all my life. Can I teach you this? Luban reincarnated host, that rafter on your left is too long, exceeding the frame by nearly 20 centimeters. The center of gravity will be off. I suggest you cut it down by about 15 centimeters and don't exceed a 2-centimeter margin of error. Meow Xiaodong, be careful, Che. Don't cut your hand. It looks so dangerous. Heartbroken. What to eat today, host? If this wooden house is really built, will it smell particularly nice when roasting things in the future? Looking forward. Lin Che was overwhelmed by their chatter. Listening to Blade Brothers' angle adjustments, Old Wong would say it was wrong. Listening to Old Wong's compacting the soil, Lubon reincarnated would say the center of gravity was off. He felt like he wasn't building a house, but participating in an endless defense, with each examiner having their own standards, and no matter what he did, it was always wrong. What made him even more anxious was the logistics for the next shipment. He was almost going cross-eyed with anticipation. That set of basic tools, axe, saw, hammer, was his lifeline. Without these, his work felt like trying to scrape a stone with a fingernail, slow and arduous. The over 3,000 paradise points in his account now seemed meaningless. They were visible, but intangible. Buying tools didn't ensure delivery. What was the difference from waste paper? Host, please be patient. Recent weather at sea has been unstable, affecting logistics. Please make full use of existing tools and exercise your initiative. There are still many uses for the spade waiting for you to discover. Initiative, my ass. If I move again, my fingers will be gone. Lin Che roared inwardly, viciously hacking at a vine entangled in the frame with his spade. That vine was particularly tough. After pulling for ages, it wouldn't budge. Everything he saw irritated him, and he wished to chop the vine like it was the system. On the afternoon of the third day, the sun was still scorching, making the beach feel like it was on fire. Even standing barefoot on it was painful. Lin Che didn't care about his appearance anymore. He hung his wash shirt on the tent pole, bare-chested, drenched in sweat, as if he had just bathed, struggling with that stubborn vine. He wanted to tie it to the frame as a reinforcement rope. The vine was too slippery. After tying it several times, it came loose. He gritted his teeth, his expression fierce, as if he were going to eat the vine raw. It didn't look like he was building a house, but rather venting his frustration. The audience in the live stream was entertained, and the comments were filled with teasing. The host's expression looks like he has a vendetta against the vine. The vine, I was so scared I didn't dare move, fearing he would snap me. This isn't reinforcing, it's more like torture. Che, why don't we stop struggling and wait until the tools arrive? Your hands are about to tremble like you have Parkinson's. Just then, a particularly inconspicuous comment floated by with the ID Captain Jack. Captain Jack, hey, is that a small black dot on the distant sea? A boat. This comment was quickly buried under other teasing remarks, but Lin Che's peripheral vision caught it. Boat. He abruptly stopped his work, threw down the vine, and his heart raced like a drum. He didn't care about the livestream camera anymore, rushing to a higher spot on the beach, slipping slightly on the sand under his feet, almost falling flat on his face. He climbed onto a slightly elevated rock, using his hand as a visor, straining to look out at the distant sea. There really was a black dot. At the horizon, a tiny figure was slowly moving. From the direction, it seemed to be coming toward this island. A boat. It's a boat. A real boat is coming. Lin Che's voice turned high-pitched with excitement, sounding like he was calling for help. He hurriedly ran back to the tent's edge, shoved his phone into the stand, without caring if the angle was right, aiming it toward the sea, then dashed back to the rock, fixating on that black, not daring to blink, afraid it might be a hallucination that would disappear with a blink. The viewers in the live stream went wild, comments flying rapidly. No way. Is this real? Host, are you imagining things because you want the tools too much? Quick, clear the lens. I want to see too. I'm so excited. It's more nerve-wracking than receiving my own package. Host, look quickly. Is that boat coming this way? Without needing the audience to prompt him, Lin Che was already frantically adjusting the phone stand. His hands were shaking badly, and it took several attempts to focus on that black dot. Then he ran back to the rock, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot stove, jumping slightly every few steps to see more clearly. Host, a logistics vessel is approaching. Please prepare to sign for your reward package, and remember to explain, well, don't let it slip. Explain, my ass. If that's not my tools, I'll jump into the sea and fight it. Lin Che's mind was a blank slate, just wishing for the boat to hurry over. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of viewers and Lin Che himself, the black dot grew larger, and its outline gradually became visible. It was a small boat. It was slightly larger than the fishing boat that had brought him before, looking more legitimate, and it seemed to have some color, not that shabby old thing. The small boat sliced through the waves, drawing closer. The sound of the engine's putt-putt could be faintly heard. Lin Che's heart felt like it was leaping out of his throat. His hands rubbed together tightly, palms sweating, even forgetting to wipe the sweat off his body. The small boat stopped a few dozen meters from the beach, then lowered a small inflatable raft. A man in a blue uniform picked up a package and jumped onto the raft, slowly paddling toward the shore. It's here. It's really here. Lin Che felt like his blood was boiling, almost rushing into the sea to greet it. He restrained his impulse, standing at the edge of the beach, looking like an elementary school student waiting for an award, but this student was bare-chested, covered in sand and sweat, looking a bit ridiculous. The inflatable raft reached the shore, and the man jumped down, stepping into the water, splashing a little. He had dark skin, little expression on his face, and looked a bit impatient, holding a square package wrapped in waterproof cloth, which seemed heavy. Lin Che. The man sized Lin Che up for a moment, seeming unable to connect the name with the wild man in front of him, and shouted, his voice scattered by the sea breeze. Yes, I'm Lin Che. Lin Che nearly lunged at him, his voice trembling, fearing that if he was a moment late the boat would leave. The man scanned him up and down again, pulled out a delivery board and a pen from his pocket, and handed them over. Your package, survival supplies, ordered online. Just sign here. This place is so remote the navigation couldn't even find it. I looked for a long time. The fuel cost alone isn't enough for this trip. Online ordered. Survival supplies. Lin Che immediately understood. This was the system's prearranged explanation. He quickly took the pen, his hands shaking badly, and he wrote his name with such a shaky hand that it looked like a worm crawling. He nearly wrote Lin Ci instead of Lin Che, and after signing, he took a careful glance, afraid of making a mistake. Thank you, big brother. Thank you so much. It's hard for you to make this trip. He handed back the delivery board, then nearly snatched the package. Heavy in his hands, he could hear the clank sound of metal inside. It must be tools. Hacksaw hammer. The treasures he had waited so long for. A huge wave of joy overwhelmed him, and he hugged the package, spinning around on the beach like a child who had just received a new toy, nearly losing his balance and falling. The delivery man shook his head at Lin Che's crazy behavior, muttering, "City folks really think too much. They have good lives, but come to this broken island to suffer," before turning and jumping onto the raft, paddling back to the small boat. In no time, the small boat turned around, putting back, quickly becoming a small black dot on the sea surface, slowly disappearing. The entire process felt like a dream, and Lin Che stood there hugging the package and grinning foolishly, not able to react for a while. The comments in the live stream had already exploded, scrolling too fast to see clearly. No way. It's really a delivery. The tools are here. Is the host going silly? Hugging the package like a fool. Ordered online. Can deliveries even be made to this place? That's amazing. Didn't the host say he asked a friend to buy it? Turns out it was arranged long ago. No matter how it came, hurry and open it. Let's see if it's really the axe and saw. I'm about to die from anxiety. Host, hurry up and move. Lin Che was pulled back to reality by the barrage of comments, finally remembering that there was still a live stream. He quickly placed the package on the beach, brushed off the sand on top, took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up no matter how hard he tried to suppress it. Brothers, are you surprised? Unexpected, right? He faced the camera, trying to put on a "I've got everything under control" demeanor, but the joy had already escaped from his eyes. Actually, these are survival tools I had my friend in the country order for me, asking him to find a chance to deliver them. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. It's truly a timely assistance. His explanation was full of holes. What friend could find logistics to such a remote island? Why didn't he bring some water when he was about to die of thirst? But most viewers in the live stream were infected by his excitement, not scrutinizing too closely, but instead sharing in the joy. Awesome. This friend is reliable. When it comes to important matters, he truly comes through. Turns out he was prepared all along. I thought the host was going to dig forever with the spade. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry and open the package. I want to see the new tools. Yes, open it. Let us see if it's the legendary axe and saw. Under the viewers' urging, Lin Che couldn't care about anything else, starting to tear open the package with a heart racing with excitement. The outer layer was thick, waterproof oilcloth secured with exceptionally sturdy ropes. He struggled hard to untie it, his hands turning red. After unwrapping the oilcloth, he found a hard cardboard box inside, sealed with transparent tape, reading "fragile, handle with care." Though it contained tools, he wondered who the label was meant for. He dug out a multifunctional knife from his backpack, cut the tape, and carefully lifted the box lid. What was inside was revealed at once: a short-handled axe, its blade gleaming coldly and looking sharp. A folding hand saw the blade tucked in, with a sturdy plastic handle, a claw hammer, the head heavy and shining metallic, and a large box of nails, all packed in a metal box full to the brim. There was foam under the tools to prevent them from bumping. Wow! Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim, his voice cracking a bit, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He had never thought an axe could look so good. He carefully picked up the axe, weighted in his hand. It was heavy, very steady, and felt amazing. It was at least 100 times better than his old spade. He then picked up the folding hand saw, unfolded the blade, and gently touched the teeth with his finger, not daring to press too hard. It felt icy and particularly sharp, and he felt it would cut through trees extremely quickly. Finally, he picked up the claw hammer and tapped the hammerhead, producing a solid thud, looking very reliable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. Basic tool, Sex 1. Please use it properly and build your home well. The tools are great, but don't hurt yourself. The system's notifications sounded particularly pleasant this time. Even the emoticons seemed cute. Lin Che held the axe in one hand and the hand saw in the other, facing the camera, his voice trembling with excitement. Brothers, did you see it? An axe. A saw. We finally upgraded from a shotgun to a cannon. Before it was the Stone Age, now we're stepping into the Iron Age. He was so excited that he couldn't help but swing the axe, but he lost control of his strength and nearly chopped down the nearby pillar, quickly stopping drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, he didn't hit it, otherwise he would have to redo it. The atmosphere in the live stream soared to a climax, comments flooded and saying, "Awesome, finally, have tools," looking forward to the host showing his skills. "No way. That axe looks formidable. It must cut trees fast. Che doesn't have to scratch the trees anymore." The previous hut was just a warm-up. Now the real show begins. Lin the Builder, get to work. Let us see your strength. Looking forward to the new hut. It can't fall again this time, right? Lin Che held on to his new tools, looking at the crooked pillars, suddenly feeling energized. His previous struggles, frustrations, and complaints had all vanished. With the axe and saw, he felt capable again. Building a sturdy hut was definitely not a problem. However, the longtime viewers, especially Wild Blade Bro and Old Wong, quietly sent comments that hinted at concern. "Wild Blade Bro, host, take it easy. The axe isn't a toy. Be careful with your hands when cutting trees." Old Wong, I can't shake the feeling that with these tools this kid might cause even bigger trouble. Their worries weren't unfounded. After all, this host had even managed to install the tent pole upside down, and with sharper tools, who knows what ridiculous things he might do. Lin Che hugged the heavy toolbox as if it were a freshly dug gold ingot, grinning foolishly all the way back to his messy construction site. The ground still littered with unfinished wooden frames, and the vines entangled around them, swaying in the breeze, reminiscent of a battlefield left untended after a fierce fight. He gently set the box down on the dry sand, crouching like a treasure hunter, touching each tool, axe, handsaw, hammer, with his fingers. When his fingertips brushed over the cold metallic edge, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and the silly grin never left his face. The audience in the live stream could feel his excitement through the screen, with familiar IDs sending out comments first. "Meow, shout on, brother Che, don't just touch them. Try the axe. I can't wait any longer, anticipating. Wilderness knife, brother, exactly. Don't act like a little girl, pick up the axe and show us how you can chop a tree. Grandpa Wong, be careful with that. The axe blade is sharp, don't cut yourself. I got nicked by an axe when I was young, and it left a scar." Luban reincarnated, I suggest checking the tools first to confirm if the axe handle is secure and if the saw blade is deformed. Lin Che took a deep breath, opened the toolbox, and solemnly picked up the short-handled axe. The handle, made of hardwood polished to a shine, fitting perfectly in his grip. The axe blade glinted coldly as he shook it in front of the camera, deliberately avoiding the edge. "Brother's look. How sharp this blade is. Just looking at it makes it seem deadly. Wilderness knife, brother, don't just look. The real test is in actual combat. Find a tree to try it on. The one you struggled with before. Grandpa Wong, yes. That thick one. Let it experience the might of the axe." Lin Che obediently walked up to the tree he had struggled with earlier, the one he had only managed to chip at with the entrenching tool after dozens of swings, nearly exhausting himself in the process. He imitated the lumberjacks from movies, spat into his palm. Even though his palms were sweaty, this was just a superfluous action. Gripped the axe tightly with both hands, stepped back half a pace, twisted his waist, exerted force suddenly, and shouted, "Ha!" The energy surged from his feet through his waist and abdomen to his arms, finally concentrating on the axe blade. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, completely different from the dull thud of the entrenching tool before. The axe blade swished sharply into the trunk, sinking in halfway, and wood shavings flew out with a whoosh, bouncing onto the sand before settling down. "Wow, that's so fierce." Lin Che was stunned himself, the axe still vibrating in his hand, sending tingles through his palm, but his heart was filled with excitement. This efficiency was at least 100 times better than the entrenching tool. "Wilderness knife, brother, beautiful. That's how you chop a tree. Using the entrenching tool before was just tickling. Meow, shoutong, wow. Amazing. One chop went in that deep." Luban reincarnated, the angle of the axe blade is good, the point of force is accurate, keep this posture. Grandpa Wong, silly boy, don't just stand there. Take advantage of the momentum and chop again. Bring it down. Lin Che snapped back to reality, quickly pulled out the axe, adjusted the angle, and chopped again at the trunk. Crack. This time it was even cleaner. The tree fell with a loud whoosh, the cut surface much smoother than before with the entrenching tool, not even a branch swayed. From raising the axe to the tree falling, it took less than 5 seconds. The live stream fell silent for half a second, then the comments exploded, familiar IDs flooding the screen. "Wilderness knife, brother, incredible. That's the power of tools. The tree that took 2 days to chop down before was taken care of in 2 strokes. Meow, shoutong, so impressive. Brother Che is awesome. Throws flowers. Grandpa Wong, I said it would be easier with an axe. You didn't believe me, insisting on using the entrenching tool to challenge the tree." Luban reincarnated, the smoothness of the cut surface indicates that the axe is sharp enough, making subsequent processing of the wood easier. "Wow, that was so fast. Did I blink just now? Congratulations, brother Che, you've graduated from the Stone Age to the Iron Age." Lin Che looked at the fallen tree, and then at the axe in his hand. An unprecedented sense of achievement surged within him. His previous grievances against these trees and the frustration of being unable to chop them down disappeared completely. He raised the axe towards the camera, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, and shouted loudly, "Who else? I ask, who else can stop me? Huh? From today on, don't call me Lindsay anymore, call me the Axe Gang leader of Xingsha Island." After shouting, still feeling unsatisfied, he imitated the villains from movies, tilting his mouth in an attempt to look cool, but his expression was too exaggerated, looking rather silly as he pointed the axe at the camera. "From now on, this forest is under my control. Who dares to disagree? First ask if this axe agrees." Wilderness Knife Brother Pft. Axe Gang leader. Don't joke around. Just chop trees and stop with the nonsense. Meow Xiaodong Ha. Brother Che, that expression is so cute. Like a child with a new toy. Grandpa Wong, silly boy, stop being childish. Hurry up and chop some trees to build a shelter. You can still make some progress before it gets dark. Luban Reincarnated. I recommend the host focus on building and reduce unnecessary movements to avoid excessive fatigue. Oh, the host is in a latest stage childish phase, no saving him. This act is just too silly, I give it a 0. Ding. Detected that the host's emotions are too excited, behavior patterns are gradually deviating. Friendly reminder: the axe is a tool, not a toy. Please adhere to the axe safety usage guidelines. Never mind, you definitely won't read that. In summary, just don't chop your own toes thinking they are wood. The system's sarcasm emerged again, but Lin Che was now entirely focused on his new identity as the Axe Gang leader, completely ignoring it, even waving the axe in the air as if genuinely patrolling his territory. Wilderness Knife Brother host, stop waving around. The axe doesn't have eyes. Be careful not to hit the nearby frame. Meow Xiaodong. Yes, Brother Che. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Little ones, watch as your leader clears a path for you. Lin Che shouted, shouldering the axe, rushing towards another tree. This one slightly thicker than the last, which he had previously dared not touch. Now with the axe in hand, he felt capable of chopping anything. The subsequent livestream turned into Lin Che's axe show, and familiar IDs continued to give commands. Wilderness Knife Brother, choose a thinner one first. Practice first. Don't start with the thick ones, you won't control the force well. Grandpa Wong, stand firm when chopping down trees. Don't sway like a drunkard. Luban Reincarnated, keep the axe blade perpendicular to the trunk, control the interval of each chop to about 3 seconds to avoid muscle fatigue. Meow Xiaotong, go Brother Che. But don't tire yourself out, remember to take breaks. Lin Che swung the axe, chopping at a small tree at the edge of the forest as if slicing through vegetables. Crack. The sound of crack kept ringing out, one small tree after another falling to the ground faster than before by at least 10 times. He became more and more excited, even starting to pursue the thrill of one chop, two cuts, specifically targeting trees with wrists as thick as his, sometimes chopping so hastily that the axe nearly flew out of his hands, scaring him into gripping the handle tightly. Wilderness Knife Brother, wait. There are vines next to that tree. Don't chop the vines and get the axe tangled. Grandpa Wong, silly boy. After chopping down the tree, saw off the branches first. Pile them aside, don't block the way. Meow Xiaotong, wow. Brother Che chops trees so fast. It's like he's on double speed. Luban Reincarnated, the number of chopped wood is sufficient to build the main framework. I suggest stopping chopping and starting to process the wood. After chopping enough columns and purlins for the frame, Lin Che finally stopped, his arms feeling a bit sore, but he was still excited. He took out a folding handsaw from the toolbox, and Luban Reincarnated immediately sent a comment with guidance. Luban Reincarnated, when sawing wood, the wood must be secured. You can step on one end with your foot to prevent slipping and causing the saw blade to deviate. Wilderness Knife Brother, don't use too much force when sawing. Pull at a steady speed. Otherwise the saw blade will easily dull. Lin Che chose a slightly thicker piece of wood, stepped on one end with his foot, gripped the saw with both hands, and pulled back and forth according to the guidance. Though the squeak sound wasn't pleasant, the wood was quickly sawed through, and the cut surface was quite smooth. To do a good job, one must sharpen their tools. The ancients were right. As he sawed the wood, he sighed at the camera, his face full of a satisfied smile. With these tools, I feel like I can chop down all the trees on this island and build a grand palace. Wilderness Knife Brother, stop bragging. Build the shelter first. What palace? Grandpa Wong, exactly. Keep your feet on the ground. First, get a place to shield from wind and rain. Luban Reincarnated host, please pay attention to sustainable development. Avoid over-chopping to protect the island's ecology. Meow Xiaodong Brother Che, don't be greedy. Just enough to build a shelter. By the time he had sawed and organized all the necessary wood, it was already late afternoon. Lin Che wiped his sweat and began assembling the main framework of the shelter. The previous columns were crooked, but now with a hammer and nails they could finally be secured properly. Wilderness Knife Brother, first sharpen the bottom of the columns. Hammer them deeper into the sand. Otherwise they'll topple over. Luban reincarnated control the angle of sharpening to about 30 degrees for easy insertion into the sand while ensuring load-bearing capacity. Grandpa Wong, when hammering, used the hammer to strike. Don't push with your hands. Your strength isn't enough. Lin Che first sharpened the bottom of the stakes with the axe, then hammered them into the sand with great force, driving them in much deeper than before, and then used the hammer to nail the nails into the crossing points of the columns. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the hammer hitting the nails was particularly loud, and every time he struck, Grandpa Wong commented in the chat. Grandpa Wong, put some effort in. Haven't you eaten? The nails need to be driven all the way in. Otherwise, they won't be sturdy. Miao Xiaodong, Brother Che, be careful with your hands. Don't hit your fingers. The previous columns that swayed with the wind were now immovable even when shaken by hand. After Lin Che hammered in the last nail, he proudly shook the frame and boasted to the camera, look. This is stability. That was all a joke before. Wilderness knife, brother, not bad. This is looking good. 100 times better than before. Luban reincarnated the structural stability meets the standards. You can proceed to the next step of building the purlins. Grandpa Wong, don't get too proud. The next step of building the purlins will test your skills. Miao Xiaotong, wow. It's really stable. Brother Che is amazing. With the main framework stable, the next step was to construct the purlins and beams. With the saw, he could cut the wood to the same length, ensuring that when laid on the frame, they wouldn't be uneven. Although he always hit the nails crooked, and sometimes the nails would bend, requiring him to pull them out and nail them again. Wilderness knife, brother, and Luban reincarnated were still correcting him in the comments. Wilderness knife, brother, the nails are crooked. Pull them out and nail them again. Otherwise, the purlins won't be stable. Luban reincarnated control the spacing of the nails to about 20 centimeters for even force distribution, avoiding excessive local load. As the sun began to set and a shaped frame for the shelter was finally built. Though it still looked a bit ugly with large gaps between the wood and crooked nails, it was at least much better than the previous pile of rotten wood, resembling a place one could actually live in. The sunset painted the sky orange, its afterglow casting over the shelter frame, and Lin Che, bare-chested, covered in sweat with sawdust on his face and arms, yet his eyes sparkled with light, not feeling tired at all. He leaned on the axe looking at the results of his day's work, and Miao Xiaodong was the first to comment with concern. Miao Xiaodong, Brother Che, you've worked hard. You should take a break. You've sweated so much. Wilderness knife, brother, great progress today. More than the last 2 days combined. Tools really are useful. Grandpa Wong, not bad, not bad. At least it looks like a shelter. Call me when you're laying the roof tomorrow, and I'll guide you. Luban reincarnated the main framework has been completed today. I recommend prioritizing the roof covering materials tomorrow, such as palm leaves or tree bark, to enhance rain protection. Lin Che wiped the sweat from his face and spoke to the camera, his voice slightly hoarse, but filled with pride. Brothers, did you see? This is the power of tools. With the entrenching tool, it took me 2 days to make a frame. Now with the axe and saw, I finished the main framework in just 1 day. Tomorrow we'll lay the roof and work on the walls, aiming to move in as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the live stream also heated up with encouraging comments flooding the screen. Miao Xiaotong, Brother Che is the best. I'll come back tomorrow to cheer you on. Wilderness knife, brother, start the broadcast early tomorrow. I'll supervise. Don't slack off. Grandpa Wong, remember to find dry branches to lay the roof tomorrow. Wet ones are no good, they can easily mold. Luban reincarnated planned the roof slope in advance to ensure rainwater flows off smoothly, avoiding pooling and leaks. Lin Che became more and more excited as he spoke, even starting to fantasize when conditions allow in the future. Let's turn this shelter into a wooden house, add a window, and a small yard at the entrance, welcoming you all to come play on the island. I'll save you the best corner. As he immersed himself in his fantasies, he completely failed to notice. The axe and saw he had carelessly thrown aside were glinting dangerously in the sunset. His hands, sore from wielding the axe and saw all day, had developed several small blisters, some even broken and oozing a bit of blood, and Miao Xiaodong was still reminding in the comments. Miao Xiaotong, Brother Che, your hands. They seem to be scraped. Quickly wipe them. Don't let them get infected. On the first day of switching from a bird gun to a cannon, axe gang leader Lin Che was completely immersed in the joy brought by the new tools, making excellent progress on the shelter, and the live stream was at its peak. But he was completely oblivious that he had yet to learn how to use these tools safely, nor did he notice the injuries on his hands. New troubles seemed to have quietly taken root. For the next 2 days, Lin Che completely embraced the title of the #1 builder of Xingsha Island, a title he bestowed upon himself. He clutched his axe and saw without letting go, indulging in the efficiency brought by his new tools. He chopped trees, sawed wood, and hammered nails, so busy that he barely had time to eat, hastily gnawing at compressed biscuits before diving back into work. However, even with tools in hand, the construction process was riddled with blunders and did not go smoothly at all. Take the day when he laid the roof, for instance. He followed the suggestion from the comments, make sure to pack the branches tightly, and climbed up the wobbly frame with a bunch of dried branches. The frame was already unstable, and as he climbed higher, he had barely stood for 2 seconds when the rafter beneath him creaked ominously. He lost his balance and nearly fell. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, grabbing hold of another rafter in panic, dangling in midair like a monkey, his legs kicking wildly as he shouted, "Ah! Oh!" When he finally managed to climb down, he discovered that the freshly laid branches had all fallen, and one rafter had been knocked askew, necessitating a redo. The viewers in the live stream laughed at him for a long time, with Wild Knife Brother sending a comment, "Is the host performing aerial acrobatics? Next time remember to wear a safety harness." Meow shouting, remarked Che, "Good, you scared me to death. Don't climb that high again. It's too dangerous. Old Wong, silly boy. Don't you know the frame is unstable? What are you trying to prove?" Another time he saw someone in the comments say use mud to plaster the walls for warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and he impulsively decided to give it a try. He dug up some wet soil with a spade, added seawater, and squatted down to mix the mud. However, he added too much water, and the mud turned into a slurry that couldn't stick to the wall. Instead, it dripped down, splattering him all over, leaving his face, arms, and pants covered in mud, resembling a soldier who just crawled out of a muddy pit. In the end, with no other option, he had to run to the seaside to rinse himself off with seawater. After a long wash, mud stains still remained, and his wall plastering plan was a complete failure. He could only go back into the jungle to collect palm leaves, weaving them together like a basket to stuff into the wall cracks, barely able to block the wind. Lubon Reborn analyzed in the comments, when mixing mud, the ratio of soil water fiber should be 3:1. 5. The host added too much water and lacked fiber reinforcement, which led to failure. The palm leaf filling is feasible, but the density needs to be increased. Old Wong, I told you mud is tricky, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're a mudman, huh? Meow Xiaodong, don't be discouraged, Che, go. Palm leaves are pretty good too, they look eco-friendly. The most thrilling moment came when he was nailing the horizontal beam on the wall. He was so excited that when he swung the hammer, he missed the nail completely, hitting air instead. The hammerhead grazed his hand that was holding the nail, creating a gust of wind that startled him, and cold sweat instantly dripped down his back. He babbled incoherently in front of the camera for 10 minutes about safety, first his hands still trembling. Wild Knife Brother was watching anxiously. How many times have I told you? Pull your hand back from the nail. You almost ruined it. Old Wong, I also missed the nail when I was young. Thankfully, I reacted quickly, or I would have lost my finger. Meow Xiaodong, so terrifying. Take it slow, Che, go. Don't rush. It's a miracle that the host is still alive. Despite the continuous accidents, having the axe and saw indeed sped up the progress significantly. The previously crooked frame gradually took shape. First laying a layer of fine branches as the roof base, then covering it with thick palm leaves secured with tree bark fibers. 3 walls were framed with wood filled with palm leaves, and a gap was left for a door to allow entry and exit. Finally, he used a spade to dig a shallow pit in the shack, laid down dry sand, then topped it with collected hay to create a simple bed. Though it looked more like an animal's nest, it was certainly better than sleeping directly on the sandy ground. When the last palm leaf was tied with rough tree bark fibers in the gap of the eastern wall blocking the last draft, Lin Che stood in front of the shack, taking a long breath. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, yet his heart was filled with excitement. It's done. Finally done. Although the process was bumpy and filled with blunders, and the shack looked quite rough with crooked nails and misaligned wood, it was built by his own hands with each axe swing and each nail driven. It was a shelter that could shield him from the wind and rain, he hoped, and was 10 times sturdier than the previous broken tent. A wave of indescribable accomplishment surged within him, swelling in his chest and making his eyes a bit teary. He quickly rubbed his eyes, pretending it was sand that got into them. Yet he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He adjusted the phone stand to ensure both himself and the shack were in the frame, cleared his throat, and attempted to adopt the demeanor of a professional architect. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, excitement crept into his voice. Dear viewers, brothers, after several days of particularly hard work, project now, one of Xingsha Island, my wilderness villa, has officially completed construction. He spread his arms wide, pointing at the shack like he was showcasing a treasure. Look, all wooden structure. A frame designed so rain can flow down easily. The palm leaf roof can block rain and allow ventilation. The walls are made of all natural materials, very eco-friendly. Inside, there's a luxurious, hey mattress. This is absolutely a mansion in the wilderness. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. What mansion was this? At most it was a livable nest, but he was simply overjoyed. The viewers in the live stream were also quite supportive, flooding the comments with familiar IDs, congratulating him. Meow Xiaodong, congratulations, Che Go. You finally have your own house. It wasn't easy. Throwing flowers. Wild Knife Brother, not bad, not bad. At least it's better than that broken tent before. It's a decent nest. Old Wong, not bad. Better than the wooden shed I built when I was young. Lubon Reborn, congratulations to the host for completing the construction of a basic shelter. From nothing to something, it is commendable. Congratulations, Lin. Wilderness Mansion achieved. From the initial chaos to now having built a house, it's really touching. Che Gu is amazing. Now he won't be afraid of the rain anymore. Lin Che looked at the comments feeling blissful. He bent down and crawled into the shack lying on the hay. Although the grass was a bit prickly, the space was much more spacious than the tent, surrounded by wood and palm leaves, giving him a strong sense of security. He even rolled around inside, but the space was too small, and his elbow bumped into the wooden frame with a thud, causing him to wince in pain, yet he still smiled happily. Comfortable. Now I don't have to worry about leaking rain anymore. Just then Lubon Reborn sent a comment filled with professional analysis, pulling him back to reality. Congratulations, host. From a structural standpoint, the main body uses triangular supports, making it basically stable. But there are a few issues. 1. The pillar at the southwestern corner is buried about 5 centimeters shallower than the others, which may cause it to sink over time, leading to the frame becoming crooked. 2. The spacing between the roof rafters is too wide and uneven, which may cause water to pool in the middle during heavy rain and collapse the roof. 3. The palm leaves on the eastern wall are stuffed too loosely and they won't withstand strong winds. But as a beginner, it's already impressive to build something like this without professional tools. This comment doused half of the pride he just felt. Wasn't this just like a teacher checking homework and pointing out a bunch of mistakes? He quickly crawled out of the shack and ran to the southwestern corner to check the pillar, scraping away the sand with his hand. It did seem shallower than the others. Looking up at the roof, the spacing between the rafters, it really did seem uneven, and when he felt the eastern wall, his fingers could slip through the gaps in the palm leaves, confirming that it leaked air. The smile on his face faltered for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head at the camera. Thank you, Lubon Reborn. You're so professional. You spotted the problems at a glance. They'll fix it right away. I will definitely reinforce it. Thank you so much. The comments flooded with teasing. Wild knife brother, just finished bragging and got slapped in the face, right? Old Wang, it's normal. What house is without problems? Just make some changes. Miao Xiaodong, don't be embarrassed, Che Go. Finding the problems is a good thing. Host, him having a tough time. I was just happy for 2 minutes. Lin Che was busy replying to the comments saying he would improve when suddenly he heard the system's notification sound. Finally here. Ding dong. Detected that the host has successfully built a shelter with basic functions. Main quest to stable residence leads to a happy livelihood. Completed. Currently rating based on the shelter's sturdiness, wind and rain resistance, space utilization, aesthetics low weight, and innovation extremely low weight. Rating in progress. Rating complete. Final rating B. Comment structure is basically stable, able to meet the minimum needs for wind and rain protection. It's clear that the host has put in a lot of effort and has great perseverance. However, the craftsmanship is too rough, the material handling is inadequate, and there are many detail problems. There is a significant room for improvement. For instance, consider the suggestions from that Lubon Reborn. Overall, it resembles an interesting large doghouse, no offense to dogs. Quest reward basic tool set has been distributed in advance. Host has received it. Additional reward beginner building material coupon 30 off next shopping has been stored in the account and can be viewed in the system store. Logistics. The rewards are credited directly without waiting for logistics. Congratulations to the host for taking the first step towards settling in the wilderness. Keep up the good work and strive to build in a level mansion. B. A large dog house. Lin Che's expression instantly resembled a color palette turning blue and white. Just after being pointed out by Lubon Reborn, he got another jab from the system. How tragic. Was the house he worked so hard to build merely a doghouse in the eyes of the system? This system sure has high standards. If it can do better, why doesn't it build itself? He was filled with complaints, but could not voice them in the live chat, so he had to suppress them, his face looking particularly grim. The viewers in the live stream thought he was just tired. Miao Xiaodong, what's wrong, Che Go? Why does your face look so bad? Are you too tired? Wild knife, brother, are you feeling unwell? Just built a house, take a break. Old one, don't tell me you're low on blood sugar. Hurry and eat something. Is the host overly excited? He looks a bit off. Lin Che quickly squeezed out a smile and waved his hand. No. I'm fine. Just too happy. A bit overly excited. I feel like my life has reached its peak. He couldn't possibly say he was upset because the system gave him a low rating and called it a doghouse, could he? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed that bit of grievance and raised his fist to the camera, trying to motivate himself. What's this? It's just the beginning. Brothers, wait for me. When I have more tools and materials, I will definitely turn this shack into a real seaside villa. Let the system. Let everyone be amazed. Although the journey was bumpy and the system's rating was low, no matter how one looks at it, he finally had a decent home on this deserted island. A shack he built with his own hands that could shield him from the wind and rain. Lin Che looked at the shack under the setting sun, silently thinking this will be my territory from now on. Even if it looks like a doghouse, it's still my doghouse. Next, he needed to think about how to find water and food. He couldn't live on compressed biscuits forever, could he? With the system rating of B for his makeshift shelter and a set of handy tools, Lin Che's days on the deserted island finally seemed somewhat decent. At least he no longer had to worry about rain leaking in, and he didn't have to struggle with cutting trees for half a day. His daily routine was like clockwork, waking up to start a live stream, going to the beach to collect shells, which was really just picking up a few small ones, and occasionally spotting little crabs he couldn't catch, returning to check whether his shelter had been blown off course by the wind, boiling some water in his metal lunchbox, munching on a couple of compressed biscuits, and chatting with the family in the comments during the afternoon, occasionally digging up a small patch of land under the remote guidance of old Wang, scattering some seeds that might or might not be expired, although until now not a single sprout had emerged. Life was mundane, even a bit boring. The viewership in the live stream had also declined, stabilizing at a few dozen viewers, mostly regular fans who came daily, with a few newcomers who quickly left after seeing him pick up a couple of shells. That afternoon the sun was warm and pleasant, not scorching. Lin Che sat at the entrance of his shelter playing with his windproof lighter. This gadget had become his treasure, something he took out to admire every day. With a click, the orange flame flickered to life, dancing before his eyes, bright and dim. Looking at this little flame, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. What would happen if one day the lighter ran out of gas? Or if it accidentally fell into the sea? Or shattered? Although he still had a box of spare matches in his backpack, what if they got damp by the seaside and wouldn't light? An inexplicable anxiety surged up, gripping his heart. Modern conveniences are handy, but they are also too fragile, breaking at the slightest mishap. Without these, how would he even start a fire on this island? No way. He couldn't place all his hope on this little lighter. He needed to learn a real skill, one that allowed him to start a fire without modern tools. That had to be the art of friction fire. He had seen survival documentaries where the protagonist would rub a piece of wood and sparks would fly. How cool. How impressive. If he could learn this, wouldn't the viewers in the live stream worship him? The viewership would surely return. Just thinking about it made Lin Che's blood boil, filling him with energy. Host, it has been detected that you are suddenly interested in a needless challenge. Friendly reminder: your lighter and spare matches are perfectly fine, with a fire starting success rate of 98.7. Starting a fire by friction is extremely difficult, with a failure rate of over 99, and it can easily result in blisters. It is recommended that you focus on finding water instead of wasting your efforts. The system popped up with a cold splash of water, but Lin Che didn't listen at all. What do you know? This is called being prepared for the worst. It's about passing down the wisdom of our ancestors. And it's also for the live streaming effect. What do you understand? He completely ignored that 99 failure rate, believing he was destined to be in that one. He decided to take action. Immediately, he announced to the camera brothers, "Today we are not collecting shells or planting vegetables. The streamer is going to challenge the ultimate survival skill, friction fire. Let me show you what real skill looks like." The regular viewers perked up instantly, the comments flying by, familiar IDs popping up. Meow, shout on friction fire. How impressive. Go for it, Che. Wilderness knife, bro. Can you even do it? That thing doesn't just happen by rubbing two sticks together. I tried it before and got nothing after working hard for half a day. Old Wong, silly boy, don't show off. That task requires skill and strength. With your skinny arms and legs, good luck. Reborn Lubon, starting a fire by friction requires 3 conditions: dry wood, soft drilling board, hard drill rod, sufficient rotation speed, and dry tinder. None can be missing. What to eat today? I'm looking forward to it. If you succeed, can we roast fish tonight? He'll bet 50 cents. The streamer will definitely fail. I've got sunflower seeds and soda ready, just waiting for the show. Lin Che ignored those pessimistic comments and began searching for materials, recalling what he had seen in the documentary and the suggestions in the comments. First, he looked for a drilling board. He needed soft, dry wood. He rummaged at the edge of the jungle for a while and found a piece of sycamore wood about the thickness of his arm. It looked soft, so he flattened one side with his shovel, making it resemble a small wooden board. Next, he needed a drill rod. It had to be a hard, straight branch. He selected a mulberry branch and sharpened one end, making it look somewhat presentable. First, I need to carve a small pit on the drilling board to hold the tinder. He said this while using a small knife to carve a groove on the drilling board. His fingers were getting sore, and he only managed to carve a small pit. Then I need to find some tinder, the drier the better. He then picked up some dry leaves, crumbled them, and found some fibrous bark that looked like fluff, piling it next to the pit, which looked quite decent. Once everything was prepared, he took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, pressed the drilling board onto the ground, placed the pointed end of the drill rod in the pit, and clasped his hands together around the drill rod, starting to rub vigorously. The movements looked clumsy and required a lot of effort. After rubbing for a while, smoke began to rise where the drill rod and board met, with a hint of a burnt smell. It's smoking. It's smoking. Lin Che shouted excitedly, rubbing even harder. Do you see? It's working. It's almost there. The viewers in the live stream were also getting excited. Meow Xiaotong, wow. It's really smoking. Che, you're amazing. Wilderness knife bro, there's something here. But don't get too excited. Smoke doesn't mean sparks will come out. Old Wong put in some more effort. Spin it faster. Oh my god. Is it really going to work? Come on. Just a little more. But barely a few seconds of joy later the smoke began to dwindle as if it was about to die out. Lin Che stopped panting and looked. The tip of the drill rod had become rounded and was slipping, unable to move anymore. No problem. Just a small issue. He encouraged himself, took out the small knife to sharpen the drill rod again, and changed spots to continue rubbing. Hey. Huh. He rubbed for 5 minutes, his arms sore, sweat dripping down his face onto the drilling board. Smoke started to rise again, but still no sparks, and the tinder showed no signs of reacting. His palms began to feel hot, turning red and painful. At that moment, he realized that starting a fire by friction was not as simple as it looked in the documentaries. After exhausting himself for half a day, he hadn't even seen a single spark. Those protagonists must have had some tricks up their sleeves. Host, your heart rate is too fast, and your palms are almost blistering. Stop the self-abuse. Would you like to switch to the friction fire quick guide instead? It's only 50 paradise points and comes with lubricant. A great deal. No. I want switch. I refuse to believe it. Lin Che gasped, gritting his teeth in refusal. It wasn't that he didn't want to switch, but he couldn't bear to part with those 50 points. That was several fishballs worth. He decided to give it one last try. He spat on his hand, hoping to increase the friction, though it might make it slip more, gripped the drill rod tightly, and rubbed like crazy. The rotation speed did indeed increase. The smoke thickened, and he could even see a tiny spark flicker for an instant. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Lin Che's eyes widened, staring intensely at the contact point, his voice trembling. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, and Meow Xiaotong was still sending comments of encouragement. Meow Xiaotong, come on. You're almost there. You're about to succeed. But just at that crucial moment, his hand slipped, and due to the fatigue, he lost control of his strength. Ow crap. The drill rod flew out of his hand with a whoosh, landing far away in the sand. He himself leaned back, due to inertia, falling to the ground with a thud, lying on his back like a fish, flipped over, gasping for breath, soaked in sweat, with his palms burning painfully, unable to lift even his fingers. Looking at the tinder, it was only slightly charred with no reaction whatsoever. The scene was eerily silent. Only Lin Che's heavy breathing could be heard. After a few seconds, the live stream's comments exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew it would turn out like this. Was that last bit of the streamer a circus act? A perfect score for the landing position after 3.5 somersaults in the air? Rubbing for sparks. No, just rubbing for loneliness. Che, give it up, you're not cut out for this. Wilderness knife bro, I told you. You can't do it. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't have exhausted yourself. Old Wong, silly boy, now you know how hard it is, right? Hurry up and take a break, don't tire yourself out. Meow Xiaotong, is Che okay? Does your palm hurt? Wipe off your sweat quickly. Lin Che lay on the ground, looking up at the sky, filled with a sense of defeat. Exhausted like a dog, having not produced a single spark, and feeling utterly embarrassed. At that moment, the comment from What to Eat Today floated by, still thinking about food. What to Eat Today streamer, you worked hard, even though it wasn't successful. Can we roast fish tonight? I saw that there might be fish in the rock area in front of you. Roasting fish. He couldn't even start a fire, how could he roast fish? Lin Che was so furious at this comment that he almost choked. He suddenly sat up, disregarding his exhaustion, and shouted at the camera, eat. Do you see me as a fish roaster? Roasting fish. I'm relying on this to start a fire. He grabbed the lighter beside him, clicked it, igniting it with such anger that his hands trembled. Tonight, while continue eating compressed biscuits, soaked in water. Roasting fish. Let's talk about it after I properly take care of this lighter. After saying that, he clicked the lighter several times in frustration, stopping only when the lighter head became hot, acting like a child throwing a tantrum. The comments in the live stream were filled with laughter, all about the streamer's incompetence and rage, and ha, so cute. Ha. The streamer is furious. Compressed biscuits, am I getting shot again? Lighter, I've endured too much. What to eat today? Don't be angry, I was just asking. Lin Che's challenge of starting a fire by friction ended in complete failure, leaving him exhausted with red palms and his self-esteem shattered. He had unlocked a new achievement, failed ancient skill inheritor. However, the words roasting fish mentioned by What to Eat Today felt like a seed planted in his heart. Although it seemed impossible now, he couldn't help but think if he could really roast a fish, it would be so much better than gnawing on compressed biscuits. Ding. Detected that the host has a strong obsession with roasting fish, even though it's negative. New task, rich dining table is being generated, please wait. At this moment, the system popped up again for attention, and Lin Che felt frustrated. Just after failing, a new task appeared. Was it intentionally provoking him? The frustration from failing to start a fire with a drill still lingered, and the mental blow from the words grilled fish had not fully subsided when Lin Che was cornered by an even more pressing issue. There was no water. He twisted open the cap of his military water bottle, shook it vigorously with the spout facing downward, and a thin stream of water trickled out, barely forming a thin layer at the bottom of his iron lunchbox before it ceased to drip. He flipped the water bottle upside down and gave it a few taps, but still nothing. It's empty. Really empty. Lin Che stared at the empty bottle, his heart sinking. He quickly rummaged through his backpack. The few bottles of mineral water he had brought were long gone, leaving only an empty bottle that made a sound when squeezed. There were only 2 small packs of compressed biscuits left, crumpled and lying pitifully in the corner of the bag. Out of supplies. These 4 words struck him like a sharp ice pick, causing a pang in his heart. The sensation of thirst suddenly became painfully clear, as if sand was lodged in his throat, making it dry and painful. Even swallowing saliva became a laborious task. Earlier he had a lighter to boil water and some supplies left, so he hadn't thought much of it. Now, with his stock depleted, the sense of crisis engulfed him like a rising tide. Ding dong. The system detects that the host's survival resources are running low and the main conflict has shifted. An emergency survival mission is now issued. Water is the source of life. Mission requirements: within 3 days, find and purify a stable source of fresh water. Mission standards: the water source must be sustainable, such as seepage streams or rainwater collection, and after purification the water quality must meet the minimum drinking standards the system will verify. Mission reward: a small solar seawater desalination device, X1. No more fear of drinking salty water. Failure penalty: the host will experience the human dehydration experiment in advance and will randomly receive weakness, hallucinations, or collapse debuffs. Time is tight. Move quickly. Tick-tock. The system's prompt tone was much more urgent than usual, accompanied by a countdown tick-tock sound, and the penalties were frightening, sending chills down Lin Che's spine. 3 days. If I can't find water, I'll collapse. And I'll get debuffs. System, just kill me. He lamented inwardly. There's only seawater and trees on this island. Where am I supposed to find fresh water? I can't just squeeze tree sap, can I? What if it's toxic? Host plant juices can indeed be used in emergencies, but some are toxic, so be careful. It's recommended to look for surface or underground water sources. Friendly reminder: head deeper into the island, look for low-lying areas with lush grass. There might be hope. The system rarely provided useful advice, but it still felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Che, with a sorrowful expression, looked into the camera, his voice choked with emotion. Brothers, it's over. Really over. The water is gone and the food is running out. This damn weather is too cruel. For the next 3 days I won't do anything but look for water. If I can't find it, you all better prepare for a feast. The main course is a roasted host. It's salty, but won't fill you up. The audience in the live stream panicked. The comments turned serious. Familiar IDs began to offer advice. Meow Xiaodong. Che, good, don't panic. You will definitely find water. Head deeper into the island. Don't give up. Wang Day, stay steady, young man. Listen to the old man. Look for low-lying areas where the grass is lush. Dig down, and you might find seepage. Wilderness knife, brother, right. I found water in the mountains just like that. The areas with dense grass are often moist and likely to have seepage. Lubon Reborn, it's suggested to carry an empty container. Collect the water source first. Don't drink directly, as there might be bacteria. Streamer, hurry and find it. Don't stay here. It's making me thirsty just watching this. Go for it, streamer. Wang Day and Knife Brother both said this, and Lin Che felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, nodding eagerly. Okay. Okay. Thank you, old man. Thank you, Knife Brother. I'm on my way. He didn't dare to delay, stuffing the empty water bottle and lunchbox into his backpack, grabbing a spade. This time not for chopping trees, but mainly as a hiking stick and digging tool. Looking into the camera with a wry smile, brother's survival in the wilderness is now at hell difficulty. Wish me luck if the live stream suddenly cuts off. It might mean I'm really done for. He took a deep breath, set off, and for the first time seriously ventured deeper into the island. Before he had only hovered along the beach and the edge of the jungle, afraid to go in too deep. The jungle was much denser than it appeared from the outside, making it extremely difficult to traverse. Roots twisted on the ground like snares, and one misstep could lead to a fall. Of vines tangled in the trees obstructed his way, requiring him to chop them with the spade. Some shrubs even had thorns that scraped painfully against his arms. Sunlight was filtered through the leaves, creating a patchy light, and the forest felt stuffy and humid. After just a few steps, he was sweating profusely, and the thirst grew even more intense. As he cleared a path with the spade, he looked around for signs of water. Seeing dew on leaves, he hurriedly leaned in to lick it, only to find it was just moisture. Spotting dark-colored stones, he thought there might be water underneath, but when he moved them, there was nothing. Host, 10 meters to your left front, there's a patch of ferns growing particularly well, fitting the description of lush vegetation. Go take a look. Where? Lin Che, as if energized, rushed over and began digging under the ferns with the spade. After digging half a meter deep, he only found wet soil, without a single droplet of water. Maybe this soil is just rich. What use are you? Lin Che, frustrated, felt like throwing the spade away, but dared not. Without the spade, he wouldn't be able to dig for water. Following Wang Day's advice, he searched for a low-lying area. The ground was indeed soft, and he excitedly dug down only to uncover a puddle of black water, emitting a foul smell, with what seemed like small bugs moving inside. Can this be drunk? Lin Che looked at the black water, his stomach churning, nearly vomiting. Warning: this water is full of organic matter and microorganisms. Drinking it will cause diarrhea and even poisoning. Absolutely do not drink. I knew it. Lin Che resignedly filled in the pit, feeling even more anxious. He wandered around the forest for over 2 hours, digging 7 or 8 pits, finding either dry soil or stinking water. His strength nearly spent, legs feeling weak, and thirst was like fire in his throat. He barely had the strength to speak. The audience in the live stream was also anxious, and the comments were filled with suggestions. Captain Jacqueline, don't run around aimlessly. Stop and listen, you might hear the sound of flowing water. What about coconut trees? They have water inside. Meow Xiaodong, check the cracks in the rocks. There might be seepage. Are there any animal tracks? Animals need water too, follow the tracks. Streamer, don't rush. Take your time. Lin Che, exhausted, collapsed under a large tree, leaning against the trunk to catch his breath. He looked at the comments and weakly said, brothers, stop shouting. If there were coconut trees, I would have seen them by now. Animal tracks. All I see are ant tracks. What about the rock crevices? This area is all soil, no big rocks. He stared at the fallen leaves on the ground, beginning to hallucinate, convinced the leaf piles were hiding water puddles. When he reached out to touch, they were all dry. Just as he was about to despair, Captain Jack sent another comment. Lin, be quiet. Listen carefully. Sometimes you can hear the sound of dripping water. Or go check under the big pile of rocks. Listen. Lin Che forced himself to muster energy, holding his breath, closing his eyes, and tilting his ear to hear the sounds of wind rustling, leaves chirping, insects, and his own heartbeat. Wait. There seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible drip sound. There is. It sounds like there's a noise. He suddenly opened his eyes and crawled towards the direction of the sound. It was coming from beneath a large pile of rocks where moss was growing on top. He pushed aside the obstructing bushes, ran to the rock pile, squatted down, and touched the moss at the bottom of the rocks. It was icy cold, and particularly wet. His hand was now damp. Here. There must be water here. Lin Che shouted excitedly, ignoring his fatigue as he used the spade to clear the floating soil and fallen leaves beneath the rocks. After clearing it, he saw water droplets seeping out from the crevice in the rock slowly but steadily. The droplets fell onto the soil below, moistening it and forming a small puddle. Seepage. Clean seepage. I found it. I found water. The heavens do not forsake the living. Lin Che was so excited he nearly cried, shouting incoherently at the camera, his hands trembling. The audience in the live stream went wild, familiar IDs celebrating Meow Xiaodong awesome. Chega finally found water. It was not easy. Wang Day, I told you. Follow the old man's method, it's definitely right. Captain Jack, congratulations. Remember to purify it, don't drink it directly. Luban Reborn, it suggested to collect the seepage first, then filter and boil it to ensure safety. This is amazing. Finally, there's hope. Streamer, don't get too excited. First, collect the water. Lin Che knew he shouldn't drink directly, so he hurriedly took out the iron lunchbox, carefully placing it under the dripping water. The water droplets fell particularly slowly, only a few drops in a minute. It took almost 20 minutes to fill the lunchbox. He squatted there staring at the water in the lunchbox, not daring to blink, fearing it would evaporate. Finally filled, the water in the lunchbox was crystal clear, looking clean. But how to purify it? Boiling it was the most reliable method, but he was reluctant to use this little water to wash the pot. If he spilled it, it would be over. He recalled the previous failure of filtering seawater with sand, feeling a bit apprehensive. Brothers, let's try filtering again. This time let's do it professionally. He perked up, using the spade to dig a deeper pit, then following the suggestions in the comments, layering the materials. Fine gravel at the bottom, charcoal taken from the fire pit, still not fully burned in the middle, sand on top, and another layer of fine sand on the very top. Once layered, he held his breath, carefully pouring the water from the lunchbox into the filter. The water seeped down slowly, passing through the gravel, charcoal, and sand, becoming clearer as it dripped out from the bottom of the pit with no impurities. He collected some of the filtered water in the empty bottle and hurried back to the seaside camp, using the lighter to start a fire and pouring the water into the iron lunchbox to boil. The water boiled, bubbling with white foam. He waited for it to cool slightly, carefully tasting a small sip. There was no salty taste, no earthy flavor, just a faint hint of charcoal and a bit of raw water taste, but it was entirely drinkable. It worked. It's drinkable. It's fresh water. Lin Che jumped up in excitement, taking one sip after another from the lunchbox, feeling this water was tastier than any beverage, soothing his entire body and extinguishing the fire in his throat. Ding. The system detects that the host has successfully obtained and purified freshwater. Task completion 50. Keep up the good work, ensure the water source is stable and purification efficiency meets standards. Rewards are waiting for you. The system's prompt tone was noticeably lighter, and Lin Che finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, he wouldn't die of thirst. He slumped beside the fire, gazing at the remaining water in the lunchbox, grinning like a fool. Although the water source seeped slowly and the filtering was laborious, at least there was a stable supply of fresh water, and he no longer had to worry about dehydration. After the audience in the live stream celebrated, someone suddenly sent a comment, "What about WN? It's been a while since I last saw him. He even sent a yacht before. Miao Xiaotongya. Where's Juan? Has he been busy and forgotten to come? Wilderness knife, brother, right. The last time it rained, he sent a yacht, and then he disappeared. WN, hurry back. The streamer found water, so he won't die of thirst." Lin Che felt a pang in his heart upon seeing these comments. Yes, it seemed one really hadn't appeared for several days. Whenever he encountered difficulties before, one would always pop up, either offering advice or sending gifts. Now that he had found water, he hadn't seen one's figure. He felt a strange sense of loss, but it was quickly overshadowed by the joy of finding water. Maybe one is just busy and he'll definitely come back when he has time. He took another sip of the water with a hint of charcoal flavor, feeling invigorated. Next, he needed to find a way to improve water collection efficiency and also look for food. He couldn't keep nibbling on compressed biscuits. But for now, let's solve the water problem first. Although he found a trickle of water under the rock pile, yesterday the amount was far too concerning. Lin Che had guarded it for most of the day and managed to collect barely half a lunchbox of water, just enough to moisten his throat and boil water for the last 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Want to store more? Or use it to wash his face? Don't even think about it, it wasn't enough to even get in between his teeth. With a task deadline of 3 days, the tick-tock sound made him anxious, and he felt that in the next moment the water would stop flowing. No way, brothers, that trickle is really not enough. Early the next morning, Lin Che spoke to the camera, his face long. "We need to find a more powerful water source. At least it should be a puddle that can scoop out half a pot of water. Otherwise, future drinking water will be completely unguaranteed." He stuffed the empty water bottle and lunchbox into his backpack, hoisted the entrenching tool, and this time planned to venture deeper into the island. Previously, he had only loitered around the edges. Perhaps the good water sources were inside. Host, don't wander too far while exploring today. Remember to mark your path, or you might get lost. The navigation function of this system requires points to unlock, and you definitely won't want to spend those. Shut up, you crow's mouth. I have a good sense of direction. Lin Che cursed inwardly, but still obediently used the entrenching tool to carve arrows on the passing tree trunks. This jungle was as dense as a maze. If he really got lost, there wouldn't even be a place to cry. The deeper he went, the denser the trees became, and the longer the grass grew, making it hard to find a place to step. Various tropical plants he had never seen before were piled together with huge leaves resembling umbrellas glistening with dew, but he could only look at them. Tasting even a drop would be utterly useless. Lin Che used the entrenching tool to chop vines and split bushes, moving 3 steps and stopping 1, making painfully slow progress, quickly exhausting his strength. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking to his back, and his thirst intensified. Where's the water? He leaned against a big tree, panting, pulled out his water bottle, and shook it. There was only a last drop left inside. He licked his cracked lips, but didn't dare to drink. What if he got even thirstier later? The viewers in the live stream were also anxious, with bullet comments filled with worry and suggestions. Meow, sugar, Che, go walk slowly. Don't tire yourself out. It looks so stuffy just watching. Wilderness knife guy, this forest is too dense. Be careful of snakes inside. I've seen ones as thick as an arm in the rainforest. What to eat today? After the host finds water, can he think about grilling fish? I'm still thinking about it. Old Wang. Lin Che, don't wander blindly. Water flows downhill. Look for lower ground valleys or depressions. See if the grass looks vibrant and if the ground is soft. The host searching like this isn't a solution. The efficiency is too low. When Old Wang spoke up, Lin Che grabbed onto his words like a lifeline. Right. Downhill. Water flows downhill. How did I forget this? He strained to recall the terrain he had seen from the tree earlier and vaguely remembered that the west seemed lower. He adjusted his direction and headed west, rushing to any place that looked slightly lower, using the entrenching tool to dig a few times. But he either hit tree roots or hard soil, not even a bit of wet mud. Twice, he almost fell into shallow pits covered in fallen leaves, hurting his knees and tearing his pants. Host, the area with the big leaves, possibly taro ahead, seems particularly moist. Go take a look. But it might just be that the plants like moisture. Don't blame me if there's no water. The system popped up again with a suggestion, and Lin Che, now too thirsty to be angry, decided to check it out regardless of whether there was water. He stumbled over, and the ground there was indeed soft, filled with many large leaf plants that looked damp. This is it. He excitedly swung the entrenching tool to dig, and after digging for over 10 minutes the pit was nearly thigh-deep, the soil getting wetter until it turned to mud, but still no water emerged. Just mud, no drinkable water. Why is there still nothing? He slumped beside the mud pit, looking at his muddy hands, nearly in tears. Am I digging my own grave? Looks like this is just soil that can hold water, not a water source. I misjudged, sorry host. What use are you? Just adding chaos. Lin Che angrily grabbed a handful of wet mud and threw it away, splattering himself even more and making himself look more disheveled. Time was nearing noon, and the sun was becoming increasingly fierce, shining down through the gaps in the leaves, making the forest feel like a steamer suffocating. Lin Che's water had long been consumed, his lips cracked, and bleeding, his throat felt like fire, and every breath was painful. Despairing thoughts weighed heavily on him. Could it really be that a decent water source couldn't be found? Would he have to rely on that trickle? Would failing to complete the task incur a debuff? Dragging his legs, he moved forward mechanically, his gaze becoming unfocused, his mind filled with the thoughts of water, water, water. Just as he was about to give up and turn back to guard that TikTok artifact, his foot suddenly slipped. He stepped on a moss-covered slope and lost his balance. Ouch! Damn it! Lin Che exclaimed, rolling down the slope. The entrenching tool flew out, crashing into a tree, and the water bottle and lunchbox fell out of his backpack, clattering. The viewers in the live stream only saw the camera spinning wildly, filled with images of leaves and dirt, accompanied by Lin Che's screams and the sounds of collisions, causing the bullet comments to panic. Meow, Sugar Che, go. What happened? Did he fall? Wilderness knife guy, damn. The camera shaking is making me dizzy. Is the host okay? Old Wong, silly boy. Not watching where you're going. Where did you fall? Captain Jack, don't move around. Check if you're hurt first. Host, respond. I'm dying here. Thankfully, the slope wasn't long, only about 7 or 8 meters, and the bottom was covered with thick fallen leaves and soft mud. Lin Che rolled to the bottom with a thud, finally stopping. He felt dazed stars in his eyes, his entire body feeling as if it had fallen apart with pain in his arms and knees, and he seemed to have scraped his skin. Hiss! Damn! What bad luck! He groaned, trying to prop himself up with his arms, but when his palm pressed against the ground, he suddenly felt a cool dampness. Not the moisture from the leaves, but genuine wet mud. He paused for a moment, looking down. He had fallen into a particularly hidden, low-lying area surrounded by several large rocks and dense bushes. One wouldn't have noticed it without rolling down. And beneath him the ground was all soft mud, with a small puddle the size of a wash basin in the middle. The water in the puddle was yellowish-brown and murky, floating with rotten leaves, small twigs, and other unknown impurities, looking hardly better than the stinky, muddy water from yesterday. But it had quantity. It wasn't just a drop or two. It was a whole puddle of water. A huge wave of joy swept away the pain and despair. Lin Che, forgetting all his aches and not caring about the mud covering him, rolled and crawled toward the puddle, his voice trembling with excitement as he shouted at the camera, water. It's water. Brothers, I found water. A puddle. Huh. The heavens do not abandon me. They really do not abandon me. He danced with joy, his face covered in mud, leaves stuck in his hair, looking both mad and disheveled, but his eyes were shining. The viewers in the live stream through the still-shaking camera saw the muddy puddle, and the bullet comments exploded, familiar IDs expressing both shock and joy. Meow, Sugar, that's great. You found water. Che, are you okay? Check if you're hurt. Old one, good kid. A fall led to a water source, turning misfortune into fortune. Wilderness knife guy, although this water looks a bit. It's hard to describe, but at least it's fresh water. Lubon Reborn, congratulations on finding a water source. But the water quality is murky and needs multiple filtration and boiling to avoid microbial infection. What to eat today? There's water now. Does that mean we can grill fish? Looking forward. Lin Che was immersed in joy, scooping a handful of water. It was ice cold enough to relieve his thirst somewhat, but it was incredibly murky with mud and sand between his fingers. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. It had a strong, earthy smell with a hint of decayed leaves, but no foul odor, much better than the previous black water. What's wrong with being murky? He was feeling very optimistic now. We have a filtration artifact. It worked successfully yesterday, and today there's so much water, filtering it a few more times will do. He seemed to already see the clear water swaying in the lunchbox, saw the system prompt showing the task completed, and saw that solar desalination device. Although it seemed useless at the moment, having it was better than not. He quickly got up to find the entrenching tool that had flown away, picking up the water bottle and lunchbox. The lunchbox had been deformed from the fall, but thankfully it didn't leak. He cautiously scooped water from the top layer of the puddle with the lunchbox. Though it still looked like muddy soup, he didn't mind at all, happily pouring it into the water bottle. Ding. Detected that the host has discovered a large freshwater source. Tentative. Task completion for Task 80. Purify as soon as possible. Rewards are waiting for you. However, the water quality is somewhat challenging. Is your filter and stomach ready? The system's prompt had a hint of surprise and a bit of a voyeuristic tone, but Lin Che didn't care. Having it was better than not. He hummed a tuneless song, scooping water and chatting with the bullet comments brothers. Look. So much water. Enough for me to drink for several days. Once filtered, it will definitely be clean. As for how dirty the water really was, how long filtering would take, or whether drinking it would cause diarrhea, all these concerns were washed away by the joy of finding water. Is this considered luck? Definitely. But can this lucky water actually be consumed smoothly? That remains a question mark. Lin Che didn't care about any of that now, he just wanted to get the water back. Lin Che stumbled back to the beach camp, dragging along a military shovel in his arms, while holding a water jug filled with muddy water and a lunchbox. His legs still ached, his body was covered in mud and grass leaves stuck in his hair, yet he didn't mind at all. A smile had not left his face, as if he had found a treasure. He carefully placed the few lunch boxes of yellow-brown muddy soup on the sand, afraid to spill a drop, and exclaimed excitedly at the camera brothers. Take a look at this. This is hope. It's life-saving water. There's enough for everyone to drink. Next, we need to turn this muddy soup into drinkable, clean water. Let me show you what wilderness technology and hard work looks like. The viewers in the live stream were energized by his excitement, but more were worried about the water quality. Miao Xiaodong. Che, good, take it slow. Don't spill it. But this water looks really muddy. How can it really be cleaned? Grandpa Wang, this water looks like the Yellow River. Use more layers of sand when filtering. Don't be lazy. Wilderness knife, brother, be careful. If it's not filtered properly, you'll get diarrhea from drinking it, and there's no medicine on the island. What to eat today? If it's clean, can we cook fish? Looking forward. Go for it, streamer. I'm waiting to see you turn muddy soup into clean water. This color. I'm a bit scared to see what happens next. He took action without hesitation. Lin Che rolled up his sleeves, though they were already too dirty to see their original colors still smeared with mud. He didn't care and began to work. The first step was to dig a filtering pit. He used the military shovel to dig a pit next to the camp, much deeper than the one used last time for filtering and more organized. This time we're going big. It's reusable. No need to dig again. Next time we need water. He chatted with the comments while digging, sweating profusely with sand splashing onto his face. Once the pit was ready, he started looking for filtering materials. He first ran to the beach to pick up rounded stones, both big and small. The bottom layer needs to use big stones to support the upper layers and filter out large mud particles. After collecting the stones, he rinsed them with water, essentially just dipping them in seawater a couple of times, which didn't really clean them, merely providing psychological comfort. Then came the sand. He sifted through the beach, selecting finer grains. Fine sand is key. It can filter out small impurities. He similarly rinsed it in seawater, casually shaking off the water before setting it aside. The most crucial element was charcoal. He dug out some thoroughly burned pieces from the fire and crushed them into small bits with a stone. Do you understand? Activated charcoal. It can absorb odors. It can also absorb impurities. This is the soul of the filter. While crushing the charcoal, he didn't control the strength well, and charcoal dust splattered all over him. He didn't care and just used it. Lastly, he needed another layer of fine sand and coarse sand from top to bottom. The order must not be messed up. Big stones, small stones, coarse sand, fine sand, charcoal, fine sand, coarse sand, small stones. This way we can filter layer by layer. He recited it like a spell, fearful of forgetting the order. With all the materials ready, he began layering them in the pit carefully, like making a multi-layered cake. Each layer must be evenly spread. Otherwise, the water will leak out from one side. When he reached the charcoal layer, he deliberately pressed it down with his hand to compact it, but ended up mixing sand into the charcoal. He quickly tried to scrape it off, making it messy, and eventually decided to ignore it. That's close enough. After all, it can filter water. Your filter layer design barely adheres to the principles. The thickness of each layer is uneven, the charcoal is not activated, and the granules vary too much in size with insufficient compaction. Overall evaluation rudimentary, but with ideas. Filtering effect barely effective. Who asked you? As long as it can filter clean, that's all that matters. Lin Che retorted to the system in his heart and continued working. Finally, he took out a spare t-shirt from his backpack. It was still new and unworn. He gritted his teeth and tore off a large piece, placing it on top of the small stones. This is the last line of defense, to prevent the filter layer from getting disturbed when pouring water. A makeshift water purifier that looked somewhat decent but was actually a chaotic mess was complete. Lin Che clapped his hands and took 2 steps back, admiring his creation like a work of art. Look, this is our high-tech wilderness. Soon you'll witness its power. The viewers in the live stream also obliged with comments filled with praise. Miao Xiaotong, wow. This looks so professional. Che Gu is amazing. Grandpa Wang, not bad, not bad. Much better than that little pit last time. Luban Reborn, the structure is fine, but the material processing isn't detailed enough, so the filtering speed might be slow. Awesome. If this works, the streamer could become a wilderness engineer. Looking forward to the results. Quickly pour the water and give it a try. The critical moment had arrived. pouring the water. Lin Che picked up a lunchbox of muddy water, his hands trembling a bit, his heart racing. The moment of witnessing a miracle is here. He carefully poured the water onto the t-shirt, fearing he would disrupt the filter layer by pouring too fast. The muddy water quickly seeped through the t-shirt and then slowed down, dripping little by little through the filtering layer, moving as slow as a snail. Lin Che squatted beside it, his eyes fixed on the reserved drainage outlet at the bottom of the pit, which was just a slanting stone slab, not daring to breathe. After nearly 10 minutes, a drop of water finally fell. It was still a pale yellow, but much clearer than the muddy soup poured in. At least he could see the bottom. It worked. It's clear. It's really clear. Lin Che shouted excitedly, quickly placing an empty lunchbox under the drainage outlet to catch the water. Did you see? This is the power of technology. Though the filtering speed was frighteningly slow, filling a lunchbox took almost an hour, during which he had to pour water on top occasionally to keep the filter layer from drying out. He didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he grew more excited as he waited, like guarding a treasure. Finally, he filled a lunchbox with filtered water and hurriedly poured it into an iron lunchbox, adding firewood. To start a fire, it needs to be boiled to kill the bacteria. Otherwise, you'll get diarrhea. He was flustered while starting the fire, almost knocking over the lunchbox, but luckily managed to steady it in time. As the water boiled, it emitted a faint earthy and charcoal smell, much better than before. Lin Che poured the boiled water into the water jug and placed it aside to cool his eyes, not leaving it for a moment, afraid the water might run away. When the water cooled down, he took a deep breath, cradled the water jug in his hands, and like in a ritual brought it to his lips and cautiously took a small sip. The viewers in the live stream also held their breath, the comments dwindling. Meow Xiaodong, how is it? Can you drink it? Grandpa Wang, don't just sip. Drink more and try it. What to eat today? Is it sweet? If it's sweet, can we cook fish with it? The water slid down his throat and Lin Che closed his eyes, savoring it carefully. There was no salty taste, which was crucial. There was a faint earthy flavor along with a hint of charcoal smokiness and a slightly astringent mouthfeel, not pleasant at all. But in the midst of extreme thirst, when finding water felt nearly hopeless, this sip of drinkable fresh water tasted better than any nectar. Lin Che suddenly opened his eyes, his face breaking into an extremely exaggerated smile, shouting at the camera, "It's sweet. Brothers, this water is sweet. It's so good. Sweeter than any mineral water I've ever had. Really, sweet." His expression was so exaggerated, with wide-open eyes and a grin stretching to his ears, it was clear he was putting on a show. The viewers in the live stream were stunned for a second, then the comments exploded with laughter. Ha ha. Streamer, are you being sincere? How could this water possibly be sweet? Sweet my foot. It's probably just psychological. Thirst drove you crazy. This acting, I give full marks. So dedicated. Clearly it looks terrible to drink, yet still claiming it's sweet. The streamer is so adorable. The Importance of Self-Hypnosis by Lin Che. The will to survive made the water taste sweet. Ha ha, although I know it's fake, seeing the streamer happy makes me happy. Lin Che looked at the comments and couldn't help but smile, scratching his head. Alright, maybe. There's a bit of psychological influence. He took another big gulp, smacking his lips, but it really isn't bad. It's drinkable. Absolutely no problem. We've succeeded. While saying this, he kept drinking, and before long he had finished the whole jug of water, feeling entirely at ease, the fire in his throat extinguished, even forgetting the pain in his body. Ding. Detected that the host successfully purified and drank from a self-found water source. No acute poisoning symptoms, minor odor negligible. Task: stable freshwater source completed. Task reward: small solar seawater desalination device has been issued and will be delivered in the next shipping round. Congratulations on solving the drinking water crisis, host. Friendly reminder: while the current water source is drinkable, long-term consumption may pose health risks such as mineral imbalance. Once the seawater desalination device arrives, it is recommended to prioritize using that for water production. The system's notification sounded like heavenly music. Lin Che was so happy, he nearly jumped up, dancing in front of the camera. Brothers, we did it. We have a stable freshwater supply. No more fear of dying of thirst. Tonight's extra meal. Although it's still compressed biscuits, but we can soak them in sweet water. His joy infected everyone in the live stream, even though they all knew the water wasn't sweet at all. At this moment, psychological satisfaction outweighed the reality of taste. His homemade water purifier, although crude, genuinely solved the problem. This was the most successful instance of technology and hard work. Just then, a comment from What to Eat Today floated by again, still fixated on food. What to eat today: is the water sweet? If we use sweet water to cook fish, would it be sweet and sour fish? Lin Che. He realized that this guy could never forget about food, no matter the time. The water crisis was resolved. Though the water tasted rather strange occasionally, with a hint of earthy flavor or a touch of charred wood smoke, it was drinkable, at least alleviating fears of dying of thirst. Lin Che's mood mirrored the weather of Xingsha Island, with the previous clouds of despair now dispersed, leaving him joyfully cheerful each day. His daily routine was quite regular. He would wake up in the morning and head to the water source to fetch water, returning to filter and boil it for storage. In the morning, he would either reinforce his shelter or chop firewood. In the afternoon, he would chat with the family in the live stream, occasionally trying his hand at weaving baskets, using palm leaves which often fell apart after several attempts, but he managed to create a crooked one that could hold a few stones. However, after a few days of contentment, a new problem arose. There weren't enough tools. The engineer's shovel was fine for digging, but when it came to cutting thicker branches for reinforcing the shelter or gathering more firewood, it became a struggle. After each chopping session, his arms ached so badly he could barely lift them, feeling as if they were filled with lead. Water storage was also troublesome, relying on a military water bottle and a metal lunchbox. Each round trip to the water source netted him only 2 to 3 liters of water, and on days when he didn't feel like making the trek, he would run short. Sigh, if only I had a better knife like a mountain knife. Chopping trees would be so much easier instead of struggling with them like I do now. That afternoon, Lin Che sat at the entrance of his shelter fiddling with a multifunctional pocket knife that was dulling quickly. This knife was fine for cutting fruit, but felt like scratching an itch when it came to branches. And for water storage, if only I had a large bucket that could hold a dozen liters, I wouldn't have to run back and forth every day. The audience in the live stream echoed his sentiments with a lively barrage of comments and suggestions. Meow Xiaotang, yes. Brother Che currently has just one engineer's shovel. It's so tough for him. Wang Di, a mountain knife is really useful. I used one when I was young to chop firewood. It could easily slice through branches the size of a bowl. Wilderness knife, brother, if you ask me, you need a good knife. Tools that are efficient make work faster. What to eat today? If we had a big bucket for storing water, could we get more water to cook fish? Looking forward to it. Engineer's shovel, I'm too strained having to dig and chop. I'm just a shovel. Easy for you to say, but where on this deserted island can I buy a knife or a bucket? Unless someone gifts them. WAN rich sister. Hurry out. The streamer needs support. Some viewers began jokingly tagging WAN, and Lin Che didn't take it seriously. One hadn't shown up for several days, and he figured she had probably forgotten about his small live stream. But at that moment, the live stream was suddenly engulfed in a golden light. What the heck? Lin Che instinctively squinted, thinking the sunlight had glared into the camera. Upon closer inspection, a massive virtual yacht was floating in the center of the screen, sparkling with golden light accompanied by exhilarating music. A platform-wide broadcast notification popped up. System broadcast. One has gifted luxury yacht X1 in the live stream survival in the wilderness of Xingsha Island. Come and check it out. Another luxury yacht. The one worth 3,000. Lin Che stood there holding a half-chopped branch, mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. One. She's back. And she sent another yacht. The live stream exploded with excitement, comments flooding in even faster than before, filled with ecstatic shouts. Meow Xiaotang, wow. One is back. It's a luxury yacht. Wang Di, goodness. Is this another 3,000? This girl is too generous. Wilderness knife, brother, no way. She really came. The benefactor has arrived. What to eat today, rich sister? Please take me along. I want to drink sweet water. What the heck? This golden light. It's blinding. Has WAN been watching the live stream all along? So timely. Streamer quickly thanked the benefactor. Don't just stand there. It took Lin Che a moment to regain his senses. The branch in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He hurriedly bowed to the camera, nearly knocking off the palm leaf hat he had woven. Thank you, Juan. I'm so grateful. How did you come back? And to send such an expensive gift? Before he could finish his sentence, a message framed in gold floated to the top of the screen, the font not large, but particularly eye-catching, with just one sentence: WAN, buy some decent tools and a water bucket. There was no greeting or extra words directly addressing his earlier complaints, strikingly precise. It was as if she had never left, watching him struggle to chop trees, watching him run back and forth to fetch water, and then at his moment of greatest need, she simply threw money to solve the problem. Lin Che's eyes suddenly felt warm, not from the money but from this well-timed gesture. He had only casually complained a couple of times, yet someone had truly remembered and helped him so directly. You really understand me. Thank you so much. Lin Che was so excited he began to stutter, bowing again. Tools. Water bucket. This is exactly what I need. This is not just timely help, but it's air support. Precision airdrop. Thank you so much. Ding. Received a gift from viewer, WN Luxury, Yacht X1. Automatically converted to Paradise points, 3,000 points. Current total points, 6010. 5 points. Host, your benefactor is back. Quickly hold on tight. The system's notification had a cheerful tone, and upon hearing the points, Lin Che's eyes sparkled. Over 6,000. That's a huge sum. He had thought 3,000 points was already a lot, and now it had doubled. His posture straightened, instantly feeling like a rich man on the deserted island. Buy. I must buy. Right now? Choose the best. He shouted grandly at the camera, pretending to operate his phone, his mind diving into the system mall. It was essentially him thinking, and the system would automatically display the interface. Welcome to the System Mall. Honorable temporary VIP customer. What service do you need? Water bucket. The largest one, as much as it can hold. And a mountain knife. The sharpest and most durable one. Lin Che eagerly said, fearing he would miss out on the product. The mall interface refreshed, quickly displaying several models of water buckets and mountain knives. Large folding water bucket 20L, 150 points. Made of food-grade plastic, collapsible, space-saving, can be carried when full, meeting high water storage needs. Military mountain knife, 300 points. Made of high-carbon steel with a sharp edge capable of chopping trees and cutting vines, and essential for wilderness survival, and comes with a sheath for safety. Lin Che looked at the prices and smiled. Only 450 points. This is nothing. I'll buy it. Just as he was about to confirm, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. Wait. Add some seasoning. Eating plain compressed biscuits every day was making his mouth taste bland. Salt, sugar, and pepper, a bit of each. He searched for seasonings in the mall and found a basic seasoning set for just 50 points, decisively adding it to his cart. That's all. Confirm the order. Order submitted successfully. Products: large folding water bucket X1, military mountain knife X1, a basic seasoning set X1 have been added to the logistics queue. Expected delivery on the next flight. Thank you for your purchase, and may you have a pleasant day. The next flight. Those familiar words again. Lin Che's previously heightened emotions dipped slightly, but quickly recovered. This time he had more points and had bought so many good things. Waiting a few days was better than having nothing. He exited the mall and faced the camera again, unable to suppress his smile. Brothers, it's done. I've placed the order. A 20-liter water bucket, a military mountain knife, and seasoning. Once the delivery ship arrives next time, we'll completely upgrade from a bird gun to a cannon. In the future, chopping trees won't be exhausting, water storage won't require tiring runs, and I can add some flavor to my compressed biscuits. The audience in the live stream was filled with envy, the comments bursting with sourness. Meow, shao tang, wow. A 20-liter water bucket. Brother Che won't have to run to the water source every day anymore. Wang Di military mountain knife is great. That thing is sturdy and cuts trees fast. Wilderness knife, brother seasoning. Finally, I won't have to eat plain food. The streamer is going to have a feast. What to eat today with seasoning? We can add salt when cooking fish. Just thinking about it makes it smell good. So jealous. I want a benefactor who gifts yachts too. The luck of the streamer is unparalleled. It feels great to be noticed by a rich woman. Looking forward to the unboxing. I want to see the streamer use the new knife to chop trees. Lin Che was even happier after hearing this, unable to resist dreaming about the future. Once the tools arrive, I'll first use the mountain knife to chop some thick wood, reinforce the shelter, and make a proper door. Then I'll fill the large water bucket to the brim, saving myself from daily runs. If I can find some fish, I can also use the seasoning to make fish soup. It'll definitely be delicious. He spoke more enthusiastically, as if he could already see himself wielding the mountain knife, chopping trees in the jungle with ease, a large bucket of clean water beside him, and a pot of fragrant fish soup simmering. Though he hadn't seen a single fish yet, dreams are meant to be had. He looked at the camera again and earnestly said, I truly want to thank WAN. If it weren't for you, I'd still be struggling with the engineer's shovel against the trees. If there's ever anything you need from me, just let me know. I'd even help you chop a boatload of coconuts. Although he knew that one probably wouldn't need his help, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Hosted is advised to stay calm and not get too excited. No matter how good the tools are, one must know how to use them. Don't end up chopping your own foot with the mountain knife. However, having a benefactor does indeed save a lot of trouble. Just enjoy it quietly. The system came in with a cold splash of water, but Lin Che didn't care at all, grinning foolishly. I know. I'll be careful. Once the tools arrive, I'll practice first, and I'll get the hang of it. Juan's sudden appearance and gift had ignited a spark in his otherwise mundane survival life, and the popularity of the livestream surged, with many new viewers tuning in to watch the wilderness streamer supported by a rich woman. Everyone was waiting for the next delivery ship, eager to see what the new tools looked like and to witness Lin Che's prowess with the mountain knife. On the other side of the screen, the mysterious viewer with the ID one watched Lin Che's silly smile, lightly tapping her finger on the screen, not sending another message, but not exiting the live stream immediately either. Perhaps she was also looking forward to seeing what new accomplishments this somewhat clumsy yet hardworking streamer would achieve after receiving the new tools. Support had been arranged, they were just waiting for the logistics to ship. Lin Che's survival on the deserted island was about to welcome a new round of upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. With a stable source of fresh water, though it tasted quite strange, akin to water infused with some indescribable minerals reminding him of the brine from his grandmother's pickled vegetables, he no longer had to worry about drinking water. Moreover, the occasional air support messages from the esteemed WN suggesting portable water purifiers and foldable barbecue grills filled Lin Che with a sense of hopeful anticipation akin to drawing dreams in the air, keeping his spirits bright for several days. That's how people are once they are not hungry or thirsty they begin to ponder higher pursuits, like when a parched throat cries out for something delicious. After a week of munching on compressed biscuits paired with the sweet water, a name Lin Che stubbornly gave it though its sweetness was debatable, his taste buds were in an uproar protesting daily, with exclamations of "I want meat," and "I want something fresh." His digestive system also showed no mercy, struggling with the biscuit mush, leaving him feeling perpetually bloated and nostalgic for the taste of proper meals. Especially that viewer named What to Eat Today, who was like a food assassin in the comments, regularly posting pictures of various delicacies. Greasy braised pork, cheese-covered baked lobster skewers sprinkled with sesame, and occasionally a close-up of a steaming hot pot asking, "Are we eating this today?" Should the host have a taste from afar? This wasn't just a virtual taste, it felt like a psychological assault. Every time Lin Che gripped his compressed biscuits, swallowing hard, his desire for meat reached an unprecedented peak. That afternoon the tide receded, revealing a vast area of rocks that had been submerged, still adorned with wet seaweed, while the wind carried a hint of salty sea flavor. Standing on the beach, feeling the soft sand beneath his feet, Lin Che pointed excitedly at the rocky ground filled with small puddles, announcing to the camera brothers, "Today we won't engage in any strenuous activities. No clearing land, no chopping trees, and no stubbornly trying to start a fire with sticks." He paused, tapping his spade in hand, his eyes shining brightly. "Today, we have one goal only: harvesting from the sea. We need to get some solid goods to improve our meals." The audience in the live stream erupted, the comments flooding in "Oh. Finally a feast. I feel like I'm about to vomit from all these biscuits. Support. It's about time we search for food by the sea. There are plenty of good things in the rocky area. Crabs, sea snails, maybe even octopus. Go for it, host. Hey, be careful, the rocks are slippery and the crab claws are strong. Don't get pinched. What to eat today? Ha. Finally this day has come. Go for it, host. My electronic pickled vegetables tonight depend on you. Don't let me down." Lin Che carried his spade while in his other hand he held a basket woven from pliable branches. An item crafted under the remote guidance of Old Wong, which turned out to have large gaps. It couldn't even hold a crab, let alone a sea snail. A typical failed creation. But he had no other container, so he had to make do. Carefully he approached the rocky area where the rocks were slick from seawater and had to watch his step to avoid falling. After the tide receded, many clear little puddles were left on the rocks where sunlight allowed glimpses of tiny fish swimming about and little sea snails resting on the stones, resembling hidden miniature worlds. With wide eyes, Lin Che bent down, searching through the puddles as if on a treasure hunt, fearful of missing anything edible. "Host, under the shadow of the third rock on the left, there's a crustacean moving. It looks like a blue crab. Just a reminder, its claws are quite powerful and aggressive. I wanted to give you some tactics like feigning an attack, drawing it out, or catching it off guard. But forget it, just go for the spade directly." The system's reminder was as infuriating as ever. It sounded like concern, but came across as disdain. Lin Che rolled his eyes internally, complaining, "So after all that, this is what you have to say?" Still, he cautiously moved in the direction indicated by the system. As expected, when he crouched down, he spotted a not overly large blue crab waving its claws, scuttling back and forth in the puddle, its little eyes darting around, vigilant like a tiny bodyguard. Lin Che licked his lips, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. This was the first target of the day. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the crab, silently counting 1, 2, 3, then, with a swift motion, thrusting the spade down. What happened? He miscalculated the strength and angle. The spade merely whooshed past the crab's shell, splashing water all over his pants. Startled, the blue crab dashed sideways into a crack between the rocks, moving at lightning speed. "Hey, don't run. Come back here." Lin Che grew anxious, disregarding the risk of being pinched, and clumsily reached out to grab it. Ouch! A sudden scream shattered the tranquility by the sea. As expected, the crab's claw had firmly pinched his finger. Although it wasn't large, the strength was significant, causing Lin Che to grimace in pain, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "Let go. You better let go." He shook his hand, trying to fling the crab off, but it seemed glued to him, gripping even tighter. He was flailing and hopping about, creating a scene that was both chaotic and comical, resembling an elementary school student bullied by a crab. The comments in the live stream were instantly flooded with laughter. "Ha. I can't breathe from laughing. The host hasn't even started yet, and already hurt himself. Oh, what luck. Host, I want to eat seafood. Crab, let's see who eats whom first. Crab, bet you didn't see this coming. Today it's not certain who's eating who. You're outmatched, host. Quick, put your finger in the water. The crab might let go. The crab might ease up in the water. Are you in pain? Just watching you hurts. Ha. Lin Che gasped in pain, but ignored the comments, quickly plunging his hand along with the crab into the nearby puddle. After soaking for about 10 seconds, the crab indeed released its grip, whooshing into a crack between the rocks, disappearing from sight. Lin Che shook his hand, looking down to see two distinct red marks on his finger. Even the slightest touch made him wince. Let me see. Am I bleeding? He leaned closer to the camera, blowing gently on his finger with a pitiful expression, feeling utterly wronged on the verge of tears. Not only did he fail to catch the crab on his first attempt, but he also ended up with an injury. What terrible luck. Host, I suggest you try using tools next time, or wear gloves. Oh wait, you don't have gloves. Well, good luck. Shut up. You're just a backseat driver. Where were you before? Lin Che scolded the system internally, rubbing his finger and taking a deep breath. No, he couldn't give up like this, otherwise he'd have to gnaw on compressed biscuits tonight. Determined, Lin Che patted the sand off his pants and continued searching. After this setback, he had learned his lesson and wouldn't dare to recklessly grab with his hands again. He wielded his spade, carefully flipping over small rocks or using a long branch to poke into crevices, hoping to scare out anything hidden inside. Believe it or not, this method proved effective. Before long, he spotted a few small sea snails hurriedly crawling out from under a rock, likely frightened by the poking branch. Don't run. You can't escape. With swift hands, Lin Che grabbed one, and although he didn't catch them all, he managed to snag 3 and hurriedly tossed them into the basket. The sea snails were not large, about the size of his thumb, but Lin Che was still delighted. After all, it was still meat. Better than nothing. Next, he discovered a bread crab hiding beside a slightly larger rock. This crab seemed a bit sluggish, likely just waking up and confused. Lin Che had learned his lesson this time. He circled around the crab's back, skillfully flipping it over with his spade, then quickly pressing down to prevent it from escaping. Once he confirmed the crab couldn't move, he carefully pinched the back edge of its shell and lifted it, shaking it in front of the camera. Ha! Look, a big one. This time I succeeded. Be careful not to get pinched. A concise comment floated by, consistent with Juan's usual cool demeanor, lacking extra words, yet Lin Che felt warmed by it. This was clearly concern for him. Lin Che quickly smiled at the camera, his tone light. Thank you for your concern, Juan. This time I'll be careful. I'm pressing down with the spade, it definitely can't pinch me. With Juan's concern and the motivation from the bread crab in his hand, Lin Che felt invigorated and began to move more energetically through the rocky area. He continued to find a few hermit crabs, but unfortunately they were too small, with shells barely larger than a fingernail. Lin Che decided to release them. They were too insignificant to bother with and better off growing larger. Later, he discovered some oysters attached to the side of a rock. These were quite tough. Lin Che pried at them for quite a while, making his arms sore, managing to pry off 3, though he accidentally bent the edge of the spade, which pained him. Most surprisingly, in a slightly deeper puddle, he actually caught a small fish. The fish likely hadn't managed to escape with the receding tide and was disoriented in the puddle. Lin Che reached out and easily caught it. The fish was not large, only about 10 centimeters long, but Lin Che's eyes brightened. Another addition to his meal. Though the overall haul wasn't particularly large for Lin Che, who was harvesting from the sea for the first time and had 0 experience, it was a monumental success. His shabby basket gradually filled with crabs, sea snails, oysters, and a fish jingling as he shook it, bringing him joy. The sun slowly set, bathing the sea and rocks in golden hues, sparkling beautifully. Lin Che carried his hard-earned seafood back to the campfire, feeling delighted, his steps noticeably lighter. Brothers, let's set up this seafood feast. He placed the basket on the ground, excitedly announcing to the camera as he began to get busy. If we talk about the cooking process, it was truly simple and brutally straightforward. No oil, no ginger or garlic, not to mention any cooking wine to mask the fishy smell. He didn't even have salt. Lin Che found an iron lunchbox, poured in some fresh water, placed it over the fire to boil, then simply processed the seafood, essentially rinsing it in seawater to wash off the sand, then tossing it all into the iron lunchbox. Boiling. Pure boiling. We call this the original flavor. Do you understand? This way we can savor the freshest taste of seafood. He forcefully explained to the camera, eyes glued to the seafood in the lunchbox, watching as the crabs turned red and the sea snails slowly opened their shells, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. The viewers in the live stream were both mocking and eagerly anticipating the comments flying in. No way, host. Boiling seafood. That's such a waste. At least grill it a bit. Seriously, no seasoning at all. Is it even edible? Looking at it makes me feel sorry, yet I'm strangely craving it. Host, aren't you worried it'll taste fishy? The last time I boiled crab without ginger, I couldn't even eat it. What to eat today? Although the method is a bit primitive, the ingredients look really fresh. The host should try it. I'm waiting to see your reaction. Before long, the mixed seafood stew was ready, steam rising from the iron lunchbox, a faint marine smell wafting out. Lin Che eagerly reached in, only to jerk back as the crab was too hot to handle, exclaiming, ouch. So hot. He shook his hand, disregarding the heat, using a branch to fish out a bright red crab, letting it cool on a rock for a few seconds before clumsily cracking open its shell. The snowy white crab meat emerged, still steaming, wafting a sweet ocean aroma that instantly filled Lin Che's nose. Not caring about the heat, he leaned in to blow on it, then took a big bite of the crab meat. Instantly, the sweet, firm flavor with a hint of saltiness exploded in his mouth. Although there were no seasonings and even a slight fishy taste for Lin Che, who had been munching on compressed biscuits for nearly a week, this was simply the taste of heaven. It was even better than any delicacies he had eaten in the city. So good. Brothers, this is really delicious. His eyes widened, mouth stuffed, he mumbled excitedly at the camera, his expression exaggerated, yet immensely satisfied, as if he had tasted some divine delicacy. After finishing the crab, he picked up a sea snail, using a branch to extract the meat, popping it into his mouth. The snail meat was chewy, and its sweet flavor matched that of the crab. Next came the fish and oysters. Though the fish was small, its flesh was tender, and the meat of the oyster was smooth and fresh, nearly making him swallow his tongue. He savored each bite, nodding with approval, occasionally sucking the juices off his fingers, looking as if he would swallow the crab shells and sea snail shells whole. Who would have thought that such a simple boiling method could bring out the seafood's freshness and original flavor to the fullest? The viewers in the live stream, seeing Lin Che devour his meal with a blissful expression, felt as though they too were tasting the deliciousness, and the comments took a turn. Wow. Seeing the host enjoy his food so much makes me hungry. I was eating takeout, but watching the host eat seafood suddenly made my takeout seem unappetizing. The host's eating style is so real. It makes me want to rush out and buy seafood to cook. Although there are no seasonings, it looks so fresh. The host is right, the original flavor is the best. I can't take it anymore. I need to cook some instant noodles and add an egg, otherwise I fear I won't survive. WN seems like it tastes good. Seeing Juan's comment, Lin Che chewed on the snail meat, nodding vigorously, mumbling, not just good, it's simply perfect. Thank you, Juan. Without your support, I wouldn't have had the strength to come harvest from the sea this grand feast. You've indirectly sponsored it. He wolfed down every last morsel from the iron lunchbox, not letting a single drop of broth go to waste. After finishing, he contentedly burped, patting his slightly bulging belly, then lay back on the beach, gazing at the stars emerging in the sky, feeling as if he had reached a new height in life. Burp. Brothers, let me tell you, this is the essence of wilderness survival. Using your own hands to find food from nature, that feeling is just too exhilarating. He patted his belly, a smile on his face. Though this seafood feast was simple, just boiled, it was incredibly delicious. It's far more satisfying than any feast in the city. Although it was just the simplest boiled seafood, the sense of fulfillment earned through one's own labor, filled with freshness, cannot be compared to any lavish banquet in the city. Lin Che's first seafood feast concluded in such a simple yet delicious, occasionally chaotic atmosphere. The viewers in the live stream also felt as if they had enjoyed a thorough cloud dining experience. Watching him eat with such gusto made everyone happy, while also raising their expectations for his future culinary adventures. Even if there was a tinge of sympathy, as no one knew what dark cuisine he might cook up next. The sense of satisfaction from the seafood feast lingered on Lin Che for an entire day. When he woke up in the morning and touched his belly, he could still savor the sweet flavor of crab meat, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. Everything seemed delightful, even the leaky old shack and the sweet water that tasted like old pickled vegetables. He even began to ponder expanding his menu, squatting on the beach and drawing circles in the sand. If only I could get some salt-boiled seafood. Without salt, just feels incomplete. He then looked up at the distant forest. Maybe there are wild fruits in the woods. Last time I passed by, I think I saw a tree with little red fruits, but I didn't dare to pick them. I need to check it out next time. The weather that afternoon was truly pleasant, the sky as blue as freshly washed fabric, with the sun warming his body and a gentle sea breeze making him drowsy. With nothing to do, Lin Che moved a flat stone to sit on the beach and turned on his daily chatting mode for the camera, discussing 100 ways to prepare seafood. Though he had only unlocked the boiled method so far, and drifting into thoughts of a happy life with equipment in the future. Once the mountain opening knife that one mentioned arrives, I'll head straight into the woods. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, mimicking the action of chopping trees. Maybe you'll find wild mangoes and wild lychees. By then we'll have plenty of fruit and won't have to gnaw on biscuits every day. And that big water barrel, just thinking about it feels great. It can hold several liters of water. We can set up a simple shower next to the shack. Bathing in seawater every day, I'm almost covered in a crust of salt, it's so itchy. Later on, we could dig a small fish pond by the sea, putting the little fish caught during low tide in to raise them, establishing sustainable seafood farming. In the future, we can just scoop them up whenever we want to eat. How convenient. He got more and more excited, nearly spitting on the camera, as if the next second Star Sand Island would transform into a paradise in his hands, directly stepping into the agricultural civilization era. The viewers in the live stream had long gotten used to his grand plans, and the comments were filled with playful jabs. Haha, the host is dreaming again. First, fix your leaky shack. Shower. Lin, you're getting carried away. Did you forget about getting your hand pinched by a crab yesterday? Maybe you should first install a door on the shack. the wind will blow right in while you're sleeping. What to eat today? Fish pond sounds great. I vote for that. The host will be able to enjoy seafood freedom in the future. The one above, let's wait until the host survives the next possible storm before we talk. In the midst of this cheerful yet unreliable atmosphere, a comment from Captain Jack suddenly floated by, different from the others, carrying an inexplicable gravity. Captain Jack, kid, don't fantasize about your agricultural civilization just yet. Look up at the sky to the southeast and feel the wind right now as something's off. Lin Che was just discussing how many fish to raise in the pond for enough to eat when he was interrupted by this comment. He paused for a moment, instinctively uttering an "oh," and looked up toward the southeastern sea surface. At first, he didn't notice anything wrong. The sky was still blue and the clouds were sparse, just like usual. But after rubbing his eyes and looking closely, he noticed a faint gray-white cloud layer where the sky met the sea, resembling a poorly spread curtain, easily overlooked unless one focused closely. He looked down at the torn piece of cloth stuck beside the camp. He had ripped it from a life jacket, serving as a wind direction indicator. Previously, it either hung limply or swayed gently, but now it was flapping vigorously toward the northwest, making a rustling sound. Even the edges of the cloth were curling up. The wind had indeed changed. What was once gentle now felt cool against his face, and its direction was particularly steady, blowing firmly in one direction with significantly more strength than before, causing his hair to stick to his face. Captain Jack, that cloud layer looks thin, but its shape resembles the offshore thunderstorm clouds. I've been sailing for decades and can recognize it at a glance. There's a high probability it's the outer cloud system of a tropical cyclone. Look at the wind direction. It's a steady southeast wind, and it's gradually increasing. These are all signs of an approaching storm. Kid, don't take it lightly. You need to prepare quickly. A typhoon might be on its way. Captain Jack's comment was unusually long and serious, the terminology reflecting a professional tone that immediately dampened the cheerful atmosphere in the live stream, and the playful comments vanished in an instant. Tropical cyclone. Typhoon. These two words hit Lin Che like ice water, instantly cooling his previously warm thoughts. The scene of the last torrential rains suddenly flashed in his mind. Back then, he only had a flimsy tent nearly blown away by the wind, with rainwater flooding the inside. He shivered inside, later realizing that was just the edge of a typhoon. Typhoon. Lin Che's voice trembled slightly as he jumped up from the stone, his face paling instantly. Brother Jack, you must be mistaken. The weather looks pretty good. How could there be a typhoon? Captain Jack, no mistake. I've seen all kinds of weather signs in over 30 years at sea. What looks fine now is because you're still on the outer edge of the storm. Once you see the dark clouds rolling in, it'll be too late. Given the speed of this cloud formation, at the earliest tomorrow and at the latest the day after, it will definitely affect your island. It's hard to predict how strong the typhoon will be now, but you absolutely cannot let your guard down. Storms at sea can change in an instant. The atmosphere in the live stream had completely shifted. The previous merriment had vanished, replaced with tension. Damn. A typhoon. The host is in big trouble now. No way. This island is so small. Where can the host hide? Quick, reinforce the shack. That tent couldn't withstand the edge of the last storm. Wouldn't this typhoon blow the shack away? Stock up on water. Stock up on firewood. And food. A typhoon means heavy rain for sure. It'll be impossible to go out looking for things. Host, don't panic. First, think about how to make the shack sturdier. WAN, is the situation serious? What do we need to prepare? Even WAN, who usually says little, sent a comment. Although brief, it was clear he was worried about Lin Che. Lin Che was thoroughly panicking, spinning in place like a headless fly, muttering, it's over, a typhoon. Can my shack withstand it? The pillars are all crooked and the roof is leaking. What about water? Is the water I stored enough? And firewood, if it rains it'll get wet, and I won't be able to start a fire. Ding. Damn. A lethal environmental threat detected. Survival mode urgently switched to disaster preparedness plan. Host, stop spinning around. Move quickly. The system's voice suddenly blared, completely different from its usual irritating tone, now urgent, and even sprinkled with expletives mixed with static noise. Based on real-time data assessment, this tropical cyclone is expected to reach your shabby island within 36 to 48 hours. Wind force estimated at 8 to 10, with gusts possibly exceeding level 11. Heavy rain is also expected. Every minute and second is precious right now. Act quickly. The system's urgent prompt felt like an air raid siren, providing specific data that startled Lin Che, finally waking him from his panic. Yes, action. I need to prepare quickly. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and spoke to the camera. Brothers, thank you, Brother Jack, for the reminder. And thank you, Brother WAN, for your concern. We won't chat today. Our survival is the priority. Let's start preparing for the typhoon right now. His expression finally calmed a bit as he began to give himself orders. His voice still trembled, but it was much stronger than before. Step 1, reinforce the shack. If this thing collapses, I'll have to face the typhoon outdoors. He rushed to his Lin's mansion, squatting down to inspect it closely. Those supporting pillars were already crooked, some were loose, and the palm leaves on the roof were sparsely laid. It leaked even during light rain, let alone during a typhoon. The more he looked, the more anxious he became, his hands trembling slightly. I need ropes. The more the better. Tighten the pillars. He suddenly recalled the tree bark fibers and vines he had collected earlier at the forest's edge, thinking they were useless, and had buried them in a random pit. He hurried over, using his entrenching tool to dig in the sand, finally managing to find the pile of vines, thankfully not damaged by the rain. He ran back with the vines, but feeling it wasn't enough, he dashed into the forest's edge, chopping any thicker, sturdier vines he saw. When the entrenching tool wasn't enough, he used his hands to pull them, cutting his palms on the little thorns of the vines, blood seeping out, but he didn't care about the pain stuffing them into his arms. Next, he moved frantically like a deranged spider, wrapping the vines around the shack. First, he tied the crooked pillars to the nearby trees, wrapping the vines around in circle after circle, tying it tight, not pulling to check if it was tight enough, and adding another round. Then, he climbed onto the shack's roof, binding the rafters together to prevent them from falling apart at the slightest gust. Finally, he stretched several guy lines around the shack, one end tied to the shack's pillars, and the other hammered deep into the sand, pressing it down with stones. Feeling it was still not secure, he chopped a large pile of palm leaves and thicker branches, stacking them on the roof, layering it thickly, even adding 2 extra layers over the previously leaking spots. The whole process was chaotic. When tying ropes, he tied the wrong knot and spent a long time untangling it, cursing damn it. While climbing the roof, he lost his footing and almost fell off, quickly grabbing a nearby branch to steady himself. While moving palm leaves, the hard thorns dug into his arm. He brushed them off casually and continued. The shack was tied up like a rice dumpling, wrapped in cloth, ugly and crooked, but each vine exuded a desperate will to survive. Step 2. Stock up on supplies. Firewood and water. Both are essential. After reinforcing the shack, Lin Che didn't have time to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his face and starting to work again. He charged into the woods, this time not being picky. Previously, he only collected dry twigs, but now he grabbed anything that could burn, whether it was thick, dead branches or dry leaves on the ground, stuffing them into his arms. Some of the dead branches were too thick for him to carry, so he chopped them into pieces with the entrenching tool, dragging them back to the camp. The weight of the branches bruised his shoulder, but he didn't care, continuing to haul them. Before long, a small pile of firewood had formed beside the camp. Feeling it was still insufficient, he ran back to gather more until he could hardly carry any more, finally stopping, covering the firewood pile with palm leaves to prevent it from getting wet in the rain. Then came water. He rummaged through everything that could hold water. Military water bottles, iron lunchboxes, even that empty mineral water bottle he couldn't bear to throw away, and even washed out the tin box that had held compressed biscuits. He rushed to the water filtration point, squatting there to collect water. The flow was slow, making him anxious, so he used his hands to dig through the sand meant for filtering, trying to speed up the flow. After filling one bottle, he hurried back to the camp, pouring it into the large plastic barrel. He had previously stored fresh water in this barrel, was taken from the life raft, then ran back to collect more. After running back and forth over a dozen times, panting, heavily drenched in sweat, the iron lunchbox burned his hands. He shook his hands and muttered, "So hot," but didn't stop. Finally, after filling the large plastic barrel halfway, and also filling the military water bottle and the mineral water bottle, he sighed in relief. This much water should last several days. Step 3. Secure everything. Don't let it get blown away. He started circling the camp, moving everything that could be blown away into the shack. Entrenching tool, empty toolbox, remaining compressed biscuits, wet clothes hanging on the branches, even checking the phone holder carefully. The compressed biscuits were placed in the iron box and weighed down with stones. The wet clothes were neatly folded and placed in the corner of the shack to prevent them from getting wet. The entrenching tool was leaned against the shack's pillars and tied with vines. The viewers in the live stream watched him move like a wind-up toy, dashing from one side to the other, frantic, the tension palpable, and the comments turned into a real-time command center host. Pull that guy line tighter on the left. It looks a bit loose. Cover the firewood pile thicker. It'll get wet if it rains, and wet firewood won't ignite. Water. Store more. It might rain for several days during a typhoon. Of fresh water is crucial. Host, take it slow. Don't fall. You almost fell off the roof just now. The door of the shack also needs reinforcement. The wind will blow from that direction. Be careful and don't rush. Lin Che occasionally glanced at the comments, seeing Juan's concern, feeling warm inside, panting as he spoke to the camera. Thank you. Thank you, brother WN. I know I'm not rushing. Despite saying this, his hands didn't slow down at all. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind grew stronger, rustling the nearby palm trees. The leaves tossed about chaotically. The distant sea surface lost its previous calmness, with waves becoming larger and more urgent, crashing against the rocks with loud pops. The oppressive feeling of an impending storm seeped through the camera, tightening the hearts of the viewers in the live stream. Finally, Lin Che had finished the preparations he needed to make. Standing in the center of the camp, hands on his hips, panting heavily, he looked at the tightly bound shack, the pile of firewood beside it, and the plastic barrel filled with water, feeling slightly more at ease, but his heart was still pounding like a drum. He wiped the sweat from his face, only to realize there were not just beads of sweat, but a few raindrops. Light rain had already begun to fall. Looking up at the sky, he saw the cloud layer to the southeast thickening slowly, drifting toward him, and the sky darkening even faster. Brothers, the initial preparations are done. His voice carried fatigue and a bit of tension as he spoke to the camera. Whether this shack can withstand it, I don't know. We can only leave it to fate. Tonight, I probably won't be able to sleep. I need to keep an eye out. The comments in the live stream were filled with encouragement. Lin, hang in there. You've prepared so thoroughly, you'll definitely withstand it. It'll be fine. The typhoon will pass soon. We're here with you. Don't turn off the live stream. We'll wait with you. Host, don't be afraid. You survived the heavy rain before. You can do it this time too. WN, stay alert and let us know if anything happens. Lin Che nodded, walking to the shack entrance, tugging at the guy line to ensure it was tight, then moving the phone holder to the corner of the shack entrance. This way he could capture the outside situation while blocking some rain, preventing the phone from getting wet. Thank you, everyone. Then, let's keep the live stream on and wait together. He crawled into the shack, found a dry cloth to pad the ground, hugged his knees, and stared intently outside. The sky darkened further, the wind grew stronger, and the raindrops transformed from a few to a steady drizzle pattering on the shack roof with a rustle sound. The previously cheerful atmosphere had completely vanished, and the entire Star Sand Island was shrouded in the tension and uncertainty before the typhoon's arrival. Lin Che sat inside the shack, listening to the sound of the wind and rain outside, feeling anxious and restless. This was the first real natural test he faced since arriving at Star Sand Island, and he didn't know if he could endure it. The wind outside the shack was no longer as mild as during the day. It howled like a ghost, moaning and intensifying with each gust, causing the nearby palm trees to sway precariously, their leaves rustling violently as if they were about to be uprooted. The rain, which had previously been a gentle patter, suddenly transformed into a torrential downpour, slamming down on the palm leaf roof with a crackling sound that resembled countless small stones hitting the ground, sending a wave of panic through anyone who heard it. Lin Che huddled in his reinforced shack, wrapped in a soaking wet coat, feeling like a small cat hiding in a cardboard box during a storm, cold and frightened. The shack swayed in the wind, the creaking sound making his teeth ache. With each shake, his heart jumped, fearing that the rickety structure would collapse at any moment. Although he had tied it up with vine after vine, in the face of such fierce natural forces, those efforts felt utterly futile, like scratching an itch. His phone stand was pressed firmly in the corner of the shack with two large stones, relatively dry there, facing the entrance, capturing the pitch black outside, where only the blurry shadows of rain and wind could be seen, occasionally interrupted by small branches being swept past the lens, causing the shadows inside the shack to sway. The live stream had not been turned off. The number of viewers not only remained steady, but was also rapidly increasing, as everyone was likely on edge, eager to see whether this lone streamer on a deserted island could weather the storm. Brothers. Lin Che's voice mingled with the wind and rain, sounding somewhat ethereal and trembling. Did you hear that? The wind seems to be getting stronger. Much more ferocious than that rainy night last time. That wasn't this terrifying. Just as he finished speaking, a particularly fierce gust of wind slammed against the shack. Bang! A loud crash shook the shack. The palm leaf curtain hanging at the entrance was torn aside by the wind, and icy rainwater poured in with a whoosh, drenching Lin Che from head to toe, startling him. Damn it! Lin Che jumped in fright, scrambling toward the entrance, reaching out to pull the curtain back to block the door. But the wind was too strong. The curtain flailed like it had come to life in his hands. He pulled with all his might, his arms aching, but he couldn't overcome the wind, and instead the curtain slapped him several times in the face, rainwater streaming down his neck. Host, look at the upper left. The third rafter where it connects to the main beam is loose. It might not hold up. The stress is almost exceeded. Quickly find something to prop it up. Otherwise it will collapse. Hurry up. Don't just stand there. The system's warning screamed in his mind, sharper than the howling wind outside, almost breaking pitch. Lin Che's scalp tingled. He couldn't care about the curtain at the entrance anymore, and quickly looked up at the upper left corner. With the faint light from the phone screen, he indeed saw that rafter shaking violently, the tied vines showing signs of breaking. If it shook a few more times, it would definitely fall. Damn it! Why did it have to break down at this moment? He cursed, his eyes quickly scanning the shack, spotting a thick branch in the corner meant for firewood. Originally deemed too thick to burn, he hadn't dared to split it, but now it was just right for the occasion. He rushed over, grabbed the branch, ignoring the thorns that pricked his hands, and shoved it under the rafter, pushing it up with all his strength, firmly pressing the other end against the sandy ground, even kicking it to make it more stable. Just as he secured it, another gust of wind whooshed past. Creak. The shack emitted a particularly painful groan, causing Lin Che's heart to leap into his throat as he stared intensely at that branch. Fortunately, the branch didn't budge. The rafters' shaking seemed to lessen a bit, stabilizing it for the time being. Lin Che leaned against the cold wall of the shack, gasping heavily, his heart pounding, as if it were a rabbit trying to escape, nearly leaping out of his throat. In just this short time, he was completely soaked, his clothes clinging to him, cold and heavy, his hair glued to his forehead, and he couldn't tell if it was rainwater or cold sweat dripping down his face. The comments in the live stream had exploded, scrolling by rapidly, the words overlapping each other, almost impossible to read. My God, this is terrifying. Is the shack really going to collapse? Are you okay, streamer? Don't force yourself. If it gets too bad, find somewhere else to hide. Where am I supposed to go? In this wind and rain, going outside is even more dangerous. Streamer, check other places too. Make sure there aren't any loose spots. Find a stone to press under the branch, don't let it slip. Seeing Juan's comment, Lin Che felt a little more composed, quickly reaching down to grab a stone beside him, wedging it under the branch, pressing it down firmly, ensuring it wouldn't slip before forcing a smile at the camera. Don't worry. It's holding for now. You see, this reinforcement is still somewhat useful. All that effort wasn't in vain. Cough, cough. Just as he finished speaking, he broke into a coughing fit, his throat dry as if it were on fire, likely from the cold wind he had just inhaled. Before he could catch his breath, another gust of wind swept by, this time accompanied by a crisp crack, loud and clear from afar. Following that, a muffled thud sounded, as if something heavy had crashed onto the ground beside the shack, shaking the sandy earth. Lin Che jumped again, nearly leaping off the ground. What was that? His voice trembled, his eyes fixed on the dark entrance, fearing something might break in. It detected that a branch from a dead tree 3 meters away in the northeast corner of the camp had been blown down by the wind and fell to the ground, not hitting the shack, so there was no danger for now. But host, don't go out to check. It's too dangerous. Also, your heart rate is at 125. Don't get too anxious. Being too tense will make your mind chaotic. Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down in this situation? You try being here. Lin Che raged inwardly at the system, but he had to keep a calm facade for the camera. No worries, brothers. It's just a branch that got blown down, fell nearby, or it's a small matter, nothing to worry about. In fact, he was panicking inside, and to divert attention and bolster his courage, he started making small talk with the comments. You guys think with the wind this strong, could you blow a delivery boat my way? Just drop my machete and big water bucket down so I don't have to wait anxiously. After saying that, he felt the idea was absurd and couldn't help chuckling, his laughter more pitiful than crying. In the comments, a few people joked, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous thought. Would a delivery person dare to go out to sea in this weather? Their life would be at stake. Forget about the delivery. Just keeping your shack intact would be a miracle. How about blowing over a hot water bottle? Look at how you're shivering. Bring WN over to keep you company. Maybe he has a way. WN. Seeing Juan's question mark comment, Lin Che couldn't help but laugh, quickly explaining. No, brother, WN should stay behind the screen where it's safe. It's too dangerous to be out in this weather. It's best if everyone stays safe. But the wind and rain showed no mercy, growing even fiercer. The palm leaves on the roof were being blown away, and it began to leak inside. At first it was just a few drops, but soon it turned into a stream, dripping down steadily. Lin Che hurriedly pulled out his military water bottle, iron lunchbox, and even an empty tin can that used to hold compressed biscuits, trying to catch the rain. He would run to one side to empty the full lunchbox outside, careful not to let the wind blow it away, then dash to the other side to adjust the water bottle's position, looking like a frantic firefighter, disorganized. Once he wasn't paying attention and the rainwater overflowed from the lunchbox, soaking his pants icy cold, but he didn't have time to wipe it off, continuing to work in a frenzy. Brothers, have you heard that song? Blow, blow, my pride is indulgent. He squatted down to catch the leaking rain while humming loudly, his pitch completely off. He couldn't bear to listen to himself. Blow, and it won't destroy my pure garden. Enough already, this roof is practically a sieve. Calling it a garden is a joke, it's barely a leaking pavilion. His ability to find humor in such a dire situation made the audience both sympathetic and amused. The streamer's mentality is really something. He can still sing at a time like this. Even though he's completely off key, it still sounds energetic. Streamer, sing a couple more lines. Drown out the wind outside. We're cheering for you. Stop singing, stop singing. Quickly check if there are any other leaks. Be careful not to catch a cold. And so Lin Che endured the storm, at times needing to prop up the rafter that was loosening, at times needing to catch the leaking rainwater, and occasionally chatting with the comments, forcing himself to remain calm. He was truly scared, his hands trembling, his teeth chattering, but he knew he couldn't panic. If he did, everything would become more chaotic. Though the shack was shabby, it at least offered some shelter from the wind and rain, going outside would be tantamount to waiting for death. During this time, the system reminded him several times, saying things like, "The right wind rope is loose, and the roof has developed a new leak," prompting Lin Che to rush to address them, busy to the point of not being able to stand still. His palms were scratched by the thorns on the branch, bleeding and stinging, but he had no time to care, buried in his tasks. Juan seemed to have stayed connected the whole time. Though his comments were few, they always came at crucial moments. Like when Lin Che struggled to prop up the rafter, he would say, "Find a stone to support your foot." Or when Lin Che was flustered trying to catch the leaking rain, he would advise, "Prioritize protecting your phone and food." Such simple words provided Lin Che with an indescribable comfort during that stormy night, as if he wasn't the only one bearing the burden. The wind and rain raged for most of the night, gradually revealing signs of fatigue as it approached the latter half of the night. The howling wind was no longer as mournful, and the rain had lessened, shifting from a loud downpour to a gentle patter. Although it hadn't stopped, it was at least less frightening. Lin Che didn't even know when he fell asleep. Perhaps it was from sheer exhaustion as he drowsily closed his eyes. He curled up in the furthest corner of the shack, lying on a patch of damp hay, clutching the branch he was using to prop up the rafter tightly, afraid that if he loosened his grip, the rafter would fall. His face and body were covered in water stains, and he slept fitfully, his brow tightly furrowed, occasionally mumbling, though he didn't know what he was saying. But no matter what, he had made it through. In this terrifying storm that could break a person's spirit, he had held on to his small, leaky, shaky home. The phone's camera was still on, the live stream still running. Thanks to the system's inexplicable black technology for power and signal, the image was somewhat shaky, but remained stable. The camera captured the tumultuous night, the swaying shack, the occasional flashes of rain. Lin Che curled up, and the screen filled with scrolling comments. That night was not only about Lin Che's perseverance, but also the companionship of everyone in the live stream, watching together as he faced fear and hardship, and together witnessing him hold on through it all, a feeling akin to having experienced a storm themselves. As dawn approached, Lin Che stirred awake once. The wind outside had calmed significantly, and the sound of the rain had turned intermittent. He raised his hand to wipe his face, but found his arm too sore to lift. His whole body ached, as if it had been run over by a vehicle. He glanced toward the camera, noticing the comments still rolling. "Is the streamer awake? The rain has lessened. Great. We finally made it through. Streamer, quickly check how it looks outside." He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to everyone, but his throat was so dry he couldn't make a sound, so he swallowed hard and slowly sat up from the ground. It was only then that he realized, although the shack had leaked terribly, the structure hadn't collapsed. That branch was still firmly propping up the rafter, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his efforts hadn't been in vain. But just the thought of having to clean up the mess and check the camp situation made Lin Che's head ache. But no matter what, he had survived, which was better than anything. He leaned against the wall of the shack, slowly catching his breath, his mind filled with a single thought: this typhoon is truly not something a person can endure. Let's hope it never comes again. Lin Che was awakened by the sound of birds chirping. It was not the ghostly howling of the wind from last night, nor the sound of raindrops pattering on the palm leaves. It was a particularly crisp and joyful bird song, like a celebration of surviving a catastrophe, chirping cheerfully from outside the shack, singing right beside his ear. He opened his eyes groggily, his mind still hazy, as if it had been filled with glue. As his consciousness gradually returned, he suddenly sat up with a start, his heart pounding fiercely, instinctively looking around, afraid that when he opened his eyes the shack would be gone, and he would be lying directly on the sandy ground under the open sky. The shack was still there. Although the roof continued to drip water, with a small puddle forming in the corner that felt damp underfoot, the entire shack was still standing firm, as if it had just been pulled from the water. The rough tree branch he had hastily found last night was still firmly propped under the beam. Lin Che patted the branch and thought to himself, "Buddy, I owe you one. You've done a great job." Sunlight. A blinding ray of light pierced through the gaps in the palm leaf curtain at the entrance, casting mottled patches of light on the damp sandy ground, with small particles of dust mingling with the moisture floating about. Lin Che stared at the beam of light, stunned for a while. Had the wind stopped? Had the rain ceased? He could hardly believe it, cautiously moving towards the doorway, afraid that any sudden movement would collapse the shack. He used his fingers to push aside the tattered curtain and slowly poked his head out. Just that one glance left him utterly dumbfounded. The world, washed clean by the storm, was astonishingly pristine. The sky was a particularly pure shade of blue, devoid of even a hint of clouds, resembling a freshly dyed piece of blue fabric. The sunlight poured down unabated, warm and comforting, driving away much of the chill and dampness from the previous night. But looking further down, his campsite was a complete mess, like a giant had crumpled it into a ball. The firewood he had painstakingly collected before, which had been neatly stacked, was now scattered everywhere. Some had been blown onto the beach, while others were submerged in small puddles, soaked to the point that they could be wrung out. That nearly dried spare t-shirt was nowhere to be found after searching for a while. Lin Che guessed that it had likely been blown into the sea. After all, that wind last night could move anything. The entrenching tool was half buried in the sand, the exposed part still caked with mud. Lin Che exerted considerable effort to pull it out, brushing off the sand with a pained heart. Next to him, the toolbox he cherished had its lid blown open, filled with mud and rainwater. It was already empty, and now it looked even more like a mud box. Lin Che sighed, knowing he could only rinse it slowly with seawater. Looking further out, a few small trees that had seemed sturdy before had been uprooted, lying crookedly on the ground, with several branches broken. The beach was littered with seaweed washed ashore by the tide, broken branches, and some unknown marine debris. Plastic bottles, torn fishing nets, and the entire beach looked strange and chaotic, completely different from when he had first arrived on the island. But his shack stood like a small island amidst the debris. Though it was damp and dirty, still leaking, it had withstood the typhoon and remained upright in this chaos. I survived. Lin Che murmured to himself, a surge of indescribable relief and weakness washing over him, his legs giving way as he plopped down onto the wet sand. He looked at the chaotic campsite in front of him, then up at the clear blue sky, his nose tinged with emotion, nearly crying, yet his lips couldn't help but curl upward. He felt both like laughing and crying. The feeling was incredibly complex. The viewers in the live stream also saw the scene outside through the camera, and the barrage of comments exploded instantly, scrolling by rapidly. The sky is clear. Finally sunny. I stayed up late with the host last night, afraid something would happen to him. My goodness. It's so bright outside. This blue sky looks so refreshing. But the campsite is so messy. The firewood is all wet and my clothes are gone. The host will have to start over again. The shack didn't collapse. The host's reinforcement skills are impressive. Though it looks a bit shabby, it's functional. Is the host okay? Looking a bit dazed, hasn't he recovered yet? Congratulations to the host for successfully transcending the tribulation. It will definitely be smooth sailing from now on. Lin Che glanced at the comments, letting out a long sigh. The breath he had held for the entire night felt like a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He wiped his face, showing a particularly exhausted, yet genuine smile. Good morning, brothers. I'm still alive, not blown away by the typhoon. The shack held up too, it hasn't fallen apart. I'm losing my belongings quickly, and I have to start over again. He struggled to stand up, his legs still a bit wobbly, and slowly turned around the campsite like a wounded soldier surveying the battlefield. Every time he saw something broken or lost, he couldn't help but lament, my firewood. This is what I carried for half a day yesterday, now it's all wet. It'll take ages to dry. My t-shirt. Just one spare. If it rains again, what will I wear? The toolbox. So never mind, it was empty anyway, just a hassle to clean. The entrenching tool is still here, just covered in so much sand that it needs a thorough cleaning, otherwise it won't work smoothly next time. As he tidied up, he felt a pang of heartache. Last night's efforts had gone to waste, and now he had to start from scratch, collecting firewood and finding clothes. Rebuilding his home looked even harder than before. Just as he squatted down in front of the pile of wet firewood, pondering whether to move the firewood into the sun to dry or go to the beach to fetch water to clean his tools, the system's leisurely notification sound suddenly rang in his mind, carrying a carefree tone. Ding. Dear host, congratulations on successfully surviving the tropical cyclone. Little Bear, a name I just gave it, isn't it lovely? Considering that this natural disaster was beyond your control and has turned your living environment upside down, even delaying logistics, this system, in the spirit of humanitarianism mainly, because I'm afraid you'll die early and they'll have to find a new host, has specially sent you a disaster recovery compensation package. Quickly check it out. Lin Che was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misheard. Compensation package. This stingy system usually wouldn't even give a rope, yet today it was actively sending a package. The sun must be rising in the west. The compensation package has already been placed in the system space, and it contains 2 good items. Basic First Aid Kit X1, it contains iodine swabs, adhesive bandages, sterile gauze, and painkillers. You often love to bump into things, and yesterday your hand got pricked by a branch. You need to keep this safe and not lose it. Random Seed Package X1, it contains several types of common vegetable seeds. I don't know exactly what they are a random assortment, like opening a blind box. Good luck. I mainly hope you don't keep eating compressed biscuits. Plant some vegetables to supplement your vitamins, or you'll end up turning into a wild man who only eats biscuits. By the way, the package will be delivered with the next logistics shipment, so just wait a bit. First Aid Kit. Seeds. Lin Che's mood instantly became complicated. While the first aid kit was indeed useful, he had several small cuts in his palm from the branch yesterday that still hurt, and he would definitely get hurt while chopping firewood, and fishing the first aid kit was a timely blessing. But the seeds. Still a random blind box. He didn't even have a proper patch of land. The few vegetable seedlings he had casually planted were also battered by the storm last night. Giving him seeds now was just adding to the chaos. This isn't System, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. Can your compensation be a bit more practical? Like sending me some dry firewood right now? Or send my machete and large water bucket ahead of time? What use are seeds now when I haven't even tilled the soil? Host rules are rules. A logistic schedules cannot be changed at will. Moreover, dry firewood is a renewable resource. Can't you use the sun to dry it or the wind to blow it? You must work hard to provide for yourself. Seeds are a long-term investment representing hope and the future. Don't just focus on these immediate matters, think long-term. The system spoke with righteous fervor, not forgetting to pour a bowl of motivational soup. Lin Che was left speechless. While arguing with this system was a waste of breath, having something was better than nothing. At least the first aid kit would genuinely come in handy. He could only set aside the future hope for now, showing a slightly complicated expression to the camera. Brothers, I have good news. My friend just contacted me saying that when he brings supplies next time, he'll also bring some emergency medicine and, some vegetable seeds. He hesitated to mention that the seeds were a random blind box, fearing the audience would be disappointed. However, once the viewers in the live stream heard this, they became excited, and the comments scrolled even faster than before. Wow. More compensation. This friend is so reliable. We can work together. Medicines are great. The most lacking thing in wilderness survival is this: the host won't have to tough it out if he gets hurt. Seeds. Is the host planning to farm? Will we be able to eat vegetables grown by ourselves in the future? Looking forward to it. Hope it's tomatoes or cucumbers. Both are delicious and easy to grow. Go on, host. In the future, we'll not only have seafood to eat, but also vegetables. Life will get better and better. What will we eat today? Vegetables. Vitamins. I must support this. Once the host grows them, I will go buy the same vegetables to try. Seeing the comments, so excited, Lin Che felt embarrassed to pour cold water on them. So he stiffened his resolve and continued painting the rosy picture. Yes, we must farm. Not only do we want to survive, but we also want to live well. Once the seeds arrive, we'll find a good patch of land, cultivate a fertile field, and plant tomatoes, cucumbers, and maybe even some peppers. Then we'll all garden together, watching them grow. He said this while resignedly starting to clean up the aftermath. First, he picked up the scattered wet firewood one by one, laying it out in the sunniest spot, arranging it neatly, hoping it would dry quickly. He then took the entrenching tool and toolbox, running to the beach, rinsing the mud off with seawater. Though seawater wasn't drinkable, it was quite convenient for washing things, but he had to rinse them again with fresh water afterward, otherwise they'd become salty. The sun grew hotter, warming his body, and before long the beach was nearly dry, and the surface of the spread-out firewood began to whiten. Lin Che sat on a rock for a moment, watching the campsite slowly return to order, and the shack still standing, his inner restlessness gradually dissipating. Though he had suffered considerable loss, the hardest part had already passed, and as long as he was alive, there was hope. He touched his phone in his pocket. The screen was still lit, and the live stream comments were still coming in. Go, host. Take your time cleaning up, no rush. The firewood will definitely dry. The sun is so strong today. WN, let me know if you need help. Seeing Juan's comment, Lin Che smiled and said to the camera, thank you everyone, and thanks to brother WN for your concern. No need to rush, take it slow, everything will be fine. As for that random seed package, he glanced at the spot where he had previously planted the seedlings. Those few little sprouts were drooping and still dripping water. He sighed, unable to resist, thinking, forget it, a blind box is a blind box. Oh, what if I'm lucky and get a watermelon seed? Eating watermelon on the island would be so refreshing. In the days following the typhoon, Lin Che's life revolved around two keywords: rebuilding and waiting for deliveries. To put it nicely, it was about rebuilding his home. To put it bluntly, it was a struggle against a heap of scrap metal and damp firewood so monotonous that it could put one to sleep, and exhausting enough to leave his back aching. Every morning at dawn, he had to get up to turn the firewood. The partially dried wood from the previous day had become damp again after the night. So, he had to move each piece to the sunniest spot, laying it out like dried fish, and then turn it again by noon, fearing it wouldn't dry through. Once he forgot to turn it, and when collecting it in the evening, the bottom layer was still wet. Lin Che was so furious that he nearly threw the firewood into the sea, exclaiming, this damn weather makes drying firewood harder than raising a child. The shack also needed daily repairs. The patched leak in the roof kept leaking again. He mixed some mud with dry grass to seal it, but when the wind blew, clumps of mud fell down, making the situation worse by creating a larger hole in the wall. He squatted on the ground, watching the hole grow angrier, and finally just stuffed it with palm leaves, muttering, this will have to do, it's better than leaking. What annoyed him most was fetching water. The sandpit filter was painfully inefficient, taking 2 hours to fill half a bucket. He had to make 3 or 4 trips to the water source each day, carrying a small kettle until his arms were almost muscular. Once in a hurry, he tripped over a rock and the kettle fell with a clatter, spilling half the water. Lin Che squatted down to pick it up, nearly unable to hold back tears. Not because of the spilled water, but because life felt so grueling. As for waiting for deliveries, that was even more excruciating. Days had passed since the typhoon, and there wasn't even a ship's shadow on the sea. Lin Che spent his days sitting on the beach leaning against a makeshift awning gazing at the horizon like a stone waiting for a husband. At the slightest sound like the rustle of sea birds passing by he would leap up stretching his neck to look for ages only to sit back down in disappointment each time. System, do you think that ship is lost? He squatted down drawing circles in the sand venting to the system, or is the port damaged by the typhoon? My machete can't just be left floating at sea to rust, can it? Host, please remain calm. Logistics won't recover that quickly. The port needs dredging, the ships need maintenance, and there are a pile of delayed goods to deliver. Anyway, what should come will eventually come. Your impatience won't help, so you might as well dry more firewood. The system's nonchalant remarks felt like someone speaking without a care in the world. Lin Che gritted his teeth in frustration, grabbing a nearby pebble and throwing it into the sea, saying, "Am I not anxious? My hands are going to waste. I just want to swing my machete and chop something for the thrill." The viewers in the live stream were also waiting with him. Every time he started the broadcast, the comments were filled with inquiries about the delivery. Lin, did the ship come today? I'm even more anxious than you. My machete, please don't tell me it's really rusting on the sea. Hang in there, streamer, maybe it will arrive tomorrow. Why not shout a few times at the sea? Maybe the ship can hear you. WAN, it should be arriving soon. The sea conditions are stabilizing. Only WAN occasionally sent a comment to comfort him. Otherwise, Lin Che really felt like he could stare a hole in the beach. Days dragged on, and after much anticipation, miracles truly seemed to surface unexpectedly. That afternoon, Lin Che was squatting beside his shack frowning as he patched the wall. The hole made by the wind had been difficult to seal with mud and stones, and as the mud was running low, the stones kept falling off. The more he patched, the uglier it became, with the wall looking pockmarked like a face full of acne. As he contemplated whether to add more dry grass, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a small black dot on the sea surface moving slightly. At first he thought nothing of it, assuming it was a sea bird or that he was seeing things. He had been staring at the horizon too long, nearly hallucinating. However, that small black dot, it did not disappear, but rather grew larger, moving steadily, unlike the flight of a bird. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat, and the mud in his hands fell to the ground. He shot up, shielding his forehead with his hand, straining to look into the distance, his eyes squinting almost to slits. It's a ship. It really is a ship. Judging by its size and shape, it looked exactly like the small boat that had delivered the engineering shovel last time. Ship. The ship is here. Brothers. It's the delivery. Our delivery has finally arrived. Lin Che was stunned for 2 seconds, then reacted like a firecracker being lit, springing up, instantly shouting and jumping in excitement, nearly stepping on the freshly patched mud, causing 2 stones from the shack's wall to fall off. The viewers in the live stream exploded, the comments flying faster than during the typhoon. Holy crap. It really came. I thought we'd have to wait another 2 days. The flowers have wilted from waiting. Streamer, quickly point the camera at the sea. I want to see the ship. The unboxing segment is finally here. How exhilarating. My big water bucket. My machete. Finally I get to see them. WN, yes, it's good that it has arrived. Lin Che didn't need any reminders from the viewers. He was already frantically moving his phone stand towards the seashore, adjusting the angle to face the water while he dashed towards the shore like he had found a lifeline. Running so hurriedly that he stepped on a shell in the sand, wincing in pain, but he didn't stop to rub it, charging forward while waving his arms, fearing the people on the ship might not see him. The small boat slowly approached. It was indeed the same one as before, with the same impatient-looking captain. This time there were considerably more packages on board, 3 large boxes stacked at the stern looking quite heavy. The small boat docked at the spot it had stopped before. The captain lowered the rubber raft, shouldered one box, jumped over, and then turned back to drag the other 2, grumbling. So it's Lin Che, huh? You've got quite a few deliveries this time. After the last drop-off, my boat didn't get a break, and now I'm back with even more. Are you running a supermarket on the island? Lin Che ran over, so excited that he could barely articulate. Hey. Yes, that's me. Thank you, big brother. You've worked hard. It's such a long way. Oh, I appreciate you making this trip. He reached out to help carry the box, but as soon as he touched it, he realized it was heavy, nearly unable to lift it. Luckily, the captain lent a hand, dragging the box onto the beach. The captain sized up Lin Che, his expression even more peculiar than last time. Lin Che's hair was long and messy, his face smeared with mud, and his clothes had several rips, looking every bit like a wild man. He pulled out a receipt from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Sign here. Next time you order this much, let me know in advance so I can prepare a bigger raft." Lin Che took the pen, his hand shaking even more than last time, and as he signed, the strokes were all wobbly. Watching the captain pack up the rubber raft and the small boat slowly sail away, Lin Che could no longer contain himself, bursting into a howling laugh at the sight of the 3 large boxes. Ha! My gear has finally arrived. I won't have to struggle with damp firewood anymore. He eagerly found a sharp stone, and with his engineering shovel helped himself to slice open the first and longest box. It was sealed quite tightly, and it took him a while to break through. When he opened the box, a military machete with a black leather sheath lay inside. The handle was a deep brown, sturdy in his grasp with considerable weight. Lin Che cautiously drew the knife out. With a swish, the blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight, almost blinding him, and the edge looked sharp enough to slice through air. Wow, this is too cool. Lin Che's eyes widened in awe like he had found a treasure. He gently touched the blade with his fingertip, immediately pulling back for fear of cutting himself, then weighed the knife in his hand, heavier and more formidable than I imagined. He noticed a dry branch nearby. After hacking at it with the engineering shovel for ages, he had only made a small nick. This time, with the machete in hand, he took a deep breath and swung at the branch. Crack! A light sound echoed as the branch broke, cleanly, the cut smooth, and even without a single splinter. Awesome! This is incredible. This is what a man should wield. Lin Che was so thrilled that he waved the knife around, hacking at small branches and chipping at stones, feeling his combat power instantly soar. Not to mention fighting wild boars, he felt confident enough to challenge a bear, even though there weren't any on the island, though that was just an illusion. The viewers in the live stream were also dazzled by the knife, expressing their amazement. Holy crap. This knife is too cool. It sparkles. When the streamer swung at the branch, I got goosebumps. So satisfying. Engineering shovel, I knew I was replaced. You found a new love, haven't you? Streamer, be careful. Don't swing too hard and cut your own toes. From now on, the streamer will be the knife king of Xingsha Island. Chopping trees will be a breeze. After playing with the knife for a while, Lin Che remembered there were other boxes. He quickly sheathed the knife, placing it aside, avoiding his feet just in case, and went to open the second box. This one was large and flat. He thought it contained some other tool, but when he opened it, it turned out to be a collapsible blue plastic water bucket with 20L printed on it. He unfolded the bucket, and with a pop, it stood upright, taller than his knees, with an impressive capacity. Next to it was a manual water pump, complete with hoses. A big water bucket. A 20-liter bucket. Lin Che exclaimed, grinning widely, I won't have to run to the water source every day anymore. I can fill it enough for 2 to 3 days of water. Just think of how many trees I can chop with the time saved. He tried filling the bucket with some seawater, lifting it to check its weight. Though heavy, he could manage it, making him even happier. This bucket was simply a lifesaver. The last box appeared the most exquisite, with a fragile label affixed to it. Lin Che carefully sliced open the box, revealing a high-tech device, a black solar panel connected to a silver main unit, which had several ports and indicator lights, along with a few transparent tubes and a white freshwater collection bag. A small solar seawater desalination device. Lin Che recognized it immediately. This was the high-tech gear he had longed for. Although he now had the sandpit filter for freshwater, its efficiency was too low and the yield was small. This desalination device was different. As long as there was sunlight, it could convert seawater into freshwater. Not only would he no longer worry about drinking water, but he might even indulge in a luxurious bath. This is fantastic. Even the desalination device has arrived. Lin Che took the equipment out and placed it in the sunlight. The solar panel immediately lit up an indicator light. He touched the main unit, filled with a sense of happiness. Life is finally looking up. No more weird-tasting sweet water. He hugged the machete water bucket and desalination device, feeling like he had the world in his hands. The torment of waiting for deliveries and the hardships of rebuilding faded away in that moment, replaced entirely by overwhelming excitement. But just as he was about to move the empty boxes aside, he suddenly noticed a smaller box lying beneath the desalination device's box, previously obscured by the larger boxes. What's this? A gift? Lin Che curiously picked up the small box. It wasn't large, just palm-sized with no label on it. He opened the box, and to his surprise, there were 2 small packages inside. One was a basic first aid kit marked with a red cross, and the other was a paper bag labeled Random Seed Gift Pack. It was a compensation package from the system. Lin Che was stunned. Hadn't the system said to wait for the next logistics delivery? Why were these sent together this time? Ding. Surprised. Unexpected. The system's voice chimed in, sounding a bit smug and self-congratulatory. Considering that the host performed well during the typhoon, not only surviving, but also maintaining the shack, albeit poorly, and since logistics were indeed delayed, this system made an exception and delivered the compensation package early. Don't be too touched. This is what this system ought to do. Lin Che was first stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into joy. No way. A good thing like this. Didn't you say next time? Why did you change your tune all of a sudden? Host rules are dead, but people are alive, though this system is not human. Besides, what if you keep waiting for the package and it affects your survival motivation? The system defended itself, sounding as if it hadn't previously said next time logistics. Lin Che couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. Having the package arrive was already a good thing. He first picked up the first aid kit and opened it. Inside were iodine swabs, band-aids, sterile gauze, and several painkillers, all neatly arranged. He remembered the wound on his hand from being pinched by a crab and the small cuts from branches, quickly taking out an iodine swab and carefully disinfecting his wounds while showing off to the camera, "See this, brothers. Professional first aid kit. Next time I get hurt, I won't have to tough it out anymore. This is what living is all about." Then he picked up the seed gift pack, opened the paper bag, which contained 3 small paper packets, each labeled with uneven handwriting: fast-growing leafy vegetables, don't water too much, or they'll rot. Drought-resistant root vegetables, plant deep, or they won't grow. And surprise fruits, depends on luck. Bad luck might only yield leaves. Huh, there are even fruits. Based on luck. When has my luck ever been bad? Lin Che waved the paper packet in front of the camera, laughing so hard his eyes nearly closed. Brothers, from today on we are officially entering the farming era on Xingsha Island. Eating vegetables and fruits freely is no longer a dream. He knew that farming wasn't that simple. It required finding good land, tilling, watering, fertilizing, and pest control. But his excitement at the moment made him overlook those difficulties, and his mind was filled with visions of eating homegrown tomatoes and cucumbers in the future. The viewers in the live stream were just as happy, with comments filled with blessings. My goodness, this is such a surprise. Not only did the gear arrive, but the compensation package is here too. The streamer hit the jackpot this time. Tools, water bucket, desalination device, first aid kit, seeds. He's heading straight for a better life. Can't wait for the streamer's farming adventures. We'll all farm together in the cloud, watching our seedlings grow. Hope the streamer gets lucky and grows a big watermelon. Remember to live stream eating the watermelon. What's for dinner today? Fruits. I'm most looking forward to the fruits. Streamer, do your best to plant. WAN not bad, the supplies are comprehensive. Lin Che put away the first aid kit and seeds, then took up the machete, gripping the handle with both hands, raising it above his head, and shouted towards the sea brothers. We're not just upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. We've jumped straight to missiles. From today on, the development of Xingsha Island is absolutely entering the fast lane. From now on, living luxuriously is just around the corner. Wahaha! His laughter echoed across the beach, filled with a hint of youthful exuberance and overflowing confidence. The sunlight glinted off the machete's blade, casting a dazzling light, while the water bucket stood firm on the beach, and the indicator light of the solar desalination device was still shining. Everything signaled to Lin Che that his deserted island life was about to welcome a brand new gear, overwhelming version. However, he seemed to have forgotten one thing. Earlier, while brandishing the machete, he almost cut the ropes of the shack, and he still hadn't learned how to use a knife properly. But at that moment, Lin Che couldn't care less about it. His mind was filled with thoughts of chopping trees, fetching water, and farming. As for whether he might hurt himself with the knife, that was a matter for the future. The cold light of the mountain cutting knife flickered before his eyes, and a 20-liter water bucket stood beside him like a small giant. However, Lin Che's gaze was entirely captivated by the futuristic-looking solar seawater desalination device. Water. This is the lifeblood. The previous sandpit filter took 2 hours to fill half a bucket, and it tasted strange, like pickled vegetable water. But this device was different. It could turn seawater directly into fresh water, clean and clear, just like bottled water from the supermarket. The thought of never having to worry about drinking water again made Lin Che's hands tremble with excitement. Brothers, stop everything. Today we are going to fight for this treasure. We must make it produce fresh water. He rubbed his hands together as if looking at a rare treasure, carefully lifted the main unit of the desalination device, and wandered around the beach with the solar panel for a while until he found a flat spot with plenty of sunlight close to the sea. He had to level the sand, or the main unit wouldn't stand stable. The viewers in the live stream were even more anxious than he was. The comments flying by. High technology is finally coming into play. Quick, install it. Can this thing really turn seawater into fresh water? I'm a bit skeptical. Don't mess it up, streamer. Looking forward to it. The streamer will never have to drink that sweet water again. Just thinking about it makes me happy for him. Don't panic, streamer. Take it step by step. First, look at the manual. Lin Che slapped his forehead. Thanks to Juan's reminder, he realized that this high-tech gadget surely couldn't be used by just jamming it together. He quickly crouched beside the box, rummaging through the foam and plastic bags until he finally found the multilingual manual. The page in Chinese was densely packed with text, making his head spin. The system couldn't help but tease, "Host, do you need a comprehensive, illustrated, foolproof tutorial? I can teach you how to install it, guaranteed to be successful for just 10 heaven points, a great deal." Trying to scam me for points again? No way. It's just a manual, I can read it. Lin Che retorted, spreading the manual on a stone, squinting his eyes to start reading. However, he was bewildered as soon as he read the first line. Step 1. Place the solar panel in direct sunlight and adjust the angle to achieve maximum light. Angle. Maximum light. How do I adjust that? He looked up at the sun, then down at the solar panel's bracket. Made of metal and a bit heavy, he struggled for a while. Either the angle was too steep or too flat, and the solar panel wobbled dangerously, almost falling to the ground. He was sweating and muttering. What angle is considered maximum light? Do I have to measure it with a ruler? The suggested tilt angle should be roughly equal to the local latitude. Forget it telling you this won't help, just place it anywhere, just don't break the panel. The system couldn't hold back a sarcastic remark, and Lin Che rolled his eyes, simply placing the solar panel on the ground, adjusting it roughly towards the sun, and using stones to weigh down the bracket. That's good enough. The sun can't possibly go against me. After finally securing the solar panel, it was time to connect the main unit and the water pipes. The manual stated connect the seawater inlet to the source water pipe, which must be submerged at least 20 centimeters below the sea surface to prevent sucking in surface debris. Connect the outlet to the fresh water collection bag, ensuring the interface is sealed. Lin Che read aloud while searching for the pipes. 3 soft hoses, 1 blue, 1 white, and 1 transparent. He picked up the blue hose, intending to insert it into the inlet of the main unit, but the hose was a bit tight. He pushed hard, turning red in the face. The hose only went in halfway, and his fingers were pinched red by the interface. I don't believe it. I can't let a broken hose defeat me. He gritted his teeth and used his other hand to push. With a loud pop, the hose finally inserted completely, but before he could celebrate, he heard the system shout, "Host." Wrong. The blue hose is for seawater. You plugged it into the outlet. If you set it up this way, it will still be seawater coming out. You've wasted your effort. Oh. Lin Che quickly looked down. The main unit was marked IN and OUT, and he had indeed plugged it in the wrong way. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily pulled out the hose. Pulling it out was even harder. He tugged for a long time, almost toppling the main unit. Why didn't you say something sooner? You waited until I was done connecting before speaking up. Was that on purpose? The system ignored him, and Lin Che had no choice but to reconnect. This time he carefully aligned it with the IN port, slowly pushing it in. After confirming it was secure, he sighed in relief. Next, he connected the white outlet hose. With the experience from earlier this time, it went smoothly. The transparent source water hose needed to be placed into the sea. He found a small stone to tie to the end of the hose to prevent it from floating, and then tossed the hose into the sea, watching it sink with reassurance. The final step was to hang the fresh water collection bag on a nearby branch, ensuring the bag's opening aligned with the white hose's outlet so that the water droplets would accurately fall inside. After completing all the steps, Lin Che straightened up, brushed the sand off his hands, and took a deep breath. It felt as if he had completed a monumental project, his palms sweaty with nervousness. He stared at the small power switch on the main unit, slowly pressing it down like a pilgrimage. With a click, the indicator light turned on, glowing a conspicuous green. The solar panel glimmered under the sun, and the main unit emitted a soft, buzzing sound resembling a little bee. If one didn't listen closely, they wouldn't hear it. It was truly starting to work. Holding his breath, Lin Che noticed the viewers in the live stream quieting down as well, all eyes glued to that white outlet hose. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time felt like a snail's pace. Lin Che stared at the hose, his eyes nearly straining, his heart racing with doubt. Is it broken? Why isn't water coming out? Did it break during transport? Just as he was about to crouch down to check, a single droplet of crystal clear water slowly seeped out from the hose, swaying at the opening before with a plop it accurately fell into the fresh water collection bag. Then a second droplet, a third droplet. Although it was slow, it was indeed producing water. Wow, water is coming out. It's really coming out. It's fresh water. Huh, I did it. Lin Che was stunned for a second, then like a madman, he jumped around on the beach, dancing with joy, almost kicking over the solar panel beside him. Brothers, did you see that? This is fresh water. It came from seawater. No more drinking that strange tasting water. The comments in the live stream exploded, instantly flooding the screen. Amazing. Incredible. Technology is awesome. Oh my God. It really worked. This is so magical. Although it's dripping slowly, this is genuine fresh water. Finally, the streamer doesn't have to worry about drinking water anymore. This is a historic moment. We must take a screenshot for remembrance. Congratulations to the streamer for achieving fresh water freedom. From now on, he can drink clean water every day. Lin Che excitedly ran to the outlet hose, crouched down, and caught a few droplets of just dripped fresh water in his hand. It felt cool and pleasant. He quickly brought his finger to his mouth and licked it. Sweet. It's really sweet. There's no salty taste from the seawater, nor the strange taste of sandpit water. It was purely the sweetness of water flowing smoothly down his throat like a clear spring, making him squint with pleasure. So delicious. This is the taste water is supposed to have. He shouted at the camera, his voice a bit choked. Brothers, I, Lin Che, hereby declare that Xingsha Island has completely bid farewell to the drinking water crisis. We have stepped into a new era of freshwater freedom. He picked up his phone, his fingers still shaking, and after a lot of effort managed to change the live stream title to Technology Changes Life. Desert Island achieves freshwater freedom. As soon as the title changed, new viewers poured in, and the comments multiplied by several pages full of questions about what was happening while old viewers eagerly explained. The live stream was bustling like a New Year's celebration. For the next half-day, Lin Che did nothing but sit on a rock beside the desalination device, watching in awe as each droplet fell one by one. The sun shone down on him a bit hot, but he didn't care, sitting there with unwavering focus, his eyes glued to the collection bag. This process was incredibly tedious. The droplets fell at an excruciatingly slow pace, taking several seconds for each drop. At this rate, it would probably take until dark to fill his military water bottle. Yet Lin Che was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally talking to the water droplets. "Hey, this drop looks round, it must be sweet. Why is it so slow again? Is the sun hiding behind the clouds?" The efficiency of the desalination device is related to the intensity of sunlight. At noon, when the sun is most intense, efficiency is at its peak. Right now your angle is off, wasting about 15 of efficiency. Besides, just staring at it won't make it go any faster, you might as well do something else. What do you know? This is called a sense of ritual. It's a sense of achievement. Lin Che retorted, but his body was honest as he stood up, adjusting the angle of the solar panel. This time he remembered to tilt the bracket to about 45 degrees towards the sun, just like in the manual. Not long after, adjusting the speed of the droplets indeed picked up a bit, from several seconds per drop to about 1 drop per second. "Look, it's faster. I told you it could be adjusted right." He pointed at the camera like a child, excited. It was slow before, but now they're falling in succession. He even switched on the real-time reporting mode, chattering at the camera. "Brothers, look. This droplet falls perfectly right into the bag. Perfect. Oh, 2 droplets in a row. Exceptional performance. This desalination device is powerful." The bottom of the collection bag is already damp in a small area. In a little while it should accumulate quite a bit. The viewers in the live stream were amused by his enchanted demeanor, the comments full of teasing. "Is the streamer enchanted? He can watch droplets for so long. It reminds me of when I was a kid watching the washing machine do laundry, sitting beside it for an entire afternoon." This live stream content is too hardcore. Watching water droplets create a river online. I suggest the streamer name each drop like Little Fresh or Little Water. When there's enough water, the streamer should use it to cook seafood soup. It must be incredibly fresh. Be patient, don't rush. Lin Che didn't care what others said. He was enjoying himself. Some viewers commented, "Streamer, go take a break. We'll keep an eye on it and let you know when more water comes out." But he was unwilling. "No way. I have to keep an eye on it. What if the hose falls off? This is my precious fresh water." As he kept watching, the sun slowly tilted westward, the light growing weaker. The desalination device's sound quieted and the water droplets slowed again, taking several seconds for each drop. Only then did Lin Che reluctantly stand up, stretching his body, which had become stiff from sitting too long. He picked up the fresh water collection bag, carefully pinching the bag's opening, afraid to spill any water. The bag contained about half a bottle of mineral water, clear and transparent, looking very pleasant. He raised the collection bag, looking at it against the sun, admiring it like a work of art. "This is the fresh water we produced ourselves, more precious than gold." He solemnly poured the water into his military water bottle, pouring slowly, fearing to waste even a drop. After pouring, he turned the collection bag inside out, shaking it to get the last few drops into the bottle. He didn't want to waste a single drop. That night, Lin Che set a metal lunchbox over the fire, pouring half of the fresh water from the bottle inside to boil. As the water boiled, it emitted white steam with a sweet scent unlike the previous sweet water. He took out the last pack of compressed biscuits, breaking them into small pieces and placing them in the lunchbox, watching the biscuits soften in the hot water. At that moment, he didn't wolf down the food like usual. Instead, he waited for the biscuits to cool, slightly picking up a spoon and taking small bites. The compressed biscuits tasted the same as always, but paired with this pure fresh water, it surprisingly felt like a Michelin star meal. "Brothers, this meal has a different significance." He looked into the camera, his gaze very serious. "It represents that we no longer have to rely on the heavens for drinking water, not waiting for rain, nor grappling with the sandpit. This is the power of technology, and also the reliability of my friends. Although this desalination device drips slowly, improvements will need to be made in the future, like getting a larger collection bag and securing the source water pipe to prevent it from being misaligned by the waves. But at least now he has a stable source of fresh water." This sense of security was more reassuring than obtaining the mountain-cutting knife and the large water bucket. Lying in the hut, listening to the sound of the waves outside, Lin Che touched the military water bottle beside him. There was still half a bottle of fresh water inside. A smile crept across his lips as he contemplated. "Tomorrow, I'll wake up early and place the source water pipe a bit further into the sea, find a stone to secure it, and strive to gather more fresh water. Maybe I can even indulge in washing my face, getting rid of the dirt on my face." The weight of drinking water that had burdened him was finally lifted by this small desalination device. His desert island life, thanks to these slow, yet steady droplets of fresh water, had genuinely entered a new phase. No longer having to worry about survival, he could spend more time pondering how to live better. However, he had not anticipated that when he woke up the next morning he would find that the high tide had buried the source water pipe halfway under sand, and the pipe's opening was blocked with mud and sand, causing the desalination device to directly stop working. At that time he would have to hurriedly clear the pipe, which would be another story both funny and helpless. But at this moment Lin Che's mind was filled with expectations for tomorrow, completely unaware of this issue. Lin Che had achieved freshwater freedom. Though the desalinator dripped slower than a snail's crawl, the water it produced was pristine. Everything now pleased him. Though yesterday's seafood and compressed biscuits still sat heavy in his belly, his gaze had already leapt ahead. To his long-term goal, meat and water alone were insufficient. He needed vegetables. After too long without vitamins, his mouth had grown as bland as ash, and how desperately he craved the crisp green taste of fresh produce. The key to achieving vegetable freedom lay in the palm-sized mystery seed bundle clutched in his hands. This bundle was like a blind box, so precious to Lin Che that he dreamed of holding it against his chest. While sleeping, terrified even a stray breeze might steal it away. That morning, barely after sunrise, Lin Che hauled a stone to the camp's center and settled upon it. He placed the seed bundle reverently on his lap, then rubbed his palms together, as if preparing for a sacred draw. Pausing to smooth his hair before declaring to the camera, "Brothers, today is historic. We're about to unveil the future heroes of our table. Who knows? We might draw watermelons and achieve watermelon freedom right here on this island." He picked up the first packet labeled fast-growing leafy greens, pinched its edge between thumb and forefinger, and slowly unfolded it, revealing a tiny mound of slender pale green seeds, fine as millet grains. "Oh, leafy greens. Excellent, excellent." He waved the packet close to the lens, eyes crinkling with delight. Likely bok choy or spinach, fast-maturing, beginner-friendly, and ready to harvest before long. Next came the second packet, drought-resistant root tuber crops. Thicker than the first, it yielded rounded-toned seeds, slightly larger than those of the leafy greens. Root and tuber crops. Lin Che's eyes lit up as the scent of roasted sweet potatoes and simmering potatoes flooded his imagination. If these are radishes or sweet potatoes, we've struck gold. They're filling, they store well. Even without seafood, a pot of boiled sweet potatoes could sustain us. He lifted one seed into his palm and rolled it gently between his fingers, growing fonder by the second. Last came the grand finale, mystery fruits, melons, luck dependent. This packet was the most exquisite, delicately wrapped and tied with a slender cord. Lin Che swallowed hard, his hands trembled slightly. This was fruit. A watermelon. A homie melon. Such luxuries would elevate life on this island to unparalleled heights. He drew a deep breath, like cracking open a lottery ticket, and yanked the cord. Out tumbled several glossy black seeds, larger than the others, their surfaces etched with subtle ridges, reminiscent of sunflower seeds, yet unlike any common watermelon seed. What are these? He held one aloft, squinting into the sun, turning it over and over, still utterly baffled. Are they watermelon seeds? No, they're far too large. Could they be pumpkin? Or loofah? He shook the seed at the camera. No matter, I'll plant them all. My luck is unassailable. These will yield wonders. With seeds secured, they now required a home. The patch of land hastily cleared before the typhoon had vanished beneath torrential rains, now overrun with even lusher grass. Lin Che slapped his thighs and rose, time to test his newly acquired mountain-splitting machete. He hoisted the blade onto his shoulder, the weight of its haft settling solidly in his grip, filling him with childlike glee. Striding toward the vacant plot beside camp, he marched with swaggering pride. The site was relatively flat, bathed in abundant sunlight, unobscured by towering trees. Lin Che halted, stamped his foot into the soil, and declared, "This is it. A geomantic treasure spot. Sun-drenched and loamy. Ideal for cultivation." Attempting a cinematic sword flourish, like the martial artists in films, he misjudged the motion. The blade slashed sideways with a sharp shush, narrowly missing his own leg. Flustered, he jerked it back and coughed twice. Minor miscalculation. Behold, the lord of this isle, cleaving brambles and forging fertile fields. Viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, their comments flooding the screen. "Ha! Swordmaster Lin has arrived. Just nearly sent himself to the afterlife with that flourish. Mountain-splitting machete, never imagined my debut would be grass-cutting. Rather undignified, really. Host, go easy. Don't accidentally chop your seeds into mulch. That'd be tragic. We're counting on you to grow watermelons and live stream the feast. That'll be pure bliss. What's for dinner today? I'm already drafting menus. Stir-fried leafy greens, braised radish, sautéed watermelon rind. WN, the blade is razor sharp. Handle with care. Avoid excessive force. Host, proper vegetable plot preparation involves 4 steps: clearing weeds, tilling soil, breaking clods, and enriching with decomposed leaves or wood ash. You seem to have skipped straight to step 1 and forgotten the rest. Meals are eaten bite by bite, land is tamed plot by plot. First clear the weeds, everything else follows. Lin Che retorted, stubbornly gripping the machete and charging headlong into the thicket. Indeed, the machete proved astonishingly sharp, far superior to his entrenching tool against wild grasses and shrubs. With a single stroke, grass snapped cleanly as saplings fell effortlessly. Its efficiency was staggering. Lin Che grew increasingly exhilarated, punctuating each swing with spirited shouts. Hi-ha, ho! Feeling every inch the heroic pioneer who, after months of struggle against this forsaken island, had finally acquired a worthy instrument. But his triumph lasted less than 3 seconds. Unaware of a hidden root beneath the soil, his blade struck it with a jarring clang, sending violent tremors up his arm, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grasp. Damn, that root's harder than iron, nearly shattered my wrist. He shook his arm vigorously, grimacing through sharp, stinging pain. Before he could recover, a second swing, poorly controlled, sent a spray of mud and grass fragments exploding upward, smearing his face and even dusting his mouth with grit. Spit, spit, spit. He spat out the sand, then wiped his face with his sleeve, only to smear dirt deeper, leaving his features streaked like battlefield camouflage. Once more he attempted to sever an unusually resilient vine. Yet the vine held firm while the blade recoiled violently, whipping a broken branch past his ear with a sharp whoosh. He leapt backward, tripped over a stone, and nearly landed hard on his backside. Good heavens! Has this vine attained sentience? He patted his chest, heart hammering against his ribs. Viewers' comments spiraled into hysterics. Ha! The host's swordsmanship shows zero distinction between friend and foe. He's covered in mud and nearly toppled over. Primary damage, output vocalization. Actual execution, pure improvisation. His field clearing is louder than a carnival. I've already saved that muddy face screenshot. It'll serve as my go-to meme for a full year. Mountain-splitting machete, I'm overwhelmed. Paired with an inept wielder, I'm utterly unmanageable. Old Master Wong, young man, land clearing isn't combat. It demands finesse, not brute strength. Relying solely on force exhausts you and invites injury. Though comical and clumsy, with frequent mishaps, the mountain-splitting machete ultimately cleared roughly 2 square meters. A tidy pile of weeds and shrubs now lay beside freshly exposed yellow-brown sandy soil, surprisingly level. Leaning heavily on the machete, Lin Che bent double, breathing raggedly. Sweat streamed down his temples and dripped onto the earth, but gazing upon the plot he'd wrested from wilderness, pride swelled within him. Huff. Huff. See. Done. Cleaned. Next step, tilling. He set the machete aside and retrieved his entrenching tool, the ideal instrument for turning soil. Though the sandy soil appeared soft, digging demanded real effort. Following Old Master Wong's advice, he dug deeply, bringing subsoil to the surface, and meticulously removed surface roots and pebbles to ensure optimal germination. Shovel after shovel he labored. Initial vigor soon gave way to aching arms and searing lower back pain. His sweat-soaked clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin. Huff. Tilling is even more exhausting than cutting weeds. He straightened, massaging his lower back, longing for respite. Host, your current depth, 10 to 15 centimeters, is barely sufficient for leafy greens. For root crops and melons, it's wholly inadequate. Their roots simply won't spread. Dig another 5 to 10 centimeters deeper, though it will cost you dearly. Silence. I know it's too shallow. I'm digging gradually. Though defiant in words, his body obeyed instinctively. He bent once more, plunging the entrenching tool deeper, adding precious centimeters. After all, these were his vegetables, worth every drop of sweat. At last, the tilled plot looked promising, loose, soft, and uniform. Old Master Wong chimed in again. Young man, this soil is barren, pure sand devoid of nutrients. Enrich it with decomposed leaves or wood ash, or your seeds will languish. Fertilizer. Lin Che froze. Where on earth would he find decomposed leaves? The forest held them, but he lacked the energy to trek so far. Wood ash. Yes, he had some salvage from his cooking fire, but it was scarce, reserved for boiling water and sterilization. How could he possibly sacrifice it for soil? He scratched his head sheepishly before the camera. Brothers, our resources are limited, so let's skip fertilizing, for now. I trust these seeds' vitality. They will thrive. We succeed by sheer merit. With that, he bypassed fertilization entirely and advanced directly to sowing. Yet holding the seeds, he hesitated. How should he plant them? What spacing? What depth? He didn't even know what the seeds were, let alone their cultivation requirements. Fortunately, Old Master Wong intervened. Once more, leafy greens may be broadcast sound, covered lightly. Our root crops require small holes. 1 or 2 seeds per hole, buried deeper. Melons demand larger, deeper holes. 1 or 2 seeds per hole, to allow ample root expansion. It sounded overwhelming. Gazing at the 3 seed types, Lin Che's mind reeled. Broadcasting small holes, large holes. It was all too complicated. So he simplified. Crouching low, he used the handle of his entrenching tool to poke uneven rows of crooked little holes, varying wildly in size, depth, and spacing. Then, like sprinkling sesame salt, he carefully placed the seeds into each hole, murmuring incantations as he went. You're the leafy green. Grow swiftly, feed me soon. You're the root crop. Dig deep, grow vast. You're the mystery melon. Rise to the occasion. Bear me a colossal watermelon. Don't disappoint me. His demeanor resembled that of a shaman performing ritual, leaving viewers equal parts amused and bewildered. This is alchemical farming. Entirely fate-dependent. Seeds, who am I? Where am I? Which direction do I sprout? Host, mind the spacing. Your holes are jammed together. Seedlings will brawl for space. This is doomed. Germination itself would be miraculous. What's for dinner today? I'm already anxious about my menu. What if nothing grows at all? WN, wishing you luck. Indifferent to commentary, Lin Che dropped all seeds into their respective holes, then scooped loose soil with his bare hands, covering some thickly, others thinly, guided purely by whim. Once covered, he patted the soil firmly there. Rest in peace. Now await your awakening. Final step, watering. This was the crowning moment, especially now that freshwater freedom was assured. At the desalinator, the collection bag held nearly half a bucket of pure water. A larger drum nearby overflowed with more. Lifting the heavy drum, Lin Che felt buoyant joy. Such lavish watering would have been unthinkable just weeks ago. Here, drink this marvel of high technology. Drink deeply and grow strong. He strode to the plot and watered each hole carefully, muttering, drink more, but misjudged the volume. Some holes flooded, water spilling over and eroding the soil into ragged hollows. Host, excess water drowned seeds, rotting them outright. And using purified water is wasteful. Ordinary, filtered seawater suffices. Pure water lacks minerals essential for germination. You know nothing. This is elite nurturing. Their very first meal must be premium. Ignoring counsel, he fetched another half drum and saturated the entire plot until the soil glistened dark and sodden. Thorough saturation ensures robust germination. Having finished, he surveyed the plot, loosened, seeded, and drenched, though admittedly rough-hewn, crooked holes, uneven watering. Yet hope bloomed warmly within him. He gathered slender twigs from nearby and planted them around the plot's perimeter, then dug a shallow trench along its edge, then proudly addressed the camera. Behold, the defensive fortifications. To shield against accidental trampling by myself or others, and to break the wind. Stepping back, hands on hips, he announced with resonant authority, the Xingsha Island experimental plot No. 1 is officially operational. From today onward, I shall livestream daily watering. Brothers, join me in cloud farming, watching these treasures sprout, blossom, and bear fruit. Soon we'll savor fresh vegetables and sink our teeth into succulent watermelons. From that day, a new ritual entered Lin Che's routine. Each dawn, he rushed to the plot, bucket in hand, watering diligently, then crouching for prolonged observation. Sometimes he leaned so close his nose nearly touched the soil, searching for the faintest sign of sprouting. Other times he issued playful threats. If you don't sprout soon, I'll dig you up and stir-fry you. Initially, viewers watched eagerly, daily watering, daily anticipation. Gradually, it transformed into a beloved comedic ritual. Everyone awaited the verdict. Could this plot, subjected to mystical sowing and overzealous hydration, truly yield life? And beneath the sun's warmth and Lin Che's extravagant care, the soil quietly nurtured its secret. Perhaps the seeds themselves sighed inwardly, this master is profoundly unreliable. Yet regardless, hope for germination stirred quietly deep within the earth. Lin Che completed his daily ritual, watering, observing, and threatening. Over his cherished vegetable plot, the watering can poured noisily into the soil. He crouched low, pressing his face within 2 centimeters of the earth to scrutinize it intently. Finally, he pointed sternly at the plot and declared, if you don't sprout soon, I'll dig up this soil and feed it to the crabs. Then you won't even have a place to sleep. Having finished the routine, he clapped his hands contentedly and flashed a grin at the camera, crumb of morning biscuits still clinging to his teeth. Look, this soil seems slightly darker than yesterday. I reckon in 3 or 5 days, tiny seedlings will pierce through the surface. Soon our table will boast both green and white. Though for now the white comes only from seafood, the green, however, is imminent. As he drifted deeper into blissful daydreams of vegetable sovereignty, even mentally calculating precisely how much water to add when stir-frying greens, the familiar, insufferably smug voice of the system chimed in on cue like an alarm clock launching its announcement before he could even react. Ding. Alert, recent dietary patterns are even more monotonous than compressed biscuits, severely deficient in premium fish-based protein. Continued consumption risks compromising your magnificent island developer image, primarily your cognitive agility. A time-limited challenge task is hereby issued. Task title enriched the table. Lin Che's heart lurched. He nearly dropped the watering can. Every time the system spoke like this, trouble followed. Task description: within 1 week, catch and consume a fish by your own hand. Note: fish found gifted or scavenged do not count. It must be captured by you alone. Reward: fishing gear set 1, complete with rod, line, hooks, float, and even a landing net. Upgrade from crab wrestler to bona fide angler. Failure penalty: random confiscation of one existing asset, perhaps that freshly watered vegetable plot, or that beloved mountain-splitting cleaver you hug while sleeping. Lin Che, do you truly wish to revert overnight to chopping trees barehanded and waiting for rain to quench your thirst? You've got this, dear host. Lin Che's smile froze, then slowly collapsed into a textbook expression of misery, his mouth twisting downward toward his chin. Wait, Master System, may we negotiate? He lowered his voice, conspiratorially bargaining with thin air fish. Where on earth am I supposed to catch one? If I knew, how would I still be choking down those inedible compressed biscuits, or prying open minuscule sea snails and crabs? Do I look like someone whose delicate fair-skinned hands were forged for hand-to-fin combat with ocean dwellers? Dear host, solutions always outnumber obstacles. Consider your entrenching tool, your mountain-splitting cleaver, and above all, that remarkably clever little head of yours. I believe in you. Lin Che fell utterly silent, rooted to the spot like a wooden post, the watering can dripping steadily onto his shoe unnoticed. He turned mournfully toward the livestream camera, his tone heavy, as if announcing the apocalypse. Brothers, something grave has occurred. Instantly, the comment stream exploded, more frenzied than during his typhoon warning broadcast. What happened? Did birds raid the vegetable plot? Or did the wind scatter the seeds? Your expression looks like you've just lost 300 million yuan in cold hard cash. Did the freshwater desalinator clog again? I told you that contraption was unreliable. Has investor one withdrawn funding? Panic. JPG. Lin Che sighed deeply, reframing the system's ultimatum. Never revealing he'd been coerced, dignity had to be preserved. Sigh. Not that I'm being difficult, but reality leaves me no choice. Consider this: surviving solely on shellfish and crabs starves the body of vital nutrients. And how can we develop this island without nourishment? So I've set myself a formidable personal challenge. Within 7 days, I will catch a fish and eat it. For sustainability. For a brighter tomorrow. Host, your talent for conceptual sleight-of-hand and self-persuasion is wasted here. You belong in sales. The system interjected dryly. The comment stream obediently pivoted, now overflowing with encouragement, support. It's high time you caught fish. Watching you gnaw biscuits makes us salivate. Fishing is brilliant, tender, nutritious, infinitely superior to compressed biscuits. We're with you spiritually. Need remote coaching? I'll lecture you nonstop on angling technique for 3 full days. So, how will you catch it? Through the power of love. Reading that last comment, Lin Che's newly kindled courage dissolved, halfway gone. Indeed, how? He possessed neither rod nor net nor spear, though he could fashion one. Yet recalling his basket-weaving skills, he doubted his odds. Was love then truly the answer? Entrenching tool. Could I dig a pit, wait for the tide, and let fish leap in willingly? Lin Che proposed whimsically, eyes gleaming at the camera, as if unveiling genius itself. What's for dinner today, host? Fish aren't quite that gullible. Digging pits for fish. That's the realm of Jiang Zia reincarnated. Wilderness knife, brother naive. On a deserted island, fish demand traps, woven fish cages, or crafted spears. Pits. You'll shrivel into jerky before a single fish strolls in. Ding. Keyword detected: spear. Given your craftsmanship, marginally surpassing that of a 3-year-old, the system graciously transmits the simplified spear-making guide, mind-implanted version. Please review. Success hinges on fate. A torrent of information flooded Lin Che's mind. Select straight, resilient branches, neither too thick nor too slender, sharpened diagonally, ideally leaving a subtle fork. Detailed, yes, but staring at his own hands, he sensed profound doubt. A spear? This might actually work. Clutching salvation, Lin Che surged with renewed vigor. Brothers, watch closely. Today, Lin Che transforms from castaway into coastal sovereign, or rather humble fisherman, forging his first hunting artifact by hand. He dashed into the woods, hunting branches per the mental blueprint. After prolonged searching, he found one admirably straight and suitably sized, raised his mountain-splitting cleaver, and brought it down. Crack! The branch snapped cleanly. Lifting it, he stared, dumbfounded. Hollow as a pipe, brittle as dry reed, a gentle twist, and snap. It shattered. Miscalculation. Substandard timber, defective quality. Flustered, he tossed the broken branch aside and resumed his quest. 10 minutes later, he secured a solid, resilient branch, tested its flexibility, chopped it down, and sat cross-legged to sharpen the tip. Deceptively simple, yet maddeningly difficult. Pressed too hard, and the blade veered perilously close to his fingertip too lightly, and the bark refused to yield, leaving the branch stubbornly round and unsharpened. After endless labor, the branch emerged grotesquely misshapen, its tip blunt enough to serve as a toothpick. Less a spear, more a half-chewed firewood stick. Lin Che held up his masterpiece for long contemplation, then murmured, "Perhaps better this way. Won't harm the fish." "Host, does your spear aim to amuse fish to death, so you may claim the carcass?" Even the fish would mutter, "Thank you. I feel genuinely offended." The comment stream convulsed with laughter, flooding the screen. "Host, please, abandon fishing. Take this prop to comedy stage. Stardom awaits. This spear defies realism. Picasso would bow and call you master. My grandmother's feet could carve sharper points. Give up, host." Liu Ban reincarnated, emits a sigh heavier than a typhoon. "Miao Xiaotang, be careful with your hands, big brother. Let's try another method. No more wrestling branches." Lin Che's cheeks flushed, yet his defiance hardened. "You misunderstand. This is bespoke design. Perhaps fish prefer this smooth, rounded aesthetic. Onward, to trial." He hoisted the firewood stick and marched toward the rocky shore, pausing every few steps to steady it, terrified it might snap if dropped. At the shoreline, crystal waters revealed palm-sized fish drifting lazily, blissfully oblivious. Lin Che held his breath, tiptoed into the surf, cold water rising to his knees, making him shiver. He raised the spear high, targeted the dopiest-looking fish, counted silently, 1, 2, 3, and plunged downward with all his might. Splash! A colossal plume drenched his face, blinding him completely. Wiping seawater from his eyes, he peered into the shallows. Only empty water. His spear jutted uselessly from the reef, vibrating violently. In his numb hand, its tip chipped. "Ah, so close. Too slippery, too fast." He shook his tingling hand in frustration, then tried again repeatedly. Each attempt failed, either splashing himself, striking rock and numbing his arm, or once grazing a tail as the fish darted away. In his final lunge, he slipped, plunged headlong into the surf, emerging a sodden, seaweed-crowned wreck. Fishing transformed into aquatic spa treatment. Is the host performing synchronized diving for the fish? Host, today either I or the seawater must perish. Result: seawater wins. Fish grateful for this footbath, especially with seaweed garnish. Distinctive flavor. Too beautiful. I dare not watch. Host, switch careers. Comedy has far greater promise than fishing. Lin Che crawled ashore, soaked and shivering, clothes clinging like lead weights. His spear snapped clean in two. He wiped salt water from his face, spat several times, and glared at the fish, now seeming to mock him. Rage flared. He half wished to dive back in and brawl. "No, this spear is useless. I need a new approach." Gasping, he sat on the sand to wring water from his shirt, mind racing for alternatives. Ding. Alert: your piscatorial methodology remains more primitive than Paleolithic man's. Efficiency lamentable. Suggestion: construct a trap. Transmitting retro fish cage weaving guide, mind implanted. Friendly reminder: patience required. Lacking patience. Abandon hope. Another data stream flooded in, teaching him to weave funnel-shaped cages from supple vines, bait them, and let fish enter, but never exit. Lin Che's eyes lit up. This was perfect. Passive predation, no exertion required. A fish cage. Brilliant. Not waiting by the stump for rabbits, but waiting by the cage for fish. Energized, he sprinted into the woods for vines. Vines abounded, but weaving proved catastrophic. They coiled with malicious intent, knotting, slipping, tangling, even ensnaring his hair, tugging painfully at his scalp. After freeing himself, he produced a lopsided monstrosity, holes gaping wide enough for fists, others too narrow for shrimp. Host, is this abstract art? Fish entering would require GPS navigation and possibly rescue. Then you do it. These vines refuse obedience. He yelled at the void, hurling the ruined vinework aside, grabbed fresh ones, repeated the futility. What emerged resembled a derelict basket. The comments erupted anew. Host, your cage is a labyrinth for fish, requiring SOS signals upon entry. Fish, thank you. I laughed heartily, and vow eternal detour. I thought the spear was peak absurdity. This cage transcends imagination. Your craftsmanship stands peerless. For mercy's sake, spare the fish and yourself. Can we delay until tomorrow? Uncle Wong, young man, learn grass shoe weaving first. At least they're wearable. Might simpler methods exist, such as damming fish with stones. Exhausted, raw-handed, and mosquito-bitten, Lin Che slumped motionless amid the tangled vines, depleted of will. A full day had passed. Zero fish, utter fatigue, soaked garments, bleeding palms, and zero appetite for biscuits. Sunset gilded the waves gold. Lin Che sat paralyzed on the sand, stomach growling, watching plump fish glide tantalizingly out of reach. "Brothers, I'm undone," he groaned into the lens, voice trembling. "Why is fishing this hard? Have they attained sentience, mocking me deliberately?" Time remaining 166 hours, 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Host, you can do it. delivered with robotic flatness. Silence. Don't speak to me, he snarled, flinging sand at the sea, only for the wind to blow it back into his face. That night he gnawed dry biscuits beside a fire grilling thumb-sized crabs, barely larger than his fingernail. His mind churned strategies, hunger intensifying, until he licked every crumb from his fingers. Digging pits fails. Spears fail. Cages fail. Must I seize them barehanded? He examined his palms, shook his head. He'd tried fish slid like eels impossible to grasp. Suddenly, epiphany. He slapped his thigh, of course. I recall documentaries. People dam tidal pools with stones. Fish enter on the flood tide and remain stranded at ebb. No skill required, just strength. And strength. I possess it in abundance. Renewed, he forgot exhaustion, eager to haul stones immediately. At dawn, black-ringed eyes blazing, he stood before the camera, entrenching tool in hand. Brothers, after deep nocturnal contemplation, I've conceived a masterstroke. Today, we build our very own Great Wall of Fishing. He scouted the coast, selecting a gently sloping tide-prone stretch near the reef, stones abundant, minimizing transport. First, he sketched a crude circle in the sand, a blueprint. Then he began hauling stones medium and small. When large proved immovable, levered with his entrenching tool, shouldered the rest. Sweat drenched his t-shirt, mud and salt streaked his face. He resembled a mud sculpture come alive. Host note: fluid dynamics and tidal mechanics indicate critical flaws in your barrier's angle and seal. Likely. I refuse to listen. Strength conquers all. More stones, denser stacking. Fish will be detained. He cut off the system, burying himself in labor, silencing it entirely. Viewers flooded the comment stream with counsel: fill gaps with pebbles and sand, or fish slip through. Exactly. Seal with mud paste. Enhances impermeability. Else all effort wasted. Shape matters. Unshipped enclosure. Traps fish inside. Captain Jack: a major tide peaks this afternoon. Act swiftly. Miss it and wait till tomorrow. Wilderness knife: brother, hurry. Crude, but perhaps effective. Lin Che adopted their wisdom. Found a shallow puddle, mixed sand and water into slurry, and packed it into every crevice. Smearing mud across hands and face, indifferent to appearance. Consumed solely by the vision of catching fish. By noon, a lopsided, precarious stone barrier, roughly 2 square meters, stood complete, enclosing a shallow pool. Standing atop the dam, hands on hips, he panted like a spent hound, yet triumph surged within him. Complete. My maritime great wall. Where, pray tell, shall you flee now, little fish? His triumphant laugh choked him into coughing fits. As afternoon approached, the tide rose slowly. Lin Che watched his wall, trembling with tension, terrified it might collapse. Seawater seeped over the stones, filling the enclosed zone. His pulse quickened. They're coming. Fish, entering. He pointed, whispering urgently at the camera, lest he frighten them. Indeed, several small fish drifted calmly inside, circling curiously. More fish joined as the tide swelled. He held his breath, eyes locked on the water, blinking forbidden. Finally, the tide receded. Stone by stone, the dam reappeared, leaking in spots, yet holding most water captive. Inside the pool, 4 fish darted frantically, bumping the stones, seeking escape, finding none. Success. I am a genius. He leapt, ignoring exhaustion, grabbed a patched net bag, a hole mended with vine, kicked off his shoes, and charged into the shallows. Though confined, the fish remained agile. His first sweep lifted seaweed and sand, no fish. The second, they slipped past his ankles, dousing his trousers. He lunged wildly, splashing, soaking himself anew, nearly toppling into the water. After minutes of chaos, brute force and fortune delivered, he trapped a palm-sized fish beneath the net. The fish thrashed violently, slapping water into his face, but he didn't flinch. He raced ashore, net aloft. Caught. I caught it. He extracted the fish, holding it overhead, its tail whipping, scales scattering. His face erupted in radiant joy, trembling as he brandished it at the camera. See it? See it. A live fish, my catch, not scavenged. The comment stream detonated, more ecstatic than his crab discovery. Incredible. Voice cracks: host's first real catch. Finally. The process was hilarious, like circus clowning, but the outcome, undeniably spectacular. Host's brilliance shines. That stone wall paid off. Tonight, fish feast. Extra course tonight. Grilled fish, absolutely. What's for dinner today? Steamed, braised, grilled, simmered. I've planned it all. Cook now. Meow shao tang wow. Host's amazing. Even if he looks disheveled, still amazing. WAN. Congratulations. You've finally succeeded. Ding. Host has successfully captured aquatic life. Method primitive, efficiency negligible, but outcome valid. Task completion 11. Reward: fishing gear set dispatched. Arrives with next logistics delivery. Congratulations on shedding the title primitive fisher. Welcome to the ranks of novice angler. The system's chimes sounded sweeter than celestial music. Lin Che exhaled deeply, pride swelling greater than building his shelter. Tears nearly welled. He'd endured 2 days of agony for this moment. He carried the wriggling fish back to camp, preparing it meticulously. He scraped scales with his entrenching tool, haphazardly tearing chunks of skin, nearly ruptured the gallbladder while gutting. Rinsing frantically, the fish thrashed mid-wash, nearly leaping into the flames. Comments scrolled furiously, "Gentle host. That fish is sobbing. Brutal, but oddly appetizing. I'm boiling instant noodles right now. Your fish butcher technique rivals pig slaughter. Excessively vigorous." Undeterred, he skewered the fish on a branch and roasted it over the fire, seasoned only with seawater salt. Yet the aroma, rich, savory, intoxicating, carried far across the island. Saliva flooded his mouth. He flipped the fish constantly, fearing char, yet scorched the tail slightly. Finally done, golden brown in patches, enticingly crisp. He blew gently, then took a cautious bite, scalding his tongue, yet refusing to spit. His eyes blazed, nearly swallowing his tongue. Fresh, tender, fragrant. Though subtly salty, the purity of its oceanic essence surpassed crabs and snails entirely. Delicate, refined, succulent. Compared to this, his compressed biscuits tasted like swine fodder. Unbelievable. Brothers, it's divine. Scalded, he devoured it ravenously. Bones licked clean, fingers sucked, dry, savoring every trace. Worth it. Every hardship justified. Is this the taste of fish? I am in love with fish. Patting his gently rounded belly, he grinned ear at the camera. Brothers, this is merely the beginning. Once my fishing gear set arrives, I'll fish daily, dine on grilled fish nightly, let you feast your eyes on seafood banquets. Host-friendly reminder: gear acquisition doesn't guarantee catches. Air Force status is every angler's ordained destiny. Prepare emotionally, don't cry later. The system offered timely skepticism. But Lin Che heard nothing. Lost in triumph, savoring the fish's richness, reward secured, stomach fulfilled. What greater joy existed? Today was a day steeped in accomplishment and the unmistakable, glorious scent of fish. The savory aroma of grilled fish still lingered on his tongue as Lin Che smacked his lips, his taste buds vividly recalling its delicate richness. A palm-sized fish that had not quenched his hunger, but instead awakened an insatiable craving, filling his mind with nothing but the single urgent thought: more fish. Yesterday's stone dam fishing, though largely aided by the tide while he himself had merely bustled about aimlessly, had inexplicably planted in him the illusion that he was in fact a master angler. Staring at the seawater-rusted pickaxe in his hand, a bold idea suddenly flared to life. Brothers. At dawn's first light, Lin Che rushed before the lens, eyes gleaming like twin lanterns, electrified with the exhilaration of discovery. Last night, I pondered deeply and uncovered a critical flaw: dam fishing is unbearably tedious. Waiting passively beside a crumbling dam for fish to wander in. Far too passive. We must take initiative, strike first, and earn our fish meal after meal. With a sharp shhh, he drew the pickaxe. Its blade flashed in the morning sun, lending him an unexpectedly commanding presence. So today, we challenge ourselves once more, crafting a true fishing tool by hand. Learning from yesterday's failures, this time, we'll forge something genuinely functional, something so formidable that fish will flee at the mere sight of it. A trident. Host, I still have footage of yesterday's disastrous, firebrand attempt at spearing fish. Are you certain you shouldn't wait a few days? A full fishing kit arrives imminently. Technology is far more reliable. Wait. No waiting. Lin Che waved his hand decisively, exuding the authority of a battlefield commander. My stomach's ravenous and my drive to develop Star Sand Island brooks no delay. A true wilderness master improvises with what lies at hand. Live off the mountains, live off the sea, and live off the forest. Then let us craft a trident and spear our fish. The live chat had long anticipated his inevitable stumble. Teasing messages flooded in. Here we go again. Handmade Lin's stubbornness has reawakened. Last time the trident became a firebrand. What absurd transformation awaits this round? Pre-ordering the perfect trident. I've already set my screenshot as an emoji. Please, streamer, listen to reason. Waiting for the delivery isn't shameful, but certainly better than missing every fish and tumbling headfirst into the water. I'll wager 50 cents today's trident remains a comedic prop. Lu Ban reincarnated emits a sigh of profound suffering in advance. Meow. Xiao Tang, big brother streamer, go for it. Just be careful not to cut your fingers. Wilderness blade brother, this is the spirit. Remember, choose branches both resilient and rigid, sharpen the tip finely, and add barbs if possible. Otherwise, even if you strike a fish, it'll slip free. Spotting Blade Brother's message, Lin Che seized it like a divine revelation and turned eagerly to the camera. Did you see that? A professional just spoke. Barbs. We're adding barbs today. So deep they pierce and never release. He plunged back into the woods, now laser-focused. Find a branch straight, supple, and sturdy. Clutching the pickaxe, he paced through the grove, scrutinizing each branch as if selecting a bride. Too slender. Snaps at the first thrust. Unacceptable. Twisted like a pretzel. Pass. This one looks promising. He selected a branch as thick as his forearm, smooth, elegant, then swung the pickaxe down with a crisp crack and severed it. Lifting it, he braced it between his palms and snapped. Snap. The branch fractured cleanly, its broken end rough and splintered. Lin Che blinked, then tossed it aside with disdain. Worthless timber. Pretty to behold, useless in practice. After another prolonged search, he finally found one that resisted snapping, only to discover a grotesque, knot marring its surface. Displeased, he discarded it without hesitation. Thus he sifted and rejected until half an hour had slipped away, and at last he settled on the perfect branch, perfectly straight, ideal thickness, flawless bark, and resilient to the touch. Host, are you crafting a work of art or a tool? On a deserted island, functionality matters, not aesthetics. What do you know? A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. An unattractive trident saps the very will to spear. Lin Che retorted defiantly, then produced a military shovel to strip away side branches. Once stripped clean came the most crucial step, sharpening the tip and carving barbs. He sat cross-legged on the ground, clamping the branch firmly between his thighs, then carefully guided the heavy pickaxe, no longer relying on brute force, but coaxing the tip into graceful taper. Yet the blade was unwieldy, broad, and blunt for such precision work, like Zhang Fei attempting embroidery. He aimed for a sleek conical point, but achieved only a jagged, pockmarked surface as if gnawed by dogs. Attempting a barb on the flank, each stroke overshot or undershot. When at last a tiny protrusion emerged, it resembled less a barb than a clumsy nodule. Host, is this barb meant to tickle the fish? They'd laugh outright. Chat erupted in laughter. Haha. Streamer, are you giving the branch a spa treatment? So abstract, so lumpy. This spearhead looks like a chewed pencil stub. How could it possibly impale a fish? For pity's sake, stop torturing yourself. Let's pry crabs instead. At least they don't dart away so swiftly. Fish, seriously. I'll stand still, yet you still can't hit me. Uncle Wong, young man, skip the barbs altogether. Just hone the tip sharply. That barb is futile anyway. What's for dinner today, streamer? Perhaps we should simply buy proper gear. The odds look grim for this trident. Lin Che, utterly absorbed in his battle with the branch, paid no heed to the chat. Beads of cold sweat glistened on his brow, his gaze locked on the blade's edge, muttering softly, just a little more here. Symmetry matters. Barbs, barbs. Oh no. His hand trembled, and the fragile nodule barb vanished beneath the blade. He stared silently at the bare, smooth tip for 3 breaths, then slammed the pickaxe into the earth with a furious cry. I refuse to yield. Today I will carve a barb, no matter what. Like one possessed, he shaved, reshaped, and refined, only to watch the spearhead shrink, thin, and weaken. No barb emerged. Instead, the tip narrowed into a needle-thin filament, brittle as spun glass. Host, fair warning, that tip likely snaps upon striking sand. Silence. I think it's splendid. Lin Che cut off the system, hoisting the trident toward the sun for inspection. Self-assured, self-convinced. Observe this razor-sharp point. True, no barb, but its aerodynamic form ensures absolute precision in piercing. He swung it twice, delighting in its balance, entirely imagined, and confidence surged anew. Let's go. To the reef zone. Today lunch will be fish. Shouldering his newly forged artifact, he marched to the shore with swaggering pride. The sea shimmered crystal clear, small fish drifted lazily, utterly indifferent to this would-be hunter. Lin Che kicked off his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and waded into the cool water, knee-deep. Holding his breath, he gripped the trident tightly, eyes scanning the shallows like radar hunting for prey. A medium-sized gray-brown fish glided near, curiously circling the trident as if inspecting this strange new object. Lin Che's heart leapt. You're the one. He fixed his gaze, drew a deep breath, and lunged with all his might, driving the trident downward into the water. Plop! A plume of spray erupted high. Lin Che squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them to see the trident embedded in sand half a foot from where the fish had been. The creature flicked its tail and vanished, splashing seawater across his face. Oh, so close, just a hair's breadth. He stomped in frustration, wiping salt water from his cheeks. Chat exploded. Haha. Round 1, fish wins. Streamer's accuracy rivals human sketch artistry. Fish dodge, missed again. Streamer, are you nearsighted? You couldn't hit it from inches away. Undeterred, Lin Che yanked the trident free and searched for another target. Another fish approached. He coiled and struck, this time nearer, yet the trident grazed its flank. Startled, the fish darted away, churning turbulent currents that nearly toppled him. Arg! It's impossible. How can it be so slippery? His strikes grew frantic, first deliberate, then wild, reckless stabs. Sometimes he overcommit, plunging headlong into the surf like a drowned chicken. Sometimes he slipped on slick rocks. Crack! Spreading his legs wide, teeth clenched against the sting. Once he lunged at a fish that accelerated mid-strike. His momentum carried the trident crashing clang against a boulder. Snap! A sickening crack echoed. Lin Che froze, then wrenched the trident free. Sure enough, the slender tip had snapped clean off. His trident was now irrevocably Firebrand 2.0. As predicted, insufficient tensile strength. Lin Che stared at the pathetic remnant in his hands, tears welling. Again. This wood is disgracefully frail. Chat convulsed with laughter. Haha. The artifact perishes once more. Streamer's craftsmanship is peerless in futility. Victory snatched away before the campaign begins, leaving only tears. Fish, I haven't even begun, and you're already down. Pathetic. Streamer, if your trident can't even dent stone, how dare you dream of catching fish? Lu Ban reincarnated, closes eyes, unable to bear watching Meow. Xiao Tang, big brother Streamer, please rest. Don't exhaust yourself. No, not yet. It's the branch's fault. I'll use a thicker one. His stubbornness flared anew. Fuming, he stormed back to shore and selected a sturdier, thicker branch. This time aesthetics and barbs were abandoned. He hacked a crude blunt point with the pickaxe, gave it 2 rough strokes on stone, and called it done. Ugly and cumbersome, yes, but undeniably robust. Strength conquers all arts. Who cares for beauty? Sturdiness is supreme. Raw power births miracles. He hefted the brutish trident and charged back into the sea. What followed was sheer carnage. In his grip, the heavy trident became little more than a club. He swung wildly into dense schools, wop wop wop, sending terrified fish scattering in all directions. Salt water drenched his face, soaked his clothes, plastered his hair to his forehead. Exhausted, gasping, he hadn't even brushed a single scale. Once he lunged at a fish. It dodged with uncanny grace, its tail slapping smack across his cheek, stinging fiercely. 2. Lin Che spat seawater, his face burning. You dare strike back, fish? Chat roared. Haha. The fish itself delivered the slap. Minimal damage. Maximum humiliation. This fish is outrageously arrogant. Streamer, this isn't fishing. It's aquatic performance art. Fish, behold my tail strike. Witness my might. Wilderness blade, brother Streamer. Calm down. Spearing demands steadiness, precision, and force. Not ocean demolition. WN. Observe the fish's movement patterns first. Don't stab blindly. Lin Che, eyes bloodshot with obsession, heard none of it. His mind reduced to a broken loop. See fish, stab, miss, rage. From dawn to noon under a scorching sun, his arms grew leaden, his belly growled hollow, and despair filled his gaze. He collapsed into the shallow water, watching fish glide freely, voice cracking with exhaustion and disbelief. Brothers, I suspect these fish underwent elite training. Are they deliberately mocking me? Host, you've spent 4 hours battling fish. Perhaps snack on a biscuit and rest. Just as Lin Che neared surrender, luck intervened. A seemingly dazed little fish drifted slowly to his leg and paused motionless, as if observing the spectacle. Instinct took over. Lin Che lifted the trident and jabbed, limply, almost listlessly. A soft, distinct sound, unlike any previous hollow thunk or jarring clank. He froze, then slowly raised the trident. There, skewered on its tip, the tiny fish writhed feebly. Success! Eyes wide, Lin Che stood frozen, then sprang upright, brandishing the trident toward the lens, shouting wildly, Ha! I did it! I speared a fish. See, truly speared. Ecstatic, he danced, nearly toppling backward, grabbing a nearby boulder to steady himself. Though smaller than yesterday's catch, barely thumb-sized, this fish was pierced by his trident, his handiwork. Who claimed I couldn't? Who doubted my skill? Behold, this is mastery. This is the triumph of perseverance. He swelled with pride as if he'd conquered a shark. Chat ignited. Whoa. Actually speared. Was this fish brain dead? Did it volunteer? Haha. Blind cat meets dead rat. Streamer's luck is unmatched. Congratulations. Though comical, the result is glorious. Tears streaming. After all that folly, the trident finally caught a fish. What a victory. This fish must be cursed. Never having met such an inept hunter, it simply froze in awe. What's for dinner today, small though it is? It's meat. Roast it now? Meow Xiao Tang, wow. Streamer, you're amazing. Finally succeeded. Uncle Wong, ah. The simple-minded reap simple blessings. And this fish, equally simple-minded. Ding. Detected host successfully captured aquatic life using self-crafted trident, albeit tiny and purely fortuitous. Quest enriched, table completed. Reward dispatched. This fishing endeavor has been archived in the Human Bewilderment Showcase candidate pool. Congratulations, host. That system chime sounded sweeter than any symphony. Lin Che cared nothing for bewildering behavior. He knew only that he had won. Gently, reverently, he removed the fish from the tip, fearing it might fall, then sprinted back to camp, grinning foolishly all the way. Cleaning it proved clumsy, scraping scales with the shovel nearly shredded the flesh. Gutting it ruptured the gallbladder. Bitterness flooding his mouth, forcing him to rinse frantically. Roasting demanded extreme caution. Fearing it would char, he flipped constantly, even blowing gently on the flames. At last the fish was done, slightly scorched yet fragrant beyond measure. Lin Che blew on it, then bit in, fresh, tender, even more aromatic than yesterday's. 2 bites devoured it whole, even crunching the bones, then licking his lips, savoring the aftertaste. Worth it. Utterly worth it. He patted his belly, eyes half-lidded in bliss. Every fall, every ache. Redeemed in this single moment. This fish was speared by my own hand with my own trident. He caressed the crude trident like a treasured relic. It has room for refinement, but overall excellent. From now on, this is my fishing tool. With practice, I'll spear ever larger fish. His mind soared with visions of future conquests, completely forgetting the imminent arrival of the professional fishing kit. The system, observing his blissful delusion, chose silence, knowing full well the true love moment would arrive with the package. Host, rejoice as you wish. Just don't discard this trident when the kit arrives. Lin Che ignored the system entirely. All he wanted now was to spear another fish, even if just as small, just to feel that joy again. After all, this was the first fish he'd ever speared with a trident of his own making. The small fish, hardly bigger than a thumb, had been tormented by Lin Che for half a day, and finally it was processed, which really meant he haphazardly scraped its scales with a spade, damaging much of the flesh and nearly rupturing the gallbladder while gutting it. In the end, he managed to extract the innards and toss them into his water kettle. The kettle sat on a makeshift stove with a small fire burning underneath, filled to the brim with purified water he had collected earlier, using a purifier, the small fish floating inside like a leaf. Lin Che sat cross-legged in front of the fire, resting his chin on his hands, staring intently at the kettle, as if it were a treasure, his nose twitching occasionally, trying to catch a whiff of any aroma that might waft out. His expression was so focused it was as if he were conducting some sacred experiment, afraid to miss a second of the birth of the fish soup. Host, to be honest, given the size of this fish and the amount of water, the protein concentration of your soup is about the same as fish washing water. You shouldn't get your hopes too high to avoid being extremely disappointed later. What do you know? Lin Che didn't even turn his head, his eyes still glued to the kettle. The essence is in the concentration. This is called broth. Do you understand? Although it's just one fish, the sentiment is there. The fragrance comes from slow simmering. This is the soul of the fish sublimating in the soup. The comments were already in stitches full of teasing. Haha. Host, do you need a microscope to see the traces of the fish in this soup? Fish, my life was hard enough, and now I'm being used as broth base. How tragic. The self-sacrifice of a small fish and the self-satisfaction of the host. This isn't fish soup, it's fish washing water. The host gaze at the kettle is like how my mom looks at a hen that's been stewing for 3 hours, so invested. What to eat today, host? Listen to me. Hurry and throw in a few sea snails. Otherwise this soup will really become plain water with no flavor at all. Meow, sugar brother, so patient, it must taste great later. Old Wong, young lad, at least find a leaf to remove the fishy smell. Sea snails. To remove the fishy smell. Lin Che shook his head, feigning expertise. No way. What I want is the original flavor. I want to taste the purest freshness of this fish. Adding other things would ruin the flavor. That's disrespectful to the fish. His twisted logic flowed smoothly, and the comments erupted with ha ha ha, and the host is delusional. Time passed slowly, and small bubbles began to rise in the kettle, followed by white steam emitting a gurgling sound. Lin Che instantly sat up straight, excitedly pointing at the spout. Look. It's boiling. The fish soup is starting to gain flavor. I think I smell something delicious. He inhaled deeply, but in reality, apart from the smell of water vapor, he sensed nothing, purely self-delusion. Host, that is just the smell of boiling water. According to thermodynamic principles, the boiling point of water is 100 degrees, and the flavor substances of the fish. Shut up. Don't interrupt my soul's conversation with the fish soup. Lin Che directly interrupted the system, fearful that the system's scientific analysis would ruin his broth dream. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Lin Che, unable to resist the urge to peek under the lid, worried that the soup's vitality would escape, finally, could not hold back anymore. He carefully lifted the kettle off the fire, using a cloth to protect his hands. The thrilling moment has arrived. His voice slightly trembled as he solemnly lifted the lid of the kettle toward the camera. A puff of white steam burst forth, fogging up the lens. As the steam dispersed, Lin Che hurriedly leaned in to take a look. The soup in the kettle was clear and bright. The small fish had long since been simmered to mush, its flesh dissolved in the soup, leaving only a small skeleton resting at the bottom. The soup looked almost indistinguishable from plain water, the only difference being a slight milky color that could only be seen upon close inspection. See, I told you, visually there's no difference from plain water. Lin Che's expression froze for a second, then he immediately brainwashed himself. Good soup. Truly good soup is like this. A clear broth shows skill. Delicacies to the bland. This soup looks light, yet the flavor must be exceptionally rich. He took out a metal lunchbox, carefully pouring the fish soup into it. A kettle full of water yielded only about half a box. He cradled the lunchbox with both hands, first bringing it close to his nose to sniff, then closing his eyes, letting out a sound of ecstasy. Fresh. So fresh. This is the taste of the sea, the soul of the fish. I can't wait to drink it. The comments host's acting deserves an Oscar. I have nasal inflammation, can't smell anything, but if the host says it's fresh, it must be fresh. The highest realm of imagination. Fish, I did my best, really getting any color out of it is already impressive. WN, be careful, it's hot, don't rush. Lin Che blew on the soup and then took a small sip. The soup was warm in his mouth. The flavor was just slightly salty, plain water with a hint of very faint fish flavor that he had to think hard to detect. But Lin Che's expression was as if he had just tasted nectar. His eyes widened as he excitedly looked at the camera brothers. Worth it. So worth it. This soup is even better than I imagined. This is the freshest fish soup I've ever had, simply the taste of paradise. To prove he wasn't lying, he took another large sip, then sighed contentedly. Ah, fresh and sweet. The flavor lingers even after drinking. This fish didn't die in vain. Its life has been sublimated in this pot of soup. Every drop is essence. Host, has your palate become skewed from eating compressed biscuits for so long? Would you like me to provide a taste calibration service? Skewed. This is evolution. Lin Che excitedly retorted. The wilderness life has purified my palate, allowing me to taste the most authentic flavors. You folks who eat seasoning every day don't understand this pure beauty. He started sipping the fish soup, slowly savoring each sip, his expression intoxicated, as if he were drinking some fine wine. By the end, the bottom of the lunchbox was licked clean, not a single drop of soup left. Look, not a drop wasted. This is the greatest respect for the fish. He held the empty lunchbox up to the camera, his face full of happiness. After finishing the soup, he let out a water burp, patted his stomach that felt nothing, and smiled in satisfaction. Ah, so satisfying. This is a feast. I feel like I have strength all over. The comments were nearly laughing themselves to tears. Ha ha ha, help. The host drank to his heart's content and acted as if he had just devoured a grand banquet. I almost believe this soup was delicious. The host's acting is too good. Fish, if I had known, I would have preferred to be eaten by a crab. At least that would have been more valuable. How to achieve spiritual gluttony with a pot of plain water. Host, call me when you cook shoelaces next time. I want to see your performance. What to eat today? As long as the host is happy, my fish soup recipe feels like a waste of preparation. Wilderness knife, brother, your mental victory method is really smooth. Lu Ban reincarnated. From a materials mechanics perspective, the meat of this fish is too tender. It dissolved after being boiled too long. There isn't much flavor substance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully eating the fish you caught, though mainly drinking the soup. The enrich the table task is completed. The reward fishing gear set will be sent with the next delivery. Hope you can catch a bigger fish next time, at least one that can fill the gaps in your teeth. The system's notification sounded better to Lin Che than any music. The task is complete. The fishing gear set is on the way. He instantly forgot the embarrassment of drinking fish washing water and was filled with visions of fishing. He suddenly stood up, and because he got up too abruptly, he burped again, yet he didn't care. Fishing gear set. Brothers, our good days are coming. I'll sit on that big reef and become a quiet fisherman. As the sun sets with the sea breeze blowing, I'll just lift my rod, and it will be a big fish. Just thinking about that scene is cool. And fishing lines, fishing hooks. I can prepare several fishing rigs, and maybe even set up a deep-sea fishing rod for those big guys. Oh, and a net. I won't have to use that broken net anymore. I'll scoop up the big fish directly. It'll be stable. He became more and more excited, already fantasizing about the days of eating fish every day. By then, breakfast will be grilled fish, lunch boiled fish, dinner braised fish, and for a night snack, fish head soup. 3 meals a day aren't enough. Ooh, I could eat fish 5 times a day. Eat until I can't stand it, eat until I throw up. This is what life is. Host, let me interrupt your daydream. First, fishing requires bait. What do you plan to use? Secondly, even with fishing gear, you might not catch a single fish, just an empty-handed result. Finally, eating fish every day could lead to malnutrition. Bait. There are sea worms on the beach and little crabs under the rocks. Both are good baits. Empty-handed. Impossible. I'm so smart with high-tech fishing gear. How could I be empty-handed? Nutrition. Fish are the most nutritious. Lin Che was bursting with confidence, not listening to the advice. He even began to ponder the details. Should I use a carbon rod or a fiberglass rod? Seems there's no choice, just use whatever the system provides. What size line should I use? Do I need to prepare 2 backup rigs in advance? Oh, I also need to dig a hole for the fish to keep, otherwise if I catch too many I won't have a place to put them. He looked at the empty lunchbox, then gazed at the sea, his eyes filled with greed. Sea, are you ready? Your fish children are about to become my dinner. Tremble, plump fish. I, Lin Che, am going to be the ruler of this sea. Huh. He put his hands on his hips, laughing like a villain, as if he could already see numerous fish jumping onto his grill. The comments watched him transform from crying over drinking fish washing water to dreaming of conquering the sea, laughing even harder, it's over. The kid is going crazy over fish, starting to talk nonsense. A pot of plain water gave the host the courage to conquer the universe. Waiting for the fishing gear to arrive, let's see how he reacts then. How greatly can a pot of clear water influence human spirit? Host, remember what you said now. Oh, don't cry if you can't catch any fish. Meow sugar. Host, brother, you have such ambition. Old one, young lad, learn to dig for worms first. WN. Looking forward to your catch. Lin Che didn't care about these comments. He was so excited that he couldn't sit still, starting to prepare for receiving the fishing gear. He cleared a small area, stacking stones to make a small platform, declaring it the fishing gear storage area to show his respect for the gear. He even mimicked the fishing action for the camera, using a branch as a substitute for a fishing rod, providing sound effects: whoosh, splash, perfect cast. Then he mimicked reeling in. Hey, got one. Big catch. Look at my strength. The result was too much force, and the branch flew out with a whoosh, landing in the sea. Lin Che was stunned, awkwardly coughing twice. Ahem, a mistake. Mainly because this branch is too light. Once my professional fishing rod arrives, it definitely won't be like this. He ran into the sea to retrieve the branch, continuing to mimic. This time, he was careful not to use too much strength, moving cautiously, as if he feared throwing his fishing rod again. All afternoon, Lin Che remained in an excited state, occasionally running to a high point to look at the sea, eagerly awaiting the delivery boat, and other times mimicking fishing while muttering to himself. The false satisfaction brought by that pot of fish soup, combined with the anticipation for the fishing gear, made him forget the earlier embarrassment and exhaustion from catching the fish. Why hasn't the boat come yet? He gazed at the sea for the nth time, unable to help but complain. Is my fishing gear on the way? Wouldn't it run into a storm? Can it hurry up? That's good, that's good. Lin Che rubbed his hands, staring at the sea, looking like a child waiting for a gift. As the sun set, he started nibbling on compressed biscuits, surprisingly, finding them less unpleasant this time. These are the last few meals of biscuits. Once the fishing gear arrives, he'll say goodbye to them. From now on, it's fish every day. He said this very seriously, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if that clear fish soup had truly given him boundless strength. The viewers in the live stream laughed at his blind optimism, but they were also genuinely looking forward to what kind of jokes this desert island king would create once the fishing gear arrived. Host, although I don't want to rain on your parade, but good luck. I hope your fishing skills are a bit better than your fish catching skills. Lin Che ignored the system. His mind was filled with scenes of fishing, even dreaming about catching big fish. At least the issue of food now held a glimmer of hope. Lin Che finally shifted his attention to a far more urgent and immediate concern: elimination. This matter had loomed like a dark cloud over him since the moment he set foot on the island. Unrelenting, unyielding. At first, he'd simply ducked into a thicket to relieve himself, only to emerge with his backside swollen with mosquito bites, haunted by the dread of stepping unknowingly into his own buried hazards. Just recalling those days gave him a splitting headache. Later, he grew slightly more fastidious, digging a shallow pit and covering it, but chose sites haphazardly and dug carelessly. A gust of wind would carry an acrid stench, and he even fretted over contaminating his cherished vegetable plot, though not a single sprout had yet broken the soil or his precious freshwater supply. Lately, after consuming various seafood, his digestive system had grown temperamental, making this already grueling ordeal all the more torturous. That afternoon, Lin Che trudged back from a freshly dug pit near the shore, clutching his entrenching tool, his face drawn with misery, and scratching his rear newly peppered with mosquito welts. He leaned in close to the lens and lamented bitterly, "Brothers, I can't bear it any longer. This life is unbearable." His expression twisted in anguish as he gestured wildly. You'd think surviving on a deserted island, scavenging food, securing water, building shelter, was hard enough. But this most fundamental cycle of human existence, it's pure torment. The chill of the wind against bare skin is one thing, but then there are the tiny assailants, biting insects, scuttling crabs lying in wait for their moment. What if just as I'm at my most vulnerable, a crab lunges and delivers a decisive blow? My happiness for the rest of my life, gone in an instant. Growing ever more animated, he slapped his thigh, and it's utterly uncivilized. Consider me, Lin Che, future owner of a seaside villa, still unbuilt, and a full fishing kit, self-proclaimed lord of Xingsha Island. Yet here I am conducting guerrilla-style reconnaissance for suitable latrine sites. Hardly befitting. It contradicts the very essence of my refined, albeit entirely theoretical, sovereignty. This must change. We must advance into a new era of civilization. The comment stream instantly flooded with pungent banter. Haha. Finally, the host confronts this grave dilemma. I've awaited this day for ages. A treatise on the dignity of latrine use among deserted island lords. Publish it immediately. That windshield posterior line. Devastatingly authentic. I've endured it while camping too. Suggest the host pioneer island-specific sanitation culture. Perhaps a sea view latrine. Next livestream title shocking. A deserted island host publicly discusses this most private matter. 1 second of sympathy for the host's posterior. 59 seconds reserved for laughter. Meow Shao Tang, oh dear. Brother host, how could you speak of such things? So embarrassing. What shall we eat today, host? Wasn't this meant to be a culinary channel? Why has it suddenly acquired that aroma? I was just about to eat. Lin Che continued venting before the lens, declaring he would undertake grand construction to build a proper latrine, yet remained utterly devoid of any concrete plan, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration when his private communicator chimed sharply. Normally, only the system ever contacted him. Puzzled, he opened the message. The sender ID read, Lu Ban reincarnated, and the subject line declared preliminary proposal for improving sanitation facilities on your island, sketches for a simple dry toilet design. Lin Che's eyes widened in astonishment. Master Lu Ban, the legendary craftsman who had instantly spotted structural flaws in his crude shack and offered drone-based aerial survey advice. His fingers trembled with excitement as he tapped open the attachment, several hand-drawn schematics rendered in clean graphite lines, perfectly proportioned and meticulously annotated with dimensions and material specifications. The first sketch depicted an elevated wooden platform, raised some 30 centimeters off the ground, with a rectangular aperture centered above, supported by 4 sturdy posts and crowned by a slanted hinged lid labeled squatting platform, support posts, and movable cover, insect and odor resistant. The second diagram broke down the assembly in detail, even illustrating mortizient and joints, and noted iron nails may substitute. Beneath the platform, a cleverly designed slide-out drawer bore the inscription, a Shan soil collection box, for effortless disposal. The third outlined critical siting principles: position it downwind at least 30 meters from both campsite and freshwater sources, select high well-drained ground, and demonstrated how to erect privacy screens using woven palm fronds. Every conceivable detail had been thought through with astonishing thoroughness, vastly surpassing Lin Che's own vague notion of slapping together a rickety wooden frame. This was professional-grade engineering. Lin Che gaped, jaw slack. Heaven, my heavens. He sucked in a sharp breath, then erupted into unrestrained jubilation. Brothers, divine blueprints have descended from the heavens. Master Lu Ban himself. He sent me architectural plans for a latrine, an actual functional latrine. Trembling, he thrust the communicator toward the lens. Though viewers couldn't decipher the fine details, they sensed the unmistakable authority of the design. Look at these precise lines. This elegant structure. Even the mortizient and joinery. Master Lu Ban considered everything, though I'll almost certainly use nails instead. His voice dissolved into incoherence, his cheeks flushing crimson. And the movable cover. The slide-out collection box. Ash coverage for odor control. This isn't merely a latrine, it's a work of art. A beacon of civilization. He stared into the lens, eyes glistening. Master Lu Ban. You are my sworn brother, bound not by blood but by destiny. You are the guiding star of my castaway existence. You've delivered salvation in my darkest hour. Accept my deepest, most reverent obeisance. The comment stream exploded. Whoa. When Master Lu Ban acts, he acts with unmatched rigor. Even lavatory design is executed with surgical precision. This private message is absurdly technical. The ultimate triumph of the engineer. Host, you've saved your posterior. No more mosquitoes, no more crabs. On how technical experts revolutionize sanitation infrastructure on deserted islands. Host, kneel and express your gratitude. Then get to work. Wilderness blade brother, this structural logic is sound. Dig deep for the post holes. Shallow foundations risk collapse. Uncle Wong, excellent. Far superior to blind excavation. Ensure the cover seals tightly, otherwise flies will swarm. WN, the design is sound. Shall I assist with calculating material quantities? Ding. System alert, external technical assistance detected. Analysis complete. This design exhibits sound structural integrity, aligns with current technological capabilities, manual wink accounts for environmental variables, and demonstrates high feasibility. The system advised strict adherence to the blueprints, and added with rare gravity, do not botch it, you understand. Even the system had deigned to praise him, yet Lin Che scarcely registered it, his mind ablaze with the schematics. He scrutinized every detail, repeatedly muttering to himself, for support posts, must be thick, planks require planing. Smooth, absolutely smooth. The lid needs hinges, or perhaps vines as pivot axles. The collection box is brilliant. No more digging pits each time. His excitement surged. He leapt up, snatching his mountain cleaver and entrenching tool. Let's begin. Today now. Our objective, civilized sanitation. For the glory of our posteriors, forward. Clutching the communicator, he paced the terrain, cross-referencing sketches with reality, convinced in his own mind that he resembled a seasoned site engineer. Site selection posed no difficulty downwind on elevated, well-drained ground. First step, excavate post holes. Lin Che marked 4 points per the blueprint and attacked the earth with his entrenching tool. He labored with extraordinary vigor, recalling the schematic stipulation that depth ensured stability. Heave-a-ho, for civilization, to evade the mosquito's sting. Deeper, deeper still. One hole, however, proved significantly deeper than the others. Host, ensure uniform depth across all 4 holes, or otherwise the platform will tilt, and your latrine experience shall resemble standing upon a steep incline. All right, levelness. Lin Che hastily backfilled the over-deep hole, then improvised a measuring stick from a branch, awkwardly gauging each cavity's depth in pursuit of absolute horizontality. Comments flooded in the host's relentless pursuit of perfection. My heart breaks. On the critical role of the spirit level in deserted island sanitation projects, no worries, host. A slight incline builds leg strength. After finally achieving acceptable uniformity, he ventured into the woods to source support posts, no longer selecting by mere aesthetics, but testing each trunk's resilience by wrenching and stomping. After exhausting effort, he felled 4 suitable trunks, dragged them back, erected them in their holes, packed the earth firmly around them, and reinforced the base with stones. The labor left him spent. Aligning the posts proved agonizing. Each adjustment corrected one lean only to introduce another, until after countless attempts the 4 pillars stood in rough approximation of a level plane. Few more exhausting than spearfishing. He panted, gazing at the upright posts. They were lopsided, yes, but pride swelled within him. Next came constructing the platform frame and laying planks, requiring smooth timber for secure joining. Lin Che wielded his cleaver and entrenching tool, chipping and scraping for hours, filling the air with flying wood shavings. He'd hack briefly, then run a hand over the surface, declare it smooth enough, and proceed to assemble, only to produce a warped, crooked frame with gaps between planks wide enough to swallow a shoe. Host, those gaps, are you certain future users won't suffer lasting psychological trauma? Gaps. This is ventilation design, don't you know? Air circulation disperses odors swiftly. Lin Che insisted, defiantly refusing to concede. The comment stream dissolved into hysterics. Ventilation design. Brilliant. The host possesses unparalleled talent for justification. Would Master Liu Ban, witnessing his pristine design, thus mangled, materialize in fury? Host Liu Ban's blueprints, Lin Che's craftsmanship. Those who understand, understand. I'm already anticipating the final product. It promises sublime comedy. Most comical was the movable cover. The blueprint specified hinges, but lacking hardware, Lin Che attempted substitution with vine cordage. He selected a supple vine mimicking hinge mechanics, but the binding remained loose and unreliable. The cover either refused to latch or jammed shut, once even crashing onto his foot. After 10 futile attempts, he nearly hurled the cover aside in despair, then devised a brutally pragmatic solution: a simple, oversized wooden lid, manually lifted to expose the aperture, manually replaced when finished. Hinges. Frivolous ornamentation. In the primal age, primal methods prevail. Simple, dependable. He proudly patted the crude lid. For the slide-out collection box, he abandoned the sliding mechanism entirely, constructing a plain square wooden container intended to be carried away and emptied whole. After a day and a half of relentless rework, profanity, and self-reassurance, a distinctly Lin Che-style dry toilet, lurching, lopsided, and loosely assembled, stood crookedly downwind. Its 4 posts varied in height, its platform tilted, its plank seams gaped, its lid required manual handling, its pound-friend enclosure billowed chaotically in the breeze, exuding an unmistakable aura of hasty, barely functional improvisation. Yet Lin Che stood before it, hands on hips, beaming with unshakable pride. Complete. Xingsha Island's first sanitary facility, officially inaugurated. He announced grandly, "From this moment forward, I am a civilized man, possessing both roof and recess, who upholds hygiene with solemn dedication." This was a milestone, a decisive stride from primal existence toward modernity. He even selected a flat stone slab, and with the tip of his entrenching tool carved the wobbly characters "Built by Lin Che," hanging it proudly upon the enclosure. Ding. System notification: congratulations on improving sanitary conditions despite subpar craftsmanship. Reward granted: 1 small roll of toilet paper. Please use sparingly. Though the system's reward seemed miserly, Lin Che found its tone profoundly gratifying. He rushed to perform the inaugural ritual, solemnly lifting the lid and stepping cautiously onto the swaying platform, savoring the unique tactile sensation of his ventilation design. Though rudimentary and absurd in that instant, Lin Che felt profound relief and quiet pride, finally liberated from the ceaseless siege of mosquitoes and crabs. Viewers laughed until their sides ached, yet their joy was genuine. The quality of life on this desolate island advanced incrementally and hilariously through such earnest, absurd endeavors. Lin Che stood with hands on hips staring intently at the architectural blueprints, so thoroughly thumbed through they were nearly worn to tatters. His expression solemn and resolute, as if preparing to part the heavens and cleave the earth. He drew a deep breath, inhaling not the briny tang of sea wind, but the very fragrance of civilizational progress. Brothers, today is nothing short of a historic day for Xingsha Island. The day we bid farewell forever to primitive open-air sanitation, and raise instead the banner of hygiene, the standard of civilization. A great toilet revolution begins now. With a military engineer's spade raised like a general's command banner, he declared, "Our weapon." The exquisitely detailed dry toilet blueprint bestowed upon us by Master Lu Ban himself. Our objective: to erect downwind and away from water sources a hall of 5 grains, a structure fully functional, structurally sound, and utterly private. Here it begins, the epic documentary, The Making of a Toilet. At this intensity, one might mistake him for launching a rocket, not building a latrine. Luxury dry toilet. Just how luxurious can it get? Does it feature automatic flushing? Eagerly awaiting host Lin's debut as a mason, I've already queued up my screenshots. Master Lu Ban, my architectural legacy rests in your hands. Don't disgrace it. Miao Xiao Tang, oh dear, how flustered I feel. Yet curiosity burns bright. Go host Lin. What to eat today? Suggest hanging a sign at the entrance pre-production base for live cooking stream. A perfect match. Wilderness knife, brother, forge ahead. Dig deep. The foundation must be solid. A shaky base guarantees collapse. Ding. Detected host initiating large-scale civil engineering, albeit for a toilet. This system kindly offers a pre-experience of muscle soreness virtual, allowing you to savor the joy awaiting you shortly. Would you like to try? Try what? For civilization's sake, this minor fatigue is nothing. Today I will complete it. Fueled by unyielding resolve, Lin Che shouldered his military spade and mountain-splitting knife, striding forth with heroic bearing toward his pre-selected feng shui sanctuary, downwind, distant from freshwater, elevated. Truly ideal. Phase 1: excavate pits and set posts. Per the blueprint, 4 deep sturdy pits were required to anchor the supporting pillars of the toilet platform. Spitting twice into his palms, feeling every inch the hard-working laborer, he hoisted the spade and dug. Heave-a-ho, 80. Heave-a-ho, 80. Chanting rhythmically as he worked, brimming with vigor. Yet lofty ideals met stark reality. After only a few strokes, his blade struck compacted subsoil and a dense web of interwoven roots, jolting his palms with numbing vibration. Good heavens, how rock-hard is this ground? It's like stone. Shaking out his stinging hands, he paused for 2 seconds before resuming his grunting, determined excavation. Sweat soaked through his clothes in minutes. Every few minutes, he halted to wipe his brow with the back of his hand. What he'd imagined as a simple task soon became an arduous ordeal. The mound of excavated earth grew ever higher, yet the pit scarcely deepened. Worse still, when digging the second pit, his spade pierced an ant colony. A rustling whisper erupted. Several large black ants emerged, one scurrying up the spade shaft. Lin Che yelped, dropped the tool, and leapt backward in panic. Whoa, what in the world is that? You nearly scared me to death. He watched the ant patrol the perimeter and depart before cautiously approaching again. These ants are ferocious. Demolishing their home has them furious with me. Haha, inauspicious start. Resistance from indigenous ants. Ants, do you have any manners? Unprovoked demolition of our domicile. That shriek rivals my sister's reaction to cockroaches. The toilet revolution insect uprising, a UNESCO heritage nomination, is overdue. Once his nerves settled, he retrieved the spade and dug with painstaking caution, like defusing landmines. By noon, 4 uneven pits had been completed, some deeper, some shallower, but all barely met specifications. Gazing at the 4 dark, gaping holes, exhausted as a spent hound, he nonetheless swelled with pride. Behold, this depth, this solidity, the bedrock of a century-spanning project. In the afternoon came Phase 2, sourcing construction materials. For thick wooden pillars were needed, plus flat planks for the platform and enclosures. He plunged into the forest, scrutinizing trees as if selecting a life partner. Too slender, unacceptable. Crooked as a corkscrew, pass. Ah, this one, straight and stout. Selecting a tree with a trunk as thick as a rice bowl, he raised his mountain-splitting knife and began chopping. Felling timber demanded raw strength, especially for a novice. Each blow echoed with a hollow thud, splintering wood chips in every direction. After several swings, Lin Che switched hands, or paused to catch his breath. Halfway through, the blade wedged deep. As he wrenched it free, his footing slipped. Plop, and he landed squarely on his tailbone, grimacing in sharp pain. Ouch. My backside. Host, would you like a condensed lumberjack technique crash course theoretical edition? No need. Brute force suffices. I refuse to be bested by mere timber. He scrambled upright and resumed his relentless assault. Finally drenched in sweat and trembling with fatigue, the tree groaned and toppled precisely where he'd intended. "Success!" he cried, then stared blankly at the fallen giant. He needed only a single segment for a pillar, and so began the laborious process of cutting, trimming, and shaping. When he dragged the first prepared pillar back to the site, he was too spent even to speak. 4 such trips later, dragging the 4th pillar, he collapsed onto the ground, gazing skyward, eyes hollow and vacant. "I'm done, utterly drained. Host, right now I just want to dig my own grave and lie down inside. This is tragic." Master Lu Ban's blueprint never warned of such exhaustion. "I'd never have started. Watching is exhausting. Yet why is it so hilarious? Am I cruel? Hold fast, for your own backside. For civilization." After half an hour's rest and half a waterskin quenched, Lin Che rose once more to erect the pillars. This task demanded both precision and power. Attempting to lower a pillar vertically into its pit, he lost his grip. The heavy timber tilted and nearly dragged him headlong into the hole. "Oh dear, scared me half to death." He resorted to a crude method, leaning the pillar diagonally across the pit's mouth, then slowly guiding it downward while adjusting its angle, before finally packing and tamping the soil around its base. Each pillar took near-reverential care to ensure perfect verticality. Erecting all 4 consumed another half-day, leaving him caked in mud indistinguishable from a mischievous forest sprite. On the 3rd day, platform assembly commenced, smoothing planks and securing them atop the pillar frame, a task bordering on infernal for Lin Che. Using his military spade to plane the wood, he either gouged crooked furrows or left surfaces pockmarked like the lunar surface. Securing them proved worse. Armed only with ordinary nails, he hammered with stones, repeatedly striking his fingers instead, sending him hopping on the spot, clutching his hand and howling, "Ah, my fingers. It hurts worse than being skewered by a fish spear." Haha, workplace injury. Undeniably workplace injury. Host grabbed the first aid kit immediately. The host's screams have become daily programming. I've grown accustomed. Are these boards meant to be foot massage slabs? Stepping on them will surely hurt. Mind the gaps, host. Don't let things fall through. Through Herculean effort, a lopsided, gap-ridden platform, wide enough for a fist to slip through, was finally secured. Lin Che stepped onto it gingerly. It groaned and swayed, but held. He rallied himself with forced confidence. Stable. Extremely stable. This is elastic architecture, understand. Designed for shock absorption and damping. Next came enclosure and lid fabrication. Enclosures were simple. He densely bound palm fronds to the rear and both sides of the pillars, leaving the front open as a doorway. The lid posed greater difficulty. Hinges from the blueprint eluded him entirely. Instead, he crafted a thick wooden cover, manually lifted and placed. Hinges. Fancy nonsense. Manual operation is reliable and far less prone to failure. Finally, beneath the platform, he installed a deep wooden box, replacing a pull-out drawer, with a layer of dry sand and wood ash lining its base. Thus the project was complete. As the final palm frond was secured, Lin Che beheld his luxury dry toilet, 4 askew pillars propping up a fissured platform, 3 sides wrapped in palm fronds, and a thick wooden lid resting nearby, radiating an unmistakable aura of "I built this, and given the circumstances, it's truly impressive." His heart swelled with exhilaration. He stepped back several paces to admire it, straightened his tattered shirt, cleared his throat, and strode before the camera, face radiant with sacred solemnity. "Comrades, friends, residents of Xingsha Island, of whom I am currently the sole inhabitant, I hereby declare the No. 1 sanitation facility of Xingsha Island, the beacon of civilization luxury dry toilet, officially complete." Arms wide open as if embracing a new epoch, he proclaimed, "This is a momentous occasion, a true milestone. It signifies that Lin Che has definitively severed ties with primitive, unhygienic defecation and stepped boldly into a civilized, dignified existence. This latrine is no mere utility. It is a symbol of human ingenuity harmonized with nature, of our unwavering resolve to conquer this untamed island." His voice trembled with rising fervor, tears welling mostly from exhaustion. "From this day forward, we need fear no chill wind upon bare buttocks, no mosquito bites, no environmental contamination. We may now attend to life's most essential duty with elegance and composure. This is a giant leap for Xingsha Island civilization, and a luminous chapter in my wilderness survival saga." He approached the entrance as if performing a ribbon-cutting ceremony, then personally lifted the wooden lid to reveal the aperture. "Now I present you with the inaugural operational demonstration." Cautiously stepping onto the swaying platform, he steadied himself and broke into a look of profound comfort. Stable. Remarkably stable. This sensation, grounded, secure. The livestream comments had long since erupted in laughter. "Ha! Nuclear-level applause. Congratulations, host, on entering civilized society. This latrine bears unmistakable personal flair. clearly handcrafted by the host himself. Host, behold, the toilet kingdom I have conquered. Though absurd, I'm oddly moved. Am I unwell? Host, what I evacuate isn't waste, it's civilization. It's progress. Liu Ban reincarnated. A cascade of ellipses conveying complex emotion. Uncle Wong excellent. Functional. That's what matters. Young man, you've earned your rest. WAN, congratulations. Recommend installing a rudimentary hand-washing station at the entrance for enhanced hygiene. Miao Xiaotang, congrats brother host. At last relief from suffering. Ding. Detected successful construction of sanitary infrastructure, albeit with distinctive craftsmanship. Achievement unlocked, leaving the primitive era. Reward toilet paper 1 roll blueprint for simple hand-washing station transmitted via mental interface. May every civilized journey proceed smoothly. Though modest, the system's reward was perfectly apt. Lin Che leapt down from the platform and reverently accepted the leaf. The toilet paper would arrive on the next supply run, as though receiving a medal of honor. Gazing upon his creation, then out across the vast ocean his spirit soared. Though the process had been drenched in sweat, exhaustion, mishaps, and mirth, the outcome stood triumphant. Xingsha Island's civilizational advancement had indeed surged forward, thanks to this pungent, profoundly consequential toilet revolution. At the very least, Lin Che's posterior had at last acquired its own dedicated, safe, and deeply satisfying little harbor. The toilet revolution had barely been declared victorious, and Lin Che's tail was already wagging skyward. Arms clasped behind his back like a landowner who'd just collected his rent, he strolled leisurely through the camp, pausing to admire the lopsided, yet profoundly meaningful dry toilet, glancing at the few frail seedlings pushing green shoots from the vegetable patch, then eyeing the ramshackle hut and the groaning desalinator. A deep, swelling sense of accomplishment rose within him, the quiet, radiant pride of one who had at long last carved out a semblance of dignity. He even slowed his gait, deliberately savoring each step, as if prolonging the sweetness of triumph. Basic survival needs. Technically, we've muddled our way past them. He mused aloud, stroking his chin with theatrical gravitas for the drone's lens, and clearing his throat with deliberate flourish. Once hunger and cold are banished, the mind turns toward higher pursuits. Toward progress. Our survival on this forsaken island cannot stagnate at the level of mere subsistence. Not starving is no longer enough. We must ascend to living well, to comfort, to refinement. Not only shall we eat until full, we shall eat well. Not only shall we shelter ourselves, we shall dwell in ease. The more he spoke, the more irrefutable it seemed. His eyes gleamed with conviction, fueled by the recent surge in livestream viewership and the frequent chime of donations. Though he couldn't see exact figures, the recurring mental prompt, Heaven Points XX, sounded sweeter than ocean waves, convincing him he was finally shedding the title of Broke Island Lord. Ding. Detected surging consumer desire. Friendly reminder, Heaven Points are hard-earned. Spend them wisely. Of course, should you crave the thrill of impulsive purchase, our system mall remains open 24 hours a day, stocked with so many wares your eyes may well glaze over. The system's voice carried the slick, honeyed cadence of a seasoned street vendor, leaving Lin Che both wary and irresistibly tempted. Rational. I'm the very embodiment of rationality right now. Lin Che bristled in protest, his hand instinctively drifting toward the pocket where his old smartphone rested. The same device he'd brought ashore, signalless, yet capable of interfacing with the system mall's virtual app, a convenient fiction he'd earlier spun for the chat stream. Improving daily life, building infrastructure. Does that qualify as reckless spending? No, it's strategic investment. Sustainable development. Do you grasp the concept? Quick, launch the mall app. Let me see what marvels await. He pretended to swipe twice across the screen, and instantly a familiar holographic interface bloomed before his eyes. To the livestream audience, however, he appeared merely to be tapping away at an obsolete phone, flawlessly concealing the illusion. The display overflowed with goods. Categories ranged from essentials for survival to luxuries for living, from tools, equipment to food, condiments, even extending to curiosities, oddments. Lin Che's gaze widened, his fingers flew across the screen, punctuating each scroll with appreciative murmurs. Whoa, a multifunctional field kitchen vehicle. Purifies water, chops vegetables, grills meat. Buy. Wait, not enough points. Next. His eyes clung to the high-tech unit like magnets, until the price tag, a dizzying cascade of zeros, sent him deflating instantly. He tapped the screen, absently feigning a swipe to the next page. A solar-powered mini-fridge. Brilliant. Freshly caught fish, harvested coconuts. No more spoilage. And chilled coconut water. Yes, please. Buy. Ugh, still too expensive. Forget it. He clenched his jaw, wrenching his gaze away as the screen obediently flipped, his expression twisted as if enduring minor surgery. A portable diesel generator. With this, night would rival day, and I could even recharge my phone. Bah. Not only unaffordable, but fuel consumption alone would bankrupt me. Like a country boy stepping into his first metropolis, he gaped at everything, craved everything. Yet each tap into a product's details hurled him back to the sobering reality of his balance. He licked his lips while scrolling, sighing repeatedly, too costly, too costly. When will I ever achieve true mall freedom? Viewers watched him oscillate between elation and dejection, grinning one moment, crestfallen the next, as if riding an emotional roller coaster. They erupted in laughter. The host's facial control has utterly collapsed. That starry-eyed stare at the field kitchen. Now he looks like a wilted eggplant. But he's scratching his head, desperate over prices he can't afford. I can feel those digits glowing on his screen. Blind guess he fell for some flashy gadget, then got crushed by the point tally. Poverty, the finest sobriety tonic there is. What's for dinner today? Host, skip the frivolous. Buy condiments. Buy cookware. To craft real cuisine, these two are non-negotiable essentials. Search condiments on your phone now. Wilderness knife, brother, prioritize tools first. A craftsman sharpens his blade before beginning his work. Search hoe or ladder, practical choices. Miao Xiao Tang, get cozy blankets or pillows. They make all the difference for restful sleep. Look under bedding in the app. WAN, given your current circumstances, prioritize cooking efficiency and living comfort. In the mall, begin with cookware, condiments, and foundational tools. Their value-cost ratio is unmatched. WN Senior speaks wisdom. Lin Che nodded vigorously at the camera, fingers already dancing across his phone. Pragmatism. Value. Tackle the fundamentals first. Eating, drinking, relieving oneself, sleeping. Luxury items can wait until points multiply. He forcibly tore his gaze from the premium equipment tab, tapping instead into the affordable practical section. His scrolling slowed as though sifting sacred relics, lest he overlook something vital. An aluminum folding ladder. Perfect. His eyes lit up as he studied the sleek design on screen. Climbing coconut palms, repairing the hut, scanning horizons. All safer, steadier, and far less perilous than scaling trees barehanded. He opened the product details, scrutinizing the price again. Reasonable. Within budget. Done. Add to cart. With a decisive tap, he added it, then lifted the phone toward the lens, waving it slightly, as if showcasing the virtual cart interface. Next, cookware. Time for an upgrade. He glanced disdainfully at the warped multi-purpose food container in his hand. This thing boils sluggishly, holds barely a mouthful. Can't even simmer a proper fish soup. I need a wok, the soul of Chinese cooking. For stir-frying, stewing, even popping corn when maize arrives. He searched iron wok, and quickly settled on a heavy-duty cast-iron model over half a meter wide, complete with a sturdy wooden lid exuding rugged reliability. This is it. Food cooked in this wok will carry true fragrance. Without hesitation, he tapped add to cart, muttering, another dent in my points. Heartbreaking, yet utterly worth it. A pot without seasonings is an empty vessel. His inner gourmand blazed to life, his fingers raced across the screen. Salt. Though sea salt can be sun-dried, it's coarse and impure by refined salt. Sugar. For energy and flavor. Soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, oyster sauce, chili powder, cumin. None may be omitted. He recited the list like a culinary incantation, each name met with a swift add to cart. Already envisioning red braised fish, sweet and sour shrimp, cumin-kissed squid skewers, saliva nearly pooling on the phone screen. Host, are you certain you require 500 grams of cumin powder? You primarily consume fish. Are you planning to roast every fish in this entire sea? 500 grams will last you a full year. Mind your own business. I choose to. I simply adore robust cumin flavor. Better prepared than sorry, don't you know? Lin Che protested defiantly, even as his fingers obediently adjusted 500G to 100G on screen. Then turning to the camera, conserving it is wise. Reorder when depleted, otherwise moisture may dull its potency. Viewers flooded the chat with suggestions. Host, purchase vegetable seeds. Those sprouts in your plot are fading fast. New stock grows quicker. Search vegetable seeds. Buy a fishing net. Far more reliable than your spear. One cast yields a bounty. Search portable fishing net. Nails and screws. Watching you hammer the hut with stones makes us cringe. Find them under hardware tools. Soap. Scented soap. You're beginning to carry a distinct aroma. Ideal for bathing and laundry. Add it to your cart immediately. Luban reincarnated. Acquire a basic measuring kit. Tape measure spirit level. Next build will be precise and tidy. Located under tools. Inexpensive. Uncle Wong, invest in a quality hoe. Vastly superior to your entrenching tool for tilling soil. Search crane beak hoe, built to endure. Overwhelmed by the flood of sound advice, Lin Che tapped add to cart incessantly. His virtual basket swelled, points dwindling at an alarming pace. He reveled in the intoxicating rhythm of acquisition, nearly lost to the euphoria, until the system issued a stark alert. Ding. Warning. Your cart total nears your entire heaven point balance. Exercise restraint. The system's tone held weary resignation. Are you truly certain you wish to purchase a luxury velvet cushion before acquiring your iron wok? How often will that item serve purpose on a deserted island? The warning struck like ice water. Lin Che snapped awake, glanced down at his cart, and indeed nestled among practical items sat the luxury velvet cushion and an ornate wilderness dining set likely added in a moment of chat-induced enthusiasm. Flushing crimson, he hastily deleted both items and offered the camera an awkward smile, momentary lapse, slip of the finger. Practicality remains paramount, practicality above all. After prolonged deliberation, his final order crystallized an aluminum folding ladder, a cast-iron wok with wooden lid, a foundational condiment set, refined salt, granulated sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, chili powder, 100g cumin powder, a crème bico, 3 sulfur soaps, a packet of cement nails, and a small pouch of fast-growing lettuce seeds. Host confirm order, prompted the system. Payment completes delivery via next supply vessel. Friendly note: the wok is heavy. Freight included, but you'll shoulder the lift. Mind your toes. Confirm immediately. Lin Che jabbed submit order with urgency, then turned the phone to display the glowing payment successful interface. Done, brothers. Once this shipment arrives, our lives ascend to a new tier: iron wok fish stew. Sulfur soap for pristine cleanliness. Ladders for effortless height. Just imagining it. Exhilarating. He already envisioned the arrival: sizzling seafood in the wok, fragrant oil, crackling aroma perfuming the entire island, rich lather from the sulfur soap rinsing away sweat and grime, ascending the ladder to pluck coconuts. Effortless, dignified, free from fear of falling. Ding. Order confirmed. Goods are being packed and will arrive aboard the next supply vessel. Please collect promptly and enjoy your purchase. Mind the wok's weight. The system's farewell remained as insufferably cheeky as ever. Lin Che paid it no mind, contentedly closing the mall app, heart buoyant with fresh anticipation. He rubbed his hands together, pacing the camp, gesturing where the home might be stored, debating stove designs for the wok, even assigning the sulfur soap a precise corner within the hut. Though the goods hadn't yet arrived, the joy of acquisition and the luminous promise of tomorrow had already lifted him into euphoric flight. For days, Lin Che rushed daily to the coastal high ground, phone clutched tight, pretending to refresh logistics tracking, murmuring to the camera, "Do you suppose the folding ladder might jam?" Online reviews praised its reliability. "Surely it'll function flawlessly." How heavy will that wok prove? Can I hoist it unaided? Perhaps I should have chosen lighter. The weight signifies durability. Which brand is the soy sauce? I couldn't discern it clearly on screen. Hope it's reputable with authentic depth of flavor. Otherwise my stir-fries suffer. Will the sulfur soap impart an odd scent? Might it clear acne? My face is breaking out. This could be a windfall. He embodied the quintessential double 11 shopper, equal parts anxious and expectant, luxuriating in the sweet torment of waiting. The chat mirrored his fervor, sharing the cloud procurement experience, ribbing gently. The host's longing gaze rivals a maiden awaiting her beloved. Still clutching that phone, refreshing logistics, aren't you? Eagerly anticipating the sight of the host bent double beneath the wok's weight. Guaranteed hilarity. Film it and post the highlight. Can't wait for the wok cooking disaster. Use your phone for close-ups. Let us witness that charred fish firsthand. Points spent. Will you now need to live stream harder to earn donations? Else your phone may grow too heavy to tap. What's for dinner today, wok? My wok. Hurry into my arms. If you falter, shout. We'll rush to assist. WAN patience. Logistics demand time. Cease refreshing your phone obsessively. Instead, tidy the hut. Clear space to welcome your new possessions. At last, on Lin Che's N1SD vigil, a speck emerged on the horizon, swelling steadily against the sea. A ship. It's a ship. Here it comes. My parcel has arrived. Ecstasy seized him. He leapt, nearly flinging the phone aside, then tumbled down the slope toward the shore. This grand mall procurement had reached its triumphant, long-awaited climax. Lin Che almost exhausted himself racing towards the beach, his legs moving like little motors, his heart pounding violently in his chest, feeling as if it might leap out of his throat at any moment. Upon reaching the beach, he bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air, saliva splattering everywhere, his eyes glued to the horizon as if they were stuck with glue. That small black, becoming clearer and clearer, his gaze filled with an overwhelming desire akin to a wolf that had not eaten for 3 days, seeing meat. A boat. It's really a boat. Finally arrived. My treasures. He muttered while catching his breath, a grin on his face that seemed unable to be contained. For the past few days, he had been anxiously watching from high ground, waiting for the delivery, with more anticipation than a child looks forward to the new year, even dreaming of unboxing a giant iron pot. The delivery guy is bringing the streamers shopping haul. Look at how anxious the kid is. His face is flushed, almost in tears. The grand unboxing event is about to start. I've already set up my little stool and prepared snacks. I bet 50 cents. The streamer will definitely pounce on the big iron pot first. A foodie can't hide their true nature. I bet on the fishing rod. You wouldn't understand a man's obsession with fishing gear. Hurry up and unbox. Don't dawdle. Meow Xiaodong, I'm so excited. It feels just like receiving a delivery myself. My heart is racing. Look at the packaging of that hoe. The handle seems sturdy. I hope it's strong enough and not like the streamer who wears out quickly. A small boat slowly approached with the same expressionless delivery uncle resembling a spade who nodded at Lin Che without saying a word and immediately began unloading items from the boat. The cargo this time was utterly different from before. Stacked on the beach like a small mountain, it looked magnificent. The first item to come down was a long package tightly wrapped, clearly a folding ladder. Next was a huge cardboard box, so heavy that the delivery uncle had to hold it with both hands, muscles straining with a pot drawn on it. Undoubtedly Lin Che's long-desired big iron pot. Then came a slightly smaller box that made a clattering sound inside. No doubt it was filled with condiments. Followed by a whole waterproof wrap, sulfur, soap, a small bag of cement nails, and a little packet of seeds. Finally, a canvas bag printed with fishing rod patterns was handed down, which Lin Che instantly recognized. It was the fishing gear set. Lin Che stared at the pile of goods, his eyes wide as saucer's mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, dizzy with happiness, only able to foolishly laugh. It's like New Year's. Brothers, this is even more exciting than unwrapping red envelopes during the new year. I never dreamed I could get so many great things. His voice trembled as he rubbed his hands, spinning around beside the pile of supplies, bouncing like a monkey, a complete child with a new toy, so distracted he didn't even notice the stone beneath his feet, nearly tripping over. He hastily signed the delivery slip, his handwriting crooked and squiggly, resembling a worm crawling, causing the delivery uncle to frown, likely never having seen such ugly handwriting. After sending the uncle off, Lin Che immediately pounced on the pile of supplies like a hungry wolf attacking its prey, unsure where to start. Which one should I open first? Which one first? He circled the pile 3 times, his indecision completely overwhelming him, touching the box of the iron pot one moment, then the fishing gear bag the next, stamping his feet in haste. Host, based on the logistics list, it's advised to check fragile items first, like condiments. If they break, it'll be a wasted purchase, and this system won't be liable for damages. The voice in his mind jolted Lin Che. That makes sense. If the condiments break, it's over. He quickly halted, carefully lifting the box containing the condiments, gently slicing the tape with a spade, afraid of being too forceful and damaging the bottles, finally managing to open the box after a prolonged struggle. Inside were tightly wrapped bottles enveloped in foam paper. He unwrapped them one by one with extreme caution, as if defusing a bomb. Refined salt, white sugar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, cooking wine, oyster sauce, and even a small bottle of sesame oil, a small jar of chili powder, and a little bag of cumin powder. Wow, this is amazing. There's even sesame oil. Lin Che picked up a bottle of light soy sauce, holding it up to the sunlight. That amber liquid looked enticing, as if it were a treasure, and he unscrewed the cap to sniff it. The aroma of soy sauce. This is the taste of civilization. The taste of home. He was enraptured, dramatically inhaling deeply, but ended up coughing violently from the intensity, provoking a wave of laughter and comments like, "Ha," and "Streamer, act more like you've seen the world." Confirming that none of the condiments were broken, Lin Che's gaze quickly locked onto the largest box, the big iron pot. Come on, my treasured kitchen companion. Today I can finally see you. He rubbed his hands together, tearing into the cardboard box with great effort, the cardboard torn into shreds, bits strewn everywhere. A black heavy cast iron pot emerged, the bottom engraved with the words, "Extreme Iron Pot." It felt icy to the touch, still bearing a hint of industrial oil. Hiss. This is so heavy. Lin Che attempted to lift the pot with one hand, but as soon as he exerted himself, his waist cracked with pain, causing him to grimace, quickly switching to both hands to carry it, grunting as he placed it on the sandy ground. The iron pot stood there, exuding a sense of stability. Lin Che touched its wall, his mind filled with images of cooking big fish and stir-frying sea snails. What a great pot. Absolutely a good pot. From now on, cooking will depend on you. With you, I am the culinary god of Xingsha Island. Next, he unwrapped the folding ladder, tearing off the packaging, unfolding, collapsing, and unfolding it again, completely engrossed. Look. So smooth. So sturdy. No more climbing trees for coconuts, no need to be a monkey. Safe and effortless. He excitedly stepped on 2 rungs, waving at the camera, but didn't notice the uneven sand causing the ladder to tilt, and he let out a yelp as he fell onto his rear, his backside aching as he winced, almost in tears. Comments, haha, what a classic case of joy turning into tragedy. Just praised it, and then it crashed. The folding ladder's debut failed. Poor ladder, it's unfortunate to have such a master. Ladder, this generation of owners lacks balance, doomed. Lubon Reborn, it's advised to check the ground for flatness before you use safety first, Don't just show off. Lin Che quickly scrambled up, brushing off the sand, pretending nothing happened, still stubbornly saying cough cough. The beach is too slippery, but it's not my skill issue. This ladder is a bit floaty, it's not my fault. He quickly changed the subject to unbox the fishing gear bag, fearing the viewers would laugh at him again. He unzipped the bag and the contents made him exclaim again, his eyes lighting up. 2 carbon fiber fishing rods that looked professional, a spinning reel gleaming with metallic luster feeling exceptionally smooth, several rolls of fishing line of different types, a box of hooks various sizes, all gleaming sinkers, bobbers, an 8-shaped ring, a landing net, and even a small toolbox, not to mention a guidebook titled Fishing for Beginners. This is too professional. This is way more than I expected. He picked up one of the fishing rods, mimicking the moves from videos, his action stiff like a novice swordsman, almost flinging the rod away, but thankfully he caught it in time. Look at this quality. This shine. From now on, seafood freedom will depend on you. No more struggling with a harpoon. Finally, he hoisted the hoe, swinging it a few times, feeling it was much more effective than the spade for tilling the ground. Inhaling the scent of the sulfur soap gave him an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Finally able to take a proper bath, squeezing the cement nails and glancing at the seeds he had already started planting in his mind. Using the hoe to loosen the soil in the vegetable garden, fixing the hut with the cement nails, and planting the new seeds, his days looking increasingly promising. Ding. Detecting that the supplies procured by the host matched the task rewards. Is your happiness about to overflow? If so, it's time to find you some new fun demonic whisper. At this moment, the system spoke up precisely, bringing up something unnecessary, deliberately undermining the mood. New task released, popularity boost. Task content: the host must achieve over 1,000 concurrent viewers during a live broadcast. 1 less does not count. Task reward: lightweight live streaming drone X1. No need to fix the camera position anymore, capturing aerial perspectives. Your streaming effect will be boosted, and it can film your little island. Task failure: randomly reclaim 1 item you currently possess, such as the newly acquired fishing gear, or that big iron pot that hasn't even warmed up yet. Host: you wouldn't want to experience the pain of losing your treasures, would you? Just as Lin Che was immersed in the joy of harvest, his smile instantly stiffened, as if frozen. The earlier excitement suddenly halved. 1,000 people. He screamed in his mind, his face losing color. System, are you kidding me? I usually only have 100 or 200 online, at most 300 or 400. You want me to directly double that? How is that possible? You're making it difficult for me. He had secretly monitored the backstage numbers before, although they had slowly increased. Having 1,000 viewers online at once was a massive hurdle. Many small streamers struggled for half a year without crossing it, and as an island streamer, where would he find so many people to watch? Host, you must have dreams. Think about the drone. It can take aerial shots of your island, capturing you fishing, cooking. How spectacular. Isn't it worth a shot to achieve that? Moreover, the failure penalty is quite thrilling. Laugh. The system's tone was filled with schadenfreude, making Lin Che's teeth itch. He instinctively tightened his grip on the new fishing rod, glancing at the big iron pot next to him. The thought of these treasures potentially being taken away made the pressure suddenly unbearable, his hands trembling slightly. His expression management nearly broke down, but thankfully, he quickly realized this was a live broadcast, forcing a smile that looked more painful than crying, looking at the camera. There are too many things. I'm so happy, a bit too excited, just a bit too excited. The attentive viewers still noticed something was off. Streamer, what's wrong? You were just laughing like a fool. How come you suddenly stiffened? Are you thinking about how much money you spend on these things, feeling the pinch? It seems the streamer suddenly has something on his mind. His gaze has changed. Meow Xiaotong, big brother streamer, what's wrong? Are you too tired? How about taking a break before unboxing? While the supplies are good, they should be tackled step by step. Don't get too excited. Lin Che quickly took a deep breath, attempting to calm the storm within. He couldn't show it. He absolutely couldn't let the viewers discover the system's existence. All the pressure had to be borne by him alone. He refocused on the supplies before him, but his mindset had completely changed. These were no longer simple sources of joy. They had transformed into assets he needed to protect fiercely, a ladder to the drone. I must think of a way to get more people to watch. He vowed silently, his brain racing. I need to come up with something big. I must come up with something that attracts attention. He plastered a smile back on his face, speaking loudly to the camera. Brothers, the new equipment is all in place. Next, I must show you something spectacular. It's going to be absolutely thrilling. I guarantee it will open your eyes. The comments were indeed drawn in, flooding, and even more. Oh, what big move is the streamer planning? Tell us. Can't wait for the big pot's debut. What delicious dish will you make with the new pot? Let's live stream sea fishing, using the new fishing rod to catch big fish. Supporting the streamer. I'll come to watch every day, and I'll bring my friends. What's for dinner today? Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait. I've already prepared a screenshot and post on social media. Seeing the viewers' reactions, Lin Che felt slightly steadied, but he still felt uncertain. 1,000 people, after all, wasn't something that could be achieved by merely shouting slogans. He gazed at the pile of brand new supplies, then looked at the vast sea, smiling on the outside, but internally, he was roaring, 1,000 people. How can I get to 1,000 people? He picked up the fishing rod, attempting to assemble it, but in his panic, the fishing line got tangled up. The more he tried to unravel it, the messier, it became, cursing under his breath. Why is this damn line so easy to tangle? It's driving me crazy. It seems that even with new equipment, completing the fan-attracting big task still had quite a few pitfalls waiting for him to leap into. The pressure was immense. The real challenge was just beginning. The joy of the fruitful logistics quickly faded like a punctured balloon, replaced by an overwhelming pressure. 1,000 people online weighed heavily on Lin Che's heart, leaving him unable to sit or stand comfortably. Looking at the brand new fishing rod, large iron pot, and various jars of seasonings beside him, he felt increasingly anxious, believing these treasures were not meant to improve his life, but rather to pressure him. If he failed the task, they might just be taken away. This anxiety couldn't be shared with the audience, nor could it be revealed on camera, so Lin Che had no choice but to bottle it up inside, transforming it into a nearly frenzied drive. After all, wasn't it just about creating some excitement? He could. The next day, as the live stream began, Lin Che, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night of anxiety, appeared invigorated, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Leaning close to the camera, the new equipment has arrived. We can't let it sit idle. Starting today, our live stream content is fully upgraded. There will be new tricks every day. Surprises await you all. Are you ready? He waved his arms, his voice booming, trying to mask his inner panic with excitement. The chat instantly lit up. We're ready. Host, what are we doing today? Excited for the new act. I've already set up my little stool. The host's eyes are shining like he's about to do something big. Did the new iron pot inspire you? Are you going to show off your culinary skills? What are we eating today? Are we going to make something delicious? Meow Xiaodong, the host, seems so energetic. Did you sleep well last night? First of all, Lin Che cleared his throat, pointing to a slightly flat area of sand. To thank my loyal supporters for their continuous support and to celebrate our improved quality of life, I've decided to hold the first annual personal concert and marine symphony concert on Star Sand Island. Let me show you what divine music sounds like. Without waiting for the chat's confused comments, he turned and grabbed 2 empty water bottles, filled them with small pebbles, and shook them to create a makeshift maraca. Then he found a somewhat straight branch to use as a microphone. Without speakers or accompaniment, the sound of the waves served as the background music. Standing in the center of his stage, Lin Che took a deep breath, closed his eyes as if immersed in his own musical world, and suddenly opened his eyes, shaking the maracas wildly, while howling with a voice that sounded like a rusty gong. Ah, this is Ching Hadabet Gayo. As he hit the high note, he cracked his voice, sounding like a rooster being choked, and he started coughing on the verge of tears. The chat exploded with laughter and ridicule. Help. My ears. I'm going deaf. Is that a dolphin sound? No, it's the sound of a dolphin being slaughtered. The waves are so loud they can't drown out the host wailing. This is outrageous. Look. The seabirds on the nearby rocks all flew away, clearly frightened. Huh. This singing is too abstract. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Wilderness knife, brother, I would call this a spirit attack performance, completely lethal. Old man Wong, the young man, has good lung capacity, just a bit off key. It went all the way to the neighboring island. WN. Very infectious. Quietly lowering the phone volume. However, Lin Che felt no embarrassment at all, fully immersed in his deep emotional performance, howling from Qinghai Plateau to Little Apple, then to Two Tigers, not one on key, but overflowing with emotion, jumping high one moment, and then kneeling in front of the ocean for a deep emotional gaze, completely drenched in sweat, his throat nearly smoking. By the end of the concert, the online viewer count had actually increased, rising from the usual 200 to just over 300. The system in his mind gave him a thumbs up. Host, although the artistic quality is 0, the entertainment value is through the roof. Viewers 50. Keep up this self-destructive performance style, and you might complete the task ahead of time. Lin Che slumped on the beach, gulping down cold water to soothe his throat, looking at the rising viewer count and the flood of ha-ha-ha comments, pondering, what does face matter? Can it be eaten? Can it be exchanged for a drone? Losing a bit of face is worth it. After resting for less than 10 minutes, he had a new idea. Just singing is boring. Let's do something classy. Next up is the Star Sand Island Sand Sculpture Art Festival, featuring the live creation by the renowned artist Lin Che, exclusively broadcasted. First, we'll make a giant dragon, symbolizing the spirit of our Huaxia descendants. He mumbled, piling sand onto the mound, attempting to shape it into a dragon. However, his artistic skills were as non-existent as his musical talent. The dragon he created was round and plump, with a crooked head and missing a leg, looking from afar more like a giant sea cucumber with horns. The chat, this dragon. Is it swollen? It doesn't look healthy. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a giant worm that came to life. Oh, it's too ugly. Host let the dragon go. Did it offend you? Lubon Reborn, analyzing from a technical perspective, the structural stability is decent, but the shape recognition is too low. It doesn't look like a dragon. Lin Che stared at his creation for a long time, stubbornly saying, it seems the dragon is too difficult. Let's switch to something simpler. Let's make a castle. Even kids can do that. But the castle he built was even worse, with crooked walls and a tower that had collapsed halfway, looking as if it had been bombarded. He forcefully explained, this is an abstract castle. Only those who understand art can appreciate it. Finally, he decided to create a cute version of himself, which would be easier. After toiling for half the day, exhausted and sore, he finally managed to create a rough human-shaped sand mound using 2 small shells for eyes and inserting a few strands of seaweed for hair. How does it look? Does it resemble me? Isn't it cute? He proudly asked the camera. The chat fell silent for a few seconds before flooding with heartbreaking comments. Looks like a potato with a wig. It resembles the host a bit. Not really. This cute version is too realistic, even a bit ugly. Host, do you have some misunderstanding about your appearance? Although it doesn't look like me, it's hilariously entertaining. Supporting the host. Meow Xiaotong. So cute. The host is really skilled. Just as Lin Che was waiting for everyone to praise him for being talented, a wave crashed over, soaking the feet of the sand sculpture. The wet sand turned soft and the legs of the sculpture instantly melted away. The whole person wobbled twice before collapsing with a thud, turning into a pile of shapeless wet sand. Lin Che stood there stunned and unresponsive for a long time while the chat erupted in laughter. Haha. The waves, what is this ugly thing? I'm here to eliminate it. The closing ceremony of the art festival came unexpectedly. It was too funny. Host, my condolences. Your artistic creation has been reclaimed by the sea. What are we eating today after working hard for half a day? This killed me with laughter. But host, don't be discouraged. Keep it up next time. Lin Che looked at his masterpiece gone and felt both angry and amused, shaking the sand off his hands. All right. The sea is unsupportive. Ooh, let's change the act. Thus, Lin Che completely embarked on the path of creating excitement without turning back, finding new ways to entertain every day. On the 3rd day, during the live stream of the new pot's first showcase, he finally caught a palm-sized fish with the new rod and wanted to fry it to showcase his culinary skills. However, he failed to control the heat. The pot got too hot, and when he dropped the fish in, it sizzled and instantly turned black, burn on the outside and raw on the inside, resembling a piece of charcoal. He forced himself to take a bite, only to find it bitter and astringent, nearly spitting it out, earning the title of new star in the dark culinary world from the chat. On the 4th day, during the live stream of new shovel cultivating the 2nd vegetable field, he mimicked Old Man Wang's actions with the shovel, but he overexerted himself, and with one stroke, he dug up a large patch of grass, splattering dirt all over his face, almost hitting his own foot, which made him jump up high. The chat was filled with haha. Host, be careful not to shovel yourself. The 5th day was even more absurd as he organized a desert island fashion week, tearing palm leaves into strips to wrap around himself as a skirt, weaving a hat from vines, and throwing a discarded fishing net over his shoulders as a cape, strutting various devilish steps on the beach, claiming to be the fashion icon of Star Sand Island, only to trip and fall on his rear, causing his cape to fall apart. A scene both tragic and comedic. He even tried live streaming, talking to seabirds, chattering incessantly for half an hour at a few seabirds perched on the rocks. Bird brother, do I look handsome today? Bird sister, could you call some companions to come to the live stream? However, the seabirds, unable to tolerate his noise, flapped their wings and all flew away, leaving him awkwardly picking his feet alone. Host, your range of creative acts and unique content have opened our system's eyes. The number of online viewers is steadily rising, now surpassing 700. Keep up the effort and strive to upgrade from crazy to artist soon. Lin Che had become immune to the system's sarcasm. His mind was now filled with thoughts of increasing viewers. Every day upon waking, he wondered what exciting act can attract people today. Before sleeping, he would review the day's viewer data, taking it more seriously than he did his homework back in school. He had also become particularly attentive to the chat, with an extraordinarily high interaction frequency, responding to almost every message. Thanks to what are we eating today for the little hearts. Tomorrow I'll try not to burn the pot and prepare a proper dish for you. Knife brother is right. Next time I chop trees, I'll definitely pay attention to the angle and not fight with the trees. Meow Xiaodong, don't worry brother is alright. Ooh, just got a bit tan healthy. WN, is there any good advice for today? Lubon God, do you think the mortise and tenon joints I made yesterday are any better than last time? This grounded high-frequency interaction made the fans stickier. The atmosphere in the live stream was particularly good, with everyone treating it as a gathering with friends, watching Lin Che create various jokes on the island, while both ridiculing and supporting him, even proactively suggesting new ideas for acts. Lin Che's popularity gradually rose through these humorous antics, increasing from over 300 to 400 and then to over 700. Although he was still some distance from 1,000, the spark of hope was growing brighter. In the evening, he stood on the beach watching the online viewer count jump to 786, wiping the sweat from his face, though despite being too exhausted to lift his arms, his eyes shone with increasing brightness. Not enough. I need something even more intense. He muttered to himself, casting his gaze toward the deeper waters. Of bolder, more reckless plans slowly taking shape in his heart. What if he tried fishing in the deep sea? Maybe he could catch a big fish and record some thrilling footage to attract even more viewers. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, completely disregarding the dangers of the deep sea, his mind filled with thoughts of 1,000 viewers and drones. It seemed that in order to complete the task, he was determined to take the creating excitement to the very end, even at the risk of danger. After several days of frenzied, exhausting livestream antics, Lin Che had boosted his viewership from a mere 200 to over 700. Yet his body was utterly spent. His voice was hoarse as if he'd swallowed sandpaper. Lifting his arms or legs sent sharp jolts of pain through his limbs, and grains of absurdly gritty sand still clung to his face, uncleaned, making him look like a feral creature freshly unearthed from the soil. He slumped onto a sun-warmed stone at the entrance of his shelter, gazing blankly at the lush, whispering forest beside him. When a startlingly pragmatic thought struck him, what good were songs, sand sculptures, and impromptu runway walks? They filled no stomach. Though fish could be caught from the sea, their protein remained monotonous. True opportunity lay inland. Brothers, he rasped into the camera, his voice raw, yet crackling with newfound fervor. All this flashy, hollow performance. It's meaningless. We need something tangible. Look at that forest. It must teem with small game, hares, pheasants. Even bamboo rats would do. His eyes gleamed brighter with every word. Saliva nearly dripped onto his chest. Roasted hare legs, stewed chicken soup. The aroma alone makes mouths water. It'd be infinitely better than eating grilled fish day after day. He even pictured hare legs sizzling over flame, fat dripping and crackling, so vividly that he almost burst into laughter. So today, we skip concerts and art exhibitions. Instead, we master a vital wilderness skill, trap making. Our goal, land-based protein independence. The chat exploded, more frenetic than during any previous stunt. Yes. Practical. Far more useful than singing. Is the host finally turning predator? Can't wait for roasted hare legs. How do you build a trap? Is it complicated? Jungle, please don't come near me. I'm terrified of you. Wilderness blade brother, finally. A meaningful idea. Traps are the poetry of the wild hunter. All that glitter is just noise. What's for dinner today, wild game? My absolute favorite. Roasted, it'll be heavenly. Meow Shao Tanga. You're going to catch small animals. Won't that be cruel? Uncle Wong, digging a random pit won't cut it. Trapping demands nuance. Get it wrong, and you'll waste your whole day. Lin Che stood poised, fists clenched, but had no idea where to begin. He'd never even seen a real trap, let alone built one. Just then salvation arrived. Host, watch closely. Today Blade Brother delivers remote instruction, teaching you the simplest snare, easy to source, quick to master, guaranteed to catch something. Immediately Blade Brother flooded the chat with step-by-step instructions, and even sketched crude diagrams in text. His tone brimmed with unshakable confidence. First, find a supple sapling or thick branch, your power pole. The more elastic the better. The greater its recoil, the higher it'll hoist your prey. Next, gather a strong vine or cord. Fashion one end into a noose. The size depends on your quarry, slightly larger than a hare's head for hares, smaller for pheasants. Tie the other end firmly to your power pole, then bend the pole back and lock it in place with a slender twig. Lay the noose across a well-traveled animal trail lightly camouflaged with leaves. When prey steps in, it dislodges the twig. The pole snaps upright, hoisting the creature skyward. Flawless. I once snared wild boar piglets with this very method. You'll succeed too. Lin Che stared transfixed, nodding vigorously. Got it. Got it. Blade Brother, you're incredible. This looks simple. Just bend a branch and tie a loop. Host, external skill input detected. In theory, this trap should function, but actual efficacy hinges on your manual dexterity and the intelligence of local fauna. Best of luck. Try not to be mocked by wildlife. The system's icy realism landed predictably, but Lin Che ignored it entirely. With Blade Brother as his guide, failure was unthinkable. He sprang up, seized his mountain-splitting blade, and charged into the woods like a man possessed. Step 1. Sourcing the power pole. Lin Che wandered the forest for ages before settling on a slender, visibly flexible sapling, one that swayed and bent when nudged. You're perfect, he declared, raising his blade. Plenty of spring. With a thunderous crack he swung, only to sever the branch clean off. Held aloft, it lay limp and lifeless, rigid, brittle, utterly devoid of elasticity. Oh, my bad. Misjudged the force. He scratched his head, sheepishly grinning like a chastened schoolboy, then sought a sturdier branch. This one promised resilience. He hacked with painstaking care, terrified of repeating his blunder. After minutes of labor, he finally secured a branch that bent deeply and snapped back true. Satisfied, he patted it. Now this is right. It'll lift a hair without breaking a sweat. Step 2. Sourcing cordage. Lin Che scoured tree roots for tough vines, yanking them free with effort. He tried twisting them into rope, but they slipped slick with viscous sap, resisting every twist. 10 minutes yielded only a frayed, lumpy strand bristling with splinters that pricked his palms. These vines have zero manners, he griped, massaging his sore hands before attempting the noose. Following Blade Brother's guidance, he aimed for an auto-tightening loop, but not after not failed, too loose, too tight, or unraveling instantly. At last he fashioned one that held, until a single tug sent it collapsing into chaos. Frustration flared, he nearly hurled the vine away. The chat erupted. Is this rope meant to tickle hares? My cat could untie that noose blindfolded. Blade Brother, I taught trapping, not kindergarten crafts. Wilderness Blade Brother. Twist tighter. Use the pig's foot hitch for the noose. Yes, that one. Pull it taut. Otherwise the hare bolts the moment it struggles. Lin Che hurried to respin the rope and reknot the noose. His palms stained green with vine sap, looking poisoned, he finally produced a passable noose and proudly held it aloft for the lens. Behold, this time it's locked down tight. Step 3. Site selection and anchoring. Lin Che crouched low, scanning the forest floor for animal trails. After prolonged searching, he pointed triumphantly at flattened grass bent by wind. Look, a beast path, trampled flat. But upon closer inspection, he froze footprints, his own from yesterday, stamped plainly across the blades. Mortified, he scrambled to relocate. Finally, beside a massive trunk, he found a narrow gap between two trees, scarcely more than a fissure, and declared it sacred ground. This is it. Small game must pass here. Next came anchoring the power pole, the most grueling phase. Clutching its tip, he wrenched it downward, straining to arc it like a bow. The wood resisted fiercely. Veins bulged on his arms, his face flushed crimson. Only shear will bent it slightly. Then seizing a shaped twig, he rushed to wedge it into place. His hand slipped. The twig flew loose, and the pole snapped back with a whip crack, striking him square on the forehead. Ow, he howled, dropping to his knees, tears welling. A livid red welt bloomed instantly, like a punch delivered by fate itself. The chat detonated. Haha. First capture the host's forehead. Blade Brother, I can't mentor this student. It's too draining. Is the host hunting himself? 3 seconds of sympathy, then pure unadulterated laughter. Wilderness Blade Brother, plant your feet firmly. Move faster. Stop dithering like a timid girl. Lin Che nursed his throbbing brow for a long while before rising, cautious now, resolved not to repeat his folly. He stood atop a boulder, gripped the pole with both hands, and slowly bent it, using a nearby branch for leverage, until at last he slotted the S-shaped twig securely. The pole now thrummed with taut humming tension, convincingly lethal. He laid the noose across the beast path, scattered leaves over it for camouflage, stepped back, and nodded with quiet pride. Done. Perfect. Now we wait for prey to walk right in. Host, your trap bears unmistakable personal flair. The power pole crooked, the cord slack, the noose glaringly exposed, and the camouflage indistinguishable from none at all. Perhaps it might ensnare a nearsighted snail. You know nothing. This is tactical unpredictability. Lin Che retorted, thumping his chest for the camera. Brothers, watch closely tomorrow morning. We'll harvest our bounty live and feast on wilderness cuisine. Buoyed by visions of succulent hare legs, he ended the stream elated, dreaming that night of a plump rabbit writhing in his snare, drooling so profusely his pillow grew damp. At first light the next day, Lin Che leapt from bed, unwashed, unbrushed, snatched his selfie stick, and sprinted into the woods, heart pounding, terrified he'd arrive too late and find his hair vanished. Here we go. The moment of truth, he whispered breathlessly into the lens, trembling with anticipation. There might already be a hare thrashing inside. Viewers had already gathered in the chat, firing rapid-fire messages, so nervous. Will there be anything? I bet a pack of spicy noodles. Empty trap. Total waste of effort. I wager 2 sausages. There will be a catch. Blade Brother's method never fails. Betting's open. Empty or occupied. Wilderness Blade Brother, it's definitely caught something. My methods are infallible. Prepare for hare. What's for dinner today? Meat. My meat. Show me now. Lin Che parted the undergrowth with reverent care, pulse hammering, eyes wide. First spotting the power pole still taut and anchored flawlessly. A chill sank into his gut. That's wrong. If a hare were caught, the pole would have sprung upright. Then he saw it. The noose placid and undisturbed on the earth, identical to how he'd left it. Even the leaves above remained perfectly still. No hare. No sign of struggle. Nothing. Up. His grin froze, glazed over like frost on glass. Hope in his gaze dimmed, then guttered out, replaced by hollow disappointment. Impossible. Blade Brother swore it would work. Refusing surrender, he dropped to his knees, inspecting the noose, probing the soil. No tracks, no fur, not even an ant disturbed the silence. Just as resignation settled, his gaze snagged on a small pile beside the noose. Several dark brown granular mounds still faintly steaming. Fresh, undeniably fecal. They lay less than 10 centimeters from the noose, still warm, radiating silent, devastating mockery. I saw your trap. And laughed. Lin Che imagined it vividly, a small creature pausing mid-stride, studying the contraption with amused disdain, then deliberately depositing its signature, before strolling away unbothered. He prodded the droppings with a stick, speechless. His face cycled from crimson to ashen gray, his wilderness dignity stripped bare, trampled, and salted. The stream fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the chat detonated in jubilant chaos. Ha! Help! Even wildlife rejects the host's trap. Nature's ultimate roast, brutal. Animal, here's your souvenir. You're welcome. Low damage, but catastrophic humiliation. The host has been scorned by fauna. Blade Brother, your technique just crashed and burned. Wilderness Blade Brother, did that animal achieve enlightenment? No, wait. Wrong location. Or the vine scent repelled them. What's for dinner today? All that hope, gone. My roasted hare legs have flown. Tears welling. Meow Xiao Tang. Clever little creatures. Uncle Wang Ha. Young man, trapping isn't child's play. You must study habits, what they eat, which paths they favor, or you'll chase shadows. WN consider bait, wild berries or insects, or switch traps, rockfall snares, pit traps. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your first trap attempt, concluded with wildlife's sarcastic signature. Reward, fresh feces. 3. Assessment failure, yet wildly comedic. Successfully attracted 100 new viewers. Keep striving. Next time, perhaps a higher tier animal will grace you with mockery. The system's notification dripped with unapologetic schadenfreude, making Lin Che grind his teeth. Fists clenched, he stared at the droppings and the empty snare. Then, after a long, seething silence, spat out a vow. Fine. Excellent. You ungrateful little thing, daring to mock me. Just wait. He surged upright, forehead still bruised, eyes blazing with defiant fire. To the camera he roared, Blade Brother, what else have you got? Something stronger. Rockfall traps. Pit traps. I'm declaring war on this forest. I will catch something. The chat roared with delight. The host's been ignited. Time for his ultimate move. Can't wait for the next spectacular fail. I mean success. Blade Brother, teach him now. Animal, come at me. I'm unafraid. Lin Che paid no mind to the laughter. His mind burned with vengeance. Not merely to capture prey, but to prove to the droppings-leaving culprit that Lin Che was no one's joke. Shouldering his power pole and clutching his vine, he plunged back into the woods, launching his second trap challenge. This time his target wasn't rabbits. It was pride. Whether he'd succeed remained unknown, but one truth stood immutable: this duel between man and nature would yield far more laughter before yielding any victory. After being mocked face-to-face by a few lumps of warm dung, Lin Che's stubborn temper completely exploded. Forget about the goal of being a 1,000-person streamer, forget about the drone reward, all of it was thrown to the back of his mind. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: revenge. He must make that arrogant creature in the forest pay the price, otherwise where would he place his face as the master of Xingsha Island? This is a great humiliation. This is simply a great humiliation. He waved his fist at the camera, his face flushed red, resembling a boiled crab. It actually dared to defecate next to my trap. This is provocation. Brazen provocation. Can I endure this? Absolutely not. The barrage had long since turned into a sea of laughter, fanning the flames. Support the streamer. Go all out against it. We can't let animals look down on us. Rabbit, I just did it, so what? If you have the ability, catch me. The streamer's wilderness dignity was rubbed in the dirt. It must be reclaimed. This grudge has been formed. I want rest until I catch it. Wilderness Brother bro, we can't just let this go. It's slapping my face. It's slapping everyone's face who is into wilderness survival. We must catch it. What to eat today, so? Will we get to eat meat after catching it? I'm still waiting for roasted rabbit legs. Meow Xiaotong, streamer brother, please calm down. The little animal might not have meant to do it, it just couldn't help it. Old Wang, young man, being angry is useless. Traps require technique, you can't rush it. Brother Dao is right. We must catch it. Lin Che, as if finding his organization, immediately leaned in front of the camera. Brother Dao, is there a more powerful trap? More concealed and more difficult for it to guard against? I wanted to know who the real boss of this island is. Wilderness Brother, yes. It seems I need to teach you some essential skills. The previous snare was too simple. This time I'll teach you how to make a lever trap, which is more powerful and can bait it, guaranteed to make it unable to escape. Brother Dao immediately switched to passionate teaching mode, sending a long barrage accompanied by textual diagrams. This trap involved the principle of leverage, much more complicated than the snare. One would need to find a thick piece of wood for the lever, prop it up with a short piece of wood, and use thin branches for the triggering mechanism. Finally, place bait on the mechanism. Once the animal touches the bait, the support would fall, and the lever would slam down, trapping the animal. Lin Che watched in a daze, scratching his head and frowning, as if he were listening to a celestial book. But the flames of revenge supported him. He earnestly took notes while watching the barrage, using a branch to gesture on the ground. Got it. Isn't it just about smashing it with wood? Simple. Host detected high-level trap knowledge. Input complexity increased by 500. Based on your manual skills assessment, the probability of successfully capturing prey is about 5, while the probability of accidentally hitting yourself is about 30. It is recommended that you buy an accident insurance, though there isn't any, and pay attention to safety. The system's sharp-tongued assessment was as accurate as ever, but Lin Che completely ignored it. Wasn't it just a broken trap? He could definitely do it. He picked up a machete and charged into the woods, even more excited than last time, as if he could already see the rabbit crushed beneath. Step 1. Find the lever. Lin Che wandered in the woods for a long time, spotting a piece of wood as thick as a bull, thinking it was heavy enough to knock out the rabbit. He swung the machete to chop it, hacking away for a long time, but the wood didn't budge at all, instead causing his hands to tingle. Damn. This wood is too hard. After a tremendous effort, he barely managed to chop it down and dragged it back to the crime scene, covered in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Step 2. Make the support and trigger mechanism. He found a short piece of wood for the support and shaved a thin branch for the triggering mechanism. However, the support wood was either too thick to hold the lever or too thin that it broke under pressure. The triggering mechanism was even harder to manage. After adjusting for a long time, it either fell at a touch or wouldn't move at all, making him so angry he almost threw the wood away. Why is this damned mechanism so hard to work with? He cursed while adjusting, receiving several small cuts from the wood. Finally, he managed to set it up. A lever propped on the support wood with the triggering mechanism pressing against it. It looked somewhat acceptable. Step 3. Place the bait. Lin Che followed Old Wang and Wan's advice, observing for 2 days before finding a path with tiny claw prints, then reluctantly broke off a small piece from the remaining compressed biscuits and picked a few wild fruits, carefully placing them on the triggering mechanism. Little baby, come eat. After eating, you'll witness my prowess. He stepped back a few paces, looking at his masterpiece, nodding with satisfaction, his face revealing a sneer. Little one, let's see how you run this time. Even if you've become a spirit, you can't escape my trap. For the next 2 days, Lin Che was like a madman, checking the trap every morning and evening, more punctual than clocking in for work. On the first morning, the trap was intact, but the bait was gone, leaving only a few crumbs of biscuits. On the second morning, it was the same. Bait gone, trap not triggered. Lin Che squatted by the trap, puzzled, scratching his head and muttering to himself. Where's the bait? Was it eaten? Why didn't the trap trigger? How did it manage that? Has it really become a spirit? The barrage analyzed various scenarios, all just to watch the fun. Maybe a little bird took the bait. Or maybe ants. A whole swarm of ants moving the biscuits without you noticing. Perhaps the wind blew the bait away and the trap didn't touch it. Animal, thank you for the biscuits. The trap is nice, but please don't make it again. Next time it's too easy to steal. Wilderness brother, that's impossible. My design is fine. It must have been an accident. Let's try again. This time let's fix the bait to the mechanism. Lin Che was unwilling. He added more bait and stuck the biscuit crumbs to the triggering mechanism, readjusting for half a day, even scattering some sand around to see the animal's footprints. On the third morning, he found the bait was gone again, with only a few small claw prints in the sand, yet the trap still hadn't triggered. Lin Che completely doubted his life, squatting next to the trap, staring at the empty mechanism with a hollow gaze. Am I really that stupid? Can't even deal with a rabbit. Host, based on the claw prints and behavior patterns, your trap may have attracted a very small customer, perhaps a lizard or a particularly agile mouse. They stole the bait without triggering the mechanism. The system's analysis was like a knife stabbing Lin Che's heart. He hung his head, almost giving up, thinking about returning to the beach to fish. At least fish wouldn't defecate next to his trap or steal his bait. Just as he was about to dismantle the trap, an opportunity appeared. On the fourth day, early in the morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Che lethargically went to check, and from a distance, he saw the lever had fallen. Is it happening? He instantly felt like he had been injected with adrenaline, his heart racing, blood rushing to his head, excited to the point that his voice broke. Brothers. It seems like something has happened. This time it really worked. The lever has fallen. He almost rolled as he rushed over the selfie stick, shaking wildly in his hand, the camera becoming blurry. The barrage instantly became tense, scrolling quickly. No way. Is this for real? Don't tell me the streamer is mistaken. Streamer, slow down. Don't scare the prey away. Looking at the lever, it definitely caught something. The exciting moment has arrived. Finally, we can eat meat. Wilderness brother, I said. My method must work. Let's see what it is. Is it a fat rabbit? What to eat today? Meat. It's meat. My roasted rabbit legs are finally coming. Meow Xiaotong on no. The little animal is about to be caught. Lin Che panted as he ran to the trap, carefully parting the surrounding weeds, fearing to disturb the prey. He saw that under the lever indeed a fluffy little creature was pressed down. A gray little thing, its body tightly pinned, only its head and small paws slightly moving, emitting a faint squeak, and its tiny brown eyes were filled with terror, looking pitiful. It was a wild rabbit, but it was completely different from what Lin Che had imagined. It was particularly small, bony, with messy fur lacking any luster, and it looked like it hadn't eaten well on the island, probably no larger than the size of his palm. The anticipated ecstasy did not appear. Lin Che stared at the trembling little creature under the lever, stunned. Previously filled with thoughts of revenge and roasted rabbit legs, at this moment all of it vanished, leaving him feeling helpless. I caught it. He faced the camera, his voice dry, completely lacking the excitement he had imagined, even feeling a bit awkward. In the live stream, the barrage instantly split into two factions, arguing fiercely. One faction, led by What to Eat Today and Wilderness Brother the Foodie Alliance, celebrated wildly. Awesome. You really caught it. The streamer is mighty. Brother Dao is amazing. Even if it's small, we can still enjoy it. Quick, handle it now. Don't let it escape. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. It's still meat, better than nothing. Streamer, act fast. Don't hesitate. The other faction, led by Meow Xiaotong, the animal protection faction, opposed vehemently. No. The rabbit is so cute. How can you eat the rabbit? It looks so pitiful. So small, hasn't even grown up. Let it go, streamer. Exactly. That little bit of meat isn't worth it. It's better to let it go. It's also a small life on the island. You can't eat it. Streamer, be kind. Meow Xiaotong, boohoo. Streamer brother, it's so pitiful, can we not eat it? Let it go and he'll give you gifts. Some neutral viewers were watching the commotion. Fight it out. The two factions are arguing. The streamer is in a moral dilemma. One side is meat, the other side is kindness. A choice has come: roast rabbit legs or kindness. I'm betting 50 cents that the streamer will let it go. After all, it's so small it's hard to do it. I'm betting $1 that the streamer will eat it. After all, he's been craving it for so long. The barrage scrolled quickly. The two factions argued fiercely, with some even starting to attack each other. Lin Che looked at the barrage, then at the almost lifeless rabbit under the lever, his brow tightly knitted, internally torn. If he ate it, this rabbit was indeed too small, probably wouldn't yield more than 2 tails of meat. Killing it for such a small amount seemed a bit cruel, especially with so many opposing voices in the barrage, particularly Meow Xiaotong's pleading, making him feel like a bad person. If he didn't eat it, wouldn't all the effort over the past few days be in vain? The humiliation of being mocked had also not been washed away, and Brother Dao's teachings would be in vain. Moreover, he was genuinely craving meat. This was fresh game. He squatted next to the trap, glancing at the rabbit one moment, and at the camera the next, his expression conflicted enough to squeeze out water, remaining silent for a long time, unsure where to put his hands. Host, congratulations on successfully capturing a wild animal, though its size is rather touching. You are currently facing a triple choice of philosophy, morality, and appetite. Do you need this system to help you flip a coin, or provide you with 100 ways to prepare rabbit meat and release ceremony precautions for your reference? The system's meddling behavior was as timely as ever. Lin Che directly ignored it. He struggled for a long time, watching the rabbit's little chest rise and fall violently with fear, and finally sighed. Forget it, forget it. He spoke to the camera, his tone somewhat helpless, as if trying to persuade himself. You're right, this rabbit is too small. There's not much meat. Killing it seems a bit of a waste. And, sigh, it really does look quite pitiful. I, Lin Che, am at least a civilized person. Ooh, I want stoop to its level. After saying that, he cautiously stretched out his hand, trying to gently move the lever. It was quite heavy, and it took him some effort to shift it. The rabbit felt the weight disappear, struggled to get up. Its right hind leg seemed injured, limping away quickly into the bushes, disappearing from sight. Seeing the rabbit released, the animal protection faction instantly erupted with the barrage, filled with streamer is a good person for life, streamer is so kind, giving you a thumbs up. The Foodie Alliance was wailing, flooded with my meat. Streamer, you've changed. You're not that hardcore survivor anymore. The rabbit that was in our grasp flew away. What a pity. Lin Che looked in the direction the rabbit had disappeared, feeling a complex mixture of emotions. Saying it was not a pity would be a lie, but the feeling of doing the right thing made him feel a bit better. He clapped his hands, forcing himself to recover, and loudly announced to the camera, as if to cover up his inner disappointment. Ahem. I declare that from today onwards this rabbit is the honorary resident number 1 of Xingsha Island. It has won the right to survive with its weakness and pitifulness. From now on, anyone who sees it must not bully it. Do you hear me? The barrage was momentarily stunned, then both the Foodie faction and Animal Protection faction started spamming haha and awesome. Streamer, I admire this ability to save face. Honorary resident. So creative. This move is 666. It preserved the kind persona while not losing face. Streamer, although I didn't get to eat meat, I preserved my dignity. Host successfully turned a failed hunt into a PR activity to establish the persona of a kind island owner. Crisis management ability full marks. Self-comfortability off the charts. Population 150 attracted by your brilliant operation. The system summary was both precise and painful, but Lin Che paid no mind. He patted his rumbling stomach side and smiled bitterly at the camera. All right, the honorary resident has run away. Let's obediently return to the beach to fish. At least fish won't make me struggle with whether to let it go. His dream of terrestrial protein freedom was once again shelved, yet he took a subtle step towards the strange direction of becoming a kind island owner. Though he didn't get to eat meat, his popularity increased, so it wasn't too bad, was it? As Lin Che walked towards the beach, he comforted himself, pondering whether he could catch a bigger fish next time to make up for the regret of not eating rabbit meat. The air seemed to have suddenly solidified. The sound of the sea breeze and the crashing waves against the rocks felt as if they had been paused, distant beyond measure. Lin Che crouched in front of the trap. He had made his eyes fixated on the trembling little creature beneath the lever, his mind twisted like a pretzel, half of it frantically shouting meat. It's meat. Roasted rabbit leg. Yet the other half felt as if something was gripping it tightly, suffocating him, leaving him unsure where to place his hands. I succeeded. The trap had indeed worked. The grudge from being mocked by animals for his failed attempts seemed to have been avenged. However, the triumphant scene he had envisioned where he would revel in joy and laughter did not materialize at all. Instead, his mind was a chaotic mess, like a pot of mushy porridge bubbling over. He looked at the rabbit, too small, hardly bigger than his two hands combined, its gray-brown fur caked with dirt, pitifully thin, with its ribs visibly protruding, clearly starving for a long time. The lever was heavy, pinning it down firmly, leaving only its small head and front paws able to move slightly, producing a faint squeak, like a mosquito, its brown round eyes filled with fear, making Lin Che's eardrums ache. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought he could catch a plump rabbit enough for at least a bowl of soup, but instead it was this undernourished little unfortunate resembling a student who had accidentally wandered into a trap. I caught it, he said to the camera, forcing out the words dryly, his tone lacking excitement, instead filled with confusion. He even instinctively shifted the camera, as if not wanting the audience to see the rabbit's pitiful state too clearly. But the comments in the live stream would not let him off easily, instantly inundated with two completely different waves of commentary. One side led by what to eat today, and Wilderness Knife Brother filled with cravings for meat, eager to take action on Lin Che's behalf. Amazing. Voice breaking, you really caught it. Knife Brother is awesome. The host is awesome. The market is open. Will it be roasted rabbit or rabbit soup for dinner? I vote for roasting. Although it's a bit small, there's enough meat to make soup. Better than eating compressed biscuits every day. Hurry, host. Don't just stand there. Give it a quick end, and we can have a feast tonight. Survival in the wilderness is about the survival of the fittest. Anyone who doesn't eat meat is a fool. Act decisively. What to eat today? Steamed, braised, yellow braised. Anything goes. Host, act fast. I'm ready to eat. Wilderness Knife Brother, good job, bro. It wasn't in vain. Remember to bleed it first when processing, or the meat will be too gamey and not tasty. On the other side was the Compassionate Protection League, led by Meow Little Sugar, their comments filled with sympathy, almost crying on the screen. Oh no. The rabbit is so small. It hasn't even grown up yet. Look at its eyes. It's about to cry. Host, please let it go. It's so thin but must have been starving on the island every day. It's too tragic. Exactly. It doesn't even have 2 tails of meat. How could it be worth killing? Let it go, let it go. All living things have spirits. It's also a small resident of Star Sand Island. You can't eat it. Meow Little Sugar, woo-woo. Host brother, it looks so painful and scared. Can we let it go? It's so small, it must have worked hard to survive. It's too pitiful. Many female viewers followed suit. Support sugar. Let it go. I'll send gifts to the host. There was also a large wave of neutral spectators, just watching the fun and stirring the pot. Let's see a fight. The ultimate showdown between morality and appetite. The host's face went stiff. It's hilarious. The inner turmoil is definitely more than in a drama. Here comes the choice A. Eat the rabbit, regain his dignity, but get scolded. B. Let the rabbit go, starve, but be a good person. I bet a pack of spicy strips that the host can't resist. Sugars, please. I bet a cucumber that the host will definitely yield to hunger. Bets are open. Eat or let go. Hurry and place your bets. The comments flew by quickly, the two groups arguing, nearly lifting the screen. Lin Che watched those comments, his head buzzing as if hundreds of bees were buzzing, one moment thinking, right, it's foolish not to eat meat, and the next moment feeling it does seem too pitiful. Especially the comment from Meow Little Sugar, filled with a crying tone, made him feel that if he really killed the rabbit, he would be like a villain bullying a child. He looked down at the rabbit again. The little creature seemed to have lost the strength to struggle, merely breathing lightly, its small body gently rising and falling. The fear in its eyes inexplicably reminded him of the time when he first arrived on the island. Looking at the vast ocean, not knowing if he could survive, he felt the same helplessness. Host, congratulations on triggering the wilderness ethical dilemma. Option A, follow the laws of the jungle, eat the rabbit, gain some protein. Some will praise your hardcore nature, and some will scold you for being cruel, possibly losing the compassionate host label. Option B, be a good person and let it go, achieving some spiritual satisfaction, establishing a kind persona, while some will call you hypocritical and you will continue to starve. Do you need me to randomly select one for you? Or would you like the guide to humanely handling small animals and how to release with ceremony? The system's electronic voice was as annoying as ever, not only failing to help, but seeming to complicate things. Lin Che shouted internally, shut up. His brows furrowed, even tighter. He sat there like a statue, time ticking by, the comments still arguing, even getting louder. He felt as if countless eyes were staring at him through the lens, waiting for him to make a decision. Would he be a foodie or a good person? He was indeed hungry, and he truly wanted to eat meat, but the thought of wanting to redeem himself from being mocked still lingered. Yet the rabbit's faint heartbeat, its fearful eyes, and that vague feeling of not having the heart were also real. He tried to imagine the scene of knocking the rabbit out with a shovel, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. Then he thought about roasting the rabbit, realizing it didn't seem that appealing after all, instead feeling a bit awkward. Finally, after much internal struggle, Lin Che took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if making a decision harder than building a toilet. His shoulders sagged a bit, the excitement and conflict on his face about wanting to be a hunter slowly faded, replaced by a mix of helplessness, relief, and a forced expression of nonchalance. Forget it, he said to the camera, his voice a bit hoarse, deliberately feigning disgust. Why all the fuss? What's there to fuss about? Am I the kind of person who casually kills small animals? He pointed at the rabbit, his tone exaggerated. Just look at this. Look closely. It's this tiny, thin, like a grasshopper, scraping off even 2 tails of meat would be impressive. What's it good for? Not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Processing it would be a hassle. I'd have to pluck its fur and gut it. What a chore. For such a little thing, ruining my image as the compassionate island master of Star Sand Island. Not worth it. Not worth it, he said as he walked over to the trap, carefully moving the lever. The lever was heavy, and it took him some effort to move it deliberately, slowing down, afraid to bump into the rabbit. As soon as the lever was lifted, the rabbit froze for a moment, and then suddenly burst forth with a will to survive, struggling to crawl up. Its hind legs seemed to be a bit hurt from being pressed down, and it ran away, limping, hurriedly darting into the nearby bushes, disappearing in just a few seconds. Throughout the process, Lin Che didn't look at the camera, only focusing on the direction the rabbit ran, until that gray-brown figure completely vanished. Then he quietly let out a sigh of relief, as if he had accomplished something significant. Then he turned to face the camera, hands on his hips, striking a particularly magnanimous and proud pose, loudly announcing ahem. Listen up. I declare that the lucky little rabbit, thin and scrawny, is now the officially recognized #1 honorary resident of Star Sand Island. Codename Thin Guy. It has successfully won the right to survive with its weakness and pitifulness. From now on this island, it is under my protection. No one is allowed to lay a finger on it. Do you hear me? The comments went silent for 2 seconds before being instantly flooded with ha 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 and various jests. Huh. Not enough to even get stuck in my teeth. Host, you really know how to make excuses. The first place in forced self-redemption. The host knows how to comfort himself. How to turn soft-heartedness into disgust. Host, I could listen to this lecture 10 times. #1 resident Thin Guy. That name is too casual. Congratulations, Thin Guy. Escape the calamity, no need to become roasted rabbit. Host, it's not that I'm soft-hearted, it's that it's too thin, not worth me taking action, stubborn. Meow, little sugar, yay. So great. Host brother is the best. Thank you, host brother. Thin Guy must live well. What to eat today? Sigh, my rabbit soup. Forget it, as long as the host is happy, I'll go gnaw on compressed biscuits. Quietly puts down the chopsticks. Wilderness knife, brother. Alright, at least it's a result, it wasn't in vain. Complex tone, like eating tasteless food. The decision is quite reasonable. Protecting vulnerable individuals is good for the island's ecology. Calm analysis on a different wavelength from others. Old Wong, hey young man, your heart isn't bad. I didn't teach you in vain. Ding. The host successfully released the wild animal Thin Guy and gained achievements: hypocritical kindness, positive, and god of soft-heartedness. The popularity in the live stream increased, with the tags kind and funny becoming more pronounced. Audience count 200 drawn in by your flashy move and the arguing comments. The system's late but accurate summary pinpointed Lin Che's thin layer of disguise. Lin Che looked at the comments praising his kindness and soft-heartedness. Though his stomach was growling, he felt inexplicably relieved, even a bit euphoric. He not only avoided becoming a bad guy, but also gained a good persona, which didn't seem like a loss. He cleared his throat, pretending not to hear his stomach growling, waving his hand grandly. All right. The matter of the honorary resident is settled. Our source of protein still depends on the sea. Let's go. Time to fish. Today I must catch a big one, otherwise it wouldn't do justice to the two tails. Of that little bit of meat I let go. The dream of protein freedom on Star Sand Island after this amusing, yet tangled moral dilemma continued in a strange way. And on the island, there was now a rabbit named Thin Guy, unaware that it had become an honorary resident, probably still hiding and looking for food. After releasing the skinny guy, Lin Che's halo of kindness shone for several days. The atmosphere in the live stream was particularly harmonious, with comments saying the host is a good person for life, and some even created memes of the skinny guy that flooded the screen. Lin Che also quite enjoyed this feeling of being praised, although the hunger in his stomach occasionally recalled the two tails of meat. The spiritual satisfaction temporarily overshadowed his appetite. However, the goal of 1,000 people online hung above him like a sword, never disappearing. During every break in the live stream, he secretly checked the back-end data. The number slowly climbed to 700 or 800, but then stuck, unable to rise any further. The anxiety in his heart sprouted like small grass, quietly eroding his vanity. He had tried many methods fishing harder, but his skills were still terrible, with 9 empty casts out of 10, occasionally catching a small fish. He was mocked in the comments that even the skinny guy catches bigger than you, tending to the vegetable garden, where the few seedlings drooped, as if near death, offering no appeal. Or even becoming a soul singer again, only to scare away half the audience who had just entered, making him quickly shut his mouth. Post data analysis shows that your kind persona bonus is running out. Viewers have poor memories and love novelty. Without new content, popularity will drop. Your drone and iron pot fishing gear are still swaying at the crossroads of fate. Lin Che shouted irritably in his heart, I know, but what can I do? I can't really go fight wild boars, right? There aren't any on the island. Life went on like this, appearing calm on the surface, but he was anxious inside. Until that afternoon, a seemingly ordinary beach live stream completely changed the situation. The sunset dyed the sea a golden red, revealing the rocky area after the tide receded, scattered with small puddles and seafood. Lin Che carried a small bucket and a military shovel, which also served as a beach rake, his head drooping as he flipped stones, aimlessly searching for dinner, murmuring to the camera, brothers, it seems like there's nothing big again today. I guess I'll just collect some small clams and crabs for soup. Sigh, I miss my big fish, I miss my skinny guy. Ugh, forget it, even if I think of it I can't eat it. His tone was languid, revealing a sense of frustration. The audience in the live stream was accustomed to this daily routine, with comments floating slowly. Daily garbage collection. 1 The host has yet to make a profit today. The host doesn't seem very motivated today. Did he not sleep well? It's fine, even soup is good, it's healthy and good for the body. Look, there seems to be a big clam in that gap between the rocks. Host, check it out. Meow Candy, take your time, brother. Host, don't rush, the good stuff is all at the back. Lin Che followed the direction indicated by the comments, walking absent-mindedly to the back of a large rock. This rock was covered in barnacles and seaweed. The water was quite deep and the light was dim. He poked around in the murky water with the military shovel, feeling nothing hard. There's nothing here. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stepped on something slippery underfoot and almost slipped. Ouch! He quickly braced himself against the rock to stabilize, looking down into the water. The puddle he stirred up was filled with mud and sand, quite murky, but as the mud slowly settled, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a particularly bright color, completely different from the surroundings. What was that? His curiosity piqued. He squatted down, not caring if his sleeves got wet, reaching into the murky water. His fingers touched something hard and slippery, and it was quite large. His heart raced, and he carefully fished the object out. Once it left the water's surface and was revealed in the sunset, Lin Che's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling copper bells. The audience, who were casually fishing and chatting in the live stream, froze for 2 seconds when they saw what he was holding. It was a large sea snail. But it was completely different from the dull gray sea snails usually seen. This sea snail shell was a gradient of pink orange, like the sunset on the horizon, and it had a sheen. The shell was covered in many exquisite flame-like patterns, a deeper shade of orangered, as if it were slowly burning, but its surface was as smooth as jade, glimmering in the sunset, beautiful beyond words. Furthermore, it was several sizes larger than ordinary sea snails, heavy in his hand, like a work of art. Whoa, whoa. Lin Che managed to squeeze out such a simple, yet shocking phrase after holding it in for a long time. He cradled the sea snail in both hands, his eyes round, and his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it, completely stunned by this unexpectedly beautiful object, forgetting to breathe. The comments in the live stream were silent for a fraction of a second before exploding like a powder keg, scrolling so fast that the screen was almost unreadable. What kind of divine sea snail is this? It's too beautiful. I've never seen anything this stunning in my life. Ah, the pinnacle of beauty. This color is incredible. Sunset glow? This is definitely the color of sunset glow. So dreamlike. What luck does the host have? Must have hit the jackpot. Is this sea snail worth a lot? Can it be sold for a good price? Meow candy wow. So beautiful. Like a princess jewelry box. I love it so much. Today's meal can this still be eaten? It would be such a shame to eat it. So beautiful. Wild knife, brother incredible. This specimen. I've never seen one this good after living by the sea for decades. A rare item. A truly rare item. This young man's luck is unmatched. The screen was filled with exclamation marks and incredible gifts started pouring in. Little hearts applause beer were just the beginning. Even the effects of luxury yacht appeared one after another, dazzling Lin Che. Many viewers who were diving were also drawn out, eagerly calling their friends come look. The host found a treasure. A super beautiful sea snail. Stop taking screenshots. Quickly call your friends over. If you're late, you won't get to see it. Share it in the family group. My mom is watching too. Isn't this going to blow up? The host is going to be famous. Lin Che had no time to look at the comments. All his attention was on the sea snail in his hands. He carefully touched the sea snail shell with his fingers, feeling its smooth texture, his heart pounding rapidly, the previous frustration and anxiety having flown far away. He turned the sea snail in his hands in front of the sunset, watching the pink-orange light flow across the shell, unconsciously exclaiming, "Wow, oh my God," like a child watching fireworks for the first time, adorably foolish. Just as he was immersed in delight, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a tone of finally done ding. Detected that the real-time number of viewers in the live stream has exceeded 1,000. Congratulations, host, on completing the new peak of popularity task. Reward lightweight live streaming drone has been ordered. It will be delivered with the next logistics. I hope you can use it to capture more beautiful scenes like this sea snail. Finally, I don't have to remind you every day, I'm nearly becoming a recording machine. The system's notifications sounded like heavenly music to Lin Che at this moment, more melodious than any song. He actually accomplished it. At the moment when he least expected it, even feeling a bit defeated, he completed the goal that had caused him so much anxiety, with a sea snail found unexpectedly. A huge sense of surprise and relief washed over him, and Lin Che stood there dazed, cradling the sea snail, his expression a mix of wanting to cry and wanting to laugh, looking like a fool. Did it break? 1,000 people. A drone. Is this real? He suddenly came to his senses, forgetting about the sea snail, hurriedly placing it gently in a safe puddle and clumsily trying to pull out his communicator to check the back end. Excited, his hand slipped, and the communicator almost fell into the water, prompting another round of ha 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 and calm down, host. Don't drop your phone. In the comments. He finally opened the back end awkwardly, and when the bright red 4-digit number, 1023, clearly appeared before his eyes, a surge of joy coursed through him like electricity. Oh, it really broke. Brothers, did you see that? We have 1,000 people. He shouted excitedly at the camera, jumping up and down, almost slipping and falling into the water again, but fortunately, he managed to hold onto the rock. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently, pointing at the sea snail in the puddle. It's because of it. It brought good luck. This is the lucky snail. Our lucky snail. The comments erupted again, filled with congratulations and teasing. Congratulations, host. You finally broke 1,000. It wasn't easy. A milestone. I witnessed history. Haha, the host is so excited. Be careful not to fall. The lucky snail is incredible. It will become the mascot of Xingsha Island. The drone is coming. Looking forward to aerial shots. I want to see the whole island. Host, don't jump. You might crush the lucky snail, and that would be a huge loss. Today's meal, congratulations. So can this snail? Asking cautiously, still thinking about eating it. Meow candy, congratulations, brother host. That's great. With the drone you can capture so many beautiful scenes. Incredible. This wave is a solid lucky break of 1,000. Incredible. WN, congratulations. Looking forward to new perspectives from the drone. Lin Che finally calmed down a bit, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He carefully cradled the lucky snail, as if it were a treasured object. I won't eat it. Absolutely not. This is our lucky star, our mascot. I want to display it. From now on, I'll keep it beside me during the live streams, a protective charm, attracting fans. The sun completely sank and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Che held the lucky snail tightly in one hand and his tools in the other, stepping carefully back, his smile brighter than the stars. All the pressure, anxiety, and struggles had vanished at this moment. He felt light all over, his steps quickened, filled with anticipation for the future. The aerial shots of Xingsha Island would definitely be spectacular. Who would have thought that this turning point would come from a beautiful accident? Host, it turns out that sometimes luck is more effective than hard work, especially when your efforts are misguided. Congratulations, you can temporarily relax. However, be ready to learn how to operate the drone with your manual dexterity. I hope your drone lasts a long time. The lucky conch was treated like a treasure by Lin Che, brought back to the camp, and placed on a stone covered with soft sea grass resembling a totem. Before each live broadcast, he had to pay his respects to it, drawing laughter from the comments who called it feudal superstition. He stubbornly defended this is called blessing. Do you understand the sense of ritual? With the pressure of 1,000 people target lifted, Lin Che felt so good, he could float eagerly awaiting the drone that could soar into the sky like a child anticipating the new year. The days waiting for the delivery passed extremely slowly. He climbed the high ground by the sea multiple times, each day muttering, why hasn't the boat arrived yet? My drone won't fall into the sea, right? Is the logistics system reliable? It better not be a counterfeit. Host, please respect our system's logistics service, which has a good reputation and offers free shipping and damage coverage theoretically. Be patient, your drone is on its way, coming with the fast boat and paddles. Finally, on a sunny morning, that familiar delivery boat appeared on the horizon. Lin Che's eyes lit up like searchlights. Without time to say much to the audience, he shouted, the boat is here. The drone has arrived. He dropped the selfie stick and dashed towards the beach. The camera captured only a dizzying whirl of images and his receding figure as though he were being chased by a dog. The comments exploded. Why did the host suddenly go crazy? What's going on? Did the drone really arrive? At this speed it must be. The host runs faster than Bolt. Wait for your camera, host. We can't see anything. Ha ha ha, the camera is shaking, makes me dizzy. Ah, can you slow down, host? Lin Che sprinted to the beach panting like a donkey, working a mill, his eyes fixed intently on the cardboard box that the delivery man was carrying off the boat, its surface printed with a diagram of the drone, looking very high-tech. His heart raced and his hands trembled as he signed for the package, writing more messily than usual. After sending the delivery man off, he pounced on the box like a starving wolf. Brothers, it's here. Our eye in the sky has arrived. He spoke into the camera, breathless, his voice cracking with excitement. He used a utility knife to slice through the tape, cutting haphazardly, until he finally opened the box. Inside were foam packing peanuts with the white drone body at the center, its streamlined design accompanied by spare propellers, batteries, a charger, a manual, and a remote control. Wow! Lin Che exclaimed with undisguised awe, carefully lifting the drone out. It felt lighter than he had imagined, with a smooth shell that exuded a high-tech vibe, making his eyes widen. Such a design. Such quality. So premium. Way more advanced than my iron pot. He picked up the remote control with its 2 joysticks and a slew of buttons, leaving him dazzled. How do you even use this? With so many buttons, which one makes it fly? He flipped through the thick manual filled with text and English. After a few glances, he felt dizzy. What is this? It looks like a heavenly book. Who can understand this? The viewers who understood drones started to guide him. Host, first find the charging port. Charge the battery. Both the drone and the remote need to be charged. Right? Charge first. It won't fly far if it's not fully charged. There's usually a beginner mode. Don't rush to fly. Get familiar with the controls first. Watch the manual carefully. Don't crash it as soon as you get it. Wild knife guy, take it slow, brother. Test it on the ground first. Don't rush to the sky right away. It's recommended to read the entire operation guide. Familiarize yourself with the basic functions before taking off. A safety first. Charge it. Right? Charge it. Lin Che finally snapped to reality, frantically searching for the charging cable. Thankfully, the solar panel still worked. He plugged in the battery and remote, then began pacing around the charging equipment like an ant on a hot pan, occasionally leaning in to check the indicator lights. Why is it so slow? When will it be fully charged? This 2-hour charging time felt longer than 2 years to him. Unable to sit still, he picked up the drone to gesture with it, poked at the remote buttons, muttering, almost there, soon it can fly, like a child waiting for a toy. The comments erupted with laughter. The host's anxious look is too real. Oh, I get like this with new toys too. Never seen the host so impatient. Even more than when waiting for fishing gear. I understand men remain boys at heart. Everyone acts this way when they see a new toy. I bet 5 dimes the host's first flight will crash. I'll type, haha, in the comments first. Finally, the charging indicator turned green. Lin Che jumped up like he had just been injected with adrenaline, unplugging the charging cable, inserting the battery, and turning on the drone and remote. Buzz, buzz. The drone emitted a slight sound, its body lights glowing like little stars. Lin Che took a deep breath, gripping the remote tightly, his fingers stiffly resting on the joystick, his expression serious, as if he were about to launch a rocket. Brothers. A historic moment. The first drone flight over Xingsha Island starts now. He recalled the operations mentioned in the comments, gently nudging the left joystick. The drone's camera turned slightly. Then he pushed the right joystick. 4 propellers suddenly whirred to life. The buzzing sound grew louder, kicking up sand from the ground, blinding him. It's moving. Lin Che shouted excitedly. With a shake of his hand, he pushed the joystick again. The drone shot up suddenly, but due to the excessive thrust flipped sideways and thud crashed onto the sand, propellers kicking up sand everywhere. Lin Che froze, and the comments burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The first crash comes so quickly. As expected, Lin Che never disappoints. The drone, I was terrified. I opened my eyes and crashed right away. Host, be gentle. The joystick isn't meant to be used like that. Wild Knife Guy pushed gently. Gently. Like you're holding your girlfriend's hand. Be soft. It's recommended to practice in a flat, open area. While the sand is soft, don't crash too often. Lin Che hurriedly ran over, worriedly picking up the drone, inspecting it for a long time. Thankfully, it wasn't damaged, just a little sandy. His face turned red, and he forced an explanation to him. It was a mistake. Totally a mistake. It's my first time. I didn't get the hang of it. Let's try again, and this time it will definitely work. He placed the drone on the flat sand, and this time was particularly careful, slowly pushing the joystick. The drone wobbled as it lifted off the ground, hovering half a meter high, swaying like a drunken bee, threatening to fall at any moment. Oh, it's up. Steady, steady. Lin Che was so nervous, he was sweating profusely, making minute adjustments on the joystick, sometimes pushing left, sometimes pushing right. Several times the drone nearly crashed into his legs, causing him to step back repeatedly, shouting, "No, no, no. Fly that way." After much fuss, he finally managed to keep the drone hovering steadily. Although it still swayed a bit, at least it wouldn't crash easily. I did it. I can control it now, he shouted excitedly, his confidence swelling, feeling like a drone master. Next, he attempted to fly forward. The drone zigzagged awkwardly, speeding up and slowing down its path, resembling a snake in an S shape. Then he tried to turn, but turned too sharply, nearly looping back on himself, almost crashing into the rocks, causing him to hastily pull back the joystick, his palms sweating. The entire practice was thrilling and humorous. The comments never stopped. That flight path is drawn by a human outline master. This host's operation is worse than fishing. The drone, I'm having a hard time. I got a clumsy owner. This flight path is so. Lin Che focused on spontaneity. After practicing for over half an hour, which was more like mutual torment with the drone, Lin Che finally grasped the basic operations. Takeoff, landing, moving forward, backward, and turning. Although still awkward, at least he wouldn't crash easily. He wiped his sweat, looking proud. All right. The fundamentals are done. Now let's embark on a real adventure. Let me show you the panoramic view of Xingsha Island. He took a deep breath, pushed the joystick, and the drone slowly ascended. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. The camera's view began to change, the camp, beach, and forest gradually shrinking, revealing the full picture. As the drone rose to several dozen meters, the entire scenery of Xingsha Island was displayed for the first time in the live broadcast. Golden beaches like ribbons encircled the lush island, a dense forest like green carpets covered the land, his crooked shelter, vegetable garden, and even that luxurious dry toilet turned into little dots. The boundless azure sea waves crashing against the coastline, with distant reefs dotted here and their sunlight shimmering on the water, casting a golden glow. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The comments in the live stream suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the scenery, and no one commented for several seconds. Then the comments surged like a tsunami, flooding in rapidly. Wow. OMG. So beautiful. Is this really Xingsha Island? The god's perspective is so spectacular. I'm crying. So the host lives in such a beautiful place every day? This view, it's worth it. I'll be watching the live broadcast every day. Screenshot. Quick. Screenshot this as wallpaper. So beautiful. Aerial photography is the best. No longer will I have to watch the host's shaky camera. Meow, little sugar. Wow. So gorgeous. Like a painting. Even prettier than my home wallpaper. What to eat today? Shocking my whole family. This perspective even makes the host's iron pot look cute. Wild Knife Guy, incredible. This view. It'll be much easier to find seafood and resources from now on. Old one, goodness, this island doesn't look small at all. Previously I only saw the host wobbling around, didn't realize it was this big. Lubon Reborn, analyzing the terrain the island may have. Before he could finish, the beauty was drowned by comments. WN, a very beautiful island. Rarely paused for a few seconds before commenting, clearly also shocked. Lin Che himself was also mesmerized. He piloted the drone overlooking the land where he lived and struggled, feeling both excited and proud, his voice slightly choked. Brothers, have you seen? This is our Xingsha Island. Our home. Isn't it beautiful? He piloted the drone over the beach, through the forest, and over the reefs, capturing every corner. The live broadcast effect exploded, gift effects like fireworks, and the number of online viewers soared, easily surpassing the previous record, nearing 1,500. Of course, amidst the beauty, there were also humorous moments. The drone suddenly shook, the camera jolted wildly, scaring the viewers into thinking it would crash. Lin Che attempted to get a close-up, but his operation was too rough. The drone nearly crashed into the treetops, causing him to quickly pull back, and the camera was filled with leaves. He also tried to make the drone skim over the sea, but flew too low, nearly dipping into the water, and in a flurry, he pulled it up, splashing quite a bit of seawater, making the viewers both anxious and amused. When the drone's battery was nearly depleted, Lin Che reluctantly piloted it to land, gently bringing it down into his hands. The body felt a bit warm, but he felt it was more precious than treasure. He looked at the drone, then at the boiling comments, unable to suppress the smile on his face, feeling even happier than when he had found the lucky conch. Host the first aerial live broadcast was a resounding success, although the operation process was thrilling, nearly sending the drone off. Visual effect rating S grade. Operation skill rating C grade, barely passing. Congratulations on unlocking a new live broadcast mode. May your next flight be safe and sound don't crash. The system's comments were still annoying, but Lin Che didn't care at all. He held the drone gazing at the beautiful Xing Sha Island, his heart filled with anticipation. In the future, he could use the drone to find fish schools' resources and capture more beautiful scenery. The live broadcasts would surely become more popular. His desert island life finally entered a new era of having an eye in the sky. Although his skills were still poor, the future would surely be more exciting. With the drone, Lin Che felt as if he had suddenly grown wings. No, it should be that he had given everyone in the live stream a pair of wings. The suffocating feeling of being restricted by a selfie stick was gone, replaced by a sense of pride, as if he could see all of his empire laid out before him. Even the crooked toilet seemed more pleasant to look at. Aerial photography quickly became a daily routine. If Lin Che didn't let the drone fly for a couple of rounds each day, he felt restless, as if he hadn't brushed his teeth. The live stream title was permanently prefixed with Eye of the Sky, as if afraid others wouldn't know he had a new toy. Brothers, let's get up to watch the sunrise. Come fly with me and check if there are any thieves in our backyard. His opening lines now carried an air of island chief on inspection as he spoke, while maneuvering the drone to take off. His movements were a bit more skilled than before, but he still occasionally made the drone wobble. The quality of the live stream soared several levels. The bay glimmered softly in the morning light, the beach sparkled as if dusted with gold, and even the treetops of the jungle displayed a sense of depth. The viewers were thrilled, showering him with tips as if they were free, and the online audience consistently stayed above 1,000, sometimes even reaching 1,500. Host: the battery consumption of the drone is proportional to your reckless operation. It is advised that you cherish the takeoff opportunity and not treat it like a kite. Also, the maintenance costs are very high, exceedingly high to the point that you might have to sell your iron pot to afford repairs. Lin Che filtered out the system's nagging like the buzzing of a mosquito. His mind was filled with the thought of going up to see the heavens, and soon he was no longer satisfied with just circling above the camp and beach. What's the point of always looking at these places? We haven't fully explored the island yet. Let the drone scout the depths of the dense forest we were too afraid to enter before. It's much safer. As soon as the thought emerged, he was instantly excited. Exploring the unknown was the most addictive. Brothers, today we won't be catching sea creatures or fishing. We're starting an exploration channel. Follow the drone to uncover the secrets of Xing Sha Island. Let's see what treasures this island has to offer. He raised his fist at the camera, looking like he was about to go treasure hunting. The barrage of comments immediately exploded with support exploration. I've always been curious about what's inside the island. Drone, ultimately I bear all the risks, while the host just shouts 666. Be careful flying, host. Don't crash the drone in the forest where it can't be found. Looking forward to discovering treasures. Like pirate gold. Wild knife, brother, pay attention to the terrain. There may be traces of wild beasts in the dense forest, so let the drone capture more details. WN prioritize exploring valleys and streams where resources might be available for efficiency. Luban Reborn, you can let the drone take some photos and try to sketch a simple terrain map, or it will come in handy later. Lin Che set his sights on the island's interior. Previously, he only dared to loiter at the forest's edge because the trees were too dense to see the path, fearing that he would get lost. Now, with the drone clearing the way, he felt no fear. The drone hummed as it flew inland, passing over the vegetable garden and the shelter, quickly entering a patch of dense forest he had never seen before. From the sky, the treetops resembled a green ocean undulating in waves. Occasionally, birds, startled by the drone, soared away, flapping their wings to escape quickly. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lin Che suddenly noticed a particularly bright spot amidst the dense green, faintly reflecting light. What is that? He quickly lowered the drone's altitude, carefully maneuvering it through the branches. As the camera zoomed in, he exclaimed, "Water! It's a freshwater stream." On the screen, a small stream was hidden in the trees, not deep, but exceptionally clear. Sunlight illuminated the bottom, revealing stones beneath, and the grass on both banks thrived far more than in other places. This water looks drinkable. 100 times better than my seepage pit and purifier. It'll be convenient for fetching water in the future, and I can use it to irrigate the vegetables. Lin Che excitedly slapped his thigh, nearly throwing the remote control. The barrage mirrored his excitement. Wow. A hidden water source. The host is so lucky. This water looks sweet, cleaner than mineral water. Quick, mark the location. Next time we can get water and take a bath. No need to save electricity for desalination anymore. We can use the saved electricity to charge our phones. Wangdae, good water. The land by the stream must be fertile, perfect for starting a new vegetable garden. Maybe plant some corn and potatoes. What to eat today? Using spring water to cook seafood will definitely taste fresher. The host should remember the route well. Let's try it next time. Lin Che maneuvered the drone along the stream for a while, marking the surrounding trees and stones as landmarks before reluctantly raising the drone again. Next, he wanted to check the eastern part where the terrain seemed to have some undulations. Perhaps there would be new discoveries. The drone flew over an area full of stones when suddenly a bright sight appeared. On a sunlit hillside stood a small woodland laden with fruit. Although he couldn't see clearly what they were, those heavy-looking fruits suggested there were plenty. Fruit forest. It's a wild fruit forest. Lin Che's voice rose with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. Brothers, freedom of fruit is within reach. No more gnawing on those sour wild oranges every day. I must lower the drone quickly to see what kind of fruits they are. The camera shows round green fruits, and some orange-yellow ones looking like citrus, but larger than oranges. No matter what they are, as long as they're edible, it's fine. This entire area will keep me fed for a long time. He laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth and his hands began to shake, nearly crashing the drone into a tree. The barrage reached a climax. Fruits. It's fruits. Vitamin supply is saved. Host, quickly check if they are edible. They better not be poisonous. I'm so envious. I want to eat fresh fruits too. I suggest the host let the drone pick one down. Just kidding. Meow, sugar, so many fruits. I wonder if they are sweet. I hope they are sweet. If the host brother eats them, he won't have sour teeth anymore. Wild knife, brother, be careful. Many wild fruits are poisonous. Don't pick them randomly. I'll let the drone capture clear images of the leaves and fruits and ask someone knowledgeable. Lin Che took the advice, maneuvering the drone to circle the fruit forest, capturing the shapes of the fruits and leaves before continuing to explore. Now his craving was fully ignited, and he wanted to find the highest point on the island to see the scenery. The drone flew higher and higher, the view becoming more expansive until it discovered a rocky mountain in the northern part of the island. It was considerably taller than the surrounding areas, with a relatively flat top, covered in low shrubs and rocks. This is definitely the highest point on the island. Lin Che's eyes brightened. Building a viewing platform here would be amazing for watching the sunrise and sunset. It could also serve as a lighthouse. If a ship passes by in the future, it would be visible. He stared at the screen, already imagining a small pavilion at the mountain's peak, lying on it at night to gaze at the stars, even considering how to haul the wood up, completely neglecting whether he could carry the wood or if the mountain trail was steep. Host, think about how to transport the wood up the steep rocky mountain first, and then consider whether your engineering skills can build a viewing platform. It is advised that you start with building a decent fence for the vegetable garden instead of aiming too high. The system's cold water splashed down on him, and Lin Che ignored it. What do you know? One must have dreams. It might not be possible now, but it will definitely be possible in the future. First, I'll claim the territory. This is the site for my viewing platform. As he boasted about his mountaintop viewing platform plan to the barrage, he maneuvered the drone around the rocky mountain to capture its terrain. But while he was busy bragging, he didn't notice the drone had flown to the leeward side of the mountain, where a gust of wind suddenly hit. The drone wobbled, the camera spinning wildly like a roller coaster. Oh, Lin Che exclaimed frantically, adjusting the joystick, sweating profusely. No. Steady. On the screen, the view spun chaotically, and the sounds of the propellers screeching filled the air, while the barrage was filled with awe. And be careful not to crash the drone. Fortunately, he had practiced a few times before, and after the drone plummeted about 10 meters, he finally stabilized it, quickly maneuvering it to fly back, his heart racing, as if it were about to leap out. Phew, that was close. He wiped the cold sweat off his brow, still trying to sound tough. The wind here is too strong, but it's not that my skills are lacking. I need to get a wind-resistant drone in the future. The barrage burst into laughter. Ha, the host messed up again. There's always a new surprise. Drone, it's so hard for me. Every day I'm on edge following the host, and my salary isn't even enough to fix the drone. We almost witnessed a crash. Thankfully, the host reacted quickly. Rocky Mountain want to conquer me. Not so easy. Practice your skills first. Wind at high altitudes is unstable, especially on the mountaintop and leeward side. Be more cautious and don't get distracted. Wild knife, brother, skills need practice, bro. Next time, don't fly while bragging. Although there were a few small mishaps, in the end this exploration yielded great rewards. A quality small stream, a wild fruit forest, and a vantage point. These discoveries expanded Lin Che's possibilities for life on the deserted island. His mind was now filled with thoughts of next time going to the stream for water, going to the fruit forest to pick fruits, and going to the mountaintop to enjoy the view. As the drone's battery was running low, Lin Che piloted it back home, watching the camp grow closer on the screen, feeling a stronger sense of belonging to this island. It was no longer a strange deserted island, but a place with water sources, fruit forests, and his home. Brothers. After the drone landed, Lin Che excitedly summarized, today is just the beginning. We have already discovered so many wonderful things. The next step is to conduct a field survey and make use of these resources. Our life on the deserted island is about to enter a new phase. A brand new journey begins now. His eyes sparkled with excitement and ambition. The drone not only allowed him to see beautiful scenery, but also gave him hope for a better life. Of course, there would definitely be plenty of funny incidents along the way, like getting lost picking sour fruits or falling while climbing the mountaintop, but at least now his dreams like the drone had already taken flight. In the coming days, Lin Che began to plan his real explorations. First the stream, then the fruit forest, and finally challenging the mountaintop. He even started packing a backpack, preparing to bring some compressed biscuits and water for a short adventure. The viewers in the live stream were also looking forward to it, urging him every day to set off quickly and wanting to see what funny incidents he would cause next. The excitement of drone exploration lasted several days for Lin Che. Pointing at his own drawn resource distribution map of Xingsha Island, which was actually a crooked draft created from memory and guesswork, he acted like a landlord with a fortune filled with pride. Look here. This is the freshwater creek. It will be essential for watering the vegetables. This is the fruit forest, our vitamin base. This is the high ground where we can build a viewing platform and a lookout tower. Once I finish these tasks at hand, I'll develop them one by one. Host, your so-called tasks at hand include watering the vegetable plot, collecting shells from the beach, and deciding whether to eat fish or crabs for lunch. Where does the development plan fall in your list of tasks? Do you need me to prepare a 50-year development plan for you? The system's daily interruptions were more punctual than express delivery. Lin Che's face flushed, and he coughed twice to cover up a hem. One must have a plan when working, and we take it step by step. Right now, the most important thing is to check out the fruit forest. Brothers, eating fish and shells every day has made my mouth almost bland. Don't you want to know what fruits are on the island? The barrage immediately responded, urging him to set off. Absolutely. Hurry up. Don't just talk the talk. Just watching the drone isn't enough. You have to taste them yourself. Go, go, go. The vitamins are calling you. Host, hurry up and set off. Don't dawdle. What to eat today? The key is, can we eat it? Is it delicious? Can it be cooked? Meow Xiaotang, I hope there are sweet fruits. Host, don't eat anything sour again. Wilderness knife, brother, bring a mountain knife and containers for the fruits. Be careful, there are many poisonous insects in the forest. It's advisable to try a small amount first and observe for any allergic reactions. Safety first. Without further ado, Lin Che grabbed the mountain knife, tucked it into his waist, and slung his backpack, containing a water bottle and an empty lunchbox, adjusted his selfie stick, and set off for the eastern fruit forest with Vigor Brothers. The expedition team is setting off. Target, vitamin freedom. He swung the mountain knife, hacking at the bushes and vines blocking the way, striving to clear a path. However, while the ideal was bountiful, reality was stark. After just a few minutes of flying straight with the drone, walking on the ground was an entirely different matter. There were no paths in the forest. The ground was uneven, littered with tangled roots and slippery moss, causing him to stumble with every step. As he walked, he tripped over a vine, nearly falling flat on his face. After a few more steps, he stepped into a small pit, getting mud all over his shoes. Just as he managed to avoid the pit, a branch scraped his face, causing him to grimace. The barrage was filled with laughter, as if watching a monkey show. The host's path is harder than the journey to the west. Ha ha ha, fell again. Can you pay attention to the road, host? This terrain looked flat when the drone was watching. Why is it so hard to walk on the ground? Does the host have a problem with direction? Don't get lost. This path. How is it different from what the drone captured? Lin Che panted, wiping the sweat from his face, beginning to question life. He seemed to have gone in circles several times, and the trees around looked almost identical, making it impossible to distinguish direction. Host, do you need to activate AR real-time navigation? Only 999 paradise points per minute, cheap and effective. No need. I know the way. Lin Che stubbornly pressed forward, relying on a rough sense of direction. As a result, after another half hour of wandering, he finally heard a buzzing sound ahead. It was the drone he had sent out to scout. Finally arrived. He breathed a sigh of relief, quickening his pace to pass through the last patch of bushes. Suddenly, everything opened up before him. The fruit forest he had seen in the drone footage appeared vividly before his eyes. The trees were not very tall, but their branches were laden with fruits, a mix of green and yellow, with sunlight filtering through the leaves and glistening on the fruits, making them look appetizing. We've arrived. This is the place. Lin Che shouted excitedly, pouncing on the nearest tree like a starving wolf. As he got closer, he saw that most of the fruits were greenish-yellow, small in size, and with a rough skin, looking unimpressive, yet some had turned orange-yellow, looking slightly more enticing. It looks like a lemon. Lin Che leaned closer to a yellow fruit, catching a familiar, refreshing scent, though it was a bit pungent. Some in the barrage recognized it. It's wild lemon. Looks sour. Lemons are great. They can be used to make drinks for skin whitening. Host, quickly pick one and taste it to see how sour it is. Don't eat it raw. Wild lemons are usually very sour. What to eat today? Lemons are fine. They can be used to make lemon fish, lemon shrimp. Definitely delicious. Wangday youngster, wild lemons are extremely sour. Eat sparingly or you'll risk damaging your teeth. Lemons are good. They provide vitamin C. Lin Che, remaining optimistic, chose the ripest lemon, stood on tiptoe to pick it, wiped it on his clothes without thinking much, and directly took a big bite. The next second, a piercing scream echoed through the fruit forest, sending all the birds in the trees flying away. Lin Che's features contorted in an instant, his eyes tightly shut, mouth stretched wide to his ears, his face wrinkled like a crushed grapefruit, and his body shook slightly, almost tossing the lemon away. It was too sour. A total acid bomb. 10 times sourer than any lemon he had eaten before. The sourness instantly filled his entire mouth, stimulating him to salivate uncontrollably, his teeth feeling weak. Even his crown felt like it was being overwhelmed by the acidity. Water. Water. He held the lemon flesh in his mouth, unable to speak clearly, hurriedly rummaging through his backpack for the water bottle, gulping down several mouthfuls to barely suppress the sourness, though his mouth still felt both sour and numb, making every word slip away. The barrage exploded the moment he took a bite, all filled with "ha ha ha, help." The host's expression. I screenshot it. A new meme has been created. Just looking at the expression makes my mouth water. It must be so sour. Lemon didn't expect this, did you? I am the king of sour. Is the host's teeth okay? They haven't been ruined by the sourness, have they? Ha ha, the host's scream is worse than last time when he got bitten by an ant. Meow shao tang, host, are you okay? Spit it out. Don't swallow it. Wilderness knife, brother, ha ha. You dare to bite into wild lemon. What a man. Just a bit foolish. WN. I recommend diluting it before consumption. Eating it raw is too stimulating for the mouth. Lin Che took a while to recover, tearfully facing the camera, gritting his teeth in complaint. Oh my god. This lemon must have been soaked in vinegar essence. My teeth feel like they aren't even mine anymore, as soft as tofu. He spoke with a lisp, his expression management completely collapsed. The look of soul-crushing acidity was clearly captured by the camera, instantly flooding the barrage with his memes, with various comments like "I'm sour to the point of distortion" and "king of sourness" flooding in. Host warning for excessive vitamin C intake. Your facial muscles seem to be cramping a bit. Do you want me to provide virtual sweet service to neutralize it? Free experience for 1 minute. Lin Che rolled his eyes in annoyance, though his face was still wrinkled, unwillingly gazing at the abundance of lemons. With so many lemons, I can't let them go to waste. Eating them raw isn't an option, but making lemon water should work right. Don't let them go to waste. He circled around the lemon tree twice, suddenly noticing a few different trees nearby, bearing deep purple berries, round and plump, looking like berries. Hey, this looks good. He immediately pushed aside the painful memory of the lemon and leaned closer. The purple fruits appeared plump and juicy, with a layer of white frost on the surface. He carefully picked one, squeezed it, and found it to be just the right firmness. This shouldn't be sour, right? He glanced apprehensively at the fruit, then at the camera, hesitating to take a bite. He was still feeling the aftereffects of the previous sourness, creating a bit of a mental block. The barrage also began to speculate, what is this? Grapes. Doesn't look like it. Looks like some kind of wild berry. The color is so deep, hope it's not poisonous. Be careful, host. Don't eat unfamiliar fruits. They'll bet 50 cents that this one is sweet. Host, hurry and try. Wilderness knife, brother, don't eat it if you don't know what it is. Squeeze some juice on your arm first to test for allergies. WAN, it's advisable to check a plant encyclopedia first or compare it to a known reference before consuming it cautiously. Having been scared by the sour lemon, Lin Che was much more cautious this time. Following the knife brother's advice, he squeezed a bit of purple fruit juice onto his arm, waiting for 10 minutes. There was no redness, swelling, or itching. He sniffed again, catching a faint sweet scent, which didn't seem toxic. In the end, the foodie spirit triumphed over fear. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, tossed the fruit into his mouth, and gently bit down. A burst of refreshing sweet juice exploded in his mouth. Sweet. It's sweet. Lin Che's eyes popped open wide, his face still reflecting the lingering pain from the sourness, but it instantly blossomed into a joyful smile, his expression becoming even more comical. Delicious. This is delicious. 1,000 times better than lemon. He didn't care about his image anymore, quickly plucking several more and stuffing them into his mouth, the juices dripping down his chin with satisfaction, as if the sour scream earlier had never happened. The barrage found the reversal hilarious. The master of face changing is none other than the host. Just a second ago he was all gloomy, and now he's beaming. From hell to paradise, all it took was one sweet fruit. So what exactly is this fruit? Is it delicious? Host, quickly pick more. Don't let something weird happen again. What to eat today? Is it sweet? Quick, describe the taste. Is it like blueberries or grapes? I'm drooling already. Meow shao tang, great. Finally we have sweet fruits to eat. Host, you don't have to suffer anymore. As Lin Che ate, he mumbled incomprehensibly. Sweet with a hint of sour, juicy, a bit like blueberries that aren't that sweet. And a bit like wild grapes. Anyway, it's delicious. Way better than compressed biscuits. He hurriedly emptied the contents of his backpack, rinsed the lunchbox with the water bottle, and began picking purple sweet fruits, one after another, quickly filling half the box. As for the lemons, he hesitated for a moment, but still picked a few yellow ones, stringing them together with grass cough. They are a bit sour, but making lemon water should work. I can't waste resources. On the way back, Lin Che cradled the sweet fruits in one hand, occasionally tossing one into his mouth, looking content. In the other hand, he carried the string of lemons with a complex expression. He was slightly disdainful of the sourness, yet reluctant to throw them away. Though the journey was tortuous and he had learned a lesson from the lemon, he was still very satisfied to have found a delicious sweet fruit, solving his vitamin problem. At the end of the live stream, he deliberately picked up a lemon and made an exaggerated sour face for the camera brothers. Remember this expression. This is the power of wild lemons. Anyone who says lemons aren't sour again, I'll send them this lemon, letting them experience what it feels like to have their soul sucked out by sourness. This expression indeed went viral, becoming a new source of joy in the live stream room, with viewers teasing him daily using this meme. Finally, fruit was added to Lin Che's deserted island menu, at the cost of nearly sacrificing a row of teeth, but it was worth it. In the following days, Lin Che would go to the fruit forest every day to pick some sweet fruits as snacks, occasionally brewing a cup of lemon water with some sugar bought from the system mall, and his days became increasingly fulfilling. He also shared the sweet fruits with his honorary resident Thin Guy. Though Thin Guy might not eat them, the sense of ritual was still important. The viewers in the live stream room kept urging him go explore other places again, eager to see what good things he would discover and what hilarious incidents would unfold. The tang of lemon had not fully dissipated from his mouth when the sweetness of the purple fruit began to swirl on his tongue. The two flavors clashed like rivals. Lin Che was delightfully pondering about picking more sweet fruits next time, perhaps even trying his hand at brewing fruit wine, though he didn't even know the steps to brewing. Suddenly, a life-threatening system notification echoed in his mind. Like an alarm clock, it always chose to pop up when he was happiest. Ding. The host's dietary structure has stabilized slightly, but without guarantee. What if a storm hits in the future, or you can't catch any fish, or you accidentally drop the fish into the sea? Will you end up starving? Long-term strategic task released. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat, filled with a sense of foreboding. Every time the system mentioned strategy or long-term, it meant trouble. The last time it said thousands online, he was in for a rough ride. Task name: Dig Deep, Store Plenty. Task content: the host must establish a food acquisition and storage mechanism that can be used long-term. This includes stable fishing, growing storable crops, processing meat, and building a secure warehouse. Missing anyone is not allowed. Task reward: small solar refrigerator X1. No more worrying about food spoiling, and you can enjoy chilled drinks. Task failure: randomly deprive one sense of taste. For example, everything you eat will taste like lemon. Host: you don't want to be sour all your life, do you? The small solar refrigerator. Lin Che's eyes lit up like a bulb. He had long coveted this gadget. Just think of chilled coconut water, fish that can last for several days, and even ice cubes. His quality of life would soar. But then he reconsidered the task content and the penalties for failure, and he instantly calmed down, like being doused with cold water. Sustainable acquisition, storage, mechanism. This is not just a task, it's essentially the 5-year development plan for Star Sand Island. No way. System bro, isn't the scope a bit too broad? Lin Che wailed. Inwardly stable fishing. Whether I catch fish or not depends on luck. Growing storable crops. The seedlings in my vegetable patch are almost pecked clean by birds. Processing meat. I couldn't even keep a skinny rabbit. Build a warehouse. What am I supposed to build it with? Stack some branches together. He felt overwhelmed. This task wasn't just about him doing something, it was about completely changing his mode of survival from just getting by to building something substantial. Host: think bigger. Do you want to live your life just barely scraping by? What if a storm hits and you can only gnaw on compressed biscuits? Don't you want that refrigerator? Just think about the taste of chilled cola, even though you don't have it. The system was enticing him with the refrigerator while coaxing him, and Lin Che swallowed hard. He really wanted that refrigerator desperately. But just the thought that everything he would eat in the future might taste like lemon sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, I have to do it. He gritted his teeth, a look of determination on his face. Isn't it just a 5-year plan? I have plenty of time. Oh, I'll take it step by step. He suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth in the camp, his brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly, his eyes sharp in his own opinion, looking like a general strategizing, though his mind was a chaotic mess, not even knowing what the first step should be. The viewers in the live stream watched him suddenly become so profound, their curiosity piqued. What's wrong with the host? Is he arguing with the air again? His expression is so serious. He won't have had too many lemons causing some side effects, will he? It looks like he's contemplating major life issues, like what to have for dinner tonight. Is he pondering how to pick more sweet fruits next time? What to eat today? Host: have you thought of a new dish? Spill it. Wilderness knife. Bro, are you facing a tough problem? Speak up and we'll help you brainstorm. Lin Che stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and said to the camera in a very serious tone, "Brothers, I was just engaged in profound strategic thinking. We can't just be satisfied with our current meals, we have to plan for the future. We need to plan for sustainable development." He waved his arms, growing more excited as he spoke. "So I've decided to launch the Star Sand Island Food Security Strategic Reserve Plan, abbreviated as the Dig Deep Store Plenty Plan." The barrage instantly flooded with, "What the heck? Is the host starting to create new terms again? Speak plainly. Isn't it just about wanting to store some food? Is the host planning to build an apocalyptic bunker? That's too exaggerated. It sounds impressive, but can it really be done?" "Exactly. It's about storing food. But not just that." Lin Che nodded vigorously. "We need to establish a complete system, from finding food to processing it, and then storing it. We need to ensure a steady supply, so we won't starve even during a storm. First, finding food. Fishing can't rely on luck. I need to learn net weaving and make more hooks. Farming needs to be scaled up, planting storable crops, and I also need to find more edible plants and fruits. Then processing food. Fish can't be eaten as soon as they're caught. They need to be dried or smoked. And if I get meat, I need to know how to process it. Can fruits be made into dried fruits or brewed into wine? Lastly, storing food. This is key. I need a place that is dry, moisture-proof, pest-proof, rodent-proof, and also resistant to my own sneaky eating. I might need to build a storage room or dig a cellar." He spoke as if he truly had a plan, leaving the barrage stunned. That's quite a project. Can the host really pull it off? Digging a cellar. That sounds tiring. Does the host know how to dig? I can dry fish. Shouldn't the host start by drying fish first? Wilderness knife, bro, support. In the wild, storing food is paramount. I know a bit about drying fish. I'll teach you when the time comes. Old man Wong, a cellar is great. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, convenient for storage. But digging it is tiring. You have to choose a good location. Lu Ban Reborn, building a warehouse requires designing its structure considering load-bearing ventilation and moisture-proofing. It can't be built haphazardly. WAN, having a clear goal is a good thing. I suggest taking it step by step, starting with the seafood storage problem. Fish spoil the easiest. What to eat today? Dried fish, smoked fish, dried fruits. Support. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Seeing the barrage support and the big shots offering ideas, Lin Che felt even more confident. Although Juan's suggestion to take it step by step made a lot of sense, he was currently fueled by passion, wishing he could get everything done immediately. All right, since everyone supports it, let's start with the simplest thing. He scanned the camp, his gaze falling on the bucket. Several small fish he caught in the morning were still alive, but barely hanging on. Let's start with them. Practice makes perfect. Today's goal, turn them into dried fish. No time to waste. He eagerly grabbed a few branches and set up a makeshift drying rack, crooked and shaky, looking like it could collapse at any moment. Afterward, he scooped up a small fish, preparing to process it, but then he froze. How do you dry fish? Do I hang it directly? Should I gut it? How do I handle the entrails? Do I need to add salt? Host, do you need to exchange for complete guide to seafood drying illustrated version? It's only 99 heaven points. Or you can choose the free but slow barrage help mode. Barrage help. Lin Che decisively chose to be a freeloader. Brothers, how do you specifically dry fish? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. The barrage immediately erupted with advice. You need to gut it. Remove the entrails and gills. Otherwise it will smell. Don't throw away the entrails. They can be used as fish bait. You need to rub it with salt. It preserves and adds flavor, making it delicious when dried. Right? Rub it inside and out, and use plenty. Hang it in a well-ventilated place where it can get sunlight. Watch out for flies. Don't let the flies get to it. Lin Che summarized: gutting, removing entrails, rubbing with salt, drying. He picked up the small fish, held the knife for a long time, and finally clumsily cut the fish open, only to end up tearing the belly apart, not cleaning out the entrails properly, and breaking the gallbladder, causing bitter liquid to ooze out, getting all over his hands. Not a big deal. It won't affect the drying. He forced himself to stay calm, grabbed a handful of sea salt, not filtered, just coarse salt, and haphazardly rubbed it on the fish's body and inside before hanging it on the drying rack. The fish hung crookedly, looking utterly unappetizing. After processing a few small fish, his hands reeked, and after washing several times, the smell wouldn't go away. The fish on the drying rack looked defeated, drooping. Next was waiting for the fish to dry. Lin Che was like a sentry, running over every 10 minutes to check, is it done? Why isn't there any change? Is the sun not strong enough? Post-drying is a slow process. It takes several days. It's recommended you don't hover around like a dog circling a bone. Oh, wouldn't it be better to do something else? But nature's little partners were far more patient than he was. In the afternoon, when he checked again, several flies had landed on the small fish, crawling around and buzzing, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, flies. He waved his arms to shoo the flies away, but the more he waved, the more they were infuriating him, to the point where he grabbed some large leaves to cover the drying rack. only to find that the leaves were too tightly packed, blocking the airflow, causing the fish to become a bit sticky. The worst was yet to come. In the evening, a seabird that appeared out of nowhere swooped down while Lin Che turned to grab his water bottle, snatching up a small fish and flying away in a flash fast enough that he didn't even have time to react. "Hey, my fish." Lin Che took a few steps to chase, but could only watch helplessly as the seabird flew off, leaving an empty branch and several flies still circling around. The first attempt at food storage ended in complete failure, losing several small fish, attracting a swarm of flies, and being looked down upon by a seabird. Lin Che squatted by the drying rack, staring at the few semi-finished dried fish, sighing. The grand plan stumbled at the very first step. Host report on the first day of the dig deep store: plenty planned food, reserve increment, 2 small fish. Conclusion: the road ahead is long and arduous. I suggest you first craft a drying cage to prevent flies and birds tomorrow. Don't let the fish get stolen again. Also, the refrigerator seems to be even farther away from you now. The system's summary was as annoying as usual, but Lin Che wasn't too discouraged. He wiped his face, looked at the setting sun, then glanced at the crooked drying rack, and stood up, clenching his fist. Failure is the mother of success. Tomorrow I'll improve my methods and make a cage. Dry more fish. I refuse to believe I can't get this done. Though the first step had flopped, the seeds of food storage had already begun to sprout in his heart. He knew this was a long-term battle, one he had to fight against flies, seabirds, and his own clumsy hands. And that solar refrigerator dangled like a carrot in front of him, radiating enticing cool air, urging him to keep moving forward, even if the next step was simply making a shoddy cage to keep the flies out. Early the next morning, Lin Che began looking for vines to weave a drying cage, but the vines were too slippery, and he struggled all morning to create a crooked cage that resembled a bird's nest. The barrage laughed at him again. This cage of the host can even allow flies to get in. One peck from a seabird could break it. Lin Che ignored them, placing the remaining dried fish inside the cage and hanging it high. Let's give it a try. It's better than nothing. The next few days he pondered how to weave a better cage while continuing to fish and dry fish, and he even started researching how to grow storable crops. Though the process was still full of mishaps, at least he had taken the first clumsy and humorous step toward his goal of having a refrigerator. The grand plan of digging deep holes and accumulating grain was underway. Though a few small fish were lost on the first day as tuition fees, Lin Che had no intention of giving up. After all, that solar-powered refrigerator was still gleaming in the distance, tempting him like the North Star. No matter how tough the road ahead, he had to keep moving forward. The easiest and most urgent task at hand was to turn the occasional excess catch into dried fish that could be stored for a long time. Since taking on this task, Lin Che had become devout in his fishing, starting each morning by offering prayers to the lucky sea conch. "Bless me, brother conch. Let me catch more fish today so I can experiment with my drying techniques." Whether it was the conch's blessing or sheer luck, he had indeed caught quite a few fish over the past few days, most of them small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, but the quantity was impressive, often leaving his bucket overflowing with fish tails, almost flopping out. "Brothers, we have plenty of raw materials. Today we shall conquer the challenges of drying fish, and we must succeed." Lin Che carried the heavy bucket of fish, his arms nearly aching, yet he pretended to be relaxed in front of the camera, his face radiating a mysterious confidence that screamed, "This time, it will definitely work." The comments were filled with spectators relishing the chaos. "Go streamer. We believe in you." "Not really. Fish, what did I do to deserve this? I'm about to be turned into dried fish. Can't wait to see today's new failure. Last time, it was a bird stealing them. What will it be this time? Remember to spread the salt evenly. Don't let it turn bitter again. Wild knife, brother, focus on preventing flies and birds. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? What to eat today? Looking forward to the finished dried fish. Grandpa Wong, the weather is nice today, perfect for drying fish. Stop messing it up." Lin Che, having learned from the previous lesson, decided to do a good job with the processing fish step. He pulled out his precious refined salt and found a clean stone to use as a cutting board, arranging it as if preparing for a grand feast. He scooped up a lively fish, but as he brought the knife down, the fish whooshed out of his hand, jumping onto the sand and splattering him with water. "Hey, you dare to run." He hurriedly chased after it. After finally catching it, he brought the knife down again, but this time he lost his grip, nearly cutting his own finger, which made him retract his hand in fright. After a long struggle, he finally pinned the fish down and sliced it open, but he was too forceful, and the innards splattered all over his hand with the fish while bursting, leaving a yellow-green bitter liquid that wouldn't wash off. Cough, cough. It was an accident. A pure accident. It won't affect the taste. He forced himself to appear calm as he fished out the innards. His scales scraped chaotically. Some areas were bare, while others still had patches resembling a balding head. Then he started applying salt, treating the fish like it was receiving a full-body spa, covering it inside and out every nook and cranny, piling the salt like a small mountain, almost wishing to bury the fish in the salt jar. "See, This is what we call flavor. This is called preservation. Even the flies will be chased away. He proudly held the fish up to the camera, the fish fully coated in salt, resembling a mummy that had just been pulled from a brine jar. The comments were going wild. Streamer, are you drying fish or pickling salted fish? Is salt free or something? With this amount of salt, you could kill a cow. You won't even need to add salt to your soup anymore. Fish, please give me a break. Stop torturing me. What to eat today? This must be so salty. They'll have to drink water with my porridge later. Lin Che wasn't listening at all, continuing to struggle with the other fish, turning them all into salted mummies, then hanging them on the newly built drying rack. This time he used thicker branches, making it look much sturdier. He looked at the rows of white fish drying in the sun, glimmering with salt, nodding in satisfaction. Perfect. Let's see how the flies dare to come down. They'll be salted to death. However, he underestimated the salt tolerance of the flies and the boldness of the seagulls. At the hottest point of the afternoon sun, the surface of the dried fish exuded brine, causing the salt to crystallize, which instead of deterring the flies attracted even more. Buzzing around the drying rack, some even landed on the dried fish to lick the salt. Even more absurdly, a seagull, bolder than last time, completely ignored the salted coating, swooping down and snatching a piece of dried fish. But as soon as it got it in its beak, it spit it out, probably because it was too salty. The dried fish fell to the ground covered in sand and was no longer edible. What the hell? Not even scared of the salt. Lin Che was furious, jumping up and down, waving his shovel at the seagulls. Get lost. You thieves. If you steal my dried fish again, I'll turn you into dried birds. High concentrations of salt can indeed inhibit bacteria, but they cannot stop physical theft. It is advised that you increase your protective measures rather than just piling on salt. You are drying fish, not making specimens for marine biology. Lin Che was at a loss, so he found more palm leaves to encircle the drying rack tightly, resembling a little tent, almost airtight. He was quite pleased this time. It will protect against both birds and flies. Perfect. However, the next morning he excitedly ran to check and nearly fell apart. Several pieces of dried fish hadn't become hard and dry at all. Instead, due to lack of ventilation, they had become sticky while trapped in the palm leaves, with a layer of white mold growing on the surface, fluffy and disgusting to look at. Molded. How could this happen? I made sure to cover it tightly. The comments were laughing even harder. Haha. From salted fish to moldy fish. Is the streamer making fish sauce? It's not ventilated, dude. You trapped the fish inside. It's no wonder it molded. I feel for the fish for a moment. They've been tortured too badly. Does the streamer have a grudge against fish? Why does he insist on turning them into inedible forms? Grandpa Wong, alas. Young man, drying fish requires ventilation. It has to breathe. Covering it so tightly is like steaming it. How can it not get moldy? Wild knife, brother, you need to balance protection and ventilation. Get a net cover. It can block flies and birds while allowing for airflow. Lin Che looked at the moldy fish, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Yet again, a batch of experimental materials had been ruined. He could only painfully throw away the moldy fish, fearing it would contaminate other things, feeling utterly dejected, squatting on the ground like a frostbitten eggplant. But Lin Che had one thing: resilience when it came to fiddling. It's okay. Failure is the mother of success. I refuse to believe I can't manage to dry fish. He rolled up his sleeves and patted the sand. Isn't it just about ventilation and protection? He'll make something comprehensive for you. He chopped down some thin branches, intending to weave a net cover. But the craftsmanship was atrocious, with uneven net holes, some big enough for a mouse to get through, while others were so dense that they were airtight. The overall shape was crooked, resembling a squished bird's nest, and it fell apart several times before he even finished weaving. Post your weaving skills. Have a very postmodern abstract style. Perhaps you could look for ready-made netting materials. For example, from previous packaging of supplies. The system's words reminded him. He rummaged through his things and found some damaged nylon ropes and netted plastic bags from the packages he had previously opened, feeling like he had struck gold. He hurriedly wrapped these items around the drying rack. Though it looked like a spider web, ugly as could be, at least it could block flies while allowing ventilation. At the same time, he listened to Grandpa Wong's advice and stopped oversalting the fish, just pinching a little salt and evenly spreading it on the fish's body, even taking a sniff to ensure it wasn't too salty or not salty enough. The new batch of dried fish was hung up, covered with the ugly protective net, swaying gently in the sun, receiving the cleansing of the sea breeze and sunlight. Lin Che dared not be careless this time, checking almost every hour, as if he were nurturing his own child. Sometimes reaching out to feel if the fish was hard enough, sometimes sniffing for any off odors, and when he saw flies buzzing outside the net, he would wave his hand to shoo them away. After a few days, he had tanned significantly, and his arms were peeling from sunburn, but he was gaining insights into the state of the dried fish. This one is dry on the outside, but still a bit soft inside. It needs another half day of drying. This one feels a bit sticky. Oh, probably because the wind was light yesterday, not enough ventilation. This one is perfect. The hardness was just right, and it had a pleasant salty aroma. During this period, there were also a couple of small mishaps once it rained lightly, and he didn't collect the fish in time, so they became a bit damp. Another time, he noticed the net holes were too large, allowing an unknown little bug to drill and gnawing a small piece out of the dried fish. But at least it wasn't completely ruined, much better than before. Finally, after nearly a week of fiddling, he harvested his first batch of barely successful dried fish. Although they didn't look great, some were crooked, some were too salty in places, while others were a bit bland, and some had bits of sand stuck to them, but they were dry. They were hard, capable of being stored for a long time. Lin Che picked up the most successful piece of dried fish, treating it like a treasure, and with slightly red eyes, he excitedly said to the camera brothers, "Do you see this? We succeeded. The Star Sand brand dried fish is officially launched." He carefully broke off a small piece and put it in his mouth. The dried fish was as hard as a small stone, making his jaw ache and his expression twist, yet he forced himself to say delicious. It has a chewy texture, salty and tasty. The comments flooded in with congratulations, not forgetting to tease congratulations streamer. Although the process was so convoluted it could fill a book. It wasn't easy. We finally succeeded, all the hard work paid off. It looks so hard, streamer has good teeth, I bet I would need a hammer to break it. This is the victory of technology. The victory of humanity and fish. What to eat today? I want a taste test. Although it's hard, it looks good with rice. Wild knife brother, yes. It looks much better. Next time try smoked fish, it will be even more fragrant. Grandpa Wong, great. Finally, no more pointless fiddling, I've managed to store some dried fish. Meow candy streamer brother, you've worked hard. The dried fish looks delicious, not really. Ding. Host has successfully mastered the basic fish drying technique, though there were failures, and the quality of the final product is average. Food storage mechanism construction progress 5. Keep up the good work. The cold air from the refrigerator is one step closer to you, just a little bit. The system's prompt sounded particularly pleasant at this moment, and Lin Che couldn't even find it sarcastic. He looked at the hard-earned pieces of dried fish filled with a sense of accomplishment. Though it was just the first step of a long journey, at least he had taken a step forward, getting up after countless falls. He found a dry wooden box, laid down clean seaweed, and carefully placed the dried fish inside, treating it like a collection of gold bars, even covering it with a cloth to prevent dust. Alright, fish storage is temporarily sorted. Next, his gaze turned to the drooping vegetable seedlings in the garden, then to the distant fruit grove. It's time to think about storing vegetables and fruits. The road ahead was still long. His plan of digging deep holes and accumulating grain had finally welcomed its first small salty victory after repeated failures. And next he would probably have to fiddle with dehydrating vegetables and making fruit snacks. Who knows how many more jokes would come out of it. But Lin Che was now full of confidence. After all, he had managed to dry fish, so how far could the others be? The sense of accomplishment from successfully drying fish despite their lackluster appearance invigorated Lin Che, making him feel as if he had been injected with adrenaline, propelling him further along the path of digging deep and stocking up. He spent every day in the vegetable garden watering the plants and pondering how to make them grow faster. While picking fruits, he contemplated, can I gather more to make dried fruit? He even began to wonder if the passing seabirds could lay eggs. Just a thought, though, he didn't dare take action. Even the atmosphere of the live stream changed. Whereas Lin Che used to do whatever the audience wanted, now there was an off-site chef who constantly ordered him dishes. This chef was a viewer with the idea what to eat today. Since Lin Che got a cast iron pot and some seasonings, his cooking conditions upgraded, and this brother exploded with creativity. Previously, the bullet comments merely expressed a desire to eat, but now they directly sent detailed recipes described so vividly that Lin Che almost cried from hunger. Every day at mealtime, the bullet comments from What to Eat Today bombarded the screen. What to Eat Today host. Did you catch any grouper today? How about steaming the grouper? Boil water, steam for 8 minutes, let it rest for 2 minutes, drizzle with steamed fish soy sauce and hot scallion oil, and with a sizzle that fresh flavor is absolutely divine. What to eat today? Look at the clams in your bucket. Spicy stir-fried clams brother. Sauté minced garlic, minced ginger, and dried chili until fragrant, toss in the clams, splash some cooking wine and soy sauce. Once they open, sprinkle with scallions, and you can enjoy 3 bowls of porridge. What to eat today? Don't waste those sea urchins. Can you make sea urchin steamed eggs? Beat the eggs, strain with water, and steam with the sea urchin meat. It's tender, fragrant, and melts in your mouth. Even kids love it. What to eat today? Don't just gnaw on the dried fish. Soak it and braise it with pork belly. The dried fish absorbs the meat juices, and the pork belly enhances the fish's freshness. You can eat 3 bowls of rice. What to eat today? Lemon. Don't just leave the lemon there. Have you tried lemon grilled fish? Make a few cuts on the fish, stuff in ginger slices, rub with salt and pepper, lay lemon slices on top, grill it. The fragrance eliminates the fishy smell, and it's not greasy. This continued day after day without interruption, described so realistically that the audience in the live stream shouted in excitement, while while Lin Che listened with drool practically dripping from his mouth. Yet when he glanced at his own supplies, he instantly wilted. Big brother, you're my real brother, he wailed at the camera. What you're describing is the cuisine of a restaurant. I'm on a deserted island. A deserted island. Where could I find steamed fish soy sauce? Where does the pork belly come from? Scallion oil. I can't even find a few scallions. He stared at his meager supplies of cast iron pot salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, a pile of fish and shells, feeling as if the delicious meals described by What to Eat Today were worlds apart, utterly out of reach. The bullet comments were full of onlookers. Ha! The culinary writer Wang Gang has appeared on a deserted island. Is What to Eat Today a devil? Late night temptation too cruel? Host, I often feel out of place because of the lack of exquisite conditions. Although I know I can't make it, just listening makes my mouth water. I'll order takeout to satisfy my cravings. Why not give it a try, host? Simplify it, who knows, it might work. Miao Xiaotong sounds delicious. Host, brother, give it a shot. Even if it doesn't work out, it's okay to try. Wild knife, brother, mixing it up would be fine too. It's better than just boiling water. WN, you can utilize the existing conditions to simplify and replicate it. There might be surprises. Spurred by the bullet comments, especially Wan's suggestion of simplifying and replicating, Lin Che's competitive spirit surged again. Simplify. Replicate. Could it actually not be impossible? He rubbed his chin, looking at the fish he had just caught. The scales were still intact, then glanced at the lemon grilled fish recipe from What to Eat Today, his eyes slowly brightening. Without an oven, I can grill it over fire. I don't have that many seasonings, but I have salt and lemon. Let's give it a try. He decided to challenge the simplest dish, salt grilled sea fish. He chose a fish with thicker flesh and began to prepare it. While scraping off the scales, the fish was slippery. He couldn't hold it, resulting in a messy job. Some scales were left behind, while in other places he had scraped off the skin. The gutting was even worse, not cleaned properly, and splattered with blood, nearly bursting the fish's gallbladder, which frightened him into rinsing it quickly. Ahem. It's about done. He feigned calmness, rinsing the fish with water, and without cooking wine, squeezed some lemon juice to rub on the fish, while posing for the camera, to eliminate the fishy smell. This is an advanced technique you all wouldn't understand. Then he took some refined salt, this time daring not to add too much, carefully sprinkling it inside and out of the fish, while muttering, just the right amount. Just the right amount. Don't make it too salty. The lesson from last time is still fresh in my mind. Next, he found a few branches of suitable thickness, sharpened them, and skewered the fish from mouth to tail, creating a makeshift grill. The branches were a bit crooked, and the fish looked like it might fall off at any moment. He lit a campfire, waited for it to turn to charcoal, and slowly grilled the fish over it, turning it gently. Before long, the fish skin began to shrink over the fire, emitting a sizzle sound, the fat dripping onto the charcoal and creating little sparks along with a fragrant aroma. The salt particles melted on the fish skin, forming a thin charred crust, looking quite impressive. Wow, it's starting to smell good. Lin Che was thrilled, his eyes glued to the fish, his hands constantly turning the grill, afraid it would burn, looking as focused as if he were conducting a precise experiment, completely forgetting to check the bullet comments. The bullet comments were tense as well. It seems quite good. The host's technique is quite professional this time. The color looks nice, golden yellow. The sizzling sound is so soothing, I'm drooling. Host, don't turn too fast, be careful, the fish falls. What to eat today? Yes. Just like that. Keep it turning, it heats evenly. Grill for another 2 minutes, it should be almost done. Wild knife, brother, perfectly cooked. The outside is crispy and tender, let's see how it turns out. Don't overcook it. After about 10 minutes of grilling, the fish skin turned golden and crispy, with some parts even showing a bit of char, the fragrance wafting far away, mingling the saltiness of the sea with the refreshing scent of lemon. Lin Che was nearly drooling. He carefully took the fish down, not caring about the heat, and tore off a small piece of fish meat. With the outer skin being crispy and fragrant, the inside was tender and juicy, perfectly salty, with no fishy taste, just a hint of lemon fragrance. Delicious. So delicious. Lin Che's eyes lit up. It was so hot that he was blowing on it, yet he couldn't bear to spit it out, mumbling indistinctly, it's 100 times better than what I used to grill. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, salty and flavorful. He showcased the grilled fish's cross-section to the camera, the snow-white fish meat steaming, causing the audience to shout in excitement. I did it, brothers. The What to Eat Today brand salt-grilled sea fish, a successful replication. He shouted excitedly, as if he had accomplished something monumental. The bullet comments exploded, instantly filled with congratulations, and him drooling. Awesome. The host can now open a deserted island restaurant. It looks so delicious, I want to order takeout. I'm envious. The contributions of What to Eat Today are undeniable. He deserves a chicken leg. Host, hurry and thank the chef. Without him, you'd still be boiling fish. What to Eat Today, huh? Not bad, not bad. You have talent. Next time, try stuffing some ginger slices and wild onions for more layered flavor. Miao Xiaotong, so great. Host, brother, is amazing. I want to eat it now. WAN optimizing with existing resources. Well done, keep it up. With the first battle victorious, Lin Che's confidence soared, and he began proactively asking, what to eat today for recipes. Eating brother. I found quite a few clams today, how should I prepare them? Eating brother. This fish is a bit small, what can I make with it? Eating brother. I only have soy sauce and sugar, can I make something out of it? What to eat today was also energized, starting to customize an island special edition recipe for Lin Che. Got a lot of clams. Make clam soup. Boil water, toss in the clams. Once they open, scoop them out, sprinkle some salt, add a few drops of sesame oil. It's absolutely delicious. Small fish. Fry them. Though it uses a lot of oil, it's fragrant. Coat them in flour or fry them directly or fry until crispy. You can even eat the bones. Soy sauce and sugar. Simple. Soy sauce braised fish. Pan fry the fish for a bit, mix soy sauce, sugar, and water, pour it in to braise, reduce the sauce, and sprinkle with scallions. If there are no scallions, skip that. Lin Che took these simplified recipes and began his bumpy journey of replication. While making clam soup, he had no sesame oil, so it was just plain soup, and ended up cooking too long, resulting in tough clam meat. But the broth was quite fresh, and he drank 2 big bowls. While frying the small fish, he had no flour, so he tossed them directly into the pan. The heat was too high, some got burnt while others were undercooked. He picked out the non-burnt ones to eat, stubbornly claiming burnt ones taste better. While making soy sauce braised fish, he added too much soy sauce, making it too salty, so he added some sugar, only to find that he added too much sugar, resulting in a sweet salty flavor, and in the end, he could only eat it with rice, surprisingly finishing a bowl. Every attempt had failures, but also surprises. Like the first time frying fish without it sticking to the pan, the first time getting the sauce just right, and the first time grilling clams without burning them. His cooking skills were improving at a comical yet visible pace, transforming from a novice who only knew how to boil and grill into a wilderness chef, self-proclaimed, who could control the heat, dared to try seasonings, and even arrange the fish neatly for plating. The live stream room had become a culinary testing ground, filled with the unknown and anticipation every day. The audience not only watched him survive, but also saw him replicate delicious meals with limited conditions, maximizing the entertainment value. Sometimes he messed up, and everyone laughed together. When he succeeded, they cheered together as if it were their own achievement. Lin Che was also enjoying this process more and more, seeing the "I'm drooling" comments in the bullet chat, feeling delighted, and even thought that despite not having a refrigerator for now, being able to eat well in various ways was quite nice. Host your cooking skill experience points 111. Although there's still a galaxy's distance to Chef God, at least you've shed the title of Food Destroyer. Congratulations on the way to the refrigerator. You first filled your own stomach. The system's sarcasm. Lin Che didn't retort this time, but laughed instead. Still, he longed for a refrigerator. If he could chill the fish soup he made, that would be perfect. This thought made him glance at the sea with determination, pondering, catching some more fish tomorrow to try the braised fish that What to Eat Today talked about. In the following days, he followed the recipes from What to Eat Today every day, although he still often stumbled, like making lemon steamed eggs without filtering the egg mixture, resulting in holes when steamed, or grilling clams without properly controlling the heat, leading to dryness. But each time he made progress, and the popularity of the live stream grew higher, with everyone waiting to see his daily desert island food show, while also urging him to quickly sort out food storage and get a refrigerator. Lin Che enjoyed it so much that he even began to look forward to cooking time every day. After all, being able to eat his own delicacies on a deserted island and receive compliments from the audience felt much more interesting than mere survival. Lin Che's journey as the wilderness chef was like stepping on a minefield with successes and failures interspersed, yet he found joy in it. Every day, he pondered how to replicate the recipes of What to Eat Today, with his limited seasonings becoming his greatest pleasure aside from drying fish. Even if he overcooked the clams yesterday, or turned the soy sauce fish into dark cuisine the day before, he still dared to challenge new dishes today. At this moment, he was holding a cast iron pot showcasing his braised fish masterpiece to the camera. The fish skin was charred black, the broth was as thick as ink, and steam was rising. He picked up a piece of fish, grimaced as he bit down, the saltiness making him frown, yet he forced a smile, pretending it was delicious. Not bad. Rich and salty flavor. This is the soul of braised fish. The barrage of comments had already seen through him. Host, stop pretending, your brows are all furrowed. This fish looks overwhelmingly salty. Host, drink some water quickly. Soul. Perhaps it's the fish's soul protesting. Ha ha, the host's expression management has completely collapsed. Just as Lin Che was about to continue his bravado, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Not the usual silly tone, but a solemn electronic voice completely different from before. Ding. Detected that the host has recently completed tasks such as popularity over 1,000 and rich table. The live stream popularity is stable at a high level. Comprehensive evaluation. The host's survival ability and influence have significantly increased. System upgrade program is starting. Version update V1. 0v2. 0 Upgrade content optimize computing logic expand resource library unlock advanced functional modules. Upgrade completed. A series of notification sounds left Lin Che in a daze, forgetting to chew the fish in his mouth frozen in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. He murmured in his heart, upgrade. This broken system can upgrade. Please don't give me even more difficult tasks. The audience in the live stream saw him suddenly freeze, their expressions strange, and began to tease what's wrong with the host. Did a fish bone get stuck in his throat? Is the bitterness of the braised fish hitting him? That expression as if he's hearing God speak or pondering what to eat tonight. Lin Che had no time to care about the comments. His attention was completely drawn away by the commotion in his mind. In the next second, the system voice sounded again, carrying a hint of finally breaking through. Congratulations, host, for upgrading the system to V2. 0. To commend your progress and survival without starving, the system shop section for basic construction has been specially unlocked. You can now better build your island. Basic construction. Lin Che's eyes lit up instantly. This sounded much more advanced than seasonings and tools could it possibly allow for decent housing. He quickly focused his thoughts to open the shop interface, and sure enough, beside the original categories of survival essentials and life enjoyments, there was now a new category, basic construction, gleaming with metallic luster, looking impressive. He excitedly clicked inside, but just after the first glance, he gasped in shock, nearly spitting out the fish in his mouth. Modular prefabricated cabin, single room, basic model, made of high-strength materials, quick assembly, windproof, rainproof, and animal-proof, complete with doors and windows. Price 5,000 Paradise points. The picture showed a clean white small house 100 times better than his shack. Small wind solar hybrid power system, stable power supply, can light lamps and use small appliances. Price 8,000 Paradise points. The picture showed a wind turbine combined with solar panels, looking very professional. Freshwater purification and delivery system, small, connect to water sources, filter and purify and deliver water through pipes. Price 4,500 Paradise points. The picture showed a filter tank combined with a pump, no more manual water carrying. Small material processing station, can process wood and stone, makes standard building materials. Price 3,000 Paradise points. Further down, there were also simple dock components, large package of soil amendments, multifunctional planting shed, and even eco-friendly toilet upgrade kit. Each product struck at his pain points. Every image made his mouth water, but the prices were all 5-digit numbers, making his heart race. Lin Che quickly checked his point balance. Due to recent popularity, he had saved up a little over 1,000 points, which was nothing compared to the 50 or 80,000 needed. He instantly felt as if he had fallen from heaven back to reality, feeling that the braised fish in his mouth was no longer salty, only a heart-wrenching sensation remained. 50,000, 80,000. You could sell me and still not reach 50,000 points. Is this what you call basic construction? This is daylight robbery. It's not even that extreme. He stared at the shop interface, increasingly agitated, the braised fish in his stomach starting to churn, not because it was inedible, but because of the heartache over the points. Host, welcome to the real construction era. Technology changes life, but points change technology first. Which product are you interested in? I support installment payments with extremely high interest, and I can also offer dream loans. The limit depends on my mood. The system reverted back to its annoying tone as if it were enjoying a joke. Lin Che grumbled unhappily in his heart, what good is being interested? Can I afford it? Isn't looking at this even more distressing? And dream loans? More like there's no negotiation for your demise loan. He exited the shop looking at his crooked shack. The roof still leaked, needing plastic sheets to cover when it rained. Looking at the nearby freshwater purifier, which needed manual refilling, and the solar panel, which was just one piece, charging unbearably slowly. Thinking about the prefabricated houses and generators in the shop, the gap felt like an insurmountable chasm, nearly causing him internal injuries. From frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is hard. He murmured, his eyes filled with a longing for modern life. Even the cast iron pot in his hand felt less appealing. The audience in the live stream watched him stare blankly into the air, his expressions shifting from shock to longing to painful disappointment, all feeling strangely amused. The host has started interacting with the air again. Is this a new gimmick? Could it be that the braised fish caused food poisoning, leading to hallucinations? His expressions are too rich. I suggest he create an emoji pack. Is the host thinking about his mortgage? He looks so pained. Meow, shout on host, are you okay? Is there something wrong? WAN, if you encounter difficulties, you can speak up. Perhaps we can help you brainstorm. Wilderness knife, brother bro, if you need help, don't hold it in. Lin Che took a deep breath, forcibly pulling his attention back from the exorbitantly priced items. He couldn't show weakness in front of the audience and had to find a way to put on a show. He pointed at his shack, addressing the camera with a tone full of heartache and yearning. Brothers, I just did some deep reflection. Look at where we live. Look at what we use. It's too primitive, too backward. It doesn't match the development speed of Xingsha Island. He waved his arms, drawing a large circle. We need sturdier houses. More stable electricity. More convenient water access. We need to build. We must build. Turn Xingsha Island into a true, livable paradise. His voice was loud and his momentum was strong, but his gaze was a bit unfocused. After all, the points needed for those constructions were still far from his reach. The barrage was bewildered by his grand declarations, and soon everyone began to support the host, in building infrastructure. Build a big house. I want stable power. No more streaming in the dark at night. What stimulated the host? Suddenly so ambitious. Although I don't know why the host is suddenly shouting slogans, it sounds quite inspiring. Lu Ban's reincarnation for architectural planning. You can find me. I understand structural design. Old Wong building houses is a good thing. Make sure the foundation is solid. Don't let it blow down with a gust of wind. So, is building infrastructure related to new dishes? Can you make a more advanced kitchen? Host, your ambitions are quite lofty and your blueprint is grand. I suggest you first figure out how to earn your first 50,000 points, like doing paid live streams or starting an island owner's wish list for crowdfunding from the audience. I can provide technical support. Just take 50 of your points. The system's thoughtful suggestion was as always disappointing. Lin Che rolled his eyes, but began to think seriously. To get those good things, he had to earn more points. To earn points, he had to rely on live streaming. He had to work harder to entertain, attracting more people to tip. He looked at the pictures of the prefabricated houses in the shop, then at his leaky shack. A new surge of motivation to make money ignited in his heart, like a flame. Just wait. Prefabricated houses. Generators. Water purification systems. Lin Che will definitely get you all. The infrastructure maniac of Xingsha Island will soon be online. After saying that, he looked up at the sky. Dark clouds seemed to be approaching and the roof would leak again. He quickly put down the iron pot and ran to grab the plastic sheet. First, let's patch the roof. The stark contrast between his grand dreams and the harsh reality created a comedic effect at that moment. Lin Che's life on the deserted island suddenly shifted towards a new direction of spending money and making money due to the system upgrade and construction shop. Although he was still just a quasi-infrastructure maniac who couldn't even fix his roof, he at least had a goal. His future antics now had a new reason to earn points, which would surely lead to more hilarity. In the following days, Lin Che continued to learn cooking from What to Eat Today while figuring out how to create new activities to earn points, like setting up a desert island infrastructure planning live stream to draw blueprints with the audience though they were drawn crookedly, or a live stream for dried fish challenge, seeing how much he could dry in a day only to have half of it stolen by seabirds. Every time he did something, he would mention earning points to build a house, and the barrage would cheer along, some saying go host. He'll send you little hearts to earn points. Others saying fixing the roof is better than anything else. The joyful atmosphere in the live stream was even stronger than before. Lin Che was also enjoying himself. After all, with a new goal, even drying fish felt more energetic. Although he was still far from 50,000 points, at least he knew where to focus his efforts in the future, even if the process would still be filled with all sorts of comedic mishaps. The impact of the system upgrade and the expensive infrastructure mall felt like a giant stone thrown into Lin Che's heart, stirring up waves that took a long time to settle. Images of prefabricated cabins, generators, and water purification systems repeatedly jumped around in his mind, making his heart itch. This was the modern life on a deserted island. Just thinking about it was delightful. But then he looked at the reality before him. The shack was crooked, the roof leaked, and during rain, he had to use a plastic sheet to block the water. The desalinator required manual watering, leaving his arms sore, and there was only one solar panel charging as slowly as a snail. The sense of disparity was more jarring than the rocks by the seaside. He couldn't sit still, feeling like a little bug was crawling inside him, persistently wanting to plan, to change, and to build. On that good afternoon, with the sea breeze blowing gently, Lin Che did not go fishing or gather seafood. Instead, he found a relatively straight long stick and ran to the smoothest beach in the camp. Taking a deep breath with an unprecedented seriousness on his face, as if announcing a national affair, he spoke to the camera. Brothers, today, we are not going fishing, nor are we studying recipes. We are going to do something more important concerning our future days on the island. The bullet comments were filled with curiosity. What big event? Are we starting something new? The host's expression is so serious. Could it be a memorial service for the thin guy? Is he going to announce the establishment of the Xingsha Island Village Committee? Looking forward to it. The host always has fun when doing big things. Lin Che did not respond. He squatted down and vigorously drew in the sand with the stick. Sand flying, he was particularly focused. First here, he drew a crooked, large square, corners not aligned. This is our core living area. We need to build a sturdy and spacious seaside house. One with floor-to-ceiling windows. Not this broken shack. A real house, facing south so sunlight can come in. As he spoke, he drew small squares inside the big square. This is the bedroom. We need to have a big bed, no more sleeping on the ground. This is the living room with a table to drink tea and look at the sea. This is the kitchen, my big iron pot and future refrigerator need a place too. And here, we need a bathroom. Although a dry toilet is functional, we must progress right. The bullet comments instantly became lively seaside house. Impressive. The host's vision is grand. Floor-to-ceiling windows. What if a typhoon comes? What if it gets blown away? Dreams should exist. What if they come true? Although the possibility is slim. The square the host drew looks like it was chewed by a dog. Can it really be a house? Luban reborn. The architectural structure needs detailed design. Where are the load-bearing walls? What's the roof slope? Not considering these will cause the house to collapse. Wilderness knife, brother, we need to put up some fences around the house to protect against wild boars and snakes. Safety comes first. Lin Che ignored the complaints and continued planning. Next to the seaside house, he drew a circle here. Let's create a modern vegetable garden. No more scattered seedlings. It needs to be scaled up. Implement automatic irrigation, build greenhouses for off-season vegetables. Ensure we have fresh vegetables all year round. Then he pointed to another stretch of beach, drawing a few crooked circles. Here we will do aquaculture. We can't rely solely on fishing from the sea or hunting birds. Let's dig a fish pond to raise fish and shrimp and enclose some land to raise chickens for eggs. Who knows, we might even raise sheep and drink sheep milk. He became increasingly excited as if he had already tasted sheep milk, though he might not like it. And that high ground. He pointed at the distant Rocky Mountain. It needs to be utilized. Build a lighthouse or a viewing platform. In the future, we can watch the sunrise and sunset from there. It will definitely be a VIP spot. The freshwater creek needs renovation. Let's set up a water collection point, perhaps even a small water wheel to save effort. The fruit forest needs to be expanded, introducing new varieties so we can enjoy fruits freely. The beach also needs maintenance. Let's create a beach volleyball area for recreation. The pier also needs to be expanded. Who knows, we might actually have guests in the future. He spoke with enthusiasm, his stick dancing wildly in the sand, drawing a chaotic mess. Various lines, squares, and circles piled together resembling the scribbles of a madman. The entire beach was almost covered with his drawings. The audience in the live stream stared in astonishment, and then the bullet comments exploded. Haha. The host is turning the deserted island into a city. Xingsha City planning map draft version. From shack to urban area, the host just needs a construction team. How much money and time will this cost? Host, you're doing it all alone. With dreams, anyone is remarkable. Keep it up, host, you're right. Host, do you still remember you couldn't even fix the roof? Luban reborn, carefully looking at the sand, drawing the functional zoning, is chaotic, no transportation routes planned, and drainage has not been considered. It needs to be redesigned. Old man one, youngster, it's good to be ambitious, but first let's get those few vegetable plots sorted out. Don't aim too high. What to eat today? So when will the farm have chicken meat and eggs? I'm waiting to make steamed eggs. Meow, little sugar. Wow, will there be many little animals on the island in the future? So excited. Lin Che was completely immersed in his own world, looking at the masterpiece in the sand, his eyes shining. Look. This is our future Xingsha Island. Not a deserted island, but a home. A paradise. A heaven. He waved the stick passionately. By then we will live in large houses, have stable electricity, eat vegetables we grow, and chickens we raise, row small boats to fish, relax at high places to enjoy the scenery, and play volleyball on the beach. This is what life should be. Host, your planning blueprint is full of imagination, but there is a serious budget deficit. Preliminary estimates suggest that realizing this blueprint will require data deleted points. I suggest you set a small goal first, like earning 100 million points. The system's cold water splashed accurately on his head, but Lin Che didn't hear it at all. Dreams must exist. What if they come true? At that moment, a golden bullet comment slowly passed across the screen from the usually quiet WN. The planning is quite thoughtful. Priorities and feasibility need to be assessed. Pay attention to the ecological carrying capacity. This comment was concise and professional, starkly different from the other lively comments, giving off a calm vibe. Before Lin Che could respond, suddenly an ultra-cool animation effect exploded with a bang, almost filling half the screen. A luxurious yacht cutting through virtual waves accompanied by stirring music and a full-screen announcement slowly sailing by. System announcement: thank you Juan for gifting Lin Che of Deserted Island Survival a luxurious yacht. Magnificent and awe-inspiring. The live stream room instantly fell silent, and a few seconds later the bullet comments went completely wild. Holy crap. A luxurious yacht. How much does this cost? Juan is amazing. Voice break, it's WN again. I'm really crying. So rich. Is this a big shot investing in the future real estate of Xingsha Island? Host, your startup capital has arrived. Quickly thank the big shot. Meow, little sugar. Wow. Juan's sister is so awesome. So rich. What to eat today? Does the big shot need any decorations? I can eat and sleep, and I can also help you test dishes. Wilderness knife, brother, impressive. This tip is enough to buy many tools. The host is getting rich. Lin Che was also stunned looking at the disappearing virtual yacht, then glancing at the rough planning map in the sand, feeling as if he were dreaming. Did one use money to support his dream? Even if that dream looked like total nonsense. A huge surprise and the feeling of being recognized surged over him. He was so excited that he could barely speak, bowing repeatedly to the camera teach. Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much. How can I accept this? You can rest assured. Your investment will definitely not go to waste. I will plan, will build well, and let you see a real seaside house as soon as possible. He felt a surge of energy, as if that yacht truly gave him motivation and points. Looking back at the planning map in the sand, his eyes sparkled even brighter, as if what he saw wasn't sand, but the houses, vegetable gardens, and farms that were about to be built. Brothers, did you see? This is hope. This is support. Our dream is one step closer. He waved his fist, knowing that a yacht's tip was still a long way from Xingsha City, but this was definitely a shot in the arm. Host, congratulations on receiving a large angel investment. It is recommended that you carefully plan how to use the money, prioritizing the purchase of a small material processing table to lay the first wooden board for your seaside house dream. The system rarely provided a practical suggestion, and Lin Che nodded heavily. He looked at the planning map on the beach, then glanced at the sky and the sea, filled with a desire and passion for building a home. The future is indeed distant, the road difficult, and the process will surely involve mishaps, but at this moment he felt that the dream of my island, my home, didn't seem so unattainable. In the following days, Lin Che truly began to plan seriously. Though he would still stare at the sand map for a long time, unsure of where to start, occasionally he would run to the seaside to see if a real yacht would come. Of course it didn't. He even prayed to the lucky conch, asking for the big shot to tip again, which also didn't happen. But he indeed began to ponder how to earn more points, such as doing an extra live stream every day, seriously learning to cook to attract viewers, and even being more diligent in drying fish. The audience in the live stream also became more expectant, urging him every day quickly by the material processing table, fix the roof. First, don't just dream. The joyful atmosphere was even more intense than before. Lin Che was also enjoying himself. Oh, after all, there was a goal now, and with startup capital, albeit not much, his deserted island life finally took the first humorous yet determined step towards becoming a building madman.